The night was hazy, shadows flickering like ghosts. Inside a dimly lit bar hidden in the darkness, colorful lights flashed across the dance floor where people moved to the rhythm of the music. The glow reflected off tall glasses filled with crimson liquid, and the air was thick with a dreamy, intoxicating mood. In a quiet corner, one figure stood out from the crowd. She wore a loose trench coat and a baseball cap that hid most of her face. Her fingers moved swiftly across a laptop keyboard, so fast that they left faint afterimages. After a moment, her fingers pressed the enter key. A map appeared on the screen. The corners of her lips lifted slightly, her tone calm but confident. Found it. She closed the laptop and finished her drink in one go. Just then, a man approached her with a polite smile, trying to sound charming. "Miss, would you like to have a drink with me?" Ran lifted her gaze slightly. Her stunning face caught the light, making the entire bar seem to fade around her. The man hadn't expected the woman he casually approached to be this beautiful, more beautiful than anyone he had ever met. When she didn't respond, he leaned closer with a grin. "Beautiful lady, I feel like we've met before." Ran's lips curved faintly. "Yes, in your dreams." The man didn't understand her tone and thought she was interested. He was just about to sit down when a sudden scream echoed through the bar. Everyone stopped and turned toward the sound. A man was lying on the floor, clutching his arm in pain, his face twisted in agony. The woman sitting nearby glanced at him coldly, then stood up and said in a calm, icy voice, "Next time, don't bother strangers. Keep your hands to yourself, or I might have to teach you another lesson." With that, she placed a bill on the table, slung a large canvas bag over her shoulder, and walked out. The music still pounded through the bar, but her footsteps seemed to echo in everyone's chest. All eyes followed her, drawn to her striking face. It was hard to believe that someone so beautiful could also be so dangerously skilled. She stepped out of the bar and hailed a taxi. The dark car sped through the night, its taillights glowing like a red ribbon. Ran, who had been resting with her eyes closed, slowly opened them. "This isn't the road to the airport." The driver smiled. "Miss, that road is closed. I'll take a detour. It won't take much longer." Hearing that, Ran curved her lips slightly and closed her eyes again. "All right, take the detour." After a while, the car stopped suddenly. "Miss, we've arrived." Ran slung her backpack over her shoulder and placed a few bills on the back seat. "Miss, that's too much," the driver said. "It's not too much. It's worth your trouble." As she spoke, a flash of silver appeared in her hand, and the driver slumped forward, unconscious. His head hit the steering wheel, setting off a long, sharp honk. Ran stepped out of the car with her backpack. Looking around the deserted area, she said quietly, "Since you're already here, why bother hiding?" A burst of laughter came from the darkness. Impressive as always, Dark Swallow. Dozens of people stepped out, led by a man who glanced at the car and saw the driver motionless. Smiling, he said, "Your skills haven't changed." "Nothing special," she replied coolly, brushing imaginary dust from her clothes. "Let's make this quick. I have a flight to catch." "You're as straightforward as ever," the man said in a low voice. "Hand over the map." "You want the map?" Ran smiled faintly. "You'll need to survive long enough to see it." "Arrogant," he sneered, waving his arm. The people behind him drew their guns, aiming at her. "If you hand over the map, I might let you go," he said coldly. "If not, even a miracle won't save you tonight." Ran's lips curved again. She tightened her grip on her backpack, and a silver needle appeared between her fingers. In the next instant, the needles flew like a shower of light toward the group. Before they could pull their triggers, the needles had already reached them. When they fired, she was no longer there. Those struck by the needles collapsed, while the rest looked around in panic, searching for her. "A bunch of fools," Ran's voice echoed faintly. "And you thought you could take me down? Keep dreaming." She stood on the tree, playing with the silver needles in her hand. Her eyes turned cold, and the needles shot out swiftly. The few people left standing fell to the ground instantly. Ran jumped down from the tree and slowly walked toward them. They were still conscious, but unable to move. "You woman, give us the antidote now," one of them shouted. "Do you think I'm foolish? You tried to take my life, and now you want me to save you? How ridiculous." She took out her phone, pressed 3 buttons, and used a voice changer. In a low voice, she said, "I'm calling the police. There's a fight with weapons at the end of Tianfu Street in the suburbs. Someone is hurt." After hanging up, she looked down at them and said, "Someone will come to pick you up soon. No need to thank me. Aren't you afraid we'll tell them about you?"
Me?
"Do you have any proof?" "Of course we do. The silver needles you," he stopped mid-sentence, stunned. The needles that had pierced their bodies were gone. Qin Ran smiled. "My weapons are special. They disappear into the air. If you want to find me, maybe in your next life." With that, she slung her backpack over her shoulder and walked toward the light. The next morning, at an airport in another country, a woman in a black tracksuit and a large hood slowly walked out. She went to the parking lot, took out her car keys, and drove away. The car traveled for a long time and finally stopped as night fell. By a remote stretch of coast, huge rocks stood tall on the beach, forming what looked like a giant gate. No one lived nearby, and the place seemed forgotten by the world. She stared at the numbers on her watch. When the hand pointed to the exact hour, a huge wave crashed against the rocks. A deep, drum-like sound echoed, and then the sea began to retreat quickly, revealing a hidden path before her. She had only 5 minutes to reach the end of the path. With her backpack on, she ran forward with all her strength. Halfway through, she noticed the water rising again, much faster than before. Something was wrong. Why was the tide coming back so quickly? It was too late to turn back, and she couldn't reach the end in time. She came here for a piece of meteorite said to hold immense power strong enough to bring a dying person back to life. For someone known as a master of both medicine and poison, this was an irresistible lure. She wasn't the only one. Countless people around the world were watching and waiting for it. Looking up, she noticed the moon shining unusually bright that night, so bright it felt unnatural. Qin Ran narrowed her eyes, gritted her teeth, and quickened her pace toward the end of the path. Suddenly, the seawater on both sides of the road surged upward, forming 2 towering walls of water. The waves gathered higher and higher, and Qin Ran felt a powerful force pressing in from both sides. If those walls collapsed, not even her skills could save her. She ran with all her strength, but no matter how fast she moved, the end seemed to drift farther away. The water walls began to tremble. Then came a deafening roar as the walls crashed down, and the immense force dragged her deep into the sea. In her struggle, her hand brushed against something hard. Before she could think, the sharp-edged object cut into her palm. Bright red blood appeared. This was bad. Blood in the water could attract danger. But to her surprise, the blood stopped flowing. The hard object clung to her wound instead. Alarmed, she wondered if it was some kind of strange creature. She tried to shake it off, but it stayed firmly in place. Then, to her shock, the stone-like thing began to glow and slowly sank into her hand through the wound. What on earth was this? There was no time to think. She swam upward desperately, her lungs burning for air. Suddenly, a sharp pain spread across her chest, as if something was cutting through her from within. The pain grew stronger, and her consciousness began to fade. Before losing awareness, she gave a faint, bitter smile. So this was how she would die, how pathetic. At that same moment, on the continent of Linen, in a small village of the Zhao Kingdom, a family was in the middle of a fierce quarrel. "Beat them! How dare you steal from my house? Beat them!" Several men surrounded a couple, hitting and kicking them.
Stop! Stop!
"It's us!" the man being beaten cried. "Mother, it's me, Wenji." The old woman sitting on the heated bed ignored him and waved her hand to her sons.
Keep hitting.
"Teach them a lesson for stealing." "Mother, please stop, it's us," the woman shouted, but her voice was soon drowned out by the sound of fists. Outside the door, 2 children cried loudly, pounding on it. "Open the door." Please don't hurt my father and mother. Qin Ran frowned, a sharp pain spreading through her chest. Why was it so noisy? What was happening outside? She tried to open her eyes, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't. Hadn't she drowned? Could it be that someone had saved her? Just then, unfamiliar memories flooded her mind. Her name was Qin Ran, the first granddaughter of the Qin family in Wuyin village. Her grandfather, Qin Chong, had once passed the scholar's exam, but was exiled from the capital after being implicated in a political case. After many hardships, he settled in a small mountain village near the border of Zhao Kingdom. His first wife, a lady from a noble family, died after giving birth to a son. Later, he married Zhao, his second wife. Not long after, misfortune struck again. Zhao followed him to the village and gave birth to 3 sons and a daughter. She and her children treated Qin Ran's father, Qin Wenji, like a servant. In front of the grandfather, they behaved better, but once he left, they would scold and beat him. After Qin Wenji married Qin Ran's mother, they had her and a pair of younger twins. Their small family had become little more than servants to Zhao and her children. Whenever something displeased them, they would resort to violence. Qin Wenji had been bullied since childhood, growing timid and weak, and his family suffered because of it. The most pitiful were the 3-year-old twins, who were often scolded and beaten despite their young age. Now, as autumn began, the grandfather had fallen ill, and their family was forced to work in the fields. Wuyin village was remote, and the land was poor. Each year's harvest was small, never enough to feed so many mouths through the winter. This summer brought heavy rain, and many crops were ruined by flooding. The Qin family's land still had some harvest left, but the uncles and aunts refused to help. They made her family do all the work and didn't even give them food. For the past 2 days, the 5 of them had survived only on water. After returning from the fields today, her parents saw their 3 children starving and went to the kitchen to look for leftovers. But as soon as they entered, the Qin family surrounded them and started hitting them. She was kicked out of the kitchen, and that one ended her life. Her spirit then entered another person's body. Qin Ran never expected to wake up in such a situation. She sighed softly. Of all the people who could have ended up in another life, few would have it as hard as she did. Slowly opening her eyes, she looked around the shabby thatched hut and almost wished she could faint again. "Father, mother, please stop fighting," cried 2 small children nearby. Hearing their voices, she couldn't pretend to be unconscious any longer. Rubbing her aching chest, she struggled to stand up. She tried to take a few steps, but after 2 days without food and with injuries on her body, she had no strength left and fell to the ground. Her hand touched a stone. Without thinking, she picked it up and threw it at one of the men.
Ouch!
Qin Gang shouted, clutching his head. Who did that? When he saw Qin Ran sitting on the ground with a stone in her hand, his face darkened. "You little troublemaker.
How dare you hit me?
I'll teach you a lesson today." He started walking toward her. The 2 small children, who had been crying, saw their uncle moving toward their sister. They rushed forward, hugging his legs and crying, "Uncle, please don't hurt our sister. You 2 little brats, get out of my way," he shouted, roughly pushing Qin Junjie and Qin Yudi aside. The children fell hard and didn't get up for a long time. Seeing this, Qin Ran's eyes turned cold. Watching the 2 little ones hurt filled her with anger. "You even hurt children. You're worse than an animal," she said loudly enough for everyone in the yard to hear. Qin Gang's face twisted with rage. "You dare insult me? I'll make you pay for that." Just as he was about to reach Qin Ran, Qin Wenji and his wife cried out, "Second brother, please spare our child."
You wish.
Today I'll beat the eldest to death and sell the 2 younger ones. They can't do much work and only waste food." After saying that, he kicked toward Qin Ran's thin body. Seeing this, Qin Ran lightly tossed a small stone in her hand. It landed on Qin Gang's calf, and his legs suddenly froze mid-kick, unable to move forward even an inch. He tried to move his leg, but no matter how hard he struggled, it wouldn't budge. Qin Ran's lips curved slightly. She threw another stone, hitting a spot on his leg. The next moment, a scream of pain filled the air. My leg! My leg! Qin Gang fell heavily to the ground. Hearing the noise, everyone nearby stopped what they were doing and looked over. What's wrong, dear? What happened? Lu Yu ran over anxiously. You were fine just now. Why does your leg hurt? Qin Gang was in so much pain that he couldn't speak, only shouting as sweat poured down his face. Oh heavens! What's going on? Lu kept asking. Say something.
Please.
Did second brother break his leg? Qin Quan frowned and muttered, otherwise, how could it hurt so much? Hearing this, Zhao quickly said, go get the doctor. The fourth brother, Qin Da, kicked Qin Wenji twice before running off to find one. Qin Quan said coldly, what bad luck. You made second brother break his leg. All the misfortune in this family comes from you and your children. Qin Ran looked at the Qin family, her eyes cold. A broken leg? That was nothing. A broken leg could be healed, but not this one. Unless she treated it herself, even the best doctor in the country wouldn't be able to help. This leg would hurt for a lifetime, every moment, endlessly. At that moment, everyone's attention was on Qin Gang. Qin Ran slowly stood up, intending to check on Qin Yudi and the others, when a tall figure rushed toward her. You little brat! How dare you hurt my father? I'll teach you a lesson. Qin Feng shouted, swinging his fist at her. Qin Ran instinctively dodged. Though she wasn't as quick as she had been in her past life, she was still much faster than the chubby Qin Feng. He swung his fist but missed. Just as he turned to throw another punch, his foot stepped on a bamboo pole on the ground. Losing his balance, he fell forward and hit his head straight against the warehouse door. A warm liquid trickled down his face. When he touched it, the sight of bright red blood made him scream in panic.
Blood. Blood.
Help! Somebody help me! His cries startled Madame Zhao, who rushed over. Seeing the blood on his head, she was so frightened she nearly fainted. This was her eldest grandson. Oh my goodness! My dear boy, what happened to you? Where's the doctor? And where's the fourth one? My grandson is hurt, and he's still not back yet? The courtyard was in chaos. Taking the chance, Qin Ran went over to Qin Yudi and the others, checking their breathing. They were only unconscious. With great effort, she lifted them and walked to Qin Wenji and Madame Wu. In a soft voice, she asked, Father, Mother, are you all right? Qin Wenji coughed a few times, a trace of blood at the corner of his lips. Madame Wu also had several bruises. We're fine, Madame Wu said, taking Qin Yudi and Qin Junjia from her. She gently touched Qin Ran's face, tears streaming down. You've all suffered so much. Feeling her mother's gentle touch, Qin Ran's heart trembled, and her body shivered slightly.
So this is what family feels like.
Just as she was lost in thought, a slap came flying toward her. Before she could react, Madame Wu pulled her into her arms. The sharp sound of the slap snapped Qin Ran back to reality. Standing before her was her second aunt, Madame Lu, hands on her hips, looking down at her angrily. You troublemaker. This is all your fault. You bring nothing but bad luck. I'll teach you a lesson today. Sister-in-law, don't hit her. Ranner is just a child. If you must hit someone, hit me instead. Humph. You and your daughter, I won't spare either of you today. Madame Lu raised her hand again, ready to strike Madame Wu. Madame Wu closed her eyes, holding her 3 children tightly, thinking that as long as she endured it, everything would be fine. But then she felt Qin Ran struggling in her arms. Don't move, Mother will protect you, Madame Wu said softly. Her words only made the coldness in Qin Ran's eyes deepen. Qin Ran broke free from her mother's embrace, stood up quickly, and grabbed Madame Lu's arm with her thin hand. You think you can hit us? Who do you think you are? You little brat, how dare you fight back? Before Madame Lu could finish speaking, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her wrist. Qin Ran's eyes turned cold as she used all her strength and skill to press a point on Madame Lu's arm. A crisp sound followed, and Madame Lu's arm went limp.
Ah!
A scream echoed through the courtyard. Madame Lu cried out, My arm. My arm. For a moment, the courtyard was filled only with cries and sobs. It was the first time the Qin family had caused such a commotion. The villagers were used to the Qin family's quarrels, but this time was different. Everyone gathered to watch. The Qin family is at it again. That crying must be from the eldest son's family. How pitiful. Those 3 children must be suffering again. It's getting serious. Should we call the village head? When the crowd saw who was shouting, they were stunned. It was the second son's family? Qin Ran stood straight, her eyes cold as she looked at the others. She walked to a wheelbarrow nearby, where some farm tools were placed. She picked up a sickle and faced the crowd. If you want to harm others, you'll have to ask whether my sickle agrees. Her voice was icy, sending chills down everyone's spine. Are you out of your mind? Madame Zhao shouted. Do you mean to harm your own grandmother and uncle's family? How could our Qin family have someone as heartless as you? We've fed and clothed your family, and now you want to turn against us? Where is your conscience? Where is the law? There are gods watching above. Aren't you afraid of punishment for saying such things? Qin Ran gripped the sickle tightly, ready to defend herself if anyone came closer. For a moment, everyone froze, intimidated by her presence. She's gone mad. Completely mad. Madame Zhao sat on the ground, crying loudly. Someone come and judge this. She's attacking people. This ungrateful girl wants to harm her own grandmother. Her uncle, aunt, and cousin have all suffered because of her. Help. Someone, please stand up for us. Everyone in Misty Hidden Village knew about Madame Zhao's temper. She was known as a rude and unreasonable woman who treated the eldest son's family of the Qin household like servants. Now she was sitting on the ground, shouting and rolling around, which made the onlookers laugh and secretly think she deserved it. I didn't expect that old shrew to finally suffer a loss today.
Feels good to see it. Exactly.
She brought this on herself. So shameless. Look at Qin Wenji's family. They look like they've been beaten again. Are those 2 little ones even alive? Why aren't they opening their eyes? Everyone turned to look at the 2 children. Seeing that their eyes were indeed closed, they gasped in shock. What a terrible thing. How could anyone hurt children like that? It's truly wicked. The villagers spoke loudly outside the courtyard, not bothering to lower their voices, so the Qin family heard every word clearly. Madame Zhao was about to stand up and curse them, but when she heard that the 2 children might be dead, fear crept into her heart. Hurting someone was one thing, but if she had killed them, that would mean a serious crime and prison time. Just then, the village chief's voice came from outside. What's going on here? Why are you all gathered? Chun Ping stroked his beard as he walked over. When he saw it was the Qin family again, his brows furrowed. You people again? There's trouble every few days. Your family moved here later than the rest, and if this continues, you'll have to leave Misty Hidden Village. You're disturbing everyone's peace. Chun Ping was highly respected in the village. The Qin sons didn't dare to speak, and even Madame Zhao fell silent, leaving only the 3 injured people crying in pain. Chun Ping said coldly, "Stop crying. What exactly happened here? Grandpa Chun, please help us." Qin Ran cried out, tears streaming down her face. Please save my parents and my younger siblings. They're dying.
What?
Chun Ping's expression changed, and he quickly stepped inside. When he saw Qin Wenji and his wife covered in bruises and the 2 children lying motionless, his heart sank. Call the doctor. Quickly. At that moment, Qinda came running in, pulling the village doctor along. Mother. I brought the doctor. Dr. Jin's hat was about to fall off. He leaned against the fence, panting heavily. You troublesome boy. My legs are about to give out. You old man. It's not like we won't pay you. Hurry up. My second brother's leg still hurts. Dr. Jin glared at him, but reluctantly walked into the yard. Seeing him, Chun Ping quickly said, Please, Dr. Jin, take a look at these people. He pointed at Qin Wenji's family. Especially these 2 children. See if they'll be all right.
Hey.
Madame Zhao hurried forward and said, Village head, that won't do. Our second son's family is still waiting for the doctor to save them. Dr. Jean glanced coldly at Qin Gang and the others. They still have the strength to shout. They won't die right away. They can wait. Ignoring Madame Zhao's angry words, he went straight to Qin Wenji's family. He first checked the children's breathing and sighed in relief. They just fainted. He pressed a few points on their faces and patted their backs. Before long, the two children started crying. Everyone watching finally relaxed. The two children were young but very likable. The neighbors all adored them and sometimes secretly gave them a couple of coarse steamed buns. As for Qin Wenji and Madame Wu, their injuries were much worse. Qin Wenji, in particular, had internal injuries. Without proper treatment, his life could be in danger. "My skills are limited," said Dr. Jean. "I can't cure him. The doctor in town might have a way, but going there will cost a lot of silver." At the mention of money, Madame Zhao quickly said, "That useless man was born unlucky. Our family won't spend silver on him." Hearing this, the neighbors couldn't help but complain. "Come on, Madame Qin, that's heartless. All these years, hasn't your eldest son and his wife done all the hard work for your family? Even after giving birth, your eldest daughter-in-law didn't rest. She was cooking and washing for you the next day. Your eldest son worked outside to earn money while your own children stayed home doing nothing. Now you've beaten him so badly and won't even call a doctor? Do you really want to watch him die?" That's right. A stepmother never truly loves another's children. Poor Qin Wenji, such a hard life. And his father, so weak, letting his wife treat them like that all these years. Hearing this, Madame Zhao put her hands on her hips and shouted angrily, "Get out. All of you, get out.
Get out, all of you.
What business is this of yours? This is my family's matter. You gossiping busybodies have no right to interfere. What, do you think you can treat him yourselves?" Qin Ran frowned. She didn't have her silver needles with her now. Otherwise, her father's minor illness would be easy to cure. But what should she do at this moment? Just then, a dull pain spread through her chest, the same spot where the stone had struck her earlier. It felt as if something was seeping into her very bones. The sharp pain made her body tremble uncontrollably, but everyone's attention was on Madame Zhao, so no one noticed her. "What's happening?" she thought, just as she felt she might faint. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed in her mind. "Meteorite system activated. Space opening." Qin Ran's head buzzed, and a powerful force pulled at her consciousness. In an instant, she felt herself being drawn out of her body. When she opened her eyes again, she was no longer in the Qin family courtyard. Where am I? Meteorite space, medicine field, farmland, spirit spring, spirit pool. Medical system activated, the mechanical voice said again. She looked around as the mist cleared, revealing vast stretches of land, a pond, and a spring not far away. "Space? System?" she murmured. Could this be one of those legendary ability spaces? She suddenly remembered the black stone that had struck her under the sea. She tried to recall the scene. When the tsunami came, she had been caught in a whirlpool, the seawater spinning wildly around her. Yet that black stone had flown straight toward her. So this space must have been formed from the energy of that meteorite. Staring in astonishment, her gaze fell upon a black stone near the spring. Qin Ran hurried over. Yes, it was the same one. The voice had mentioned a medical system. Where was it? Looking into the distance, she saw a familiar building appear before her, a villa. Wait, wasn't that her laboratory? How could it be here too? She quickly entered. The advanced machines, the shelves full of medicine, it was exactly the same as her lab from her previous life. A miracle. Truly a miracle, she whispered, her lips curling into a smile. With this, her father's illness could be easily cured. As long as I use silver needles, his wounds can be healed. As soon as she finished speaking, a set of silver needles appeared in her hand. A hint of joy flashed in Qin Ran's eyes. It seemed her situation wasn't as bad as she thought. Perhaps fate was still kind to her. She looked at the spirit spring. Her throat was dry, so she cupped her hands and took a sip. The water was incredibly sweet, the best she had ever tasted in both her past and present lives. At that moment, she suddenly felt the pain in her body slowly fading away. She stared in amazement at the endlessly flowing water, her heart filled with excitement. This miraculous spring that could instantly heal injuries was exactly what she had longed for in her previous life. Looking around, she thought that this space, formed after the meteorite's fall, must still hold many unknown wonders. But how do I get out of here? She wondered aloud. There didn't seem to be any visible mechanism or exit. Just as she spoke, her vision blurred, and in the next moment, she found herself back in the Qin family courtyard. She realized that entering and leaving the space only required a thought. At that time, Madame Zhao was still arguing loudly with the neighbors when Qinping said sternly, "Enough.
Stop arguing."
Madame Zhao lifted her chin and said coldly, "If you pity him so much, then pay for his treatment yourselves. I have no money to spare. I can't use all the family's silver to treat him and let everyone else go hungry. Besides, who knows if he can even be cured." She spat in Qin Wenji's direction. "Useless thing. Just a few hits, and you act like you're dying. If you want to die, do it somewhere else. Don't bring bad luck to our house." Then she pointed at Dr. Jean. "Go treat my second son's family first. And let's be clear, the money I'm paying is only for them." Dr. Jean ignored her. After setting Madame Lu's broken bone, he went to check Qin Gang's leg. As he pressed on it, Qin Gang cried out even louder. "This leg doesn't seem to have any real problem," Dr. Jean said, puzzled. "Why are you shouting like that? You quack." Qin Quan snapped. "Can't you see my second brother is in terrible pain? His leg must be broken." "Fourth brother, what kind of doctor did you find?" Dr. Jean flicked his sleeve angrily. "Since you don't trust my skills, I won't bother treating anyone." He threw the copper coins Qin had given him onto the ground and turned to leave. Everyone looked and saw there were only 3 copper coins. They couldn't help but mock. "TSK, TSK, TSK, this isn't paying a doctor. It's like giving money to a beggar." Madame Zhao stepped forward, picked up the coins, and glared at the person who spoke. "He's just a useless doctor. Giving him 3 coins is already generous. Since he couldn't cure the illness, of course he should return the money." Qin Ran walked over to Qin Wenji and Madame Wu. By now, Qin Yudi and her brother were awake, staring at her with wide, dark eyes. "Father," Qin Ran said softly, supporting him. "How do you feel?" Qin Wenji shook his head. His lips moved as if he wanted to speak, but no sound came out. She took out an old water pouch from her side, filled with spring water. "Father, have some water." Qin Wenji looked at Madame Wu and his 3 children. A tear rolled down from the corner of his eye.
"Go.
Quickly go." He forced out the words with great effort. "Husband," Madame Wu cried. She knew he must have realized his condition was serious, which was why he said that. Qin Ran frowned and, without another word, poured the water into his mouth. Instead of wasting time talking, it was better to let him drink the spring water and save his life first. She didn't know what was in the spring water, but its effect was remarkable. Cough, cough. Qin Wenji coughed a few times, and the pale color on his face slowly faded, replaced by a healthy flush. Qin Ran felt his pulse and knew he was out of danger. Then she turned to Madame Wu and handed her the water pouch. "Mother, have some." "I'm not thirsty," Madame Wu said. "Please drink. There's plenty of water." Qin Ran handed it to her again. Madame Wu took a sip and widened her eyes. The water was sweet. Her heart tightened. Could the girl have stolen sugar to put in the water? Sugar was as precious as silver here. If she had stolen it, the punishment would be severe. Seeing her thoughts, Qin Ran said calmly, "It's just water." "Mother, Yudi is thirsty too," said Qin Yudi, her eyes fixed on the pouch. Her brother Qin Junjia also swallowed hard. Madame Wu quickly passed the pouch to them. The 2 children took a few sips. Just as Qin Yudi was about to say how sweet the water was, Qin Ran gently covered her mouth. "This water tastes so good. If others find out, we might not get to drink it anymore." Hearing this, Qin Junjia blinked and whispered, "Sister, we won't tell anyone. We'll just drink it secretly at home." Qin Ran gently patted their soft heads. Just then, Qin Wenji, who had been lying on the ground, slowly sat up. He touched his body and realized the pain had eased, and the burning in his chest had calmed down. Was he really going to be fine? At that moment, Zhao's sharp voice rang out. Feng'er! Feng'er! Everyone turned to look at Qin Feng. His chubby body swayed a few times before he lost balance and fell to the ground. Feng'er, are you all right? Lu hurried over, holding her hand. My son, what's wrong with you? Zhao rolled up her sleeves and pointed at Qin Ran. You wicked girl. You hurt Feng'er. Even if I beat you today, you deserve it. Qin Ran looked at her coldly. Your grandson's life matters, but mine doesn't? Who do you think you are to decide whether I live or die? I'm your grandmother. In this Qin family, I make the rules. You make the rules? Qin Ran sneered. Haven't you learned the proper virtues? A woman should respect her father at home, her husband after marriage, and her son after her husband's death.
And you, what are you?
A second wife. Do you know what that means? It means you were never the main wife. Yet you and your children act like you own this house, even nearly beating my father to death. And you still think you're in the right? Who gave you that confidence? Zhao was so angry that her face turned red. Her finger trembled as she pointed at Qin Ran's nose. You little brat. How dare you talk back to me? So what if I do? Qin Ran's eyes darkened, and a faint smile appeared on her lips. She lowered her voice. Old woman, I suggest you put your hand down. Otherwise, I don't mind reminding you how your daughter-in-law's hand got hurt and why your son's leg still aches. Hearing that, Zhao finally understood. But she had no choice except to pull her hand back. After all, she had seen with her own eyes how much they had suffered. Seeing she couldn't win this time, Zhao turned her glare toward Wu and Qin Wenji. You two, since you're still alive, go chop some wood and start the fire. Dinner isn't ready yet. Madame Zhao turned around and walked to Qin Feng's side, speaking with concern. Third son, why don't you carry Feng'er to the town clinic for a checkup?
King Quan Fronat.
Mother, it looks like just a surface wound. There's no need to go to the clinic. Besides, Dr. Jean just said it would cost quite a bit of silver. At the mention of money, Madame Zhao's brows tightened. She was clearly reluctant to spend any. Just then, Qin Feng seemed to regain some clarity. He held his injured head and cried out in pain. Madame Zhao felt a bit relieved. She walked over to Madame Wu and kicked her hard. What are you standing there for? Go start the fire. You hurt my grandson, and if you don't get to work, I'll sell your 2 children for silver. Madame Wu trembled with fear and said, I know I was wrong. I'll start the fire right away. Please don't sell my children. In the village, it was common for families who couldn't afford to raise their children to sell them to others or to wealthy households as servants. But if such young children were sold, they would surely suffer greatly. Old woman, have all your own children passed away? Qin Ran said coldly. You have hands and feet. Why do you order my parents around? You little brat who said you could speak here.
King Quan Snapat.
Say another word, and I'll sell you too. Madame Wu held her daughter's hand gently and said, It's all right. I still have strength. Take your younger brother and sister and stay away for now. I'll come find you after I finish cooking. As she spoke, she tried to hand Qin Yudi and the others to Qin Ran. Qin Ran understood. Over the years, her parents had grown used to enduring mistreatment, and the Zhao family bullied them because they were easy targets. Qin Wenji also stood up, ready to pick up his axe and chop wood. I thought he was about to die, but look at him walking just fine. Qin Quan's wife, Madam He, said mockingly. Everyone in the village thought we'd gone too far, but it turns out they were just pretending. The others looked puzzled. Qin Wenji had indeed seemed near death earlier, and even Dr. Jean had said his injuries were serious. Could it be that Dr. Jean was just an incompetent fool talking nonsense? The fourth son's wife, Madame Zheng, chimed in, yes, the two of them are just putting on an act, trying to make us look like villains. Anyone who didn't know better would think we'd treated them terribly. Qin Ran clenched her fists tightly. She had never suffered such humiliation before. She was not someone who held grudges. If someone wronged her, she would deal with it right away. Just as she was about to act, Madame Wu grabbed her hand, shook her head, and said softly, tears in her eyes, Ran, don't cause trouble. I'm begging you. Your younger brother and sister are still small. I can't let anything happen to them. Madame Wu looked at her almost pleadingly. Qin Ran forced down her anger, gritted her teeth, and took Qin Yudi and the others from her. The commotion in the Qin family's courtyard finally came to an end, and the onlookers slowly dispersed. Qin Ran took the children to play by the small river. Usually, they were cheerful when they came here, but today the two little ones sat on a rock, looking at her nervously. They could feel that their sister seemed different, almost like a stranger. Why are you two staring at me? Qin Ran frowned. She still couldn't accept the fact that she had somehow ended up in this body. It wasn't just her appearance, her parents were still timid and weak. If she had to keep enduring this kind of life, she simply couldn't. With a thought, a few silver needles appeared between her fingers. If it weren't for the law that one must pay for taking a life, she would have already dealt with those awful people, especially that old woman who was always shouting at her. From the memories of this body's original owner, that old woman had done many cruel things. She had once poured boiling water on her mother's arm and even tried to harm Qin Yudi and Qin Junjia. As for Qin Ran herself, she had been beaten and scolded countless times, leaving several scars on her body. Someone like that was nothing but trouble. Just then, a pair of small hands gently touched her face, and a soft, childish voice asked, Sister, what's wrong? Are you angry? Qin Ran froze for a moment, then came back to her senses. Seeing the two little ones looking at her with worried eyes, she quickly calmed herself and smiled.
I'm fine.
I was just thinking about something. Qin Yudi pouted and gently touched the wound on her sister's forehead. Though it had already scabbed over, it still hurt a little when touched. Does it still hurt, sister? Qin Ran smiled. No, it doesn't hurt anymore. Sister, that's not true, Qin Yudi said, her big eyes filling with tears. You lost so much blood, it must have hurt a lot. Qin Junjia didn't speak, but his eyes were full of worry. Qin Ran looked at the two little ones in front of her. To be exact, they looked more like two bean sprouts, too thin and small. Were these really 3-year-olds? They didn't even seem as tall as 2-year-old children. It made sense, though. In the Qin family, they could hardly get enough to eat, so how could they grow properly? But now that she had come to this world, with the help of her special space, these two little ones would surely grow strong and healthy. She thought for a moment, then took out a water pouch and waved it in front of them. Their eyes immediately lit up. Sweet water. They swallowed hard. Do you want some? Both of them nodded quickly. You can drink, but remember, never tell anyone that our water is sweet. If they find out, they'll take it all away, and we won't have any left. The two children nodded seriously. Don't worry, sister. We won't tell anyone. After being hungry for so long, they finally had something nice to drink. How could they dare to tell others? They each took a few sips from the pouch. Qin Ran clenched her fists, feeling her strength return at once. Sister, I'm so sleepy, the two little ones said, rubbing their eyes and yawning. Qin Ran's heart tightened. Could the spring water have side effects? What if it made them sick? She quickly placed her fingers on their wrists to check their pulse and raised her eyebrows in surprise. They weren't sick at all. Their pulses were much stronger than before. Looking at the two children sleeping soundly in her arms, she smiled without even realizing it. After a long while, when the sky was almost dark, she carried them home. Before she even reached the gate, she heard loud shouting from the yard. You two troublemakers. If anything happens to my eldest grandson, I'll make you pay. Madame Zhao shrieked. And those 3 little ones of yours, I'll send them all away. Mother, Ran, and the others are also part of the Qin family. How can you be so cruel? Madame Wu cried. If you're angry, take it out on me, but please don't hurt the children. Get out of my way. Madame Zhao pushed her aside. Go away and stop getting in the way of our meal. Mother, may I at least serve a bowl of porridge? The 3 children haven't eaten for 2 days, Wu pleaded. If they don't eat soon, something bad might happen. What do those 3 brats have to do with me? Madame Zhao glanced at the old man lying on the bed and said coldly, "It'd be better if they were gone." When Wu didn't move, Madame Zhao raised a fire poker and struck her several times. "You shameless woman. Still thinking about the porridge in the pot? You don't even deserve a bite." Madame Zhao shouted angrily. "If you're afraid of starving, find your own way."
Get out.
Wu dodged as best she could and ran out of the yard, bumping straight into Qin Ran. "Mother." Qin Ran's voice was cold. She didn't reach out to help as Wu fell, just held Qin Yudi and Qin Junjie in her arms and asked softly, "Are you hurt anywhere?"
No, no.
Wu stood up, brushed the dust off her clothes, and tried to take the two children from her. Qin Ran stepped aside slightly, and Wu's hands came up empty.
Mother, they're asleep.
Wu nodded and led her to a small thatched hut. Looking at the shabby house, Qin Ran frowned but forced herself to go inside. On the clay bed lay only an old mat, without even a proper blanket. After placing the two children down, Qin Ran noticed the bruises on Wu's arm. Her brows furrowed. After a moment, she said quietly, "Mother, your arm is bleeding." "It's nothing," Wu waved her hand, as if she was already used to it. Qin Ran felt a heavy ache in her chest. Just then, Qin Wenji came in from outside. Seeing the empty bowls on the table, he asked softly, "Have you eaten?" Wu's eyes turned red. "Mother wouldn't give us any. After I cooked, she drove me out." He sighed and sat down on a wooden stump, saying nothing. "Dear," Wu said anxiously, "why don't we go to the mountain to find something to eat? We can manage, but we can't let the children go hungry." Qin Wenji nodded. "All right, I'll tell Mother." Qin Ran rolled her eyes. "If you tell that old woman, whatever you find will just be taken by her." "Father," she said quietly, stepping closer, "please don't tell her. Otherwise, my brother and sister will still go hungry." Qin Wenji looked at the wound on her forehead, his eyes full of pain and pity. "Does it still hurt?" Qin Ran wanted to shake her head, but after thinking for a moment, she nodded. "Yes, it does. I'll go up the mountain to see if I can catch some wild game for you all to eat and regain your strength." "Father, let me go with you," Qin Ran said softly. "I often go up the mountain, and I know the paths well. It's almost dark. I'll go alone." Qin Wenji pointed to the wound on her head. "You're hurt. Don't tire yourself out." Madame Wu wiped her tears at the side. Qin Wenji frowned and sighed. "We upset your grandmother today. Try not to make her angry again for the next few days. That way, life will be a little easier for us." "Father," Qin Ran said coldly, "why can't we live separately from the rest of the family?" "Enough," Qin Wenji said sternly. "Your grandfather is still alive.
How can we separate now? But.
No more buts." Qin Wenji stood up suddenly, picked up his, and walked out without looking back. Madame Wu wiped her tears again and said softly, Ran, don't blame your father. Our family is poor. If we really live apart, we won't even have a roof over our heads. The house may be old, but at least we have a place to sleep. Junjie and Yudi are still young. If we separate now, what will happen to you all? And your grandfather is still sick. If we leave, people will talk badly about us. Mother, people's words can be harsh, but right now, we can barely survive. Why should we care what others say? Qin Ran said coldly. Living for others' opinions. What's the point? Madame Wu wanted to say more, but swallowed her words. She sighed heavily and turned to leave. Seeing that her mother had no intention of separating from the family, Qin Ran's eyes flickered. It seemed that if she wanted to leave, she would have to find her own way. But now that she had this mysterious space, she no longer had to worry about going hungry. The fields inside were fertile. If she planted crops, the harvest would surely be good. She sat at the edge of the bed, closed her eyes, and let her mind enter the space again. When she arrived there, she still found it hard to believe that such a magical place could exist within her. She walked to the spring, drank a few mouthfuls of water, and felt her whole body relax. She washed her face, wiping away the dirt. Looking at her reflection in the clear water, she froze for a moment. The face staring back at her looked exactly like her past self, only younger, about 15, with a hint of childishness still on her features. She touched her chest. The pain from being hit earlier had already disappeared, but she was sure it had been real. Two identical faces. This couldn't be a coincidence. When she entered the laboratory, she saw all kinds of advanced equipment. Most importantly, there were several solar panels of different sizes. They would be very useful. I didn't expect even this to come through with me. She weighed a small solar panel in her hand. With this, she could generate electricity, and many machines could be used again. She walked for a while inside the space and came to a misty area. When she tried to move forward, she was bounced back by an invisible barrier. She reached out to touch it. The barrier felt elastic, but no matter what she tried, she couldn't get through. Then she suddenly remembered a computer game she used to play when she was bored, a small farming simulation game where you could plant crops and build automated farms and factories. Could it be that this space also needs to be upgraded to expand? If she could really build farms and factories here in the future, that would be amazing. Just then, a familiar voice sounded in her ears. It was Mrs. Wu. It's so late already. Why hasn't he come back yet? Qin Ran's mind returned from the space. She slowly opened her eyes. The room was completely dark. Qin Yudi and Qin Junjie were still asleep. Mrs. Wu kept looking toward the door, but there was still no sign of Qin Wenji. She was getting anxious. Qin Ran frowned. Seeing her like this, she stood up and said, "I'll go check at the village entrance." "Come back," Mrs. Wu said, pulling her back. "It's dark outside. It's not safe for you to go. If I don't go, who else can you send? The Qin family? They'd rather see father never return." She gently moved Mrs. Wu's hand away and said softly, "Stay here with the two of them. If they wake up hungry, give them some water from this pouch." Mrs. Wu held the water pouch, tears falling down her face. "It's my fault. I'm not capable enough. I can't even give you a warm meal." Qin Ran paused for a moment before walking out and said coldly, "Tears are useless. If you don't want to keep living like this, then listen to advice. If you and my father want to serve others in this family, that's your choice, but don't expect us to live the same way. Instead of crying, think about how to live better in the future." With that, she walked straight out. As she crossed the yard, she could still hear Madame Zhao's angry voice. "Those unlucky ones, it'd be better if they were gone. As for those two little ones, find a chance to sell them far away, so they can't come back." Qin Ran hadn't planned to respond, but when she heard that, she stopped. Turning her hand, a silver needle appeared between her fingers. The needle flew through the paper window and into the room. A sharp cry followed. Madame Zhao had been struck in the leg. Qin Ran had controlled her strength well. Her body wasn't as strong as before, so the needle didn't go in completely, leaving half of it visible. Madame Zhao pulled it out, and there was a bit of blood on the tip. "Who left a needle lying around?" she shouted. "It must be one of those careless women." Just then, a young woman's voice said, "Mother, look at this needle. Is it made of silver?" Hearing that, Madame Zhao quickly looked down. It really was silver. Her eyes lit up, and she hurried to hold it tightly. "Oh, I remember now, it's mine. I must have forgotten to put it away." But she gripped it too hard, pricking her own finger. The other daughters-in-law of the Qin family exchanged glances. Everyone knew Madame Zhao was greedy and loved to take advantage. If she really had a silver needle, she would have hidden it long ago instead of leaving it out. The fourth son's wife, Zhengjin, smiled and said, "Mother, I've never seen you use a needle before." Madame Zhao glared at her. "Just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean I don't have one. Don't think I don't know what you're after. You want my things? No way. Maybe focus on giving this family a grandson first before thinking about silver." The Qin family had 5 children, 4 sons and 1 daughter. Except for the youngest daughter, who was still unmarried, all the sons were married with children. Only the 4th son, Qinda, had no son, and because of that, Madame Zhao always looked down on Jingjin. "That stomach of yours is still not as promising as that woman from the Wu family. I don't know what bad luck our family's Qinda had in his past life to end up marrying someone as useless as you." Hearing the noise inside the house, Ran curved her lips slightly and walked outside. It was already dark, and the village road was empty. She walked all the way to the entrance of the village, but didn't see any sign of Wenji. He probably hadn't come down from the mountain yet. Next to Wuyin village stood a tall mountain. The hunters in the village often said there were wild chickens and rabbits there, but the mountain was steep, and at night it was always covered in fog, making it hard to see. Even the most experienced hunters sometimes returned empty-handed, let alone someone like Wenji, who rarely went hunting. She reached the foot of the mountain and frowned as the fog grew thicker. If the fog was already this heavy at the base, it would be even denser higher up. That was how Wuyin village got its name. Father, father. She called several times, but only her own echo and the rustling of leaves in the wind answered her. She lifted her foot and started climbing. After walking for a while, she still didn't see any sign of Wenji. As she walked, she kept calling out. Suddenly, the bushes ahead shook, and a wild chicken flew out. Seeing this, Ran's eyes brightened. She flicked a silver needle from her hand, and the bird fell from the air. She quickly walked over and picked it up. The wild chicken was quite heavy, about 10 pounds, enough for the whole family to have a good meal. After putting the chicken into her storage space, she continued up the mountain. She walked for about half an hour, but still didn't find Wenji. Could something have happened? Just then, a faint smell of blood reached her nose. Her sense of smell was sharp, and she had encountered the scent of blood many times before, making her even more sensitive to it. She quickened her pace, and the smell grew stronger. After searching for a while, she suddenly saw a figure lying on a tree not far away. The smell of blood was coming from there. When she got closer, she saw that the person on the tree was her father, Wenji. He was unconscious, and blood was dripping from his arm.
Father.
She quickly climbed up the tree and reached the thick branch. Ran tried with all her strength, but still couldn't lift him up. She looked at his wound. It was on his chest, and if it kept bleeding like that, he would soon lose too much blood. Thinking quickly, she placed her hand on Wenji's body. With a flash of thought, his body disappeared from where he had been. Joy filled her heart. It seemed her space could hold not only objects but living beings too. She climbed down from the tree with ease and entered the space herself. Inside, Wenji lay unconscious beside the spiritual spring. Ran looked at the deep claw marks on his chest, clearly the work of a wild animal, perhaps a lion or tiger. Given how high the mountain was, it wasn't surprising to find such beasts. Luckily, it hadn't been a leopard. Even climbing a tree wouldn't have helped then. She cleaned his wound with the spring water, which had healing powers and worked well on surface injuries. To speed up recovery, she took out a special ointment from her lab. With this, the wound would heal completely in just a few days. Seeing that he was no longer in danger, Ran hurried toward the village. She was worried that if Wenji woke up halfway and discovered her secret space, it would cause trouble. When she reached the family's old house and saw no one around, she released him from the space. He was still unconscious. Ran struggled to lift him, accidentally touching his wound in the process. Wenji frowned in pain and slowly opened his eyes. He looked at her and whispered weakly, Ran. Don't talk, Ran said softly. We're almost home. She was small and thin, and it was only the energy from the spring water that gave her enough strength to support him. If she spoke too much, she might lose what little energy she had left. Wenji understood her effort and tried to walk on his own to ease her burden. At last, they reached their shabby home. Wuxia was standing by the door. When she saw them in the moonlight, she hurried over. Your father, she cried out when she saw the wound on his chest. What happened to you? Wenji sat down on a wooden stool, sweat dripping from his face. In the mountains, there was a tiger. The hunters had mentioned that there were tigers in the mountains, but no one in the village had ever seen one, so they never took it seriously. They only used the story to scare their children and keep them from going into the mountains. Today, he hadn't planned to hunt. He just wanted to dig up some wild vegetables to fill their stomachs. But just as he was about to start, He saw a rabbit. Real meat. How many years had it been since they last tasted meat? It seemed that ever since Qin Junjie was born, they had forgotten what meat even tasted like. All 3 children were hurt that day. If they could eat a little meat, they would recover faster. Thinking this, he ran after the rabbit. But he hadn't eaten for 2 days. Even though he had drunk some of Qin Rant's spring water, his strength was gone. Halfway up the mountain, he lost the rabbit. Just as he was about to head back down, a tiger suddenly leapt at him. That was when he got the wound on his chest. He struggled with all his strength and barely managed to climb up a tree. He was so close, just a little more, and the tiger would have caught him. He didn't dare climb down again, afraid of meeting another wild beast. Without realizing it, he fainted. When he opened his eyes again, he was already at his doorstep. Madame Wu kept wiping her tears. If you had died, what would the children and I do? Hearing this, Qin Ran gave a cold snort. What could they do?
Detour?
Ran, how did you bring me down the mountain today? Qin Ran said softly. When I saw you, you were lying at the foot of the mountain. I think someone must have saved you. Hearing that, Qin Wenji was stunned. Someone else in the mountains? But he had to believe it. His daughter was so small and thin. How could she have carried him down from such a high place? Maybe it was a spirit. Madame Wu said. The elders always said there's a mountain god here. It must have been the god showing mercy. Yes, Qin Ran said coldly. The mountain god must have pitied us. If father had really died, that old woman would probably have made our lives even worse. I heard she wants to sell Yuri and Junjie. That can't be, Qin Wenji said quietly. Your grandmother was just angry, and said it without meaning it. Qin Ran almost thought she had misheard. Had her father been bewitched by that old woman? After all the cruelty they had suffered, he still wanted to defend her? I've never seen anyone get so angry that they nearly beat someone half to death, Qin Ran said with a cold smile. According to father's logic, if I got angry and nearly beat her precious grandson half to death, would that be fine too? Ran, Qin Wenji said, clearly upset. What nonsense are you talking about? The only reason you think I'm talking nonsense, Qin Ran replied, is because you know that if I really did that, that old woman would fight me to the end. She's your grandmother, not some old woman. Qin Ran sneered. She's not my real grandmother. Besides, I treat people the way they treat me. Even if she were my real grandmother, if she treated me like that, I wouldn't let it go. Before Qin Wenji could speak, she continued, Father, everyone can choose how they want to live. I don't want to be treated like a servant. With that, she ignored his dark expression and turned to leave. She lay down at the end of the bed, where she usually slept, without even a straw mat beneath her. Qin Wenji looked at her back and sighed quietly. Madame Wu walked over and shook her head slowly. Qin Ran didn't even know why she was so angry. These people were her family in name, but there was no real bond between them. She could easily leave. She had her own space now and could live however she wanted. But when she thought of those 2 innocent faces and the small hands that had once touched her face, her heart softened again. If she left, what would happen to those 2 little ones? If they were sold or hurt by that old woman Zhao? The thought made her frown deeply. Forget it, she thought. She would give them one more chance. If they still refused to change, she would just take the 2 children away. For now, the most important thing was to grow some food in her space. When the weather turned cold, they would need supplies to survive. Without food, even her special space wouldn't help much. If she hadn't had the spring water today, she might not have been able to help Qin Wenji at all. Her weakness was the problem. If she had the strength she once did, she could have carried him down the mountain herself. Clearly, there was much to do in the days ahead. The next morning, just as dawn was breaking, Qin Ran, still resting in her space, was awakened by Zhao's loud voice. You 2 lazy girls. Do you know what time it is? Why aren't you up making breakfast yet? No one even went to take care of the crops. Trying to be lazy, are you? I'll teach you a lesson. Wu hurried out of the house. Mother, Wenji is hurt. He really can't go to the fields today. Could you let a few of the younger brothers and their wives go instead? Before she could finish, Zhao grabbed her hair and shouted angrily, Say that again.
Who do you want to send?
So what if he's hurt? As long as he can breathe, he must get up and work. Otherwise, I'll make you all pay for it. Before Zhao could finish, a straw sandal flew out from the room and hit her squarely in the face. She let go in pain and glared toward the room. Qin Ran came out, yawning, and said with mock surprise, "Old lady, what are you doing here?" She picked up the sandal, slipped it on, and smiled. "You keep coming to my parents' room every day. What's wrong? Don't you have your own family to bother? We have nothing to do with you." You ungrateful child," Zhao shouted. "How dare you speak to me like that? I'll have you sold off." She still remembered how Qin Ran had once faced her with a sickle, fearless and wild, something she had never expected from the quiet girl she used to bully. In the Zhao kingdom, being called unfilial was a serious accusation. Once that name stuck, even being beaten to death would bring no justice. Wu, frightened, quickly pulled Qin Ran behind her and pleaded, "Mother, please don't sell Ran Ran. She knows she was wrong and won't talk back again." She nudged Qin Ran. "What are you waiting for? Apologize to your grandmother." Their whole family was registered under the same household name. With the old master unconscious, Zhao had full control and could decide to sell any of the Qin children. That was why Wenji and Wu had to endure her cruelty, afraid she might sell their 3 children. Seeing this, Zhao's face filled with pride. But just as she thought Qin Ran was about to bow her head, the girl turned toward the sickle leaning against the wall. Zhao's smugness vanished instantly, and she hurried back to her own courtyard. "Ran Ran," Wu began to scold, but before she could continue, 2 young voices called out excitedly, "Sister, you're amazing." Sister scared grandmother away. Now she won't bully us anymore. Qin Yudi and Qin Junjie ran toward her, and Qin Ran caught them both. Looking at them and feeling their strong heartbeats, she smiled softly and said, "Do you want to eat some meat?"
Meat?
Qin Junjie blinked. "Sister, what does meat taste like?" Qin Yudi laughed. "You're so silly. What else could meat taste like? It tastes like meat, of course." Their innocent words made her laugh. "Wait here, you two. I'll make something delicious for you. We're going to have meat." They cheered. Qin Yudi clapped her hands. "I can eat meat too. That's great." Their voices weren't loud, but they still reached the ears of the Qin family's 4th household next door. Zheng Jin got dressed and nudged Qinda. "Did you hear that? They're talking about eating meat."
Meat?
How could they eat meat? They don't even have a single coin. What would they eat? Rats? Qinda said impatiently. "It's early in the morning, and they're already talking nonsense. You're not fully awake either. Go make me something to eat instead." Zheng Jin thought about it and agreed. Even the village chief's family rarely had meat, so how could that poor family get any? Qin Ran found an excuse to go out and walked to the foot of the mountain again. The morning mist still lingered. Following the small path, she remembered seeing some mushrooms here the night before, but it had been too dark to pick them. Now she had the chance to take a closer look. Sure enough, after a short while, she found a patch of mushrooms. She had thought they were black last night, but now she saw they were actually red. She hadn't expected to find such large red mushrooms here. People often said that bright-colored mushrooms were not safe to eat, so no one ever picked them, and they grew in abundance. But no one knew that red mushrooms cooked with wild chicken were incredibly tasty. Perhaps because her body hadn't had any rich food for a long time, just thinking about the dish made her mouth water. She picked the mushrooms and quickly stored them away. After picking the whole patch, she thought it was enough for them to eat. Looking around, she noticed another bright red patch halfway up the mountain. It must be the same red mushrooms. She planned to pick those too, but just then her stomach growled. Swallowing hard, she decided to cook the chicken first. She quickly entered the space, expecting to see the red mushrooms piled on the grass. But to her surprise, not a single mushroom was there. She grew anxious. Had the space somehow absorbed them? Then she suddenly noticed a bright red patch of mushrooms growing in the farmland not far away. Thinking she might be seeing things, she walked closer and saw that they really were red mushrooms. In such a short time, Tiny new ones were already sprouting from the ground. The discovery filled her with joy. At this growth rate, she would never have to worry about food again. If she transplanted rice and corn into the space, they would soon multiply. Over time, this space could become a granary. Then, not to mention 2 children, even 20 or 200, she could feed them all. She picked some mushrooms, cleaned the wild chicken she had caught the day before, and thought about cooking inside the space. But she realized there was no pot or firewood there, so she had no choice but to pack everything into her basket and head home. When Mrs. Wu saw her return, she quickly asked, "Where did you go? Why were you gone so long?" Chin Yudi smiled and said, "Sister must have gone to find us some meat." Mrs. Wu patted her head. These days, even wild greens were a blessing. How could they hope for meat? Chin Ran took out the mushrooms and the wild chicken from her basket and said with a grin, "That's right. Today we're having meat." The 2 little ones looked at the chicken excitedly.
Meat.
Real meat. Mrs. Wu stared in shock at the chicken in her hands. Ran, where did you get this wild chicken?" With a swift motion, she chopped the wild chicken into pieces. There was no oil at home, but luckily, the bird was large and had some fat. She stir-fried it a few times in the pot, then added the cleaned red mushrooms. Looking around, she realized there were no seasonings at all. How could the chicken taste good when it was done? In the kingdom of Zhao, seasonings were extremely expensive luxuries. Salt and sugar were even more valuable than meat. She thought for a moment, then poured the spring water from her water pouch into the pot. This special water was good for the body, so from now on, their family would drink only this. Watching her skillful movements, Madame Wu felt amazed. She had never taught her daughter how to cook. When had the girl learned? Sister, when will the meat be ready?" Chin Ran looked at the 2 little ones staring eagerly at the pot and smiled. "In half an hour, we can eat." Chin Junjia wiped the drool from his mouth. "Sister, I only need a small piece. My stomach is tiny, just a little will fill me up." Chin Ran patted his head. "This wild chicken is big enough for all of us." Chin Yudi swallowed and said softly, "With meat, Father will get better soon." Chin Ran smiled. "That's right. Father will recover soon." Hearing this, Madame Wu's eyes turned red. She walked into the room and looked at Chin Wenji lying on the bed. In a low voice, she said, "Dear, maybe we should."
No.
Chin Wenji knew what she wanted to say and interrupted her. "Father is still sick. If we move out now, what will happen to him? But when will these hard days ever end?" Madame Wu couldn't hold back her tears. "Don't cry. One day, Mother will understand that we mean well." Chin Yudi and Chin Junjia were too focused on the pot to hear their parents' conversation, but Chin Ran heard every word clearly. She sneered inwardly. Expect Zhao to suddenly grow a conscience? That was even less likely than her own strange journey to this world. Since he refused to see the truth, she would make sure he saw what kind of person Zhao really was. As she thought this, the smell of the chicken began to spread through the air, making Chin Junjia drool even more. The aroma naturally reached outside. Zheng Jin ran to Zhao's room and bumped right into her. Zhao pushed her away angrily. "What's wrong with you? Why are you running around like that?" "Mother, there's meat. They're cooking meat."
Meat?
"What meat? You should look at yourself. Do you even have the right to eat meat? You can't even have a son. All day long, you're just thinking about eating. I don't know what bad luck has fallen on our Qin family to marry you, especially when Wu's daughter is more capable." Zhao scolded her loudly, making Zheng Jin's face turn pale and then red. But when she thought of the fat, fragrant wild chicken, she couldn't help but swallow her saliva. "Mother, my older brothers are cooking meat." "What?" Zhao turned to walk out, then said, "Are you not awake? They have no money at all. How can they afford to eat meat?" "Mother, really? I saw it with my own eyes," Zheng said anxiously. "Please go and see. They might finish it all soon." Zhao put down what she was holding and cursed as she went outside. As soon as she stepped out, she smelled the delicious meat. This greedy person, she thought, got the meat but didn't bring any to me. She wanted to keep it all for herself. Just wait and see how I deal with her. She reached Qin Wenji's door. Just as she was about to go in, a basin of cold water was poured over her. Ah, she screamed in shock, soaked through. Oh, old lady, you're here again. Qin Ran sneered as she looked at Zhao. She knew this wild girl couldn't hide her plans from everyone, so she didn't bother hiding anything. You. What? Qin Ran held the basin, looking dismissive. Coming to beg for food again. Beg for food? You little brat. Mind your manners. Zhao, already soaked, tried to step inside. What are you doing? Qin Ran lifted her leg, blocking the door. I heard my father was hurt, so you're here to visit. Visit? No, I came for the meat. I heard you got some, and I want it, she said confidently. You got the meat, but instead of sharing, you want to keep it all. You're so rude. After saying that, she tried to push Qin Ran's leg aside. Old lady, who gave you the right to talk? Qin Ran sneered. Why would I give you this chicken? Who do you think you are? Trying to act like an elder? Go to your son's house and show off your seniority. You ungrateful thing. While I am still able to speak kindly, you should not push your luck. Don't even think about that chicken. If you want to eat chicken, send your son to catch one. Aren't you raising 3 useless people? They have hands and feet, so they shouldn't be unable to catch a single chicken. Qin Ran rolled her eyes at her. Well, since I said they are useless, maybe they really can't catch a wild chicken. Why you? At this moment, the smell of chicken wafted out, making her drool with hunger. She suddenly sat on the ground and shouted loudly. These ungrateful people want to starve us old folks. They have meat and eat it themselves, not even letting me in. Mrs. Wu hurried out. Mother, please get up. When Zhao saw her, she slapped her face. Look at the children you've raised. They're nothing but ingrate wolves. The rest of the Qin family came over after hearing the noise. Qin angrily said, Qin Ran, it's you again, you brat. Mind your words. Qin Ran looked at him coldly. I don't even care about this old woman, so what are you? Pretending to be noble in front of me? You're not qualified. She picked up a fire stick. You came to my house just for this chicken, pretending to be righteous, as if you're supporting this old lady. But she's still lying here, and I haven't seen you help her up. Meanwhile, their eyes were almost glued to the pot. Shut up, you. Qin Quan pointed at her nose. You good for nothing. When did you get to speak here? Where's your father? Tell him to come out. Qin Ran looked up at him, her dark eyes showing a hint of coldness. A slight smile appeared on her lips as she softly said, You're the one who reached out first. As she finished speaking, she swung the fire stick, and a scream sounded. Qin Quan covered his hand, rolling on the ground in pain. I told you long ago, if you point at me again, I won't be polite. You bad omen. Qin Quan's son, Qin Qishan, quickly stepped forward. If you dare hurt my father, I will beat you to death. Qin Ran sneered at him. You useless fool, come try it. She weighed the fire stick in her hand. I want to see whether your bones are stronger than your father's. You're crazy. You're crazy. Zhao crawled up from the ground, crying out. Someone come and stand up for me. The eldest daughter's daughter dares to hit elders. Such a bad omen. It's better if she just died. Zhao's crying again drew the attention of the neighbors. What's that old lady from the Qin family causing now? I heard the eldest son brought some meat and they went to take it. TSK, the head of that family really has a hard life. Why did she have to be such a stepmother? But it's meat. Who wouldn't want to eat it? Someone licked their lips. I haven't tasted meat in a year. They're used to the chaos in the Qin family. If one day they didn't argue, it would seem strange. Suddenly, there was a noise at the door. Qin Wenji stood there, leaning on the doorframe. His chest wound looked very serious. Zhao didn't care if he was hurt or not. Qin Wenji, tell me, are you going to take the meat or not? Qin Wenji lowered his head, afraid to look at his wife and children. He whispered, Dandan, take the chicken from the pot to your grandmother. As soon as he finished, Qin Raining saw a hint of understanding in her eyes. She knew her cheap father would give in. Qin Qinyu Dai and Qin Junjia looked disappointed. The delicious meat had been waiting on the stove for so long, almost cooked, but they had to give it up. They had never tasted meat before. Thinking of this, They couldn't help but cry. Wu also felt disappointed, but had expected this outcome. She wiped her tears and turned to go to the stove. At that moment, Qin Raining, who had been leaning against the wall, said calmly, "Don't take it." Just 3 simple words, but with a faint sense of authority. Wu stopped in her tracks. "You're just a little girl. Do you have the right to speak here?" The Qin family members, excited that they were about to get the chicken, scolded angrily. "Your father agreed. Are you trying to go against us?" "I'm going to go against you," Qin Raining said coldly. "If I say I don't want to give you the chicken, then I won't." She gave a cold smile. "Honestly, even if we feed the leftover meat to the dogs, I won't give it to you." "Raining," Qin Wenji whispered, "as long as I live, this family still depends on me." He turned to Wu and said, "What are you waiting for? Bring the chicken to Mom. Dad is sick. Maybe eating some meat will help him get better." Wu clutched her torn clothes, which looked even more ragged and messy. She lowered her head and walked forward when Qin Ran said in a deep voice, "Father, if it weren't for me yesterday, you wouldn't be alive today." She looked up at Qin Wenji and asked, "Can I decide what to do with this pot of chicken? I've never seen someone as confused as you. Your wife and children are starving, and you're still pretending to be filial. If you were truly caring for your parents, that would be fine, but you're always beating our stepmother. Why would she care for our grandfather?
Don't dream about it.
Do you think any of this chicken or soup will reach grandfather's mouth? Probably. He'd rather swallow the bones whole." Qin Wenji clenched his teeth, about to get angry, but Qin Ran continued, "Today, anyone who tries to take this meat, don't blame me for using my stick. I have no eyes. Crazy girl. Crazy girl." Hearing Zhao shouting, Qin Ran sneered, "If you have time, go find someone to help your son's hand. If you wait too long, he might become disabled." Seeing her holding a fire poker, Zhao was a bit scared. Why did this child suddenly change like this? She used to be so timid and afraid, trembling and crying at the slightest movement. Today, she dares to threaten with a stick. Zhao's gaze fell on Wu's face. It must be her. It's definitely this wicked woman who taught her. "Are you not leaving?" Qin Ran stepped forward. "What? Do you think I won't dare to hit you?" Qinda whispered. "Mother, a brave man doesn't suffer losses right in front of him. Qin Ran is a wicked girl. Let's go first. But that meat, Mother, don't worry. I will find a way to get that meat back for you." Qin Ran lightly raised her stick, and the group was frightened away immediately. In her heart, Qin Ran sneered. Her parents had been bullied by a bunch of useless people for so many years. As she turned around, a heavy slap landed on her face. "Unfilial daughter." Qin Wenji trembled as he said, "Who told you to talk to Grandma like that?" Qin Ran's head was knocked to the side. She frowned, realizing that her body had no defenses against her parents. Earlier, Zhao and the others often raised their hands, and she felt a deep fear from within. It was probably because they had hit her too many times. In my memory, this was the first time Qin Wenji raised his hand against himself. "Your father, how can you hit a child?" Mrs. Wu stepped in front of Qin Ran, her eyes red. "The child just wanted to eat some meat. What's wrong with that? I've married you for so many years, through hardships, tiredness, being scolded and beaten. I accept all of it, but I won't accept you hitting my child for their sake. Only a weak man would raise his hand against his family," Qin Ran said coldly, stepping out from behind Mrs. Wu. Her icy gaze made Qin Wenji feel unfamiliar. "Dad, after being in this family for so long, what are you really hoping for? Do you want that old woman to treat you like family? Or do you want those ungrateful people to see you as a real brother? Or do you have other thoughts? You work like a beast here, and in the end, what do you get?" She pointed at the house and said coldly, "Look at this place. It's probably worse than a barn. Yuri and Junjie can't even get a hot meal. You can't even protect your wife and children, yet you still want to be friendly with those cold-hearted people. What are you thinking? Besides our injuries, we have nothing left." Qin Wenji clenched his fists tightly. After a moment, he managed to squeeze out a few words through his teeth. "Shut up. Why should I?" Qin Ran said coldly. "Just because you're my father, you think you can be unreasonable? I told you yesterday, I don't want to be your servant, Mrs. Wu quickly said when she saw the father and daughter arguing. Ran, you don't understand. Your father has his reasons. Your grandfather is still unconscious. What if? Are you afraid they might harm grandfather? Qin Ran asked. Mrs. Wu nodded. Qin Ran sneered. Grandfather has more than one son. You don't think that the reason he's still in a coma and being kept alive with medicine is because our family is working as their servants here? Mrs. Wu nodded sadly. She glared at Qin Wenji, then took a few children to the side of the stove. The smell of chicken and mushrooms was already filling the air. She lifted the lid of the pot, and everyone eagerly swallowed hard. Mom, is it ready? Can we eat now? Yes, it's ready, Mrs. Wu said with a smile. Look at how eager you all are. And look at sister. As she spoke, Qin Ran's stomach suddenly growled loudly. Qin Ran was rarely shy. After 2 days without food, even spiritual spring water couldn't resist the temptation of such delicious food. And this pot of chicken was cooked with spiritual spring water. Even without added seasonings, it still made everyone's taste buds tingle. Mrs. Wu used the only large bowl in the house to serve the chicken. The family didn't even have a proper table, so 5 of them sat around the stove. Mrs. Wu picked up the biggest chicken leg and placed it in Qin Ran's bowl. Ran, this wild chicken was caught by you. Eat more. Qin Ran smiled and divided the chicken leg into Qin Yudi and Qin Junjia's bowls. You 2 little ones, this is the first meat you've had since you were born. You should eat more. Qin Ran's words made Wenji pause. He looked at the 2 children, who were noticeably smaller than other children their age in the village. Qin Ran took a piece of chicken, took a bite, and the rich chicken flavor spread in her mouth. Even without seasonings, it still tasted wonderful. The 2 little ones ate eagerly, almost swallowing the bones whole. Qin Ran tasted the mushrooms and closed her eyes happily. These mushrooms were even tastier than the chicken. Mrs. Wu also praised the mushrooms. Ran, where did you pick these mushrooms? Just on the back mountain. What? The back mountain? Mrs. Wu exclaimed in surprise. Isn't there a tiger? Why do you go there? She was worried and said, Ran, promise me you won't go there again. It's fine, Qin Ran said casually, picking up a mushroom. It's not far from the foot of the mountain. Tigers won't go there. Mrs. Wu was still worried and wanted to stop her, but Qin Ran continued, Mom, if we don't go out to find food, we'll all starve here. If I hadn't driven them away today, we might have had to rely on water to survive tonight. As soon as she finished speaking, the only sounds in the room were of people eating soup. After a while, Qin Wenji quietly said, Why did your grandmother take all these things away? It's just, Dad, stop comforting yourself. After all these years, are you blinded by greed or something else? If you still refuse to see the truth, she looked at Qin Wenji with a cold voice. You'll suffer alone. I will leave with my mother and the others. This meant they were planning to separate. Qin Wenji and Wu Shi both froze in place. Child, what are you talking about? Wu Shi said coldly, If this gets out, people will laugh at us. I'm not joking, Qin Ran said calmly, without looking up. We have hands and feet. We can live without relying on others. Why should I use my body to serve others? Qin Wenji's face turned pale with anger. He put down his chopsticks and supported himself as he went back to his room. Wu Shi sighed and softly said, Ran, who told you all this? No one. I thought of it myself, she replied. You're not allowed to say that anymore, Wu Shi warned. At that moment, Qin Yudi raised her small face and asked innocently, Big sister, will I ever get to eat such delicious meat again? Later, I promise I won't let you go hungry, Qin Ran said with a smile, looking at her face covered in oil. We'll make sure you eat meat every day. But, she looked at Wu Shi a little scared. What if Grandma and the uncles come to take it away? As she spoke, she started crying. That day, I found a clamshell by the river, but Qin Ro from the 4th uncle's family took it for me. Not only did she take the shell, she also pushed me into the river. If the village chief hadn't passed by, I would have drowned, she sobbed. She cried more and more, feeling wronged. Qin Ran frowned tightly. Wu Shi's eyes also filled with tears, and Qin Wenji clenched his fists with a very unhappy look. People are being too unreasonable. Mrs. Wu's body trembled uncontrollably. Just thinking about the scene at that time made her feel scared. Don't worry. Qin Ran looked toward Qin Wenji and softly said, "Your sister will take care of this." Qin Yudi nodded. With her sister's support, she felt very safe. Qin Wenji sighed heavily, repeatedly thinking about what Qin Ran had said these past few days. When he reflected carefully, he realized he was truly feeling very frustrated. Seeing his wife and children living such hard lives, always worried about danger, he felt helpless. Maybe Ran was right, but he couldn't bring himself to completely leave the Qin family. He still believed that if he worked hard and was patient, his stepmother would someday see his good side. When their father recovered, the family would be peaceful and life would get better. He looked at his wife and children sitting around the stove, lowered his eyes, and told himself to be patient, just a little longer. Qin Ran saw his changing expression and knew he was fooling himself again. It seemed today's events wouldn't change her father's mind. Since that was the case, she decided to give him a stronger dose of reality. Zhao and the others returned to the front yard looking tired and dirty. Qin Quan went straight to the doctor to get his bones set. Qin Ran didn't hold back. If she used more strength, she could even break his bones. This little brat is really sneaky. I don't know what's wrong, but I feel a bit uneasy about this child. Zheng thought for a moment and whispered, "Mother, do you think she might have some kind of evil influence on her?" "Nonsense," Zhao sharply slapped Jingjin. "If you keep talking nonsense, I'll tear your mouth apart." The chicken she had been about to eat flew away. She was already annoyed and looking for someone to vent her anger on, so she hit Jingjin a few more times. He winced in pain, grimacing. "Mother, my older brother and his family are really too much. Even now, they just come to cook and they leave a big pot of chicken soup," Chinda said, saliva dripping from his mouth. He wiped his mouth with his sleeve and continued, "They don't even give us a sip of the soup. Big brother isn't my mother's son, so naturally he's unfilial. But I didn't expect him not to care about Dad's life or death, and not even share any chicken soup with Dad." Zhao's youngest daughter, Qin Ruqiong, snorted coldly. TSK, such an ungrateful wolf. "It's a shame my mother raised him so well." They were arguing in the front yard, and Qin Ran and the others could naturally hear them. Qin Wenji's face visibly darkened. He was about to ask Mrs. Wu to bring some chicken soup when Qin Ran said, "So many people, and they still say such shameless things. It's not like they're missing limbs or anything. They can't even catch a wild chicken? Even I, a child, can catch one. They're really useless." Her voice was loud enough to be heard clearly in the front yard. "They still have the nerve to blame us. Honestly, if it weren't for us, those useless ones would have starved long ago. The grass on the graveyard is probably as tall as me now. A big family and not one person who can start a fire or cook. Miss has a delicate body, and the maids are just like servants. No wonder they're starving." Mrs. Wu stared at her blankly, a sudden feeling of relief rising in her heart. It was as if she had finally vented her anger. Yes. Why should she? Why should she be responsible for their whole family? She picked up some chicken and put it into Qin Ran's bowl, ignoring Qin Wenji's grim face, and said with a smile, Ran, eat more." This was her silent support. Qin Wenji looked at his wife's rare smile, feeling deeply confused. After they finished eating, Qin Ran took the bowls and chopsticks herself. "Mother, I'll clean up here." "No, let me do it," Mrs. Wu said, reaching to take the dishes. Qin Ran smiled. "Today we don't need to work hard. You should rest. I'll finish this in a moment." Of course, she had to clean up the dishes herself, or how could she let those mice that constantly watched their house suffer? The chicken soup was made with spiritual spring water. After they finished, they all felt unusually comfortable, full of energy. But they didn't know the reason. They thought it was because of the meat. Qin Ran stored the chicken soup in her space, then took out some mushrooms and boiled them again. She didn't care whether the mushrooms were cooked or not. Afterwards, she added some laxatives into the soup. Everything was done secretly and quietly. After she finished washing the bowls, she took the two little ones and went to the river. The yard was very quiet. A figure sneaked to the door, looking at the soup in the pot, sneered. There wasn't even a piece of meat left. But it didn't matter. A bit of meat flavor was still good. He poured all the soup into a basin and quietly left. Not long after he left, a figure appeared from around the corner. Ran looked at his departing figure, a slight smile on her lips. Enjoy it while you can. Big sister, Yudi tugged at her hand. Why don't you go inside? Let Dad see what we caught. Behind them, Junjie climbed up. Big sister, why don't we go out the front door? The backyard ditch is too deep. Idiot, today they saw our wild chickens, so they came to steal it. If they see us find other things, they'll steal those too. Yudi rolled her eyes. I told you I'm the big sister, and you're the little brother. I'm smarter than you. I'm the big brother, and you're the little sister. Ran watched the two kids argue, their faces turning red with excitement, and she couldn't help but find it funny. She naturally couldn't come back through the front door, or else those people wouldn't learn their lesson. Chinda carried back some soup. The smell of the red mushroom was very special. Everyone gathered around, drooling, saying it smells so good. Those little troublemakers dared to eat it all by themselves. Zhao's wife poured herself a big bowl. The soup in her bowl was cut in half instantly. Everyone was a bit unhappy, but didn't say anything. They shared the remaining soup among themselves. Ruokyang looked quietly at her bowl of soup and whispered, Mom, should we give some to Dad to drink? Drink what? Zhao's wife said coldly. This old man, if it weren't for wanting to find out where he hid things, I would have stopped his medicine long ago. If he doesn't die from his illness, he'll starve to death. Hearing Zhao's words, Chinda smiled and asked, Mom, did Dad really hide some treasure?
Of course, she replied.
He used to be a scholar and married into a wealthy family. Could he not have some good stuff? She harshly pinched Qin Chong, who was lying on the bed like a dead person. He hid those things because he wanted to leave them for Qin Wenji, that little brat. Everyone exchanged glances, their resentment toward Qin Wenji deepening.
Why?
He's Dad's child too. Why does everything go to the eldest brother? His wife and Zheng's wife said coldly. Is it because Dad's first wife was from a rich family and Mom is just a farmer? As soon as she finished speaking, Zhao's face turned pale with anger. Those words were the ones she hated to hear most. Since she married Qin Chong, she knew he had a former wife he couldn't forget. She was even taller than herself. Qin Chong was unhappy with her, but felt helpless. Whenever she compared herself to his late first wife, she felt frustrated. So, when Qin Chong was not around, she would often scold and hit Qin Wenji, thinking that only this made her feel better. Can't you even shut your mouth when you eat? Zhao said coldly. Get out. They both knew they had said something wrong, so they took their bowls and left. Mom, don't be angry, Chinda smiled. He wanted to serve more soup, but Zhao slapped his hand away.
Eat, eat.
You still have the nerve to eat. Wait until your worthless wife gives me a big, fat grandson, then you can eat. After saying that, she scooped some more soup into Qin Feng and Qin Qishan's bowls. My two grandsons drink more. Qinda put down his bowl, feeling very upset. He wondered why he couldn't drink more soup since he had brought it himself. Ran took a shell from the basket, which she had found by the river today. They had found a freshwater clam. The meat wasn't very tasty, but it could fill their stomachs, which was better than being hungry. She washed the clam carefully, thinking about how to make it taste better, when she heard some loud wails from the front yard. A small smile appeared on her lips. It looked like a good show was about to start.
Oh.
My stomach. Oh. The front yard was in chaos, with loud cries coming one after another. Come out. Hurry up. Qin Quan shouted loudly outside the outhouse. Are you done yet? All the Qin family members were suffering from diarrhea. Seeing how miserable they looked, Qin Ran's lips curled into a slight smile. Wu Shi heard the noise and came out to ask, Ran, what's going on outside? Qin Ran smiled and said, I don't know. It sounds like they're fighting over the outhouse. She wanted to go see for herself, but was pushed back into the house by Qin Ran. You better not go, or you'll get all smelly. Wu Shi thought about it and decided not to insist. Seeing that the Qin family was outside, Qin Ran quietly tiptoed into the front room. Her grandfather, Qin Chong, was lying on the bed. She reached out to check his pulse. After a moment, her face darkened as she withdrew her hand. He was a living dead person, a vegetable. The signs of life are gradually fading. At this rate, it won't be long before she passes away. If only she had some spiritual spring water. Maybe there would be a chance to save her. It wasn't until evening that the front yard of the Qin family finally quieted down. However, they are well known throughout the village for their misfortune. Qin Ro and Qin Ruoqiong kept crying in their room. How can I go out and see people now? Qin Ro said while washing clothes, tears in her eyes. Mother, I don't think I can get married anymore. Mrs. Zheng also looked weak and said weakly, Husband, what kind of soup did you bring back? Is there something wrong with it? How could there be a problem? If there was, why did Qin Wenji's family eat it without any trouble? Could it be that the soup recognizes its owner? He rubbed his still, aching stomach. Today has just been a bad day for me. The others were also in poor shape, looking exhausted all over. Even now, Zhao still kept talking harshly. Where did that shameless Wu go? No one paid attention to her after she spoke. Qin Ran walked past the front yard, smiling slightly. This was just a small lesson. If they didn't behave next time, it wouldn't be as simple as diarrhea. In her laboratory, she had hundreds of poisons, many of which were not deadly, but could cause suffering. They better behave, or else she wouldn't show mercy. Ran, where did you go? As soon as Qin Ran entered the house, Wu looked worried and came over. It's already dark outside. She told her not to go out again, especially knowing there are tigers on the mountain. Mother, if a tiger really comes down the mountain, do you think staying at home is safe? Their house has no oil lamp at night, only moonlight. Maybe it's just her feeling, but the moon here seems especially bright, shining into her eyes like sparkling stars and the vast sea, as if she hides the universe within. Our door might not even withstand a single paw of a tiger, Wu said with a bitter smile. Mother, I want to go to the foot of the mountain to pick some mushrooms and sell them in town tomorrow. You're going to pick mushrooms again? Wu tightly held her hand. Ran, it's too dangerous. You can't go out. Mother, how do you feel after eating these mushrooms today? Qin Ran asked. Wu nodded. They taste very good. Most of these mushrooms grow on the mountains. I noticed that the people here don't know these mushrooms are edible. Taking this chance, we can exchange some mushrooms for silver. Life will be better than it is now. Qin Ran softly said, when we split the family later, we won't be left with nothing. Unexpectedly, Qin Ran was thinking so far ahead. Wu's eyes showed a glimmer of hope. If we really could split the family. Okay, then I will go with you, Wu said. No need. Qin Ran waved her hand. Dad's injury isn't healed yet and Yudi and Junjia are still young. You should take care of the family affairs. If anyone comes to trouble us at the front yard, just delay them. I will be back soon. After speaking, she carried her basket and headed toward the village entrance. Wu was worried but saw her daughter's determined look. She instinctively listened to her. Qin Wenji watched Qin Ran leave with her basket, knowing she was going to find food. He felt a bit guilty. He looked at his wound on his chest and kept recalling the events of these years. The wounds on his wife and children, their disappointed eyes, and the words Qin Ran had spoken to him these past days. Yes, it was all because of his incompetence that his family was living such a poor life. If this was how they had to live forever, wouldn't that be too frustrating? He knocked the side of the bed. Just then, Wu came in and saw him like that. She hurriedly asked, Dad, what's wrong? Qin Wenji looked at his wife and softly said, I've been foolish all these years. Thank you for your hard work. Wu's eyes filled with tears instantly. It's okay. Qin Ran, who had reached the foot of the mountain, didn't know what was happening at home. She didn't care either. No matter what, she wouldn't stay in that home much longer. Since heaven had given her a second chance at life, how could she waste it in that place? Following her memory, she arrived at the spot where she last picked mushrooms. Sure enough, not far from that place, there was a large patch of red mushrooms. These red mushrooms were even bigger than the one she picked last time. She put all those red mushrooms into her space and selected some to put in her basket. Otherwise, she wouldn't have a reason to go to town tomorrow. After picking the mushrooms, she wanted to return to the village. But thinking about the wild chicken she ate during the day, she felt a bit hungry. Tonight was a good time to catch wild chickens. Thinking of this, she headed toward the hillside. At this moment, the fog on the mountain was thickening, and the path was difficult to walk. She looked around but didn't see any wild animals like pheasants or rabbits. Such a big forest, there can't be only one wild chicken, right? She took a few sips from her water bag, not noticing a few drops of spring water falling to the ground. Not long after she left, several rabbits and pheasants gathered, even attracting a few small snakes. After wandering a few times, she suddenly sensed a dangerous feeling. She realized she was being watched. Her nerves instantly became alert. Just then, a beastly scent reached her nose. She quickly dodged to the side.
Whoosh!
A fierce tiger suddenly leapt out from the forest, brushing past her shoulder and lunging forward. If she had reacted a little slower, she would have been hurt by the tiger's sharp claws. The tiger looked at her with fierce eyes. Ran looked at its front paw, squinting slightly. It seemed to be the tiger that had injured her father. The tiger's eyes were fixed on her, as if it was about to swallow her whole. Ran clenched her fists tightly. Since she didn't have any tools at hand, a thought flashed through her mind, and a surgical knife appeared in her palm. It was the sharpest tool she could find in this space. When the tiger saw the dagger, its pupils instinctively shrank. But after struggling a few times, it still chose to try to eat the human in front of it. It pawed the ground, ready to attack at any moment. Then, with a powerful push, it lunged forward with its mouth wide open, aiming at Ran. She skillfully turned the surgical knife at her fingertips and swiftly dodged to the side. With her right hand, she stabbed the dagger toward the tiger's belly. Although her skills weren't as good as in her previous life, her deep-seated memories made her body react quickly, catching the tiger off guard. Just as the dagger was about to hit the tiger, she focused on its belly, shrank her pupils, and reversed the direction of the knife, storing it in her space. She rolled on the ground to steady herself. The tiger's attack failed, and as it prepared to lunge again, Ran let out a low shout. Her lips trembled slightly as she made a strange sound, an animal training technique she learned in her past life. Though unconventional, it was surprisingly effective. The tiger indeed stopped, looking at her with a confused expression. Ran looked at the tiger's belly, which seemed to have just given birth to cubs. It was out at night to find food to feed its babies. She then looked at the tiger's thin stomach, knowing it hadn't eaten for a long time. She thought for a moment and cupped some spiritual spring water in her hands. "Do you want a drink?" The tiger looked at her with an even more confused expression. "Is this human crazy? Why isn't it afraid?" But what she was holding smelled so good. The tiger cautiously took a few steps closer, but still didn't trust her, so it sat down again. Ran's arms grew tired. Seeing its distrust, she said a little helplessly, "I don't have a basin in my space. If you want a drink, you can." As she finished speaking, she was about to put down the water, and it spilled onto the ground. The tiger looked at the water, feeling a bit regretful and reluctant, glancing at it. Seeing its inner struggle, Ran gently pushed the water closer. The tiger couldn't resist the tempting smell and lowered its head to drink from her palm. If someone saw this scene, they would be shocked to death. After a while, Ran's arms were completely sore. The tiger seemed full and finally relaxed its guard, looking at her with less suspicion. Just then, sounds from the nearby forest continued. The tiger suddenly darted out and soon returned, holding 2 wild rabbits in its mouth. Ran was surprised, thinking the tiger had gone hunting for itself. But in fact, it was bringing her a gift. She looked at the 2 rabbits on the ground and smiled. "You're quite clever, tiger. You understand gratitude. I'll accept these 2 rabbits." She placed the rabbits into her basket, and her food supply was secured for the next few days. Just as she was about to go down the mountain, a long tail wrapped around her waist. Before she could react, the tiger swung her onto its back. In the next moment, the tiger dashed out like lightning. Ran held tightly to the tiger's head. The wind howled past her ears. After a long while, the tiger slowed down. She slowly opened her eyes and was stunned. There was a hidden paradise here. In the middle of the mountain, there was a natural hot spring. The mist in the entire mountain seemed to come from this place. Qin Ran awkwardly smiled. Are you worried I'm dirty? The tiger didn't speak. It flicked its tail, and Qin Ran stepped back, falling straight into the spring. Looking at the mist rising from the spring, she thought it was a hot spring. But when she got closer, she realized it was not a hot spring at all, just a cold pond. Qin Ran tried to climb onto the shore, but suddenly felt a fluttering sensation in her chest. It was the space around her moving. Could there be something special about this cold pond? Before she could think more, she felt a sharp pain in her Dantian energy center. She frowned, confused. What was happening? Suddenly, a strong suction came from her chest. It pulled in all the white mist floating above the pond into her body.
Boom.
She felt a powerful shake in the space around her. An incredible feeling of comfort spread through her body. The cold, biting water no longer felt uncomfortable. Instead, she happily swam in it. After a while, she saw the tiger that had left earlier come back. She put on her clothes, climbed onto the shore, and smiled. Thank you. The tiger looked at her, sensing her aura, then turned and walked toward a cave. Qin Ran followed. Inside the cave, there was thick, dry grass. A small tiger with dark markings was sleeping on the grass, but it seemed restless, trembling slightly. The tiger approached, nudging it with its nose and licking it gently, looking at its cub with deep affection. Soon, it looked at Qin Ran and signaled for her to come closer. Qin Ran stepped forward, touching the cub. She felt it was very cold, and its heartbeat was very weak. Do you want me to use spiritual spring water to save it? She asked. The tiger nodded in understanding. She wasn't sure if the spring water would help, but she reached into her palm and summoned some. Carefully, she poured it into the cub's mouth. After a few sips, the cub's body started to move. A bright light flashed in the tiger's eyes. Qin Ran's heart moved. She poured more spring water into its mouth. Soon, the cub slowly opened its eyes. This was the first time it opened its eyes. The first person it saw was Qin Ran. A faint cry escaped from its throat. Qin Ran gently touched it. The cub rubbed against her palm, feeling warm and safe. The tiger looked at this scene with a determined expression, as if making an important decision. It stepped forward and licked the cub again with its tongue. The cub was initially startled, but then a deep, familiar feeling from its soul made it feel safe and calm. Qin Ran watched this, smiling slightly. Today had been worthwhile. Saving this mother and her child was a good deed. However, now it was not easy for her to leave the mountain. She stood up, carried her basket on her back, and felt grateful that she had stored the wild rabbit and red mushroom in her space. Otherwise, she didn't know where the rabbit would have gone. As she prepared to leave, the tiger stepped forward and blocked her way. Big guy, I need to go back now. My family is waiting for me at home. She went around the tiger, but it followed her again. I really have to. Before she could finish her words, she saw it holding the cub in its mouth, looking at her with hope. You want to give it to me? The tiger looked at her and nodded heavily. Qin Ran took the cub and whispered, but it's your child. It was the only one. Normally, tigers can have several cubs at once, but for some reason, this time there was only one. The tiger looked at the cub, and Qin Ran was sure she saw a mix of human-like attachment and reluctance in its eyes, like a mother's persistence. It wanted its child to have a better life. As long as it followed her, it could drink from the magical spring, and its child would surely survive. Qin Ran was deeply moved. Even animals knew to give their children a better life, yet her foolish father was rushing to push his wife and children into danger. Are you sure you wanted to follow me? The tiger nodded again, as if to show its determination. She turned toward the cave, standing at the entrance. It looked back and let out a tiger roar. The roar shook the forest, full of a mother's sadness and sorrow. Qin Ran gently touched the little tiger's head. The cub seemed to understand its mother's intention, and tears slowly welled up in its eyes. She looked at the sky. It was already late. If she didn't go back soon, Mrs. Wu would be worried sick. She hugged the little tiger and said to the tiger, "Don't worry, I will take good care of it." After saying that, she took the little tiger and headed down the mountain. Halfway down, she couldn't help but look back. She saw the tiger still standing at the cave entrance, watching her and the little tiger. Ran paused suddenly, then quickly ran up the mountain. Soon, she reached the tiger, panting. The tiger looked at her return with some confusion, glaring with its tiger eyes, puzzled. "Do you want to come with me?" The tiger was stunned for a moment. It looked at the little tiger in her arms and slowly shook its head. It was too big. If it followed her, it might scare people. "I have a place where no one will bother you," Ran said shyly, scratching her head. "But that might mean you will lose this mountain forest." The tiger didn't understand what she meant. Seeing this, Ran waved her arm, and she and the two tigers appeared inside a space. When she entered the space, Ran was surprised. How did this space become so big? It was at least twice as large. She suddenly remembered the mist she absorbed in the cold pond. Could it be because of that thing that the space evolved? The tiger entered the space and sensed the spiritual spring's energy. It quickly ran to the spring and drank eagerly. Then, it took the little tiger to roll on the grass nearby. Seeing this, Ran couldn't help but smile. It seemed they wouldn't leave here. The way down the mountain was much easier because she was still riding on the tiger's back. At the foot of the mountain, she stored the tiger in the space. She also gave the tiger a nice name, Shanjun. An ancient saying goes, Shanjun, a tiger. Though it sounds like a male tiger's name, it's fitting for a mother tiger. As for the little tiger, she named it Zhou Wu, a benevolent beast from the classic of mountains and seas, capable of traveling 1,000 miles in a day, with 5-colored fur and a long tail. It is called a benevolent beast because it only eats non-dead creatures. She hoped the little tiger could tame some of its wildness and become a benevolent beast. Back at the Qin family, as expected, Mrs. Wu was anxiously looking out at the door. Seeing her return, Mrs. Wu hurried over. "You girl, you almost scared me to death," she said, inspecting Ran carefully, worried she might be hurt. "I'm fine," she smiled. "It's dark now and the mountain path is difficult, so I was a bit slow." She set down her basket in front of Mrs.
Wu.
"Look, what did I catch?" "Wow," Mrs. Wu exclaimed happily. "It's a wild rabbit. Tomorrow, we'll roast the rabbit to eat," Ran said with a smile. "Mother, I see there are many good things on the mountain. When I have free time, I'll go up and catch some wild game every day. Come with you, Mother will go too." "No, you should stay at home and wait for me. I know the mountain well now, and it's tiring to carry you along. Besides, what'll happen to Father and the two little ones if you leave?" Ran comforted her. "Don't worry, I'll be fine." Mrs. Wu nodded. Ran, we're useless. We've made you suffer." "Mother, don't say that. As long as we leave the Qin family, our life will get better. Staying with those ruthless people, we won't have good days." Mrs. Wu nodded again. Under her influence, she also wanted to leave the family, and from Qin Wenji's attitude, it seemed he no longer insisted as he used to. "If we could really leave here, that would be wonderful, like waking up from a dream. My children wouldn't have to suffer anymore. Winter is coming soon. Use the rabbit's fur to make a pair of socks, gloves, or knee pads for Yudi and Junjia so they won't get frostbite in winter." "Good." Mrs. Wu looked at the two wild rabbits and smiled. "These rabbits are so big. I can make another pair of knee pads for you." "Thank you, Mother." The mother and daughter's conversation reached Qin Wenji's ears. Since deciding to leave and split from the family, his anxious heart gradually calmed. After a restless night, Ran lay on the Kong bed, her mind drifting into her space. She soon fell asleep. In the past 2 days, every time she slept in her space, she woke up feeling very refreshed, with a clear mind. It seemed the space's functions were quite useful. Today, the front yard of the Qin house was much quieter. Probably because she had diarrhea yesterday, her body hadn't fully recovered. Before dawn, Ran carried her bamboo basket and headed to the town. The journey from the village to the town was long. She hadn't eaten anything in the morning, but didn't feel tired. When she was thirsty, she took a few sips of spring water and hurried toward Yunnan Town. Cloud Hidden Town is a small border town of the Zhao Kingdom. Although called a town, it is quite busy because it trades with neighboring countries. Many merchants come and go, and the market is lively with all kinds of rare and interesting goods that she enjoys looking at. However, there are not many mushroom sellers here. She found an open space where farmers sell their produce. She took off her basket, which was full of red mushrooms. These red mushrooms looked very fresh, as if just picked. In fact, she had just taken them out of her space, where they had grown on her farm for 2 days. They looked very different from those on the mountain. As soon as she set down her basket, an older woman sitting nearby smiled and said, "Little girl, didn't your parents tell you that such bright mushrooms can be poisonous?" Everyone looked toward her voice and saw bright red mushrooms shining under the sunlight. They started whispering, "Is this person crazy? She's selling poisonous mushrooms. I think she's just crazy for money and wants to make a profit from poisonous mushrooms. She's not afraid of the officials coming to arrest her." Hearing their words, Qin Ran didn't get angry. Instead, she felt happy. She smiled and said to the older woman beside her, "You don't know this. My mushrooms are not only safe but also good for health." This girl was talking big and not afraid of making mistakes. Using poisonous mushrooms to improve health. Does that make sense? Seeing that they didn't believe her, Qin Ran continued, "If you don't believe me, you can bring a pot. I'll cook some right here. If I eat it without any problem, then it proves these mushrooms are not poisonous. Little girl, just take your mushrooms and go. No one here will buy them," said the older woman. Some time ago, someone ate poisonous mushrooms and died. Hearing this, Qin Ran understood. They thought she was selling poisonous mushrooms. If she left now, no one would buy her mushrooms in the future. If she couldn't prove her mushrooms were safe today, she really couldn't leave. She went to a stall selling pots and smiled. "Grandpa, can I borrow your iron pot for a moment?" No. If I lend you my iron pot to cook poisonous mushrooms, will I still be able to sell pots in the future? If you can't afford it, then just leave. People watching the scene said, "Exactly, do you know how many baskets of mushrooms you could buy with that iron pot?" Qin Ran heard this but was not angry. She smiled and said, "My mushrooms are not cheap, not cheaper than that iron pot." At this moment, a woman dressed in a bright red brocade dress stepped out from the crowd, looking at her with interest. "Beautiful sister," Qin Ran said with a smile, "are you interested in buying my mushrooms?" "You little girl, you're quite clever," the woman said softly. "These mushrooms look very fresh. How much are you selling them for?" 2 taels of silver per basket." "What? 2 taels of silver? Why don't you just rob?" Even bandits wouldn't have the courage to ask for 2 taels of silver right away. "Young lady, are you crazy?" A man stepped forward, dismissively. "What treasure is worth 2 taels of silver? Didn't your parents tell you how much to sell it for before you left home? It's 2 taels of silver, not a penny less." Qin Ran looked at the woman in brocade and softly said, "You can try my mushrooms. Unlike others, I don't ask for much, just 2 taels of silver." She had tasted these mushrooms herself. They were extremely delicious, grown in her space with spiritual spring water, making them naturally tasty and beneficial for health. "Mushrooms, and I promise you'll never want to eat others again." Manager 1, "I think this girl is crazy. She sees your wealth and just wants to trick you out of your money. Be careful not to fall for it." The man turned to the woman in brocade. "If you're tired of her, I can help chase her away." "Wait a moment," Manager 1 smiled. "Thank you for your kindness, young man, but I can tell the quality of this item myself. I don't need others to decide for me." She looked at the man and smiled slightly. "If you're interested, why not visit the 100 Flavors Pavilion to take care of the business?" "That would be my honor." Wenzi was very beautiful, with every smile and frown full of charm. The man had long been captivated by her smile and nodded. "Don't worry, I will support you." Wenzi lowered her eyes, hiding the sarcastic expression beneath. This man was just a lecher, daring to look at her with such disgusting, lecherous eyes. If they weren't on the busy street, she would have gouged out his eyes. She walked up to Qin Ran, carefully looked at the mushrooms in her basket, and softly said, Take your mushrooms and come with me. Since you say these mushrooms are not poisonous, make a dish for me to try. If what you say is true, I will buy them. Qin Ran was happy to hear this and smiled, saying, Okay. They arrived at Baiwei Restaurant, the largest in an Yunnan town, which had 4 floors and was decorated very elegantly. As soon as Qin Ran entered, she felt a bright feeling. In the kitchen, the chef was cooking. When he saw her carrying a basket of red mushrooms, he frowned slightly and said, How can poisonous mushrooms be in the kitchen? Out. It's okay, Wen Zi whispered. Give her a place. Qin Ran looked at the prepared ingredients on the table. There wasn't enough time today to make chicken stew with mushrooms, but she could fry a dish, which would taste just as good. Baiwei Restaurant had all kinds of seasonings. She skillfully picked up a spatula and started frying the mushrooms. Watching her movements, Wen Zi raised her eyebrows slightly. Soon, a plate of fragrant, colorful vegetarian stir-fried red mushrooms was ready. The aroma was so tempting that even a chef who had been working in kitchens for half his life couldn't help but salivate. Boss, try some, Qin Ran said, noticing she hadn't picked up her chopsticks. She took a piece and put it in her mouth first. Don't worry, these are not poisonous. I eat them often at home. Seeing that she had no reaction after eating, Wen Zi finally took a small bite. Unexpectedly, she froze in place. Are these mushrooms? They are even more delicious than meat. Seeing her stunned expression, Qin Ran knew she had sealed the deal today. Wen Zi wiped her mouth with a handkerchief and smiled, saying, Little sister, how many of these mushrooms do you have? Still a lot, Qin Ran replied. According to the current growth rate in her space, she could pick 2 baskets every day without any problem. From now on, all your mushrooms will be sent to Baiwei Restaurant. Whatever you have, send it all. No exceptions. No problem, Qin Ran nodded, swinging her basket. This time, I only have 1 basket. I'll try to bring more in the future. Wen Zi took out 2 taels of silver and handed it to her, then casually packed a few meat buns.
Eat more.
That way, you'll have more strength. Thank you. Qin Ran looked at the buns, thinking she would pack more for her tomorrow. She took the silver and stepped outside. There were some people gathered at the door, waiting to see what was happening. She was surprised to see her basket was empty. Little girl, where are your mushrooms? At that moment, Wen Zi came out. Just as everyone thought she was here to settle a score, she smiled and said, Young lady, if you have any good things, feel free to bring them out. Dear guests, Baiwei Restaurant will soon launch a new dish. Welcome everyone to try it. Are those mushrooms really edible? Maybe it was just Wen Zi's illusion, but after eating her stir-fried mushrooms, her body felt much lighter, and even the headache that had been bothering her for days stopped. Wen Zi suddenly remembered what she had said earlier. Maybe it was true. If these mushrooms really have such magical effects, 2 taels of silver are truly a good deal for her. Qin Ran weighed the silver in her hand. 2 taels could buy quite a lot. She wandered through the market. People ignored her because she was dressed in rags. After walking a few streets, she finally found a seed shop at the end of the street. She looked inside the shop and saw only a shopkeeper, no one else. Since it was the harvest season, no one was buying seeds. The shopkeeper was an old man with a goat beard. Seeing her standing outside, he smiled and said, Little girl, are you here to buy seeds? Qin Ran nodded. What kinds of seeds do you have? Here I have many seeds, rice, wheat, corn, millet. Do you know where you're from? Fog Hidden Village. Hearing the name Fog Hidden Village, the shopkeeper shook his head and said, If it's that village, I advise you not to bother. The land there is mostly sandy, and you can't grow much crops. Even if anything grows, it won't produce much food, which isn't worth the effort. Qin Ran smiled and said, You can't say that. Maybe I will be blessed by heaven. If her farm in the space couldn't produce enough food, no one else could grow crops either. The shopkeeper saw she was determined and didn't argue further. He packed some seeds for her, 4 kinds in total. That will be 20 coins. Qin Ran was about to pay, but then looked at the seeds in his hand. What are those you're holding? I don't know what kind of seed it is. A traveling merchant just gave it to me. I tried planting it, but no seedlings grew. I think I was tricked by that merchant. He even exchanged 2 bags of rice seeds with me. He shook his head and casually threw the seeds by the door.
What a pity.
I can only take it home to feed the chickens. Qin Ran looked at the seeds. Just because they won't grow here doesn't mean they can't grow in the space. She picked up the seeds from the ground and smiled. Shopkeeper, why not sell me these seeds? The shopkeeper waved his hand and said, they're just useless seeds. If you want them, I'll give them to you. Thank you, shopkeeper. After storing the seeds carefully, she headed back toward the village. She had been out for a long time and wondered what trouble might be happening at home. The Qin family was known for being afraid of trouble and bullying the weak. If they knew she was not at home, they would surely come to trouble her parents. Especially after yesterday's big loss, they wouldn't give up easily. Meanwhile, in the top private room of Baitai Pavilion, two young men sat facing each other. Yu Pushin looked at the man in purple and smiled. "CI, why are you coming to this remote place for no good reason?" Jun Ci didn't speak. His gaze was on the busy crowd outside the window. He softly said, "There is an important matter. If it's important, you could come alone." "Why bring me along?" He waved his folding fan and sighed regretfully. "Right now, I'm out on a boat with a beautiful lady, enjoying the scenery and composing poetry. It's so wonderful. Now I have to come to this boring place. How do you think I should thank you?" As he finished speaking, Jun Ci's finger moved slightly. A burst of energy shot out, and the pastries on the table flew into Yu Pushin's mouth. "You really can't keep your mouth shut," he said coldly. "If you talk too much again, next time the flying object will be a plate." Yu Pushin pouted. TSK, such an unromantic man. If someone marries you in the future, they'll be really unlucky, huh? Jun Ci snorted indifferently. "A CI, the Emperor has urged you several times." "Your marriage." "My marriage has nothing to do with him," Jun Ci said with a cold look in his beautiful eyes, his brows slightly furrowed. "Are you so bored lately that you're thinking about these things?" "About Beiyan, I was wrong. Yu Pushin begged for mercy. He really didn't want to be sent to Beiyan. Last time, Yu Xuanli was sent there and had a terrible experience. Thinking about it made his hair stand on end. He was afraid that Jun Ci would bring up the old story again. He got up and went to the door. "I want to see what's going on in the kitchen. Why is it taking so long to prepare the food?" As he opened the door, Wen Zi walked in. "Sir, where are you going?" "What's going on today?" "The food is so slow. If the cooks can't do it, just send them away," he whispered. "Are you trying to starve me?" "There's some fresh new ingredients, so it took a little longer," Wen Zi said with a smile. "You said you wanted to come earlier, so I started gathering good things. You know, this place is poor, so there aren't many good ingredients." She waved her hand, and more than 10 maids entered one after another, carrying delicate trays. The aroma of food wafted from them. "Not bad. It's better than in the capital," Yu Pushin said with a smile. "You've put in some effort." His eyes fell on the last tray, which held a red-looking dish he had never seen before. Curious, he asked, "What is this?" "This is what I wanted to tell you," she said, bringing over a small dish of stir-fried red mushrooms. "These are mushrooms I found today, growing on the mountain." "TSK, Yu Pushin said with some disdain. "Have I not eaten good things before? Coming here, you serve me something unimpressive. How could I serve you something unworthy?" Wen Zi smiled. "At first, I thought there was nothing special about this, but only after tasting it did I realize how delicious it is." The maids brought the food to the table. Jun Ci frowned. "It's just the two of us eating. Do we need so many dishes? If you spread that around, no one would believe it." "A prince from the royal family living so frugally," Yu Pushin said with a smile. "Look at your brothers. Breakfast is endless." Jun Ci slightly raised his eyebrows. Seeing this, Yu Pushin quickly waved his hand. "Forget I said anything." Wen Zi's gaze fell on Jun Ci, filled with obvious admiration. But she knew her humble background made it impossible for her to be with him. Yu Pushin's eyes shifted as he softly said, "Ashi, you don't have anyone at your house to take care of you now. Why don't I let Zi go to your prince's residence to help manage the household affairs?" When Zi paused her serving, her heart pounding. The 8th prince, would he agree? Jun Ci didn't lift his head. His cold voice came softly. "I think you should go to Beiyan to train. Otherwise, I would feel sorry for your words." After the new year, pack your things and prepare to leave. Pujan desperately wanted to slap himself for his foolishness. So regretful. When Z kept her calm, hiding her sadness as she continued to serve food. Just as she was about to place a piece of fish into Junsi's bowl, he softly said, "I don't eat food that others pick for me." Apologies for the intrusion. She quickly withdrew her chopsticks. Pujan smiled and said, I like it. Junsi wasn't very hungry. Seeing all the big fish and meat, he didn't want to touch his chopsticks. Suddenly, a faint fragrance reached his nose. He raised his eyebrows and looked at the plate of red mushrooms. Was this aroma coming from that? He picked up his chopsticks and took a bite of the red mushroom. The taste was fresh and fragrant, smooth and delicious. Most importantly, the mushroom had a unique flavor that was irresistible. He rarely found himself so captivated by a particular taste. He kept picking at the mushrooms several times. Pujan watched this and couldn't believe it. Having known Junsi for many years, he had never seen him eat anything more than 3 bites. Looking at it now, half the plate of mushrooms had disappeared into his stomach. Pujan hurriedly took a bite, eyes wide. This mushroom is so delicious. When Z smiled and said, I'm glad you like it. From now on, whenever the young master comes, remember to ask the kitchen to prepare a plate. When Qin Ran returned home, it was already half an hour later. As soon as she reached the door, she heard a commotion coming from the yard. She guessed right, the Qin family was causing trouble again. But she didn't expect them to go so far. Let go! Let go! Mrs. Zhao shouted loudly. This family, I am the one in charge. If I say sell, then sell. Soon, sounds of slaps and cries from Qin Yudi and Qin Junjie could be heard. Qin Ran's heart skipped a beat. A bad feeling made her kick open the door with force. She kicked so hard that the door fell over and landed right on Qin Feng, who was standing nearby watching the scene. A loud scream rang out, and everyone in the yard looked over. Qin Feng was lying on the ground, pressed down by an old door panel. Qin Ran stepped over the panel and entered. At this moment, several unfamiliar men were standing in the yard, holding Qin Yudi and Qin Junjie in their hands. Qin Wenji had a small amount of blood at the corner of his mouth, and Wu's face was already slightly swollen. Zhao, rolling up her sleeves, stood in front of Wu. It was clear she was the one who slapped Wu. Several uncles, aunts, and their children from the Qin family stood in the yard, watching with smiles of schadenfreude. Big sister. Big sister. Qin Yudi and Qin Junjie kept struggling. They were too small to fight off the men holding them and couldn't break free. Qin Ran stomped heavily on the door panel a few times, then quickly stepped into the yard. After a few screams, Qin Feng, who was pressed under the panel, fainted. Qin Ran hurried over to Qin Yudi and Qin Junjie and said coldly, What are you doing? Big sister, grandmother is selling us, Qin Junjie cried. Big sister, I don't want to go. Big sister. Qin Yudi was already crying so hard she was gasping for air, her face full of fear. Seeing this, Qin Ran's murderous desire could no longer be suppressed. Let go. She looked at the man holding them and said coldly, I only say this once. Let go. The man looked at Qin Ran, sizing her up, then smiled and said, If this little girl dressed up nicely, she might look good. She's about the right age. With some training, she could serve customers. Everyone present knew exactly where he intended to sell them. Qin Wenji and Wu looked at Zhao in horror. They never expected her to sell their children to such a place. Wu desperately ran in front of the man. Let go. Let go. Return my children. At this moment, Zhao had already come to Qin Feng and removed the door panel from him. Seeing he had fainted, she shouted angrily, You little brat. How dare you hurt my grandson? You're just right. Take her too. I've decided, sell her as well. Qin Ran ignored this and looked deeply at the man. Seeing he had no intention of letting go, a small smile appeared on her lips. Her eyes showed clear anger, but she didn't notice a gentle breeze suddenly appearing in the quiet space. She stepped forward, placed her small hand on the man's wrist, and squeezed hard. There was a sharp sound as his wrist bone broke directly. Ah! The pain in his wrist made him lose strength instantly. The hands holding Qin Yudi and Qin Junjia loosened. But she didn't stop because he let go. She quickly grabbed his other wrist and used the same force, breaking both of his hands. Breaking them like that meant they could never be fixed again. The man fainted immediately. The people with him were shocked. Was this child a monster? How could she be so strong? Used to rough work, breaking your bones is as easy as crushing an ant, Qin Ran said coldly, looking at them. I told him to let go. If he didn't, it's not my fault. Her action really scared everyone. They looked at her with fear. Qin Yudi and Qin Junjia stood behind her. Mrs. Wu hugged them tightly, feeling sad. The men looked at their friend lying on the ground and trembled as they spoke. But you already took my silver. Qin Ran looked at Mrs. Wu and Qin Junjia. Mrs. Wu cried and said, You're lying. When did we take silver? It was that old woman who took it. Qin Ran sneered. Find whoever took it. If you really want to come after me, that's fine. She waved her hand. I still have strength. The sound of breaking bones was quite nice. When she said this, everyone swallowed nervously. This child was too scary. They looked at Mrs. Zhao and quietly said, Return the silver. Why should I? Mrs. Zhao shouted. I already sold the person. You can't take her. What does that have to do with me? Return the silver? No way, old woman. A man with a rough face stepped forward and said coldly, If you don't want to return the silver, I will take your life. Mrs. Zhao shivered in fear. Mother, quickly give them the silver. But Mrs. Zhao didn't want to give it up. After finally exchanging 15 taels of silver, how could they just give it back like that? But seeing the fierce look on the man's face, she had no choice but to take out the 15 taels she still had in her hand. Is that all? The man shouted angrily. Are you sending away a beggar? He pointed at the person lying on the ground. What about my brother's hand? How do you explain that? What hand? My brother's hand was damaged in your house. 100 taels of silver, not a single coin less. The man pointed at Qin Feng on the ground. Otherwise, I will break your grandson's hand, and that will be my revenge. Hearing this, Zhao quickly protected Qin Feng in her arms.
No.
He's my grandson. His hand wasn't broken by Feng. If you want revenge, why don't you go find that little troublemaker? The man looked at Qin Ran and felt a bit scared. He knew that being able to crush a man's wrist with bare hands was not something anyone could do. Who could offend such a person? So, he decided to threaten Zhao for money. Stop talking nonsense. Hand over the silver, or I will take your grandson's hand. Old lady, you choose. Qin Feng was still unconscious. It was strange that he had become the target of these people's anger. Thinking about it, it was quite sad. Lu saw them about to hurt her son and knelt in front of Zhao, crying. Mother, you can't just stand by and do nothing. Feng is the only son I have with Qin Gang, the eldest grandson of the Qin family. Now that Qin Gang's leg is broken, if anything happens to Feng, how can we live? She knew Zhao was very money-minded and wouldn't give any silver, but it was clear that those men couldn't be offended. Mother, you brought them here. This trouble is your fault. You can't just ignore Feng. Lu's crying was loud, and with recent troubles in the Qin family, many villagers gathered outside to watch. The Qin family's gate was broken by Qin Ran. The family couldn't even close the door. I think the real troublemaker in the Qin family is this old woman. She causes chaos at home. What's so interesting today, I heard that this old woman wanted to sell the 3 children of the head of the Qin family, but she failed and hurt someone. Now, they want 100 taels of compensation or the eldest grandson's hand. People who knew the inside story smiled happily. I say, this is karma. Isn't there a saying? Justice will come eventually. That's right, they deserve it. Letting them bully the family every day, that's karma coming back to them. Qin stood at the door and loudly said, What are you all doing gathered outside my house? Go away. Is this your house? This is a main road. How can it be just your place? The villagers jeered happily. You care about us. Looks like your nephew's hand isn't that important after all, Mrs. Lu cried loudly, while Mrs. He from the 3rd household and Mrs. Zheng from the 4th household hid their children behind them, afraid of being targeted. Qin Ran watched this scene with interest. She wanted to see whether the old woman would choose Silver or her grandson. 100 taels. Where could Zhao get 100 taels? Look at how poor our family is. Where could I get 100 taels? Zhao cried. If I had silver, would I sell off our 3 children from the Qin family? And how do you plan to compensate for my brother's hand? Zhao clenched her teeth and took out 2 broken silver pieces, totaling 6 taels. This is all we have. We really have nothing left. 6 taels. It's not enough even to enter the Yihong pavilion, but seeing how poor the Qin family looked, they still took it. Holding it, they weighed it in their hand and said coldly, "Don't let us see your family again." He pointed around, but when he reached Qin Ran's family, he withdrew his hand. "Otherwise, I will see you once and beat you once." He waved his hand and left with the people behind him. Zhao saw them leave and hurriedly helped the still unconscious Qin Feng up. Just then, Qin Feng slowly woke up. What happened? What happened? Qin Ran heard this and smiled. Those people wanted to cut off your hand. What? As soon as he said that, Qin Feng's eyes rolled back, and he fainted again.
Feng.
Zhao and Mrs. Liu couldn't hold him. The 3 of them fell to the ground. Zhao quickly got up and shouted angrily, "You little brat! What nonsense are you talking? Look at how scared my grandson is. Don't be proud, I'll tear your mouth apart later." Qin Ran sneered, "If you want to tear my mouth, what kind of person are you? I am your elder. The Qin family is under my control." "Elder? What kind of elder are you?" "She is just a stepmother, a village woman. My grandmother is my father's biological mother. She is a young lady from the city, and even the maids and servants are probably 100 times better than you. Do you think you can act as an elder here? You don't deserve it." She sneered and said, "Besides, who would want to sell their grandchildren to such a shameful place? Even a fierce tiger wouldn't eat its own cubs. In my opinion, you're even more cruel than a lion or tiger, hundreds or thousands of times worse." The villagers, watching, quickly understood what Qin Ran meant. That shameful place. It must be. TSK, the most poisonous is a woman's heart. No matter what, you shouldn't sell the children there. Yu Dai and Junjie are so young, yet she can be so heartless. I think those people should have taken her hand, or even her life. Zhao's face turned red from what people said. Seeing this, Zhang smiled and said, "Sister-in-law, quickly tell Ran to stop talking. In the past, Wu was gentle, and if others said this to her, she would make Qin Ran stop. But now Wu shook Zhang's hand off and said coldly, "Sister-in-law, you really talk without thinking. If today I decided to sell your daughter Qin Ro to a brothel, would you stay so calm?" Zhang Jin didn't expect Wu to show no respect at all. He cleared his throat and said, "It's not right to say that. Mother is doing this for our family." "For the family? I think it's for your own family. And why should my children be sacrificed?" Wu's tears started to fall. Usually, she could forgive how they bullied her, but no one could hurt her children. "You unlucky star, who gave you the right to speak like that in this yard?" Zhao spoke just as Qin Ran walked over, smiling and saying, "What? My daughter can't even say a word?" They had seen Qin Ran break someone's wrist with her bare hands. Now, when she spoke, everyone in the Qin family felt a faint pain in their wrists. "Today, while the villagers are here, I want to ask what your grandmother is really thinking. Since you dislike our family so much and even want to sell our 3 sisters, why don't we?" She helped Qin Wenji, who was lying on the ground, to sit up. "Why don't we split the family?" Hearing this, Zhao's heart was filled with joy. While that old man was unconscious, they divided the family. When he wakes up, everything he left behind will belong to his son and grandson. Qin Wenji sighed silently, giving his silent approval. Qin Ran secretly relaxed. Her cheap father was actually reasonable this time and didn't ruin her plans. Wu's family and the 2 little ones heard the word, "Divide the family," and their eyes lit up. Qin Yudi and Qin Junjie tightly held Wu's sleeve, showing excitement they couldn't hide. "Your parents are still alive and you're thinking of dividing the family? That's unfilial," Zhao said, crossing her arms. "Dividing the family isn't wrong, but right now, you can't take anything from the Qin family." Qin Ran sneered and pointed at the pile of dry firewood in the yard. All this firewood. Did you and your useless sons gather it? No, it was my father who carried it down from the mountain. The wages my father earned working for others were taken by you. The few acres of land the Qin family owns were planted by my parents. Everything you call the Qin family's possessions belongs to my parents. When did it become yours? People need face, and trees need bark. You have no shame, and that's truly unmatched. Qin Ran's words made Zhao's face turn pale, and then red. She never expected Qin Ran to have such a sharp tongue.
She didn't even get a chance to reply. So, what do you want?
Zhao asked, looking at someone outside the door, smiling. A person named Xiang stepped forward and asked, "What's the matter? I remember your family has an empty house, right?" Qin Ran asked. Xiang nodded. Yes, but it's been abandoned for a long time. Why do you ask? Xiang was a widow with a son. When her son got married, she moved in with him and his wife, leaving the old house empty. How much silver do you want for that house? Xiang replied, "It's at the village entrance, with no neighbors nearby. It's not worth much. If you want to buy it, 5 taels of silver." Qin Ran looked at Zhao and said coldly, "For dividing the family, we want 5 taels of silver." Zhao shouted angrily, "You little brat! 5 taels of silver? Do you even realize if you're worth it?" "Whether we're worth it or not, I don't know," Qin Ran said softly as she stepped closer. "But I do wonder if your family's safety is worth 5 taels." Hearing this, Zhao's heart trembled. Recently, thinking about what has happened at home, I increasingly agree with what Jung said yesterday. Qin Ran is truly a strange child. Qin Quan wanted to say a few words about Qin Ran, but his hand was still sore from being caught earlier, so he dared not speak. Mrs. Zhao knew there was no room for discussion with Qin Ran, so she looked at Mrs. Wu. Mrs. Wu didn't even glance at her. Frustrated, Mrs. Zhao looked at Qin Wenji and angrily said, "You little brat, ungrateful wolf. I raised you all these years, and now your daughter talks to me like that. You unfilial thing." In the past, she would curse him like this, and Qin Wenji would lower his head and stay silent. After she finished, Qin Wenji would go outside to gather firewood. Over time, the firewood at the Qin family piled up into a mountain. But today, Qin Wenji smiled. He looked at Mrs. Zhao and said calmly, "Mother, do you remember what you did the first time you hit my father after you married him? Do you remember what I did then? Only a fool would remember those old, trivial things. I remember," Qin Wenji said softly. "I was only 3 years old. You thought I was a burden and couldn't do anything right. I went up the mountain to gather firewood. When I came back, you and Dad praised me." Although he knew Mrs. Zhao was deliberately acting this way, Qin Wenji, who lost his mother at a young age, valued her very much. Everything he did was just to gain a little maternal love from her, nothing more.
But now he no longer needed that.
"You don't see me as a person, I don't care, but my wife and children shouldn't be tortured by you," Qin Wenji said firmly. Divorce. No one had ever seen Qin Wenji like this before. Mrs. Zhao was so angry her teeth itched. "You heartless wolf. From now on, our family is led by Ran Ran." Qin Wenji looked at Qin Ran. He never expected his daughter to be so capable to save their entire family. "Fine, fine, fine." Mrs. Zhao pointed at Qin Wenji. 5 taels of silver? Are you trying to kill me?" She sat on the ground and cried loudly. Useless to raise children. Now that she's grown wings and wants to split the family, she won't give us old folks any silver, and she even wants my life. My life is so bitter. If everyone didn't know her usual behavior, they might be fooled by her tearful, dramatic display into thinking Qin Wenji's family was unfilial and disrespectful. But everyone in Wuyin village knew how she had mistreated this family before. Her fussing like this only made people look down on her even more. "How can you still cry here? If I were her, I would have found a crooked tree and hanged myself long ago." Zhao didn't have anyone to speak up for her, so she reluctantly stopped crying. She angrily went to Qin Wenji, took out 2.5 ounces of silver from her sock, and threw it in his face. "Here's your silver. Get lost." Qin Wenji picked up the silver from the ground. It was the most silver he had ever held in his hands. He wiped the silver and thought for a moment. Then he slowly walked to the water basin and washed the silver with water. This action made Qin Ran smile secretly, but Zhao's face looked even more unhappy. Qin Wenji handed the silver to Qin Ran. She took it without hesitation and then handed it to Xiang. "Please sell me your house." Xiang was happy to agree and quickly took the silver. "Remember, you can't change your mind later." "I won't change my mind." Today, when she passed by Xiang's empty house in town, she thought that although the house was old, it was quiet and not far from the back mountain. It was easy to pick herbs there, and the backyard had a pond. Maybe that pond could be very useful. "What? Ina whispered. You took the family's silver, but shouldn't we also talk about how much support you should give your parents every year? You can't just split the family and ignore your parents." Qin Ran heard this and couldn't help but laugh. "Parents? Whose parents?" she sneered. "Grandfather. I won't neglect my own father. As for your mother, you can handle that yourself." Qin Wenji nodded. "That's right. Over the years, I've worked hard in this family and haven't owed you anything." Qin Ran went back to the backyard, took the remaining basket, which still had wild rabbits caught by the mountain spirit, and packed up the dishes and utensils. There was nothing else worth taking from the Qin family. Before leaving, Qin Wenji and his family bowed to his father's room. Then, under everyone's watch, they left the Qin family house. No one expected that the Qin family would split and leave so quickly. But no one said a word of disagreement. Instead, they supported it. Qin Ran and her group arrived at Xiang's house. Xiang naturally followed. There were 3 rooms and a pond in the backyard. To her surprise, there was also a water well in the backyard. "This well is just a useless decoration," Mrs. Xiang said with a slight smile. "I don't know why, but the water tastes salty and bitter. We can't use it for washing clothes or cooking, so we've wasted a lot of effort." Qin Ran's heart moved. She went to the well and was hit by a strong, salty, fishy smell. Mrs. Xiang looked a bit embarrassed. "I used to cover it with a board, so bad smells wouldn't come out." Qin Ran didn't show her feelings on her face, but inside, she was very happy. This isn't just a well. It's clearly a treasure. The water in the well is seawater. Wuyin village is on the border between Zhao and Qi countries. Qi is famous for salt production along its coast, but ordinary people in Qi are not allowed to dig their own wells. However, Wuyin village is inside Zhao's territory. Maybe there's a part of the sea underneath here, but the villagers have never left the town, so they don't know they can get seawater or that it can be used to make salt. In their village, there is a large well with drinkable water. Families without wells go there to fetch water. "When can we get the documents written?" Qin Ran asked nervously. "We want to move in today. Is that okay?" Mrs. Xiang was worried they wouldn't buy the house because of the smell from the well. That house cost 5 taels of silver, enough for their family to live on for a year. "Yes, yes," she said with a smile. "I'll ask the village chief to write the documents right now. When they receive the papers, Mrs. Xiang happily put the silver into her sleeve. "You're really careful, even having the village chief include this well and pond. It's a simple matter. Besides, this is our first home, so it should be done properly," Qin Ran said with a smile. "Thank you so much today." Mrs. Xiang didn't realize how precious her house was, sold for just 5 taels of silver. Wu and Qin Wenji sat in the yard, looking at their new house, feeling it was all so unreal. "Your dad pinched me quickly. Am I dreaming?" Qin Wenji looked at her still red face and felt a little sad. "Does your face still hurt?" Not mentioning it made it better, but now Wu felt her face burning painfully from his reminder. "I'm sorry you've suffered." Wuxia shook her head and said, "We have a good daughter. If it weren't for her today, we might have died there." When talking about Qin Ran, Qin Wenji looked a bit confused. "She is just a girl. How does she have such great strength? He, a man, couldn't even crush someone's bones, so how did she do it?" Qin Junjie and Qin Yudi, who had just recovered from their shock, looked happily at the new house. At that moment, Qin Ran returned holding some documents. "Father, mother, from now on, this house belongs to our family." Good, good, good. Wuxia took the documents feeling a bit shy and said, "Mother can't read or write." Qin Wenji looked at the documents and smiled. It seems only I can understand them. His father was a scholar, and he had learned some characters when he was young. Who said that? Qin Yudi climbed onto Qin Wenji's lap. Sister also knows how to read. Oh, Qin Wenji was surprised. Ran can read. Just a few words. The village chief's grandson taught him, and I listened nearby. Qin Wenji handed the documents to Wu Shi, who happily stored them away. The house hadn't been lived in for a long time, so it was covered in dust. Qin Wenji was injured and had difficulty moving. It was also inconvenient to give him medicine now, or else it would be hard to explain where the medicine came from. She and Wu Shi started tidying up the main room, as they still had to spend the night there. Now it was autumn, but they didn't even have a blanket. Qin Ran looked at the bare earthen bed. She had already decided to buy some fabric and cotton in town today. Let's make do for now. Tomorrow I will go to the mountain to gather dry wood and sell it in town. Maybe we can exchange it for some money, and then we can buy some blankets, Wu Shi said, looking at Qin Wenji. Dad, does your wound still hurt? Qin Wenji shook his head. It's fine. In fact, his chest was already hurting so badly he almost fainted. His wound hadn't healed, and he had been kicked a few times. The wound had completely torn open. Seeing this, Qin Ran handed him a water bag. Dad, drink some water first. Qin Wenji had no energy to drink, but seeing his daughter holding the water to his mouth, he couldn't refuse. He took a sip and couldn't stop. After drinking several large gulps, he felt the burning sensation in his chest lessen a lot, and the pain from his wound also eased. Could I be experiencing some kind of illusion? He reached out to touch his wound, and it indeed didn't hurt as much anymore. Qin Ran noticed the surprise in his eyes. She calmly took the water bag and deliberately said, Dad drank so much from this. It seems I need to go to the village well later and fetch another bag. Hearing this, Qin Wenji's doubts eased quite a bit. Yes, just a few sips of water, not some magical medicine from a fairy. How could it heal his injury? Moreover, he had been drinking water from the village since he was a child, and he had never seen any special effects. Qin Wenji whispered, I feel less pain now. Maybe I should go up the mountain tomorrow to gather firewood. 1 load of firewood can sell for 10 coins, and 4 loads for 40 coins, enough to buy a bed and quilt. As they were thinking, Qin Ran came over with a smile and said, Mom and Dad, no need to trouble yourselves. She took out the silver she earned today. After paying for seeds, there was still a lot left. That's enough for us to buy many things. Where did you get the silver? Wu Shi asked in shock. Could it be from those mushrooms? Qin Ran nodded. Yes, I traded mushrooms for it. The shopkeeper at Byway and said they buy as many mushrooms as we have. Later, I plan to pick more red mushrooms on the mountain and sell them in town tomorrow and buy some supplies. Dad will go with you. No need. Qin Ran waved her hand. The mushrooms are bright in color and look very similar to another poisonous kind on the mountain. Ordinary people can't tell the difference. If we pick poisonous mushrooms and mix them in, it would be dangerous. Qin Wenji listened and thought it made sense, but he was still worried about his daughter going alone into the mountains. Wu Shi saw this and smiled. Dad, don't worry. Our Ran is very capable. Originally, they planned to cook wild rabbit tonight, but today the shopkeeper at Byway and gave her some meat buns. She took out the buns, and the smell of meat wafted out, making everyone's mouth water. Even though they had cooled, they still looked delicious. Big sister, what is this? Qin Yudi licked her lips. Why does it smell so good? It's a meat bun. In the past, not to mention meat buns, they had never even seen anything related to meat. In town, a meat bun costs 4 coins. If the whole family wanted to eat one, all their firewood for the day would be wasted. 2 little kids hugged their buns and ate happily. Qin Wenji and Wu Shi kept waving their hands, refusing to take the buns. Mom isn't hungry, you 2 eat. Yes, I'm not hungry either. You eat first. Dad, Mom, it's just a few buns. Besides, the shopkeeper gave us these, and we can buy them now if we want. After much persuasion, Qin Wenji and Wu Shi finally took a small bite. They were so delicious. As they ate, they felt very grateful. Thanks to Ran, they had such a good life. Looking at Qin Ran, their eyes became even more loving. After tidying up for a long time, the main house finally looked good. It was already dark, and they had no candles, so they sat around the kong, a traditional bed. Qin Wenji and Wu Shi felt more peaceful than ever. Qin Yudi and Qin Junjia were also very happy. They no longer worried about people from the Qin family coming to bother them. Meanwhile, Qin Ran had gone up the mountain. This time, with the mountain spirit leading, her pace was much faster. At the mushroom field, Qin Ran collected all the red mushrooms into her space. The mountain spirit went hunting, and Zhu Wu kept rolling at her feet. If others saw him, they would think he was just a cat, not a tiger. After picking the mushrooms, her basket could hold 5 full loads. Tomorrow, she could sell them for 10 taels of silver. 10 taels of silver.
How many things could that buy?
Their current house only cost 5 taels. When they came down from the mountain, she carried the red mushrooms and also held 2 wild chickens. It was much easier now with the mountain spirit around. She didn't even need to go hunting. When they got home, they were already asleep. Qin Ran put things away, then gently lay on the kong and closed her eyes, drifting into her space. Today, she bought many seeds from the town. She wanted to plant them early so she could harvest sooner and avoid going hungry. The farmland in her space was very large. She planted all the seeds she bought, including the ones the shopkeeper gave her. She didn't know what kind they were, but she decided to plant them anyway. What if they were something special? The next morning, before dawn, she carried her basket and went to the town. Wu Shi gave her the 2 leftover meat buns from last night. Eat more, don't go hungry. Qin Ran looked at the bun in her hand. Yesterday, when she divided the buns, there were none left. These 2 must have been specially saved by her parents for her. Although these meat buns are not as delicious as the ones she ate in her previous life, they are the tastiest buns in her heart. She returned to the town and found a quiet alley. She took out the other 4 baskets, all filled with mushrooms. The red mushrooms in her space grow very quickly, so she can easily gather more baskets if needed. She took the red mushrooms to Baiwei restaurant. The young servant there recognized her. Since Jun Ci and Yu Pu loved eating these mushrooms, Wen Zi had told the staff not to neglect her. The young servant saw her from afar, noticing she was carrying many baskets, and hurried over to take them from her. "Young lady, you're selling mushrooms again?" Qin Ran knew he was a staff member at Baiwei restaurant, so she smiled and replied, "Yes." Wen Zi was very happy when she saw the mushrooms. As long as she had these mushrooms, she wouldn't worry about not seeing the 8th prince. If only she could enjoy such delicious food here, maybe the 8th prince would agree to let her enter the palace. She didn't care about status or rank, as long as she could serve him and stay by his side. Even if she was a servant her whole life, it would be fine. After all, she knew that no woman in this world could catch the 8th prince's eye. Even the most beautiful woman in the capital, the 8th prince wouldn't bother to look at her. "Young lady, you've worked hard. If you find more mushrooms in the future, just give a shout. I'll have someone come to get them. No need for you to make this trip. It's no trouble." Qin Ran smiled. "I'm just here to buy some things in town." When Z looked at her and asked with a smile, "How old are you this year? 15? She looks so small." In the kingdom of Zhao, 15-year-olds can already be engaged, but she looks only 11 or 12. Seeing her worn-out clothes, When Z understood that she probably hadn't eaten enough, which caused her to look like this. She suddenly thought of her own childhood. If her grandfather hadn't given her food, she might have starved or frozen to death in the cold snow. She thought for a moment and took out 1 or 2 silver coins, handing them to her. "This is your reward." Qin Ran shook her head with a smile. "Thank you for your kindness, but I can't accept this reward. A gentleman loves wealth but takes it in the right way." She carefully put away the basket and the 10 taels of silver. "I'll bring you more mushrooms in a few days," she said before turning to leave. What a proud and strong-willed girl, Wen Zi said with a smile to the servant beside her. "Remember, from now on, whenever she comes, treat her as an honored guest." The servant was surprised. The shopkeeper was always proud and rarely showed respect to anyone, not even the town mayor. Yet now, She wanted to treat a young girl of unknown background as a distinguished guest. When Z watched the girl's back as she walked away, carrying 5 baskets stacked together, her posture remained straight and steady. A thought flashed through in Z's mind. This girl was no ordinary person. She would surely achieve great things one day. Chin Ran turned into a quiet corner, put the extra baskets into her storage space, and carried only one as she headed toward the market. She had quite a few things to buy today. After looking around, she entered a fabric shop. Inside, there was only one customer choosing cloth. The servant saw her come in and frowned with disdain. "We don't give out leftovers here. Go away." Chin Ran frowned slightly and said softly, "I'm here to buy fabric." "You? Buy fabric?" The servant sneered.
Don't joke with me.
"Look at yourself. Do you think anyone would believe that?" When Chin Ran didn't leave, he frowned and reached out to push her away. Before his hand could touch her, a sharp pain shot through his wrist. A silver needle was stuck precisely in place.
Ah!
The servant cried out, staring at the needle. Just as he was about to pull it out, Chin Ran said calmly, "You'd better not remove it carelessly. One wrong move, and your hand might be ruined." Her serious tone made him freeze. He didn't dare move. The needle throbbed painfully in his wrist. "Miss, please," he said with a pained expression. "I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Please take the needle out." The pain seemed to grow stronger by the second. Chin Ran smiled. "Your shop looks quite grand. I suppose someone like me isn't worthy to buy anything here. I'll just go somewhere else." Hearing that, the servant quickly said, No, please don't go. I was blind and rude. Please forgive me." The silver needle in his hand suddenly started to shake uncontrollably. Seeing this, he was terrified and trembling with fear, crying out, My hand! My hand! Miss, I truly know I was wrong.
I won't do it again.
Please forgive me." Their conversation drew the attention of passers-by who stopped to watch. "Again, it's him. Serves him right," a woman whispered. "Last time, I went to this fabric shop to buy cloth for my son's clothes, and because I bought cheap fabric, he looked at me with disdain." Another person looked at Chin Ran curiously. What could a young girl do to make this young man beg so humbly? At that moment, his gaze fell on the silver needle at the young man's wrist. His eyes widened in shock.
This
flying needle technique. The silver needle precisely landed on a pressure point on the young man's wrist. If it was just a coincidence, he wouldn't believe it. Moreover, the silver needle was very thin. He had tried to find skilled craftsmen to make such fine silver needles, but even the artisans in the capital couldn't succeed. Where did she get such a needle? Yu Xuanli opened his folding fan and watched her calmly. This young girl was quite interesting. Despite her shabby clothes, she could produce silver needles he had never seen before, and at such a young age, she mastered flying needle technique. She must be a medical genius. Who could have taught her? The young man kept bowing and begging, "Miss, I was wrong. I won't judge people by their appearance anymore. Please have mercy and spare me." At this moment, the shopkeeper, who had been inside, came out. Seeing the young man still apologizing, he knew he had caused trouble again. "Ah, you never learn. I only let you help in the shop because I felt sorry for you, but you don't appreciate it. You keep offending people. If this keeps up, how can I keep my business running? Anyway, I'm closing the shop," Lin Yu said, waving his hand. "Pay the money and leave quickly." Then he looked at Chin Ran and smiled. "Miss, I haven't properly disciplined my servant. Please don't take it to heart. Please come inside." Chin Ran was a bit surprised. She thought the shopkeeper of the gold fabric shop would be just as rude as the young man, but he turned out to be polite and courteous. She reached out and pulled the silver needle out, causing the young man to cry out in pain. After removing the silver needle, the trembling in his wrist gradually stopped, but the pain did not go away. He nervously said, "My hand. People always have to pay a price for what they do, right?" Chin Ran looked at him sharply. "This is it." After speaking, she stepped into the fabric shop. The young servant heard her and looked angry, but he knew Chin Ran was not someone to mess with. He shrank back and said nothing. Inside the shop, it was empty. The customer, who was choosing fabric, had just bought a small piece and left. Miss, do you want to buy something? Chin Ran looked around and softly asked, I heard the shopkeeper say the shop is closing. Is there a reason for that? Lin Yu sighed. To be honest, my daughter has a strange illness. The doctors here have tried everything, but no one can cure her. The county clinic also checked her, but they are helpless. Someone said there are many good doctors in the capital city who might help, but traveling there is far and seeing a doctor might cost a lot of money. My shop isn't making much money, so instead of wasting time, I think it's better to sell it, he sighed again. Why am I telling you all this? Sorry if I seem rude. Just then, there was a knocking at the door. Chin Ran turned to look. A few ragged little beggars were standing at the door, holding an empty bowl. Shopkeeper Lin, can you give us some food? Lin Yu's face showed no dislike. He softly said, Miss, please wait a moment. He went inside and brought out some steamed buns, placing them in the little beggars' bowls. Here, take these and eat. Thank you, Shopkeeper Lin. Lin Yu smiled and said, You should go find other shopkeepers too. If I close my shop, you won't have anywhere to beg. Shopkeeper Lin, are you really leaving here? Lin Yu nodded. The beggars hung their heads and left. Seeing this, Chin Ran's lips curled up slightly. Miss, what kind of fabric do you want to buy? It doesn't matter much about the material, she softly said. I just heard the shopkeeper say your daughter has a strange illness. Would it be all right if I take a look? When Lin Yu heard this, his face looked a bit uneasy. He whispered, My young daughter's illness is quite serious. The young lady might not be able to help. Are you worried I can't cure her? Lin Yu was surprised. You know medicine? I learned some medical skills from a hidden master when I was young. I may not be a great doctor, but I might be able to help with your daughter's condition. Lin Yu was very happy and quickly said, If you are willing to treat my daughter, I will do anything for you. Chin Ran smiled. Mr. Lin, you're being too polite. Could you please let me see your daughter now?
Please follow me.
They walked through the main hall to the backyard, where the Lin family's home was. Please, young lady. Chin Ran had only taken a few steps when she heard a scream from the room.
Miss.
Madam, it's not good. The young lady is having a fit. Hearing this, Lin Yu's face changed suddenly. He hurried toward the sound. When Chin Ran entered the room, she saw a woman holding a girl, rocking her back and forth. The girl's face was blue and purple, her eyes rolled upward, and she was foaming at the mouth. Nyan. Lin Yu's steps faltered. Lay her flat, quickly. Chin Ran said firmly. Holding her like this can cause her to suffocate. The woman was frightened and quickly laid to the bed. Chin Ran took out a silver needle and inserted it into several key points on her body to protect her heart. She also gave a needle at her tiger's mouth point. The girl's convulsing body gradually stopped. Chin Ran looked into her eyes, checked her pulse, and then asked softly, Young lady, how is she? Can her illness be cured? Yes. Chin Ran lowered her hand. It's not a difficult illness, but the treatment might be a little painful. As long as she can be cured, the woman cried. Please, young doctor, you must save my daughter. At first, Madame Lin was annoyed with her husband. She thought he usually just feeds those little beggars. Why did he bring one home today? At that moment, time was very tight, and she didn't have the chance to say much. When she saw Chin Ran use just a few needles to stop her daughter's convulsions, she couldn't help but feel secretly grateful. Luckily, she hadn't said anything inappropriate. Otherwise, if she had offended her, her daughter might have missed out on a great doctor. Everyone, please leave. My husband and I will wait outside the door. If the little doctor needs anything, just give a word. Chin Ran nodded. She took a cloth pouch from her pocket, opened it, and revealed various silver needles of different lengths and thicknesses. Seeing this, the Lin couple's eyes showed a hint of concern. Madame Lin covered her mouth with a handkerchief. Lin Yu patted her and led her out of the room. At this moment, the little girl lying on the bed slowly opened her eyes, looking at Chin Ran with confusion. Who are you? I'm here to help you, Chin Ran whispered. I'll give you some needles soon. It might hurt a little. Can you endure it? Can you really cure me? She hesitated. I'm not afraid of pain, but if it hurts and you can't cure me, I might cry. Her eyes already looked a little red. Qin Ran understood she was holding back her tears. She smiled and said, "Don't worry, it won't be for nothing. I will definitely cure you." Lin Yanyan nodded and wiped her tears harshly with the back of her hand. "I'm not afraid of pain. Not at all. Then I'll start inserting the needles." Soon, dozens of silver needles were inserted into Lin Yanyan's body. Some of the needles at certain acupoints caused intense pain. Lin Yanyan's face turned pale, and the severe pain made her tremble slightly. "If you can't bear it, just tell me." Lin Yanyan shook her head. Her voice trembled from the pain.
I've fine.
"It doesn't hurt." Seeing her like this, Qin Ran's eyes flashed with a smile. She truly was a strong little girl. After the last needle was inserted, a sharp pain spread from her soles to her limbs and body. She couldn't hold it anymore and cried out. Outside the door, the Lin couple heard her and felt heartache. Madame Lin clenched her handkerchief tightly and cried, "Husband, can Nian Nian really be cured?" Lin Yu didn't speak. He only looked steadily at the closed door. Perhaps this was fate. His daughter would surely be cured. The pain lasted for a while, and Lin Yanyan suddenly felt her ears become hot. In the next moment, dark pus and blood, mixed with a foul smell, flowed out of her ear. Qin Ran smiled. When the pus and blood turned bright red, her illness would be cured. Seeing the bright red blood flow out, Qin Ran pulled out the needle from her body. As the last silver needle was removed, Lin Yanyan felt incredibly light, as if she had been reborn. "Big sister, am I okay now?" Qin Ran nodded. "From now on, you are safe from others' harm." Really? She couldn't believe it and said excitedly, "Am I really okay?" Truly, the voices inside the room could be heard clearly outside the door. The Lin couple was overjoyed. When they heard Qin Ran's voice, they hurried in. They had never seen Lin Yanyan look so lively before. "Thank you, Divine Doctor." They pulled Lin Yanyan and knelt on the ground. "Thank you, Divine Doctor." They didn't know how to express their gratitude, only repeating those words over and over. "No need to thank me. It was just a small effort. Divine Doctor, how much is the consultation fee? Even if I have to sell everything, I will pay you. Forget about the fee. If Master Lin truly wants to thank me, could you give me a few quilts? Not just a few quilts." If it were up to him, Lin Yu wouldn't hesitate to give her the entire fabric shop. He hurried to the fabric shop and chose the best materials to make her clothes. When Qin Ran saw him take out silk satin, she quickly said, "Master Lin, we are farmers. Wearing such fine fabric might not be suitable for farm work. Let's choose some cotton fabric instead." No problem, no problem. Keep these silks for now, little doctor. I'll also prepare a few bolts of cotton cloth for you." Lin Yu busily moved things around. Qin Ran smiled helplessly. "Master Lin, I need to buy some other things too. Please help me wrap a few bolts and deliver them to the first house at the entrance of Wuyin Village, the Qin family. If my parents ask, please keep the medical details a secret." Hearing this, Lin Yu quickly promised, "Don't worry, little doctor. I will do my best. Thank you so much." Qin Ran looked at the sky. She still needed to buy some other things, and if she delayed any longer, she might not make it in time. Just as she was about to leave, she saw Lin Yu come over, holding a silver note in his hand. "Little doctor, please accept this silver note." He smiled and said, "I'm ashamed to say that after so many years in business, I only saved up 100 taels. I plan to sell the shop and use all the money to treat my young daughter. Now, not only have you cured her, but you've also helped me keep the shop. I am very grateful. This silver note is my token of thanks. Please take it. I accept your kindness." Qin Ran smiled. "But I have my own principles. I only help those I want to help. As for the fee, I decide that myself." She pointed to the cloth. "Since I've already taken your payment, I cannot ask for it again. But I just hope shopkeeper Lin stays true to his heart. Today is cold, and those beggars probably have nowhere to stay. I see your shop no longer has any assistants. Some of those beggars are not young. Why not let them try?" Her words made Lin Yu feel hopeful. After leaving the silk shop, Qin Ran went to buy daily necessities. She wandered around the market, and her basket was already full. After walking a while longer, she reached an alley. Turning a corner, she entered a space. Soon, a figure appeared where she had just vanished. Huh? Where did that girl go? The man looked around but didn't see Qin Ran. That's strange. She clearly turned this way, he said angrily, knocking on the wall. I lost her. Are you looking for me? A clear voice came from behind. Before he could turn, Qin Ran kicked him. The man lost his balance and fell to the ground. This person was none other than the young man she had just scolded at the silk shop. Zhao Yong got up from the ground and shouted angrily, "You little brat, how dare you kick me? What's wrong with kicking you? Do I need to watch the day when I do it?" Qin Ran sneered. "Are you not convinced? If it weren't for you, would Lin Yu have driven me away? Now I've lost my job, and you won't have it easy either. A country bumpkin girl like you dares to oppose me. Today, I'll beat you to death." Qin Ran sneered again. "If you want to attack me, look at your own conduct first. When you left home today, did anyone tell you you'd have a blood disaster? It's okay if you don't have it. Meeting me means you already have something special." At that moment, Zhao Yong's face flashed with a sneaky smile. "Who will have bad luck today, us or someone else?" "It's hard to tell." After speaking, he drew a small dagger from his sleeve and aimed it straight at Qin Ran. Qin Ran quickly dodged to the side. Zhao Yong's attack missed and he tried to strike again, but Qin Ran wouldn't give him the chance. She swept her right leg to the side and kicked him hard in the throat, pressing him against the wall. A strong feeling of suffocation came over him. Zhao Yong's face turned red, struggling to breathe, his eyes rolling upward. Qin Ran tiptoed and kicked him away, sending him crashing to the ground with blood flowing from his head. After a moment, he regained consciousness, looking at her with fear in his eyes. This girl, so small and thin, how did she manage to knock him down by herself? "Don't let me see you again, or I'll beat you every time I do," Qin Ran said softly, flicking a silver needle from her finger. The needle landed on his leg. The force was so strong it pierced through his skin and hit his thigh bone. Just as he let out a scream, a stone she threw hit his head, knocking him out. "Annoying," Qin Ran muttered, rubbing her leg. She was quite short and needed to eat more nutritious food. She had only tiptoed to kick him. If her leg had been half an inch shorter, she might have had to use poison from the space today. She looked around to make sure no one saw her, then staggered out of the alley. Little did she know, her fierce beating of Zhao Yong was seen by 2 people. Wow, people say you can't judge a book by its cover. She looks like a village girl from the countryside, but she's so quick and sharp. She knocked him down in just a few moves. And what was that she threw? A hidden weapon? She knows how to use one. Where did a village girl learn to use hidden weapons? Yu Pu said softly. Jun Si watched her walk away, frowning slightly. Others might not see the clues, but he could tell. Her moves just now were deadly. If she had used a little more force, she could have broken that man's throat.
"No," Junchi whispered.
"It's not about martial arts skills, it's about different fighting styles. Could it be that she is pretending on purpose?" Jun Si shook his head. "She doesn't know we're watching here, so there's no need to pretend. A person's subconscious actions won't lie." He walked over to Zhao Yong and took the silver needle from his leg.
"Wow.
Who made this silver needle? It's so thin," Yu Pushin exclaimed. Even the people from the rare treasure pavilion couldn't make such a delicate silver needle. Jun Si narrowed his eyes, looking in the direction Qin Ran had left, his gaze deep and thoughtful. Qin Ran exhaled, feeling unexpectedly happy. The walk back felt much faster. When she reached the village entrance, she saw a few people gathered outside her house, constantly looking around. Her heart sank. Could something have happened at home? As she approached the door, she heard a woman say, "Qin families, where did you get all these fabrics? Oh my. I've never seen such beautiful fabrics before." "I can't even dream of it," another woman said excitedly. "Are you getting rich?" A woman with a sour tone asked. "Did you move out of the Qin family because you're now wealthy?" Hearing this, the crowd looked at them with subtle expressions. "Make way," Qin Ran said, carrying her basket. She pushed through the crowd. Because she was short, everyone could clearly see what was inside her basket. Wow, buying dishes and fabrics again. If you're not rich, who would believe it? I think you're just trying to hide your wealth from your poor relatives, she said, glaring at Wu Shi. I thought you were honest, but turns out you're just as scheming. Wu Shi looked confused. She knew Qin Ran went to town to sell mushrooms for some silver, but the fabrics in her cart definitely couldn't be bought with mushroom money. What's wrong? Don't you have dishes at home? Qin Ran asked, looking at the woman who was known for gossiping in the village, Aunt Li. Qin Ran softly said, could it be that in Aunt Li's eyes, our family is supposed to be poor, always hungry, drinking northwest wind, and starving? Child, why are you talking like that? Aunt Li rolled her eyes. I'm just curious. Why are you in such a hurry? Do you talk to elders like that? You have no manners. Talking about manners with someone who casually spreads dirt on others? What's the point? The reason we split up is probably known to everyone in the village, but somehow you don't know. She took out bowls and dishes from her basket. We just moved in, and we don't even have utensils to eat with. Do you expect us to eat with our hands? Where did the money come from? Are you my father or my mother? Do I need to tell you where our money comes from? We didn't steal or rob, so what does it have to do with you? Auntie Li was speechless after being confronted. When did little Qin Yan become so sharp-tongued? When her son hit her with a stone a few days ago, she just cried. How did she become so fierce in just a few days? Qin Yan walked in and directly closed the door, blocking everyone's view outside. Auntie Li was furious. She looked around and sneered. If she couldn't deal with them herself, she would find someone who could. Yan, what's going on with these things? She asked, pulling out items from her basket. These were bought with money from selling mushrooms. How is that possible? How much silver would a cartload of cloth cost? Even selling all the mushrooms on the mountain wouldn't cover that. These cloths are... She started to explain, but before she could finish, there was a loud banging on the door. Open the door. Zhao's voice came from outside. It's your grandmother. Wu instinctively shrank back. Over the years, Zhao had been bullying and abusing her. Now, hearing Zhao's voice, she instinctively felt scared. Little brat, open the door quickly. Wu clenched her fists tightly. Qin Yudi and Qin Junjie hid behind her, peeking out with scared looks. Qin Yan frowned. Her good mood was ruined by these people. Seeing she wouldn't open the door, Zhao said to Qin to behind her, How dare you lock me out? You little brat, you've got some nerve. Break the door down. Qin stepped forward, using all his strength to push. The door suddenly swung open. Qin lost control and fell forward, landing on the broken stones Qin Wenji had picked up earlier. His face and body were cut and bruised all over.
Ouch! Ouch!
He wailed in pain. Seeing this, Zhao pointed at Qin Yan's nose and said, You little girl, why did you suddenly open the door? Old woman, you really are unreasonable. This is my family's door. I can open it whenever I want. Also, who was shouting outside to hurry and open the door? It was you who asked me to open it, and now you're blaming me for opening it. So, should I open the door or not? Mrs. Zhao's face turned pale and then flushed with anger. At that moment, her eyes fell on the cloth in the yard, and she stared at it in shock. Li was right. Qin Wenji and Wu must have secretly hidden silver. Her eyes flickered, and suddenly she sat on the ground, crying loudly. Oh, someone please decide for me. What did I do in my past life to deserve such a treacherous son-in-law? His father is still sick in bed, and they're about to divide the family. There's no money left to treat his father, but he's here buying so much cloth. Heaven above, please open your eyes and see. Qin Ran, tired of her tricks, coldly said, If you want to cry, go cry at your own home. No one has died here. Why are you crying at my house? Hearing this, Mrs. Zhao cried even louder and shouted at the people outside, You all judge fairly. They are teaming up to bully this old woman. Usually, Mrs. Zhao often scolded and beat Qin Wenji's family. Everyone in the village knew about it. At that time, the villagers felt sorry for them. But now, things are different. They had received so much fine cloth, and it's no surprise they're jealous. Plus, with Mrs. Zhao causing a fuss, All the previous sympathy was forgotten. The eldest lady of the Qin family is really pitiful. She raised her stepson, and now that her own son is successful, he doesn't appreciate her. He just left home and doesn't care about his parents. The Qin family's lady still has to take care of the seriously ill Mr. Qin. TSK, what a heartless family. Yes. I used to think they were honest, but now I see they're just as cruel. Hearing the villager's words, Wu's face suddenly turned red. She was usually shy and didn't know how to respond. Mrs. Zhao saw this and smiled with satisfaction. She stared at the pile of cloth, especially the brightly colored silk, already imagining what kind of clothes she could make. Qin's family, I tell you, since you got so much good fabric, you should give a share to Qin's family. Even if you've divided the household, you shouldn't abandon your parents. Aunt Li added fuel to the fire. If they weren't truly related, they wouldn't do such heartless things. Zhao heard this and seemed encouraged, crying even more loudly. Qin Ran looked coldly at their back and forth. Mrs. Wu tugged at Qin Ran's sleeve and whispered, Ran, take Jade Butterfly and Junja back to the house. Your mother is here. Just then, Qin Wenji came back from gathering firewood on the mountain. Seeing what was happening in the yard, he frowned deeply. Seeing him, Zhao's spirit lifted, and her crying grew louder. If Qin Ran's family hadn't been at the village entrance, and there weren't many villagers around, she might have called everyone in the village. Mother, what are you doing here? He asked, setting down the dry wood and walking toward Zhao. He was about to help her up. But Zhao lay straight on the ground and shouted, He hit me. He hit his own mother. I don't want to live anymore. More and more people gathered at the door. With such a big commotion, Chun Ping was naturally called over. He said in a deep voice, Is your Qin family done with all this? Zhao grabbed Chun Ping's collar and cried, Village chief, please help me. Qin Wenji, he hit Silver before we divided the family. I only came today to ask for an explanation. I didn't expect him to come back and hit me. Qin Wenji trembled with anger and said loudly, Mother, you need to be honest. When did I ever hit you?
How could that be?
I saw it with my own eyes. Qin Da gritted his teeth in pain. Not only did he hit my mother, but he also hit me. Village chief, I saw it too, Li said softly. I never thought the head of the Qin family would be so unkind. Seeing others testify, Chun Ping hesitated for a moment. But when he saw the fine fabrics in the yard, he thought Zhao's story about Qin Wenji hiding Silver before dividing the family might be true. As for hitting people, Qin Wenji had always been honest, so he probably wouldn't do such a terrible thing. Village chief, we are honest people. How could we do such a thing? Please don't believe what others say. Mrs. Wu cried. We don't know where these fabrics came from. A carriage stopped at the door, and they asked for my name. Then they unloaded the goods into the yard and left. I still don't know who sent them. She was cautious and didn't mention Qin Ran going to town to sell mushrooms. Mrs. Zhao angrily said, Listen to this. Clearly, she made it up to fool me, her mother-in-law. Without any reason, someone just sent you cloth?
Why?
Why? Does it have anything to do with you? Qin Ran couldn't stand it anymore. She initially wanted to see how it would solve this problem, but after so long, she still couldn't figure it out. She decided to step in herself, because if she delayed any longer, she wouldn't know when the wild rabbit would be ready to eat. This thing fell from the sky, but it landed in our yard. It has nothing to do with you. As for hiding Silver, are you blind? When we left the Qin family, did we take anything valuable? Instead, you old lady, my father worked hard all these years and earned Silver for others, but you only got 5 taels. Who knows where you hid the Silver? Mrs. Zhao shouted angrily. What does he care if he gave me the Silver? Your whole family is just eating and drinking for free at our Qin house. That little Silver of his, what can it do? Eat and drink for free? How thick-skinned are you to say that? My mother worked early and late to serve your family. The few useless children you don't even know how to chop firewood. The money for their marriages was all earned by my father. Qin Ran sneered. Today, in front of the village chief and the villagers, let's count how much Silver my father earned over the years, how much we spent, and who got the rest. Mrs. Zhao felt uneasy. If they started counting everything one by one, what would happen? She was about to use her old tricks to make a fuss and lie, but Qin Ran coldly said, "Old lady, I have a bad temper. If you don't stop being ungrateful, this stick in my hand won't have eyes." Hearing this, Mrs. Zhao immediately hid behind village head Chen, crying, "Look, look, this is her true face." She pretended to be obedient for the past 10 years, but in fact, she's a disobedient person. Qin Ran, Mrs. Zhao is your grandmother. How can you do such a thing as a young person? Chen Ping said with a stern face. Put down that stick quickly, Mrs. Zhao sneered and said, I think Wu isn't a good person either. She said this fabric was sent by someone from the town. I suspect she's been hooking up with some wealthy man outside. This cloth was probably given to her by some outsider. Zhao's words made everyone look at Wu with strange expressions. I didn't. I really didn't, Wu cried anxiously. Since I married into the Qin family, I haven't even left this village, let alone gone to the town. How could that be? How could it not be? Zhao snorted coldly. Just look at your seductive face. You're naturally a lowly person. Before she finished, a stone suddenly flew and hit Zhao's mouth. Zhao removed her hand from her mouth, revealing a broken tooth bleeding in her palm. My tooth. My tooth. Qin Ran spoke coldly. I told you not to speak dirty words. This is a lesson. You. How dare you hit your grandmother? Qin Da shouted angrily. You little brat, I should have strangled you from the start. How others treat me is how I treat them. We're women. Doesn't she know how important purity is? One careless word from her could ruin my mother's life. I just knocked out one of her teeth. I was being kind. Her sharp gaze fell on Aunt Li, who backed away in fear, her chubby body trembling. I'm not a patient person, but I never hold grudges. She paused, then continued. If someone wrongs me, I will settle it right away. A forced smile on Aunt Li's face suddenly froze. Qin Ran, village head Chen softly said, I know you've suffered a lot in the Qin family over the years. But even if you've separated, you still carry the Qin surname. Even if she's not your biological grandmother, from a clan perspective, she's your elder. You should show respect and politeness to elders. Long ago, Chen Ping was also a scholar, so his speech was refined and proper, emphasizing etiquette. Although he disapproved of Zhao's behavior, he was even less supportive of Qin Ran's actions. Without experiencing others' hardships, don't advise them to be kind. Village head, you've seen how Zhao has treated our family over the years. Whose elders treat their children like slaves. Why haven't her children, born from her, worked like my parents? Why does she not discipline Qin Feng and Qin Qishun with harsh words or beatings? There's a saying, a mother's kindness makes children filial. She's supposed to be kind to her children to make them filial. What kind of person is she, crying and shouting in my yard? Cursing my mother and trying to steal from us, Qin Ran said coldly. Today, I declare that I will throw away or burn everything in our house. She will not get a single thing. Chen Ping heard this and didn't know how to advise him. He could only sigh and wave his hand, saying, You all handle your Qin family matters yourselves. As long as no one gets hurt, I don't want to get involved. After speaking, he prepared to leave. Mrs. Wu and Qin Wenji were afraid of offending him and wanted to say something nice, but before they could speak, Qin Ran stopped them. At that moment, a carriage stopped at the door again. A young servant ran in, carrying a piece of cloth, panting as he said, Miss Qin, sorry about this. We just realized we forgot a piece of cloth halfway here. It's okay. Thank you for running all this way. Hearing this, everyone suddenly realized that the cloth seemed to be a gift for Qin Ran. Mrs. Zhao saw the person delivering the cloth and quickly stood up, grabbing him. Stop right there. The young servant was startled. Mrs. Zhao angrily said, Who are you? Why are you sending cloth to their family? The servant frowned and replied, I am a delivery worker from Jinfeng cloth shop in town. Miss Qin helped our shopkeeper a lot today. This cloth is a gift from the shopkeeper to thank her. It was not Wu's secret lover. You're lying, Mrs. Zhao said coldly.
Speak.
Did they tell you to say that? Who exactly sent you here with the cloth? The servant forcefully shook off Mrs. Zhao's hand, looking at her with confusion. You're an old lady with quite a mind. I already told you, and you don't believe me. Why are you asking me again? He bowed to Qin Ran and then turned to leave. The truth was clear now. The cloth was not bought with their own money, so there was no secret stash of silver. As for the bowls and chopsticks, they weren't worth much silver, so no one cared. Village Chief Chen looked at Mrs. Zhao and said coldly, "If you dare to cause trouble at others' homes again, don't blame me for driving your family out of the village." Mrs. Zhao immediately fell silent. Seeing this, Qin smiled and went to Qin Wenji. "Brother, although Ran brought back this cloth, you all have plenty of cloth. We are brothers, and our parents and your nieces and nephews haven't gotten new clothes for the new year yet. Can you give us some?" Qin Wenji's lips moved, and Qin thought that, given his personality, he would agree since he had already asked. This cloth is Ran's. Whether to share it with others is up to her. Qin looked a bit unhappy. Qin Wenji's words were just an excuse to avoid giving him what he wanted. Qin Ran is your daughter, and you're her father. Of course, you get to decide what's best. She's just a young girl. How could she make the decisions? He sneered slightly. My rower is much more obedient and sensible than her. Since your daughter is so obedient and sensible, why are you coming to ask Qin Ro for fabric to make a fall outfit at my house? Qin Ran sneered. Now that the older brother is grown, he's so shameless. Qin's face turned dark. He turned to Qin Wenji and said, "If you won't give us the fabric, that's fine. But what about your father? You can't refuse him, right? I will naturally prepare clothes for my father," Qin Wenji replied. Mrs. Zhao panted heavily. Qin Wenji, this ungrateful person, had even pushed her aside. Hearing this, Qin quickly walked toward the fabric, pointing at a piece of blue silk. This color suits my father." Seeing this, Qin Ran sneered again. "Does this color suit your father or your grandfather?" "Of course, it's for your grandfather," Qin answered. Qin Ran smiled. "In that case, keep this fabric. When your grandfather wakes up, I'll have my mother make him a suit based on his size. It will be a happy occasion." He plans to wait until his father wakes up to make the clothes? No one knew if his father would live much longer. If he never woke up again, the clothes wouldn't be needed. Then he wouldn't get the fabric. Qin wanted to say more, but Qin Ran coldly said, "What are you all still doing here? Our family is poor. We can't keep you for dinner. Who wants to eat your leftovers?" Mrs. Zhao finished speaking and then saw Qin Ran take out 2 wild rabbits. When Mrs. Zhao and Qin returned to the Qin family, their minds were filled with thoughts of fabric and rabbit meat. "Mother, you're back," he sure hurriedly asked when they arrived. "How did it go? Did you get the fabric?" Seeing their empty hands, she continued. Could it be that the Li family was lying? What nonsense! Qin sat down angrily. There should be dozens of bolts of fabric, and more than half are fine, expensive materials. We haven't even seen them. Hearing this, the Qin family members were surprised. Did they find a treasure of gold in the mountains? Someone asked. Qin recounted everything that happened today in detail. Qin Gang was lying semi-reclined on the Kong bed. His legs still ached faintly. He said angrily, "It can't be that simple. Why is it that after the family split, they suddenly got such a good opportunity? I think they must have planned this long ago, wanting to enjoy wealth and comfort on their own after the split." The Qin family members all thought this way. Usually, he acts like a teacher, but secretly he's such a greedy person. Mrs. Zhang was unwilling. "With such fine fabric, I didn't even get a corner piece. No, we can't just let this go." Mrs. Zhao looked at Qin Ruoqiong. "Qin Wenji and Wu are usually kind to you. Tomorrow, you should ask them." Qin Ruoqiong pouted. "Going with fourth brother won't help." "Do you think I can get anything?" Mrs. Zhang quickly said. "You haven't asked much from their family, maybe they'll give it to you." She thought for a moment and added, "Go while Qin Ran isn't around, or you might not even get a piece of cotton cloth." Qin Ruoqiong didn't want to go at first, but when she heard there was silk fabric, she became interested. Silk fabric. If she could take a piece as part of her dowry when she married, it would be very impressive. At this moment, Qin Wenji and Wu were staring blankly at the fabrics, with a pile of cotton nearby. Qin Yudi said dazedly, "Mother, what is this?" The color is so beautiful. This is fabric. Fabric? Qin Yudi reacted. I know. I saw it at the village chief's house before, but it wasn't as pretty as this. This fabric can make many beautiful dresses. She ran over to Qin Ran, tugging at her sleeve, shyly asking, Big sister, can Yudi also make many pretty dresses? Qin Ran smiled and nodded. Of course. For some reason, she didn't feel very close to Qin Wenji and Wu, but she liked Qin Junjie and Qin Yudi very much. If not for them, she might have looked for a chance to leave after crossing over. Ran, Wu still found it hard to believe. How could helping someone get such a precious gift? She softly said, So many fabrics, enough for our family to use for many years. What did you do to help? If it wasn't something big, you shouldn't accept such an expensive gift from the shopkeeper. Wu Shi thought about it and realized it was true. She had been poor all her life and never expected to use such good materials. Qin Wenji looked at the cloth but said nothing. From his expression, it was clear he was very happy. Wu Shi went to the stove, cleaned the rabbit meat, and smiled happily. Today is busier than New Year's Day. Yes. Qin Junjie squatted nearby, adding firewood. We're eating meat again today. That's great. Mother will make 2 quilts for you later. Tonight, we won't be cold. I'll keep some fabric for our family, and the rest I'll exchange for silver. It's a good way to celebrate the new year. Qin Ran took out 5 taels of silver and handed it to Wu Shi. Mother, keep this silver first. The fabric can stay. It's a kind gift from the shopkeeper. If he finds out we sold the fabric he gave us, he might be upset. Wow. So much. Wu Shi was worried someone might overhear and quickly whispered, Ran, did you exchange all this silver with mushrooms? Wu Shi was surprised and happy when she heard this. Father, look, Wu Shi handed the silver to Qin Wenji. There are 5 taels. Qin Wenji rubbed his hands, took the silver and shook it. Our house is only worth 5 taels. I didn't expect Ran to earn enough to buy another house so quickly. Wu Shi stored the silver away and didn't mention selling the fabric anymore. That evening, they finished eating both rabbits. Qin Junjie burped happily, lay on the new quilt Wu Shi made, and rolled over. This quilt is so comfortable. Get up quickly. Your hands and feet aren't washed, and you're dirty. Don't get this quilt dirty, Wu Shi said with a smile. This is for your sister. Qin Junjie hurried to sit up, smoothed out the wrinkles on the quilt, and worried that Qin Ran might be upset. Why are you so afraid of your sister now? She's the best to Jie. Qin Junjie pounded his chest. When I grow up, I will protect my sister. Qin Yudi hurried over, looking angry. It's me. I want to protect my sister. You're not allowed to take her away. Look at yourself. You're not even as tall as 3 blocks of tofu. How can you protect your sister? Qin Junjie clenched his fists. I am stronger than you, so I can do it. Watching the 2 little ones fight over their sister, Wu and Qin Wenji both laughed out loud. Qin Ran naturally heard everything clearly. It seemed she hadn't wasted her love on these 2 little ones. At night, she entered her space. The seeds in the farmland showed no signs of movement. She went to the pond and took a comfortable bath. Since coming here, besides bathing in the cold pond, she hadn't taken a proper bath again. Sitting in the water, she reflected on everything that had happened. She never expected that crossing over into this kind of mysterious world would happen to her. Right now, it seems she can't go back. But she definitely won't spend her days living in poverty here. She originally planned to leave quickly, relying on her medical skills and space to make a life for herself. But her body seemed to resist her doing that. Every time she thought about leaving, her heart would ache strangely. Forget it. And those 2 little ones, if she really left, the Qin family might tear her family apart. After soaking in the pond for a while, she felt she had washed enough. Just as she was about to get out, she suddenly felt a sharp, prickling pain on her skin.
Ow.
What is this thing? It was as if something was biting her skin. She tried to stand up and leave, but found her legs wouldn't obey her. What was going on? Was there something wrong with her body? A muffled groan escaped her throat. The biting sensation had completely disappeared. She felt something was piercing through her skin and entering her body. Suddenly, Intense pain struck her, as if a steel blade was moving inside her, trying to carve out her bones and blood. The sharp pain made her body tremble slightly. Could she be poisoned? She checked her pulse but found no signs of poisoning. What exactly was wrong with her body? She tried to shut off her senses, but the pain from her body couldn't be eased. In fact, it seemed to be growing worse, as if something inside her was trying to devour her internal organs. Could she really die here today? She had worked so hard to get this second chance at life. How could she die here? She frowned deeply, her face pale. After a long time, the pain in her body did not go away. She could no longer hold on and leaned against the edge of the pool, gradually losing consciousness. I don't know how much time passed before she slowly opened her eyes. She was still sitting in the pool, the water swirling with a faint mist. The pain in her body had completely disappeared, replaced by a feeling of great comfort, as if she had been reborn. What exactly just happened? She raised her arm, trying to climb out of the water. When her gaze fell on her arm, she froze in surprise. What is this layer of mud? At that moment, she smelled a strong, unpleasant odor. She then realized her entire body was covered in a layer of dark mud. She looked at this scene in shock. Could it be that the pain just now was the process of removing impurities from her body? Is this what they call the cleansing of marrow and muscles? In her previous life, her clan had a type of pill with a similar effect, but the results were very different. That medicine could only purify some impurities inside the body to a limited extent, but it couldn't change the whole body. She hurriedly washed off the dirt from her body. Seeing her smooth skin, she couldn't help but be amazed. Her skin was like a peeled egg, much better than what she had carefully cared for in her past life. It was truly incredible. She went to the spiritual spring. The water in the spring was the same as in the pool. Drinking it daily might increase her lifespan. It seemed the spiritual spring water had many uses. After soaking in the pool, her body felt very light. The fatigue from the past 2 days was completely gone. She played around in her space for a while. When dawn was near, she finally came out. Today she didn't need to go to the town, so she didn't get up early. When she opened her eyes, she saw Chin Yudi sleeping soundly on her arm. Perhaps because the bedding was comfortable, their family woke up quite late today. It wasn't until someone knocked on the door outside that they got up. Leader of the Qin family. Leader of the Qin family. The visitor was Zhao Yuan, who lived not far from them. Qin Ran hurriedly opened the door. Grandpa Zhao, what's the matter? Zhao Yuan had moved to Wuyin village only in recent years. He rarely went out and didn't interact much with the villagers. He lived alone at the village entrance. If Qin Ran's family hadn't moved here, they probably wouldn't have had any contact with him. Girl, do you still need to go to the town recently? Qin Ran nodded. Grandpa Zhao, is there something you need me to bring back? Exactly. He took out 20 taels of silver. Help me buy some good tea. That was a rare item. Ordinary people couldn't afford it. Why doesn't Grandpa Zhao go himself? Qin Ran smiled. I'm not very familiar with tea, so I worry I might not buy what you like. It's okay. Zhao Yuan waved his hand. I can't walk far with my body. As for the rest of the silver, consider it your reward. Hearing this, Qin Ran's eyebrows slightly raised. This old man was surprisingly generous. 20 taels to buy tea? She looked at Zhao Yuan's clothes. The fabric wasn't expensive, but it was very clean and neat. Grandpa Zhao, I will go to the town tomorrow. But there's no need for a reward. I'm just passing by and I've never seen tea leaves before, so I want to learn. Zhao Yuan smiled. You're quite interesting. I'll be looking forward to your tea tomorrow. Zhao Yuan turned to leave. Only then did Qin Ran realize that the reason he couldn't walk far was because he had a limp. Ran. Wu Shi came over. Was that Uncle Zhao just now? Qin Ran nodded. Grandpa Zhao asked me to bring him some things from the town. He moved here and lives at the village entrance. He lives alone, which is quite sad. He must be poor, so if there's anything we can do to help, we should. Someone who can spend 20 taels on tea, do you think he's poor? If he were truly poor, the entire fog-hidden village would be starving. Wu Shi didn't see the 20 taels of silver in Qin Ran's hand, or she might not have said that. Ran, come look. Mother made you a new dress. Wuxia took her hand and led her inside. Look. Do you like it? It was a pale yellow, cross-color dress. Hurry and try it on, Wuxia said happily. Mother hasn't made clothes in a long time. I've forgotten how. Yesterday, I could have made 2 dresses in a day. Big sister is so beautiful. Qin Yudi ran over quickly, wanting to hug her like before, but worried about dirtying her dress. Seeing this, Qin Ran simply picked her up and smiled, saying, What's wrong? Big sister is so pretty, just like a fairy in the sky. Qin Junja also came over, and perhaps because he was a boy, he looked a little shy. Qin Ran reached out and hugged him too. Mrs. Wu smiled and said, Today, Mother will make new clothes for both of you. Qin Yudi's eyes lit up at this, but Qin Junjia frowned slightly, moving his lips quietly and saying, I don't want yellow. All right, Mother will make you a blue one. Mrs. Wu looked at Qin Wenji and said, Dad over there, forget it. Since we've separated the family, we are 2 families now. I've done enough over the years, Qin Wenji sighed. Let's just live our own lives, Mrs. Wu nodded. Hearing this, Qin Ran felt much better inside. She thought her stepfather wasn't hopeless after all. At this moment, the yard was full of laughter and joy. Outside the door, Qin Ruoqiong listened carefully. She clenched her fists and gritted her teeth in frustration. Just as her mother said, they only want to enjoy wealth for themselves. They don't deserve such fine silk and satin. She didn't bother to look at her own behavior, thinking only someone like her could wear such good clothes. When she married into the city, she planned to bring some brocade as her dowry, which would make her look good and earn respect from her in-laws. Thinking of what her second sister-in-law had said, Qin Ruoqiong didn't knock on the door. Now she knew Qin Ran was hard to talk to, so she waited until she was not at home to tell Qin Wenji and Mrs. Wu what she thought. She believed they wouldn't refuse her. After breakfast, Qin Ran went to the backyard. The pond was large and could be used to raise fish for eating. It connected to the river behind the village, so there should be fish in it. But people here didn't like eating fish because they were often full of bones and fishy smell, making them hard to eat. She went to the well, lifted a bucket of water, and found it was definitely seawater. With seawater, she could produce sea salt. In ancient times, seawater wasn't as polluted, so the salt made from it was pure. To extract sea salt, you don't need complicated tools. Just repeatedly filter and boil the seawater. She looked at the seawater and muttered, it would be great to have some seafood. At that moment, she suddenly remembered the spiritual spring water in her space. Since it could make a tiger drool, maybe it could also attract fish and shrimp. She didn't know where the well led, but it was worth a try. She reached out and dropped some spiritual spring water into the well. She stood nearby, quietly waiting for any movement. After a while, the water remained calm with no unusual signs. Could she have been mistaken? Just as she was about to leave, the normally still water suddenly rippled slightly. She quickly set down the bucket. When she pulled it up, half of it was filled with seafood, fish, shrimp, and two. Qin Ran was very happy. She had truly found a treasure. At that moment, Qin Yudi ran over and asked, Sister, what are you doing? Look at this. Qin Ran said, holding up a crab. Qin Yudi was startled. She had never seen a crab before. Monster! Qin Yudi shouted loudly. Sister, throw it away quickly. What monster? Qin Ran smiled. This is a crab, and it tastes very good. Food? Qin Yudi took a few steps forward, still quite scared of the crab, which looked a bit frightening. You'll see in a moment, she said, looking at the well with satisfaction. Those 5 taels of silver were worth it. From now on, they could enjoy seafood freely. Qin Wenji and Wuxia had never seen or shrimp before. Seeing Qin Ran carry a bucket of strange-looking creatures, they exclaimed, Ran, what is this? Qin Ran simply smiled without answering. She put the shrimp into a pot. The fish she caught today were small, so she returned them to the well. There were no seasonings at home, so she just boiled them in plain water. Soon, a delicious aroma wafted from the pot. Ran, can we really eat this? Wuxia asked. Of course. Qin Ran peeled off the shrimp shells while still hot, revealing bright red shrimp meat inside. The shrimp tasted incredibly fresh and sweet. Boiled with spiritual spring water, they were truly different. They were 100 times more delicious than any shrimp she had eaten in her previous life. Ranyan, isn't that dangerous? Mrs. Wu hesitated and said, "It looks so strange. Maybe it's a poison." "Mom, don't worry," Qin Ranyan smiled. "This is called shrimp, and it's not poisonous." Seeing her enjoy eating, Mrs. Wu also picked one and thought for a moment before putting it in her mouth. The new taste surprised her and made her stop in shock. Qin Wenji saw this and hurriedly asked, "What's wrong? Are you okay?" Qin Yudi and Qin Junjie looked scared and worried. "Wow," Mrs. Wu looked at the shrimp in the bowl with surprise. "It's so delicious." Qin Wenji finally relaxed. Qin Ranyan peeled 2 shrimp for the little one, and after tasting, she couldn't stop eating. "Why are these shrimp salty?" Qin Wenji whispered. "Ranyan, did you buy salt?" Qin Ranyan smiled and shook her head. "The shrimp itself is salty. How is that possible? Why not?" Qin Ranyan lowered her voice. "Dad, do you know about the sea?" Qin Wenji shook his head. Mrs. Wu had never heard of it either. Seawater is different from river water. River water has no taste, like the well water we drink every day. But seawater is salty because it contains salt. In the country of Zhao, salt was very precious. Ordinary people couldn't afford to buy it. "Yes, it's salt," Qin Ranyan softly said. "The well behind our house is filled with seawater. Things living in the sea naturally taste salty." "Do you mean this seawater can be used for cooking?" "No," she explained. "Seawater is salty, but also bitter. It needs to be filtered and boiled to extract the salt." As soon as she finished speaking, Qin Wenji and Mrs. Wu looked at her with surprised expressions. Is this really their daughter? Where did she learn all this? Qin Ren opened the crab again, revealing plenty of meat inside. After finishing this small bowl of seafood, they both felt a bit full, especially Qin Junjie, who patted his round belly and said with a smile, "Sister, this food is so good. Can we eat it every day?" "Of course." "Great," he clenched his small fist. "Everyone in our village probably hasn't seen this thing called crab. If anyone bullies me in the future, I will take this out and they won't dare to bother me again." Hearing this, Qin Ran quickly said, "No one is allowed to tell anyone about this in our family." "Why?" "Because if others find out, they might want it too. You might lose your food." Qin Junjie nodded quickly and said, "Don't worry, sister. I won't tell anyone." He really didn't want to go hungry again. Qin Ran patted his head and then said to Qin Wenji and Wu Shi, "The secret in our backyard well must not be told to anyone. Salt water can be used to make salt, but all the salt in our country belongs to the government. If they find out we're making illegal salt, not only will we get into trouble, but we might also lose our lives." Although her words sounded serious, they were true. Qin Wenji and Wu Shi quickly nodded. "Don't worry, we will keep this secret and never tell anyone." At that moment, inside the town's 100 Flavors Inn, a secret guard was kneeling before Jun Ci, reporting what he had observed over the past 2 days. "Your Highness, based on my observations, that girl doesn't seem suspicious. She hasn't left her house these past 2 days, Ling Chuan whispered. "The ghost-faced Rakshasa probably isn't her. Are you sure she didn't leave the Hidden Mist village after returning?" Yu Pu Shin frowned. "Maybe your martial arts aren't good enough and you didn't see clearly." Ling Chuan said nothing. Jun Ci then said coldly, "Go check again." "Yes." Ling Chuan made no move. Seeing his hesitation, Jun Ci frowned slightly and asked softly, "Is there anything else?" "Today, just before I was about to leave, they were cooking something strange-looking. I was afraid of being noticed, so I didn't get close," he whispered. "I haven't seen it clearly, so I don't know how to report it to you." Yu Pu Shin gently shook his folding fan and said to Jun Ci, I think you should change your personal guard. It's just about food. Since rural folks eat different things, there's no need to make a big fuss." Hearing this, Ling Chuan thought it made sense and said nothing more. I believe we are overthinking. She's just a village woman, and having some self-defense skills isn't surprising. Plus, didn't you say that martial arts vary? She probably isn't the one trying to harm your mother. Good and evil in people's hearts are easy to disguise, Jun Ci said coldly. Whether she is the person or not, her presence here is very unusual. Yes, a village woman with such good skills is hard to believe. At that moment, Ling Shan entered and said, "Your Highness, young Master Xian Li has arrived. Let him in." Soon, a young man dressed in white entered and sat directly in a chair, drinking all the tea on the table. Hey, this is my tea." Yu Pushun gritted his teeth. "This cup was given by a beautiful courtesan. If you finish it, how am I supposed to use it?" After drinking a cup, Yu Xianli felt no relief and poured another. "Forget it. This cup is yours now," Yu Pushun said dismissively. "It's disgusting." Yu Xianli replied calmly, "I don't mind you using it." "It's not bad." He looked at the cup. "Where did this courtesan give you that?" "None of your business." The two of them always argued whenever they met. Jun Si was used to it, but today, for some reason, he felt slightly irritated. "Why did you come here?" "I arrived yesterday." "Some things delayed me," he said, his gaze falling on the silver needle on the table.
His eyes suddenly fixed on it.
"Where did you get this silver needle?" Jun Si frowned slightly upon hearing this. "What's wrong?" Yu Pushun picked up the silver needle and looked at it for a long time. "Have you seen it before?" Yu Xianli held the silver needle in his hand, looking a bit excited. "I never thought there could be a silver needle finer than the rainflower needle during a storm," he sighed. "I only caught a quick glimpse that day, and I thought I was mistaken. Now it seems there must be a master weaponsmith in this town with exceptional skills." "Where did you see this silver needle before?" Jun Si asked softly. "This is the entrance of the town called Jin Fong Cloth Shop." He repeated what he saw yesterday, speaking calmly. "They say a true person doesn't show their true face, and if they do, they aren't truly genuine. I think that's the idea. I must find this young girl." Jun Si raised an eyebrow slightly, a small smile on his lips. "I remember your Xiaorao palace has a pill called Snow Yao Dan." Hearing this, Yu Xuanli's nerves immediately tensed. "Why are you asking about that?" he said cautiously. "Although we are brothers, don't think about taking the Snow Yao Dan. There are only 2 in the entire Xiaorao palace, and both are with my grandfather. Asking him for Snow Yao Dan is like asking for his life." Jun Si opened his palm, and a force appeared, causing the silver needle to suddenly return to his hand. "Compared to this silver needle, which is more valuable?" "That naturally is." He paused for a moment, then realized what Jun Si was talking about and hurriedly asked, "Are you saying you know who made this silver needle?" "I don't know who made this silver needle, but I can help you find the person using it," Jun Si said calmly, watching his expression. "I'm not trying to exchange this for your Snow Yao Dan. Just take me to see your grandfather." Yu Xuanli hesitated and shook his head. "You know the rules. My grandfather doesn't see officials from the court. You know his temper. Once he makes a decision, no one can change his mind. I suggest you forget it." Jun Si's eyes darkened slightly, and he whispered, "When you were young, your grandfather didn't have this rule." "What exactly happened in the meantime?" "I don't know either. Since my father passed away, he set this rule. I think my father's death might be related to the court," he said lightly, tapping the table. "But it doesn't matter. He doesn't like court people, that's his business. It doesn't concern me." He had never been close to his father and hadn't lived with him for a day. He was raised by his grandfather. So, he wasn't very upset about his father's death. "When I was young, everyone wants to be close to their parents, but my father's women were too many, and he had many children. They all wanted to kill me. If not for my grandfather protecting me, I probably would have died many times," Yu Xuanli whispered. "So, I don't care about my father's death, but don't think about interfering with the old man." Yu Pushun knew that when he said this, there was no room for negotiation. Jun Si looked at the teacup in front of him, said nothing, but his pupils darkened more and more. "Young master," Ling Tian whispered as he entered, "a secret guard reports that they found the trail of the silver tiger. Hidden Mist Village." In the afternoon, Qin Ran carried a basket up the mountain. She needed to go to town tomorrow, so today she planned to gather more mushrooms. The rice in her space hadn't sprouted yet, so she had to buy some food in advance. During her last 2 trips up the mountain, Qin Ran released the mountain spirit and Zhu Wu. The space was good, but they also needed to find food to restore their strength and run around in the mountains. In just 2 days, Qin Ran noticed that the mountain spirit had grown bigger, larger than a normal tiger, and Zhu Wu was becoming stronger too. She reached the middle of the mountain, patted their heads, and smiled. "Go, little spirit, That was her nickname for the mountain spirit. As for Zuwu, she was used to calling it Awu. The mountain spirit rubbed against her and ran up the mountain with Zuwu. She collected most of the mushrooms she found. Just as she was about to leave, her eyes fell on a few small mushrooms under a big tree. These mushrooms looked similar to others and were small. If not looked at carefully, they might be mistaken for red mushrooms and ignored. But a closer look revealed that these tiny mushrooms were covered in red blood-like veins, which seemed to pulse with life under the sunlight. These were wild Lingji mushrooms. Very rare, traditional Chinese medicine. She never expected to find Lingji here. In her past life, she had to cross many mountains to find just a few. Now, these wild Lingji grew freely under the trees, as if they were worthless. Carefully, she dug out the Lingji and stored it in her space. Once inside, she saw it grew directly on the medicinal field. Since there was Lingji, there must be other herbs nearby. She moved forward and saw many purple clouds flowers and fiery tongue flowers. The purple clouds flower is a rare antidote, not often seen, while the fiery tongue flower is a common herb that can detoxify blood and dispel blood stasis. She transplanted all these herbs into her space, planning to take them to town tomorrow to see how much silver she could exchange. Looking at the time, it was almost dark. She was about to whistle for the mountain spirit to come back when she heard a low growl from halfway up the mountain, full of anger. It's the mountain spirit's voice. Oh no! Something must have gone wrong. At this moment on the hillside, the mountain lord is holding Zuwu between her legs. Facing a dozen dark guards, her eyes show only anger, not fear. The tiger growls a few times, trying to scare them away. Now that it recognizes its master, it doesn't want to hurt anyone. But the guards don't back down, which really angers it. Your Highness, this tiger seems to be a mother. She's protecting her cubs very tightly, making it hard to catch her, Ling Tian whispers. Should we kill the big one? He makes a killing gesture. Jun Si stands high above, watching the mother tiger protect her little silver cub. His brow furrows. After a moment, he whispers, "Try not to hurt that tiger." Yu Pu Shin stands behind him, looking at his lonely figure with some sympathy. He knows that Jun Si feels the same pain as the tiger. His own mother once protected him like that. After drinking the spiritual spring water, the mountain lord's agility and attack power greatly increased. Even when surrounded by the dark guards, she remains unyielding. This tiger is interesting, Yu Xuanli says with a smile. I've never seen one so fierce. No wonder she's a mother tiger. Your Highness, we've searched all of Zhao Kingdom and only found this one little silver cub. If we let it escape today, it will be hard to find again. Jun Si gathers his internal energy and a faint glow appears. If he strikes now, the tiger will be seriously injured or worse. In the wild, a badly wounded tiger has only one fate, death. Just then, a figure appears from the woods. Jun Si narrows his eyes, retracting his energy. He sees Qin Ran holding a silver dagger, her steps swift and sharp. She kicks directly at a dark guard's chest. Though she has no internal power, she still manages to make the guards spit blood. Seeing someone arrive, they stop their attack. At this moment, the mountain lord has some wounds, blood dripping onto the ground. Zuwu anxiously circles between her legs, howling loudly. Jun Si looks down at her with a cold gaze. The mountain lord lifts Zuwu and brings him behind Qin Ran. Everyone is surprised by this scene. This tiger trusts her so much. Could it be that this tiger was raised by the young girl? No, that's impossible. Qin Ran sees the wounds on the tiger, and her aura suddenly turns cold. Her voice is icy. You have heard it. Yu Pujin saw it was her and stepped forward, lowering his voice to say to Jun Si, a CI, isn't this a bit too lucky? Miss, is this tiger yours? Yu Xuanli naturally recognized her. Finding her was easier than expected. She was the girl who used flying needles at the cloth shop door the other day. Can't you tell? Yu Xuanli was caught off guard by her sharp words and didn't expect her to be so direct. We didn't expect this tiger to have an owner. We apologize for the offense. Yu Xuanli kept smiling and continued. Would you be willing to part with it? We can pay any amount of silver. Seeing her silent, Yu Xuanli added, 1,000 taels. What do you think? Ha. Qin Ran sneered. Having silver is impressive? Surprisingly, she wasn't moved by just 1,000 taels. Yu Xuanli blinked. 10,000 taels is fine too. How about this? Qin Ran smiled. I'll give you 100,000 taels to buy your life.
How about that?
Pfft. Ha ha ha. Yu Puzhen couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. He never expected Yu Xuanli to be in this situation. I only want this little tiger, Jun Ci said in a deep voice. Any amount of silver, just name it. Are you deaf? Qin Ran said coldly. This is my tiger. I say I won't sell it. Can't you understand? This young girl was so brave, daring to speak to the prince like that. Ling Tian said coldly, how bold. How dare you disobey the master's orders? Qin Ran sneered. It's funny. That's your master, not mine. Why should I listen to him? Yu Xuanli looked at her, eyes brightening. What an interesting girl. Arrogant. Jun Ci's gaze turned cold. He whispered, in that case, don't blame me for being rude. As he finished speaking, internal energy gathered in his palm, releasing a powerful force from his body. Qin Ran's heart sank. Everyone here had internal strength, but she was skilled in fighting techniques. Compared to them, she would definitely be at a disadvantage. Instead of fighting, she decided to use a trick. She quietly whispered to the mountain lord behind her, run into the dense forest later. As long as she enters the dense forest, she can secretly hide them in her space. With her space ability, escaping wouldn't be difficult. However, today she was surrounded by a group of people, and she definitely wouldn't give up easily. Those who bully her must pay a price. The mountain spirit held awe in its mouth, let out a whimper, and turned to run into the forest. Chase. Ling Tian leapt into the air and headed straight into the woods. Qin Ran's lips curled slightly as she watched the mountain spirit disappear. She waved her arm, and both the mountain spirit and Awu vanished from the spot. When Ling Tian caught up, they were already gone. Jun Ci looked at her with a cold gaze. His internal energy in his hand hadn't been released yet. For some reason, he didn't want to hurt her. Suddenly, a dull pain struck his chest, and the internal energy in his palm vanished instantly. He grunted softly, his face turning pale. Master, Ling Shan whispered, today is the 15th. Oh no, I forgot about this. Yu Pu frowned deeply. Leave this to me. You go ahead. Ling Shan lowered his voice. Your Highness, I will take you back. There's no need. Jun Ci narrowed his eyes, watching Qin Ran step back slightly. He said calmly, it's not an old illness.
Then,
he raised his arm, revealing 2 silver needles inserted into it. He looked at Qin Ran and said coldly, what poison is on these needles? He tried to use his internal energy to dispel it but couldn't. His meridians felt faintly blocked. It seemed that when she waved her hand earlier, she shot the needles over. The needles were very thin, barely felt when pricked into the skin, and by the time they realized she was poisoned, it was too late. Everyone saw this and was shocked. When did she poison him? They hadn't noticed at all. Yu Xuanli looked at Qin Ran with surprise. Her needle-throwing skills were even better than his. Even Jun Ci couldn't dodge. Now, only his grandfather might be able to compete with her. Why are you grinning like that? Yu Pu said in a deep voice. Hurry up and help ACI detox. Yu Xuanli took out detox pills and gave them to him. A few pills disappeared into his mouth like stones sinking in water, with no effect. Jun Ci's body still lacked strength, and the dull pain in his chest grew worse. Qin Ran smiled softly and said, when did I ever poison anyone? Stop making excuses. Ling Shan drew his long sword, pointing the tip at her, and said coldly, hand over the antidote, or I will take your life. Want my life? Qin Ran sneered. Even your master can't control me, let alone you. She took out a silver needle, its sharp tip shimmering with a faint green light, clearly poisonous. If you want to become like him, come at me. Give me your life. Ling Shan lunged forward, attacking with a fierce sword strike toward Qin Ran. She dodged swiftly, seizing the opportunity to shoot a silver needle. Although Ling Shan was prepared, he couldn't match her speed. The needle precisely pierced his wrist, causing his sword to fall instantly. His body's meridians were blocked in an instant, and his internal energy was about to reverse. He spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed, but remained conscious. Everyone was shocked. Even the guards beside the prince were no match for her. Who exactly was this young girl? TSK, TSK, TSK. Qin Ran shook her head. Weak foundation makes internal energy reverse. It shows you're not a martial arts master. Trying to catch me is pointless. The guards around her tried to step forward, but Yupud suddenly shouted, "A CI! A CI!" He stood up abruptly and said coldly, "You girl, you're really ruthless. Try and take a C's life." At this moment, Jun C's face was pale, with blood at the corner of his mouth, and he had already fallen into unconsciousness. Qin Ran frowned. She had only used a soft muscle relaxant, so how could this man show signs of poisoning? "I didn't poison him. Stop making excuses," Yupud said coldly. "If you harm a CI, I will make you pay with your life, no matter where you are. I only gave him soft muscle relaxant. The reason he's poisoned has nothing to do with me. Someone come," Yupud ordered sternly. "Capture her, dead or alive." Qin Ran's eyes turned fierce. She shot out a silver needle, and the guards quickly dodged to avoid her attack. Just then, a shadow suddenly rushed over, like lightning, and carried Qin Ran on its back. Qin Ran whispered a few words to the mountain spirit beside her. Its eyes became determined, and it quickly ran up the mountain. Everyone else rushed into the dense forest, leaving only Yu Pushin and Yu Xuanli guarding Jun Ci's side. "What's really going on?" Yu Pushin asked coldly. "What poison did she give us, EI? Why can't you even solve it?" Yu Xuanli frowned slightly and whispered, "It doesn't seem to be poison. What is it then?" At that moment, a clear female voice sounded behind them. "I told you, Miss didn't put any poison in him." Qin Ran looked at them. Just as she was about to speak, Yu Pushin drew his sword from his waist and pointed at her. "You still dare to come back?" "Why wouldn't I dare to come back? If I haven't done anything wrong, I shouldn't fear trouble. He's not like I harmed him." Qin Ran smiled. "Since I dare to return, I have the ability to leave safely. I guess your guards are still in the forest. What exactly do you want to do?" Qin Ran sneered at this. "You're really unreasonable. You want to take my tiger, and if I stop you, you think I want to hurt you. I was just resisting a little. Now you're asking me what I want. I want to ask you, what are you really trying to do?" Yu Xuanli smiled and said, "Miss, don't be angry. My brother here has a bad temper and doesn't know how to speak nicely." He patted Yu Pushin, who then put away his sword. "Miss, do you know what poison you gave him just now?" "I told you. I only gave him a softening potion," Qin Ran whispered. "I know very well whether my needle was poisoned." From his reaction, it's clear he was poisoned a long time ago. She found it strange, so she faked a move and came back to see what was really happening. Judging from his condition, he was indeed close to death. She couldn't tolerate people with malicious intentions toward her, but even if she had to take lives, she would only do so with real force. If she accidentally killed someone or was framed, she would find it hard to forgive herself. Just as she was about to step forward to check, Yu Pushin reached out to stop her. "What are you doing?" he asked. Qin Ran rolled her eyes. "If I wanted to knock you down, it would be easy." She didn't have internal energy, but she was more than capable of handling him. "If I didn't want to be accused of poisoning him, do you think I would come back?" She crouched beside Jun Ci and placed her hand on his wrist. "Do you know what it means to distinguish between men and women?" Yu Pushin said coldly. "A CI is not someone you can touch casually." "Let go now." "Annoying," Qin Ran replied coldly. Xiao Jun, as she finished speaking, a tiger stepped out from the shadows. With each step, its presence grew more intimidating. The mountain lord stood behind Qin Ran, his cold eyes fixed on the two of them. Yu Xuanli swallowed hard and forced a small smile. "We won't move. We won't do anything. Just stay still." He believed that as long as they didn't do anything harmful to the girl, the tiger would protect her with its life. Thinking of this, he became even more curious about Qin Ran. How did she manage to make such a fierce tiger listen to her? Qin Ran's mind was focused on the pulse of the person in front of her. After a moment, she loosened her grip and looked at him with a deep gaze. She really couldn't imagine how someone's pulse could be so chaotic and still be alive. She took out a silver needle and gently pricked his elbow. Soon, faint purple marks appeared on his forearm. "What is this?" Yu Pushin exclaimed in shock. "What is this? Poison," Qin Ran said quietly. "Bone-eroding blood vine." "Bone-eroding blood vine isn't exactly," Yu Xuanli said in a low voice. "It's a rare poison that hasn't been known for 100 years. There is no antidote. When this poison acts up, it makes the bones feel like they are being crushed and swallowed. The pain is unbearable. Judging by the color of these blood marks, the poison has been in his body for years. Ordinary people would die after just one attack. How has he endured all these years?" Hearing this, Qin Ran's lips curled slightly, and she said indifferently, "What kind of strange poison?" "It's just that you don't know how to cure it." In her past life, she had read countless medical and poison texts. She already knew the antidote for the bone-eroding blood vine. Right now, she had it ready in her laboratory. "Can you really cure this poison?" Yu Pushin sensed the seriousness in her words. Just as he was about to step forward, the tiger that had been lying behind Qin Ran suddenly stood up. It opened its mouth wide, revealing sharp fangs, as if daring anyone to come closer. Seeing this, Yu Pushin had no choice but to withdraw his half-extended leg. "Miss, can you really cure the bone-eroding blood vine?" Qin Ran did not look back. She took out a silver needle and placed it on his forehead. "What are you doing?" Qin Ran was annoyed by his question and said coldly, "If you keep talking, I will let Xiao Jun bite you to death." Yu Pushin looked at the tiger called Xiao Jun. For some reason, every time he heard that name, he felt it was very strange. Qin Ran took out a porcelain bottle and dropped the red liquid onto the silver needle. The liquid flowed down the needle and seeped into his forehead. Soon, a red pattern appeared in front of everyone. "Black sand poison," Qin Ran whispered. "It really is black sand poison. This poison comes from a black mineral. When ground into fine powder and burned with cinnabar, it releases a gas. The gas is invisible and tasteless, but can enter the human body, the bones and blood, and damage the internal organs and meridians. When it acts, it makes life worse than death." Next, she found 5 or 6 other poisons in his body. "These poisons are deadly, but they did not kill him. TSK, this guy's life is really tough." Just as she was about to get up, suddenly her heart skipped a beat. She felt as if something in her body's space had changed. It seemed to have expanded a little more than before. What's going on? The last time her space evolved was because she absorbed mist from the cold pond. What did she do just now? She looked at the person lying on the ground. Could it be that because she found the poison he was under, the system rewarded her? But a few days ago, when she treated Lin Yan Yan, her space didn't change at all. The two behind her were already anxious, but seeing her daze, they didn't dare to rush her. Qin Ran pulled out the silver needle. The strange feeling in her heart suddenly disappeared. She inserted the needle again, and her space seemed to shift slightly. Could it be that her space really needs her to keep treating people to evolve? At this moment, Yu Pushin couldn't hold back. He pushed Yu Xuanli hard and kept signaling him with his eyes. Yu Xuanli was both amused and helpless. So, he was afraid of the tiger biting him, but he wasn't afraid anymore? But he was also curious. Could this young girl really help him detoxify? Just as he was about to ask, Qin Ran whispered, "He fainted today because of poisoning, but I didn't put the poison there. Why did he suddenly act like this today? His body has too many toxins. After taking my soft muscle powder, his internal energy couldn't suppress them, so the toxins surged." That's what happened. Qin Ran smiled. But it's quite interesting, his body is full of toxins, mostly deadly poisons that can cause blood to stop, yet somehow they have balanced out inside him. What do you mean by that? I mean that although his toxins are strong and numerous now, they aren't immediately deadly. But if one of these toxins is removed, the balance will break, and that could really harm him. Qin Ran looked at the man still unconscious and sighed. shaking her head. His face was wasted. He's a doomed soul. Having so many deadly toxins inside him and still holding on is very impressive. Then, what should we do now? Yu Pujin asked anxiously. Miss, you can't just ignore this. If you hadn't given him the soft muscle powder, these toxins wouldn't have surged. Qin Ran rolled her eyes at him, her sharp gaze making Yu Pujin shrink back. Who told you to covet my tiger? She said. As she finished, the mountain spirit let out a low growl. TSK, is this tiger some kind of spirit? How can it understand everything? Yu Xuanli whispered. I've only seen dogs trained, never a tiger. At that moment, Jun Ci, who had been unconscious, suddenly showed black markings on his face that quickly spread all over his body, even covering his hands with intricate black patterns. Feeling the hot aura emanating from him, Yu Pujin and Yu Xuanli secretly thought something was wrong. The poison was acting faster than expected. Every 15th night of the lunar month, the hidden flower poison deep inside his body would surface. His body felt like it was burning with flames, yet it was as cold as an icy cellar. Black patterns grew on his skin, and where the lines passed, it looked like he had been cut with a dagger. His internal organs seemed to be torn out. He had to endure this pain every 15th night. The other poisons inside him constantly tormented him. Jun Ci's sweat beads appeared on his forehead, and his face turned deathly pale. Even in his unconscious state, it was clear he was suffering immense pain. In the past, he would use his internal energy to suppress the poison each month. Now, in his unconscious state, the poison was harder to control. Xuanli, you must think of a way. Yu Pujin shook him. If this continues. Yu Xuanli shook his head. The poison from the dark flower, only he himself can suppress it. It's over. Yu Pujin gasped and said coldly, it's all your fault. Otherwise, the sea wouldn't be like this today. Shut up, Qin Ran said coldly. If you keep talking nonsense, be careful I cut out your tongue. Yu Pujin quickly closed his mouth. Qin Ran looked at Jun Ci and said coldly, forget it, I guess I'm unlucky. She took out 5 silver needles and shot them at the points on his head. Take off his clothes. Take off his clothes. Yu Pujin swallowed hard. To what extent? Qin Ran glanced at him, saw his expression, and a slight smile appeared on her lips, full of mischief. What do you think? I think. He slightly opened Jun Ci's collar. This much is enough. Knowing Jun Ci's personality, if he found out she had taken off his clothes, he would definitely skin her alive when he woke up. He definitely didn't want to be sent to Beiyan. Take off his clothes and expose his chest, Qin Ran said coldly. A grown man, still shy. Yu Pujin had no choice but to remove Jun Ci's shirt. Was he really shy? No, he was clearly afraid. Afraid that this guy would wake up and beat him to death. Qin Ran used silver needles to protect his heart and took out a porcelain bottle, pouring spiritual spring water into his mouth. Perhaps because of the poison, he clenched his teeth tightly and the spring water couldn't get in. Seeing this, Qin Ran pinched his face hard, forcing his tightly closed teeth to open. When she released her hand, the red marks on Jun Ci's face were clearly visible. This girl was too ruthless. Yu Xuanli's gaze towards her deepened. She was the first woman to see a sea without any surprise or amazement. Even with such a handsome face, she wasn't moved. She was truly interesting. After drinking 2 bottles of spiritual spring water, the marks on his body faded a bit, but didn't disappear completely. However, he was no longer as hot as before, and his complexion looked better. Qin Ran gently plucked one of the silver needles, and a miraculous scene appeared. The silver needles on his body began to tremble, and soon, tiny black blood beads seeped out from his skin. Yu Xuanli saw this, and his pupils shrank suddenly. He had never heard of such a detox method before. The blood beads on Jun Ci's body increased, but Qin Ran's frown did not loosen at all. Although the toxins inside his body had decreased, she had used many methods, yet she still couldn't remove the dark flower poison. It seemed as if the poison had a life of its own inside him, constantly growing. Finally, when the blood beads stopped seeping out, Qin Ran pulled out the silver needle. The last needle was placed right in the middle of his forehead. Just as she was about to remove it, a large hand suddenly grabbed her wrist tightly. A low, hoarse voice came from below. "What are you doing?" Qin Ran paused, and Junci felt a stabbing pain at his forehead. He suddenly let go. A drop of blood bead extended from his forehead. Qin Ran rubbed her wrist where she was grabbed and said calmly, "The consultation fee is 10,000 taels." "How much?" Yu Puxin looked at her in shock. "Why didn't you just rob him?" Qin Ran smiled softly. "I prefer to earn silver with my own hands. I never take advantage of others' misfortune." Junci sat up and looked at his clothes, frowning. He looked up at Qin Ran and said softly, "Thank you. No need to thank me. The deal is settled. From now on, we keep to ourselves." Qin Ran gestured with her hand. 10,000 taels.
Junci stood up.
Who carries that much silver on him? Besides, even if I had 10,000 taels now, you wouldn't be able to take it. His gaze fell on the tiger beside her. "Don't think about using the little prince. I can save you, and I can also kill you. What do you call it?" When Junci heard this voice, he was stunned for a moment, then a cold aura spread out without hesitation. "Little prince, what's wrong?" Yu Puxin suddenly remembered that when Junci was a child, his mother called him that. "Change your name."
"Why?"
Qin Ran whispered. "This name is so nice. Little prince, little prince. I said change your name. Why should I? 10,000 taels. Change your name." When Qin Ran was about to argue, she suddenly stopped after hearing the words, 10,002. She thought, is she really so obsessed with money? As the saying goes, a gentleman loves wealth but earns it in a proper way. Changing a nickname is just one way to make some money. It's just a small name change. What's so difficult about that? Junjun. Qin Ran patted Shan Jun's head. "From today, your name is Junjun." Junjun felt awkward upon hearing this. "Change it again. You're such a difficult person. Why is it so hard to please you?" She was just giving the tiger a name. What does it have to do with her? Just as she was about to get angry, a silver note was handed to her. "Shan Shan," Qin Ran said with a smile. "From now on, your name is Shan Shan." Shan Jun shook her head to protest. But Qin Ran simply ignored her. What is there to protest? Only a fool would argue over money. "Did you remove the poison from me?" When she mentioned this, Qin Ran's face looked a little serious. "Strictly speaking, I only temporarily suppressed the poison in your body. I haven't really removed it," Yu Puxin loudly said. "If you haven't detoxified her, why are you charging her 10,000 too?" Qin Ran rolled her eyes at him. "If I had detoxified her, do you think it's only worth 10,000 too? That's so unfair. So unfair." Yu Puxin said to Xianli, "Are all doctors so greedy?" Xianli seemed lost in thought. Seeing he didn't answer, Yu Puxin nudged him. "I'm asking you, are all doctors like her so greedy? Even if I am greedy, I want you to see what human greed really looks like." Her gaze fell on Yu Puxin's chest, making him step back a few paces. The look in this little girl's eyes was truly frightening. "Today, you wanted to steal my tiger. I gave you a shot, so that's settled. But the poison suppression, this silver is a separate matter. I only have 10,000 too, and I just gave it to you." Junjun took a jade pendant from her sleeve and handed it to her. "Take this jade pendant to the Wangu silver shop in town. The shopkeeper will give you 10,000 too." Yu Puxin and Yu Xianli saw the jade pendant and their expressions changed drastically. "Just go to town and exchange it." He tidied his clothes and said calmly, "And that little tiger if you want to sell it."
Junci nodded.
"Then forget it." Qin Ran took the jade pendant. Under the moonlight, the qilin pattern on the pendant looked vivid and lifelike. The qilin is a lucky beast, equal in fame to the dragon and phoenix. Using it as a symbol shows that his status is not ordinary. "Once I get the 10,000 taels, our debt will be settled." Qin Ran looked at the darkening sky and whispered, "Tomorrow I will go to town. If I can't exchange this jade pendant for silver, I won't agree." Yu Puxin's lips twitched. Does she know what she's talking about? 10,000 taels for this jade pendant? Even 1,000,000 taels would be worth it. After Qin Ran left, Yu Puxin hurried to his side. "Adzi, how can you give her that jade pendant?" "It's okay. Junxi's eyes were deep. She had what he needed. Not just a jade pendant, even 10 or 100, he could get it. Yu Xuanli whispered, "Adzi, how do you feel physically?" Junxi's eyes stretched out her hand, focused her energy, and strong internal power radiated from her body. Since her poisoning, she had never felt so relaxed on a full moon night. "Even your internal strength can be mobilized," Yu Pujin exclaimed. "What kind of divine doctor is that girl?" "I don't know if she's a divine doctor, but she definitely knows how to cure my poison," Junxi whispered. "Send more people to watch her. Report any situation immediately." "I understand." Yu Xuanli watched her leave, a dark light flashing in his eyes. Qin Ran was walking halfway up the mountain when suddenly a figure appeared in front of her. "Father?" Qin Ran, carrying a basket, quickly hid the mountain spirit inside her space. "Why are you here on the mountain? It's so late. Seeing you haven't come back, your mother is about to go crazy." He looked worried. "Did something happen?" "Nothing's wrong." "What could happen?" Qin Ran smiled. "I've almost finished picking the mushrooms here. See, I just came to check the halfway point, and I found what I was looking for." Hearing she went to the halfway point, Qin Wenji was startled. "Child, did you forget I met a tiger here before? And you still dare to go to the halfway point? Are you trying to risk your life?" Seeing him so worried, Qin Ran was stunned. "From now on, if you go up the mountain again, I must go with you. Otherwise, you are not allowed to go alone." Qin Wenji took the basket on her back and put it on his own. The sudden weight made him stumble. These days, he watched Qin Ran carry a basket of mushrooms every day. His injuries had not fully healed, and Qin Ran had never let him carry the basket, so he didn't know how heavy the basket of mushrooms really was. Today, he finally realized that these mushrooms almost made him bend under the weight. Thinking about his daughter carrying such a heavy basket up and down the mountain to support the family and getting up before dawn to sell them in town, his heart ached deeply. He turned around and wiped his eyes. Softly, he said, "Tomorrow, I will go to town with you to sell the mushrooms." Qin Wenji thought that since it was already dark, he wouldn't be seen wiping his tears. But how could he hide it from Qin Ran? Somehow, she felt a little warmth in her heart. However, her father definitely couldn't go with her to town. If he did, how could she exchange the silver notes? "Dad, I can go by myself." "That won't do," Qin Wenji said softly. "A while ago, I was injured, or I wouldn't have let you, a young girl, go to town alone to sell things." "What's wrong with a young girl going?" Qin Ran pouted. "Are you thinking like that old woman? That daughters are just a burden, only fit to stay at home, not to go out and show themselves." "When did I say you're a burden?" Qin Wenji's tone grew firmer. "A girl shouldn't belittle herself like that. Then why don't you let me go to town to sell the mushrooms?" Qin Wenji's lips moved, but he said nothing. In the past, Qin Ran didn't want to push him too hard, but she knew that with Qin Wenji's stubborn personality, if she couldn't persuade him, he definitely wouldn't let her go. "Come on, Dad, tell me." Qin Wenji sighed and said seriously, "You're of age to get married. When you go to your husband's house, I don't know what will happen. Your mother, and I can't do anything about it. But now, you're still with us, and I don't want you to suffer. I was foolish before and didn't protect you well, so you've had to go through hardships." This was the first time Qin Wenji had said these things to her. Hearing this, Qin Ran felt that she couldn't help but feel touched. In past lives and this one, I am also someone protected by my father. Although her father's back isn't very broad and he isn't strong or tall, she feels strangely at peace. "Father, I am grown up now. I don't need you and mother to take care of me. As for marriage, I am only 15, and it's too early to marry. Besides, I don't want to marry." "What nonsense are you talking? How can you not marry? What's so good about marriage?" Qin Ran rolled her eyes. "The family you find for me is just from the village, or the next village. If you think it's suitable, you find a matchmaker, pick a date, and marry me off. When I get to their home, I have to serve the in-laws, take care of the household, and continue the family line. Doing well is expected, doing badly means getting scolded." She snorted. "Why should I? Why? Isn't that how every girl lives? Why should I live the way they do?" Qin Ran said coldly. "If I am alone, I can take good care of myself. I can do what I want, eat what I like, and cook for myself. I have time to serve their family, but can I take good care of myself? Do I have no hands or feet? Can I live on my own? Who says women must marry? If I could choose, I just want to be myself, free and easy. Hearing her say this, Jin Wenji just thought she was talking nonsense and didn't take it seriously. He smiled and said, "If you really don't marry, your mother and I will probably worry ourselves to death. My mother already has gray hair." Jin Ran said calmly. "Father, if my mother hadn't married you and instead married a wealthy family, would she have aged so quickly?" Jin Wenji suddenly stopped in his tracks. "Father, I am not blaming you, but the truth is, because you previously made concessions without limits, our family fell into a trap. If we didn't get out in time, Mother might have been worn down by those scoundrels. It's my fault for dragging you down." Jin Ran shook her head. "Mother is willing to endure it, but I don't want to follow her path. So, Father, please don't mention marriage anymore." Jin Wenji sighed and nodded. "All right, I won't say more. But tomorrow in town I must go. If you go, what about the family here? Mother will be alone at home. If the Chin family comes to bully her again, what should we do? It's okay. I'll have her lock the door." He said this so Chin Ran wouldn't refuse again. Tomorrow, she needed to buy some rice and flour, so going together was fine. At this moment, inside a private courtyard in the town, Jun Si was resting in his room. The feeling of blockage in his meridians had disappeared. His internal energy was flowing smoothly inside his body, and the pain in his chest was gone. "Who exactly are you?" he wondered, recalling her skilled and sharp flying needle technique when she helped him detoxify today. He was curious about her. Only a few divine doctors knew how to use flying needles, but most of those doctors were close to death. Yet, she was still young and a girl, yet so skilled. He knew very well what poison was in his body. She could find so much poison in him in a short time. This was very difficult. This person must be extraordinary. Just then, there was a knock on the door. "Ah, Si, it's me." Yu Xuanli pushed the door open, holding 2 jars of wine. "Why do you suddenly want a drink?" Jun Si took the wine jar and whispered, "Didn't you say your old master forbade you from drinking?" "Well, the old man isn't here. I don't mind having a drink this time," he smiled. "Yu Pushin often gets drunk and causes trouble. I don't look for him, only you." "All right," Jun Si smiled. "Today, I'll have a few drinks with you." After a few sips of wine, Yu Xuanli started talking more. "Ah, Si, do you remember? When we were kids, there was a pomegranate tree in your mother's palace. We climbed the tree to pick pomegranates. One time, we accidentally threw a pomegranate over the palace wall, and it hit the queen's carriage. You and Yupushin pushed me out as a shield, and I got beaten 10 times. Jun Si smiled silently, saying nothing. "My grandfather has a good relationship with the emperor. You know she wouldn't punish me harshly," Yu Xuanli whispered. "But I was punished by the old man to copy the names of medicines 100 times. That hurt more than the beating. I remember." He took a sip of wine. "The old master said you knew those medicine names very well. How could I not?" he said loudly. 100 times. Even a fool could remember. Jun Si just smiled without speaking and continued drinking. "Has the old master been well these years?" After a pause, Jun Si asked calmly. "Same as usual, but in the past 2 years, things have become a bit urgent. He wants someone to inherit the Shaorao Palace. He knows I'm not a good candidate. My father was born from one of his concubines and is not as talented as me. Now, he's searching everywhere for someone to carry on his legacy, but he hasn't found anyone." Jun Si nodded without asking further. Seeing his reaction, Yu Xuanli grew a little anxious. Does this guy really think he came here late at night just to chat about old times and those trivial matters? Si, what do you think of the young girl today? What about her?" Jun Si asked calmly, seeming indifferent. "The girl who treated your illness. Her talent must have pleased the old master very much, but her character is questionable. She asked for so much consultation fee today because she probably saw your noble status. After healing you, she wanted to make some money. Such behavior might not pass the old master's standards. After all, a healer should have a kind heart, but she doesn't. How would I know? How wouldn't you know? When you were young, the old master said you had great talent and wanted to take you as a disciple to inherit Shaorao Palace. But you refused. Later, something happened, and the old master cut off contact with the palace. She helped you detoxify. You should know how skilled her medical skills are. Didn't you faint tonight? How could you not know? Jun Si paused his movements. You figured it out? Of course. I may not be as skilled as my grandfather in medicine, but I'm still a bit of a healer. Can I tell if you really fainted? So when she treated him, she could see whether he was truly faint or not. That's why she treated him so calmly. She knew he wouldn't really die, and in the end, she still asked for 10,000 taels of silver. Even after returning, Yu Pu Shen kept saying she was heartless. She asked for so much silver because the young girl was punishing you for playing tricks on her. Yu Xuanli clapped happily. She's clever. The old master will be very pleased. He patted Jun Si's shoulder. I guess this is the first time a girl has played a trick on you, huh? Don't be angry. You haven't even told me how it felt. After all, it was your first time being carried to the bridal chamber. Huh. After a loud scream, Yu Xuanli, who was drinking with Jun Si in the room, collapsed onto the ground in the yard. Just as he tried to get up, a wine bottle fell from the air and hit his face. Ling Tian saw him fly out from afar and knew he had upset the prince. He stepped forward and softly said, Young Master Xuanli, I've seen people looking for things in the middle of the night, but I've never seen anyone get beaten. Yu Xuanli covered his face and stood up, glaring at Ling Tian. Like your master, you can't speak honestly. Neither of you are good people. After saying this, he angrily walked out, muttering, Jun Si, you've never been a good person. Now you're even worse. I only tried to help you detox because I'm crazy. Honestly, you should be poisoned to death. That would make me feel better. You always look down on me because my martial skills aren't as good as yours. You kicked me out with 1 foot. There are so many guards in your yard, but you didn't even give me face. Just wait and see. At that moment, Ling Tian hurried after him. Young Master Xuanli, get lost. Yu Xuanli snapped. No need to apologize for your master. I won't accept it. No, Ling Tian said with a smile. The prince told you to take your wine, and also, if you don't want to go to Beiyan anymore, it's best to keep your mouth shut. Jun Si, Yu Xuanli grabbed the wine, furious. Can I just not say anything? After saying this, he suddenly disappeared. Ling Tian returned to the study, where Jun Si was reading a secret letter. Your Highness, young Master Xuanli has gone back. He placed the letter over the candle flame, watching the flames flicker, and softly said, Have you finished talking with the Eternal Silverin? Don't worry, Your Highness. It's all arranged properly. Ling Tian looked at his expression but didn't ask about the jade pendant. He knew the prince had his own plans. They just needed to follow orders. The next morning, Qin Ran and Qin Wenji carried baskets and headed to the town. Today, she couldn't gather many more baskets of mushrooms from the space, so she could only sell 4 taels of silver. Qin Wenji never thought these mushrooms could really sell for so much silver. He handed all 4 taels to Qin Ran. Buy whatever you want. Qin Ran saw his behavior and couldn't help but laugh. Dad, our family ran out of mixed grains a few days ago. Today, I need to go to the grain shop to buy some rice and flour. I also have to visit the tea house. Grandpa Zhao asked me to help him buy some tea leaves. Buying tea leaves? That's a precious thing. When Zi went out and saw the father and daughter, smiling as she approached. Little sister, are you accompanying your family today? Qin Ran smiled.
Yes.
This is my dad. When Zi nodded. The delivery today was a bit small. If I have time tomorrow, I'll send more, or I can send someone to pick it up. Her dishes had become popular and many customers came just for them. Since 2 baskets were delivered today, they might sell out by noon. All right, I'll give you an address. Please send someone to pick it up later. That's great. When Zi's smile grew brighter. From now on, I'll have someone come every day so you won't have to go through this trouble. Thank you very much, Manager Wen. There's no need to be so formal. Just call me sister. When Zi, being a good shopkeeper, was clever and charming in her words. After the father and daughter left, a young servant stepped forward and whispered, Shopkeeper, She's just a country girl delivering mushrooms. Why are you so polite to her? Wenzi wiped the smile from her face and whispered back, what do you know? My work is none of your business. Go do your chores. Wenzi watched Qin rants back as she left. What does it matter if she's delivering mushrooms? As long as she's bringing what the Lord and the Prince like, that's what's important. Maybe one day, she'll find a use for those mushrooms. When Qin ran and her father arrived at the market, they immediately smelled the aroma of meat buns. Their stomachs started to growl. Qin ran stepped forward and bought a few buns, handing them to Qin Wenji. He nervously took the buns. After all these years, this was the first time he spent money at the market. Usually, he earned silver but never spent a coin, always giving it all to Mrs.
Zhao.
He never thought he'd get to eat buns here, especially meat-filled ones. They went to the grain shop, where the shopkeeper warmly welcomed them. Dear customers, what would you like to buy? Qin Wenji rubbed his hands and softly said, I want to buy some mixed grains. Mixed grains refer to coarse rice, the cheapest kind. The shopkeeper's smile remained unchanged as he enthusiastically prepared to weigh the items. Father, why buy miscellaneous grains? Let's buy refined rice and flour. Hearing this, the shopkeeper quickly stepped forward. How much would you like to buy? 2 guests. Ranfan, refined rice and flour are too expensive. We can just buy some mixed grains. They're cheaper. Qin Wenji said, unwilling to spend more. Father, trust me. It's okay if we eat a little less, Qin Ranfan said with a smile. It's no big deal. Hearing her words, Qin Wenji didn't argue further. After all, he had just agreed to give her a few taels of silver. Now, they were just buying some rice, and he didn't want to cause trouble over it. Qin Ranfan bought 20 jin of rice and 20 jin of flour. At Qin Wenji's insistence, she also bought 20 jin of brown rice and brown flour. All these items cost about 1 tael of silver. Qin Wenji felt distressed seeing the expenses. Qin Ranfan didn't mind at all. She had 10,000 taels of silver notes in her space, so she wasn't worried about money. Guest, where should I pack the grains for you? Qin Wenji asked. He quickly set down the basket. Just here is fine. The shopkeeper wanted the assistant to help deliver the goods, but Qin Wenji insisted on carrying them himself. Recently, there had been trouble over some cloth, and he didn't want more problems. Seeing her father carrying such heavy things, Qin Ranfan softly said, Dad, why don't you go home first? I'll buy some tea at the tea house and come back. I won't carry anything, so I can walk faster. We can meet halfway. Hearing this, Qin Wenji thought it was a good idea. He gave a few instructions and then carried the goods back home. Qin Ranfan watched him leave and took the jade pendant from her space. After inquiring about the location of the Wangu Silver Bank, she turned a few streets and saw the large sign from afar. She entered the silver bank, and a young servant hurried over. Hey, what are you doing? Is this the place you should be? Qin Ranfan frowned slightly and softly said, I'm here to see your shopkeeper. You little girl, our shopkeeper isn't someone you can see just like that, the servant replied. I said I want to see your shopkeeper, Qin Ranfan said quietly. Can't you understand what I'm saying? You little girl, what do you want with our shopkeeper? This is a silver bank, but the silver isn't for you to spend. He waved his hand and said, Go away. We have many customers at the Silver Inn, so I don't have time for you. He clenched his fist and coldly said, If you don't leave soon, don't blame me for being rude. If you get hurt, don't cry out in pain. At that moment, a beautifully dressed woman entered, followed by several maids serving her closely. She looked around the Silver Inn and then focused her gaze on Qin Ran, frowning with clear dislike. Now, anyone can come into the Silver Inn. Don't they look at whether they can afford it? She said, covering her nose with a handkerchief. It's so smoky and foul here. What's that smell? Miss, said the maid in pink respectfully. It's just a cheap, unpleasant smell. Humph. She rolled her eyes at Qin Ran. Yes, that smell is quite strong. The young servant saw her and smiled flatteringly. Miss you haven't been to the Silver Inn for a long time. Qin frowned. Are you talking to that poor girl just now? Yes, I am, he replied. Get lost, the pink-clad maid said coldly. Talking to someone from the countryside will only bring bad luck. Don't let it rub off on our young lady. Peony, Heelanshin said coldly, go to the carriage and bring my incense burner. Let's burn some incense here. It's disgusting. Yes, she replied, and went out. The young servant, scolded in front of her, looked annoyed. He then turned to Chin Ran and said, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and carry your basket away. You're so unlucky. A hint of hostility flashed in Chin Ran's eyes. Just then, an older man came down from upstairs. What's going on? He asked in a deep voice. The shopkeeper is upstairs waiting for guests. Why are you making a fuss downstairs? The young servant hurried forward and said, Old Jean, it's not me. It's that poor girl. He pointed at Chin Ran and sneered. Isn't it better to beg somewhere else? She insisted on coming to our silver inn. I knew the shopkeeper was waiting for important guests, so I wanted to send her away. But she refused to leave and upset other customers too. He lowered his voice. This Miss He is the daughter of Mr. He, a regular customer of ours. Old Jean frowned and said, Who gave you permission to talk like that? He looked coldly at the young servant. Guests are welcome here. Since you're a guest, you should serve carefully. Who allowed you to criticize the guest? He quickly walked over to Chin Ran and whispered, Miss, I am truly sorry. Heelanshin snorted coldly. I never thought the manager of this silver shop would be so blind and clueless. Old Jean whispered, Miss Ha, you are a valued guest of the silver shop. We would never dare to neglect you, but you did neglect me, she said, covering her mouth with a handkerchief. I can't even breathe properly here, just the smell of poverty. It really makes me sick. She made a few dry heaving motions. Seeing this, Chin Ran's lips curled slightly. Miss, how many months are you pregnant? Peony, who was bringing in the incense burner and overheard this, angrily said, You little brat, what are you saying? My lady can't be pregnant. Not pregnant. Chin Ran's eyes flashed with coldness. I see her constantly dry heaving, so I thought she might be several months along. She stepped gently beside Peony and smiled. Miss, I didn't like what you just said. Even if you don't like it, what can you do? Suddenly a sharp sound and Peony's face was slapped to the side, quickly turning red and swollen. Chin Ran waved her hand lightly and said calmly, Your face is really thick-skinned. That hurt my hand. You. Peony covered her face. How dare you hit me? If I want to hit you, I will. Do I need to pick a good day? Heelanshin saw this and shouted angrily, You little brat, how dare you hit my personal maid? Even when beating a dog, you need to consider the owner. Do you know who I am? Who I love is none of your business. Chin Ran snorted coldly. I don't care who you are. You dare to speak disrespectfully to me. I will show you what happens when you offend me. She waved her hand, and several guards outside the door entered. Chin Ran saw this, placed the basket at the door, clenched her fists. Just then, old Jean whispered, Miss Ha, our Wongu's silver shop strictly forbids anyone from causing trouble. But so what? Heelanshin sneered coldly. You're just a small manager of the silver shop, and you dare to interfere in my affairs. Get out of here, Miss Ha. Old Jin's voice was cold. I am indeed the manager of the silver inn, but the rules of the inn must be followed. If you cause trouble here, I will have someone you out. At that moment, Muden quietly said to her, Miss, the master and madam have warned us not to cause trouble at Wongu's silver inn. Heelan Xian was not someone who would suffer losses easily. She flicked her sleeve and said angrily, There is no one in this town I dare not challenge. Her uncle works in Taiyuan Prefecture and is well connected with the local officials. The town's mayor respects the He family. This silver inn is just a small business. If they dare to offend me, they are truly unwise. Call out your shopkeeper, she demanded. Or I will destroy your shop today. Miss He, old Jean said impatiently, if you continue like this, I will have to ask you to leave. Why should I leave? Heelan Xian pointed at Chin Ran. She was disrespectful to me first. I was just teaching her a lesson. What's wrong with that? She raised her chin. No one in this town dares to throw me out. If you offend me, your silver inn might not stay open for long. When I mention this to my uncle, you can just pack up and leave. Miss He, you're not qualified to say that here. Old Jean smiled. Even your father would need to behave properly. His gaze shifted to Qin Ran. "Miss, our Silveran's rules cannot be broken," he whispered. "We do not do business with young ladies like you. Please do as you please." Qin Ran sneered coldly. "I'm not here to take care of your business today." Hearing this, the young servant immediately stepped forward and said, "Old Jean, look what this person is saying. She's the one causing trouble here. This is all her doing." As he finished speaking, Qin Ran suddenly shot a silver needle from her hand, hitting the servant's finger. He cried out in pain, tears welling up as he looked at the silver needle in his finger. As the saying goes, 10 fingers connect to the heart. The needle was half an inch into his fingertip, causing unbearable pain. Old Jean was stunned when he saw this. His gaze on Qin Ran became more scrutinizing. "I really dislike people pointing at me with their fingers," she said to the servant with a smile. "Do you know what happened to the last person who pointed at me like that? It's nothing much, just broke his hand." "I didn't break your hand today, because I still have some matters to discuss with your shopkeeper. Otherwise, your hand." The young servant cried out in pain as he pulled out the silver needle, blood spurting from his fingertip. The burning pain was even worse than when it was first stabbed. "Oh no, oh no," the young servant cried, covering his hand. "Miss, please have mercy. There's no need to act like that. I'm not here to take your life. It's just a small wound. Why does it hurt so much?" Old Jean ignored his cries and stepped forward. "Miss, you said you wanted to speak with our shopkeeper?" Qin Ran nodded. She took out a jade pendant and waved it. "I'm here to exchange something with him." Old Jin's eyes fixed on the jade pendant, and his pupils shrank suddenly in shock. "My goodness, I almost offended this little noble. This is the prince's waist badge, a special guest the prince's personal guards specifically instructed to treat with respect. If I offend her and the prince finds out, not only I, but even the shopkeeper will suffer consequences." He quickly stepped forward, bowing respectfully. "Miss, please follow me. I apologize for the delay today. Please don't take it to heart." Seeing his quick change in attitude, Qin Ran realized that the power behind that jade pendant was enormous. Helan Xian had originally wanted to see her thrown out of the Silverin, but she never expected to witness this scene. "What's going on with you, the manager? She's a lowly servant, yet you treat her as a guest of honor, while leaving my young lady here. I think your Silverin has had enough." Old Jin's expression darkened completely. He was too tired to argue with Helan Xian and said coldly, "The distinguished guest has arrived. Please her upstairs and ask the others to leave." After speaking, he respectfully led Qin Ran upstairs. The young servant saw this and felt his heart pounding. Could that village girl really be the shopkeeper's honored guest? How is that possible? He looked at Qin Ran's back and suddenly felt a sharp pain in his fingertips. He shrank his neck. Just then, a few people came from the back courtyard, dragging him away. "Help! Help!" He tried to shout, but before he finished, someone struck him with knocking him out. Qin Ran arrived at an elegant room upstairs. She had thought the shopkeeper of this silver building would be an old man, but to her surprise, it was a handsome young boy. And Tingjun watched her come in, slightly raising his eyebrows. The old man beside him nodded slightly. And Tingjun smiled and said, "Please sit down, young lady." Qin Ran noticed he was also a little surprised. "Why are you looking at me like that?" "It's nothing. I thought the shopkeeper of this silver bank would be an older person, but I didn't expect. That might disappoint you." And Tingjun said softly, with a gentle smile, "If I had been born a few decades earlier, perhaps you would be more satisfied." He was surprisingly interesting, Qin Ran thought, smiling. Her good mood, disturbed earlier by those two, returned a little. Qin Ran handed him a jade pendant. "Someone told me that if I bring this jade to the shopkeeper of the silver bank, I can exchange it for 10,000 taels of silver." And Tingjun took the jade, looking at the carved qilin on it. He couldn't say he was not surprised. He didn't expect Jun Si to give his waist badge to someone, especially a woman. He secretly looked her over. She was indeed beautiful, but too young, probably only 11 or 12 years old.
She was still a child.
Jun Si wouldn't be so cruel as to have inappropriate thoughts about a young girl. But why would he give such an important badge to a stranger and even instruct someone not to take it back? What was his purpose? "The jade pendant is fine," and Tingjun signaled to old Jean. Soon, several servants brought over a few large boxes. "Young lady, take a look. If everything is okay, you can take these with you." The servants opened the boxes, revealing a lot of gold, which lit up the room. And Tingjun's smile remained. 10,000 taels of gold. Is that correct? I'm not asking for gold. I want 10,000 taels of silver. That doesn't matter, and Tingjun said with a slightly cunning smile. You can use this jade to get as much silver as you want. The owner of this jade doesn't mind a few tens of thousands of taels. Jean Rant's lips curled slightly. The shopkeeper's words do make some sense, and Tingjun looked at her with a pause, but his smile didn't change. So, young lady, do you like these golds? Yes, Jean Rand said, walking to the boxes. She took out a gold ingot, weighing it in her hand. Who wouldn't like gold? And who would refuse gold? Seeing this, and Tingjun smirked with a hint of sarcasm. As expected, women in this world are all the same, greedy and vain. As long as there is enough benefit, they can forget their shame. Now it seems that Junxi's judgment was also accurate. Since that's the case, I will have someone help you pack these gold pieces. Where would you like them sent? Where they come from, send them back there. What do you mean? I haven't finished speaking. Jean ran through the gold ingots back into the box, closed it, and sat back in her chair. She picked up her teacup and took a sip, calmly saying, Everyone likes gold, but some things cannot be bought with gold. Although I come from a humble background, I have my own principles. If something isn't mine, I won't take it. I agreed with the owner of this jade pendant. 10,000 taels of silver is 10,000 taels of silver. As she finished speaking, and Tingjun was momentarily stunned. However, I do need your help with something. What is it? With so much silver, I have nowhere to store it. Please lend me 200 taels of silver, and I will exchange the rest for silver notes. She needed to use silver in the town, and she couldn't just carry 10,000 taels of silver notes to get change. And Tingjun looked at her, trying to see if she was acting, but he found no signs of pretense. She truly didn't want the 10,000 taels of gold. Remember, 10,000 taels of gold equals 100,000 taels of silver. How could there be such a foolish girl in this world? Shopkeeper, is my request making things difficult for you? No, not at all. And Tingjun coughed softly. Master Jean, prepare everything. He then looked at her again. May I ask your name? Where do you live? How old are you? Hearing this, Jean Ran raised her eyebrows slightly, her beautiful eyes narrowing a bit. Why do you ask, young master? These are private matters of a young lady. Don't you think that's a bit rude? Soon after, old Jean delivered the silver notes and 200 taels of silver. Jean Ran saw the silver, and a faint smile appeared in her eyes. Thank you, old Jean. The 200 taels of silver were in coins, ranging from 20 taels to just a few coins, making it very convenient to use. She slightly bowed to Tingjun. Thank you for your trouble, shopkeeper. After speaking, she was about to leave. Wait, and Tingjun handed her a jade pendant. Please take this jade pendant with you. This jade pendant is valuable. Our small silver shop cannot keep it safe. Please return it to its owner yourself. Jean Ran took the jade pendant. How was she supposed to find that man? All right, I won't keep you any longer. When she left the silver shop, old Jean personally saw her to the door. It's important to note that the Wangu silver shop in Yun'in town is not a place for just anyone to enter. Usually, even the town's mayor visits here politely. The shop's owner has a very powerful background. There was once a family named Fong in this town, whose ancestors served as grand tutor in the capital. Over time, the family lost influence, and eventually, they fell into poverty and settled in Yun'in town. Thanks to their ancestors' protection, after arriving in Yun'in town, they maintained some connections with officials in the capital. The local governor personally ordered protection, so the townspeople dared not offend them. For a time, the Fong family was like a local tyrant in Yun'in town. However, each generation of the Fong family was weaker than the last. One day, the young master of the Fong family caused trouble at the Wangu silver shop, overturning counters and injuring a worker. Because they were used to bullying others in town, they didn't think much of it. But just when everyone thought the matter would be settled like usual, News spread that the young master had his leg broken at the shop. It's known that the ancestors of the Fong family often cause trouble, but no matter how big the trouble, someone always helped them settle it. They kidnapped women and killed people, yet the common folk couldn't complain. When the news of the broken leg spread, no one believed it. Only later, when they saw the Fong family members go to the silver shop to demand justice and get turned away, did everyone realize it was true. Just when everyone thought the shopkeeper might be in trouble, they heard that the head of the Fong family personally went to apologize and even moved out that night. That's when people realized that the quiet, unassuming Wangu silver shop was actually the most powerful force in town. Since then, no one dared to cause trouble there, and even speaking loudly required careful consideration. The shopkeeper at the Silver Inn rarely comes himself. Usually, old Jean handles everything. Because of this, everyone is very polite to him, and no one has ever seen him show such respect to anyone else. People's eyes are on Jean Ran, and they feel curious. This girl looks like a village woman. Why does old Jean pay so much attention to her? After leaving the Silver Inn, Jean Ran notices a few people following her. She smiles slightly, turns, and walks into an alley. A few men sneakily follow behind her. As she enters the alley, several stones are suddenly thrown at her, hitting precisely on her temples. The men all faint immediately. "TSK, with this skill, you think you can stop me?" She looks at one of the young men's faces, recognizing him as the guard of that woman named He. She kicks him, but he doesn't wake up. Did I hit him too hard? She wonders. She looks at her hands and feels they aren't applying much force. But she also notices her hands are different from before. Since crossing over, she hasn't fully adapted to this body, but her strength seems even greater than in her previous life. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to use her flying needle technique.
Just then, sounds come from outside the alley. "Did you see? She really went in?" "Yeah, I saw.
So many brothers trying to catch just one woman. They're just grabbing her, no problem. Why rush? Go check." Miss said she wants her alive. Two men peek outside the alley and look inside. They freeze in place, stunned. Their brothers are all lying on the ground, unconscious, and the woman they're after is nowhere to be seen. "What's going on?" "You ask me? I want to ask you. Where did that woman go?" They came out in such large numbers to catch a girl, and if she managed to escape, wouldn't Miss be angry and break their legs? Suddenly, a clear voice comes from above. "Are you looking for me?" The two men are startled. Jean Ran is sitting on top of the wall, smiling kindly. She's clearly smiling, but for some reason, the two men feel a chill and get goosebumps. The two people exchanged a glance and quietly said, "Our young lady wants to see you. Come with us." Jean Ran frowned slightly and calmly said, "But I don't want to go. That's not up to you." TSK, such an attitude. "I don't like it." She swung her wrist and jumped down from the high wall. "I have a habit when I see something I don't like, I like to mind my own business. Since your young lady hasn't taught you well, and you think you're invincible, I will represent your master and set some rules for you. You little brat, you really don't know when to stop. Since that's the case, my brother and I will show you what real strength is." After speaking, the two men lunged at Jean Ran. In an alley in town, occasional sounds of fighting could be heard. The townspeople didn't step in, fearing they might get involved. Soon, the two men came out of the alley, both with bruised noses and swollen faces, blood dripping from their noses. Everyone on the street kept their distance. At that moment, a girl dressed in a pale yellow dress with a basket on her back walked out of the alley. She still had a smile on her face, and her smile brightened the dark alley a little. "Are you two going to lead the way or not?" As she spoke, the two men flinched nervously, their faces showing fear. They never expected that a small, thin girl could fight so well. She almost beat them to death. She fought fiercely every time, and it seemed like her bones might break from the blows. After turning a few corners, they arrived at a small door leading to a flower pavilion. The two men hung their heads and entered. "Did you bring the person?" Helan Xian whispered. "Is she alive?" "Miss, she's here," one of them said. But what?" Helan Xion's voice grew cold. Is she dead? What do you mean? You're hesitating. Miss Helan, why did you send someone to find me? I don't know what this is about. Qin Ran's voice came from behind the two men. Helan Xion's body trembled. She looked toward the direction of the voice. Only then did she see that only two of her people had returned, both with bruised faces, while the girl behind them was completely unharmed and standing there. Good for nothing, Helan Xion said coldly. Useless trash. Get down and leave. Her gaze fell on Qin Ran, and she sneered. You have some nerve to follow me here. What's there to be afraid of? Qin Ran sat down on a chair, showing a carefree smile. Do you think you can do whatever you want here? Helan Xion asked coldly. I may not be able to control everything, but dealing with you is easy. She clapped her hands, and several burly men stepped forward. This woman is yours now, Helan Xion said, looking at Qin Ran with disdain. I want her to wish she had never been born. Miss, don't worry, one man said with a lecherous smile. We will make sure you're satisfied. Qin Ran saw this and showed no fear. A slight smile played on her lips. I never thought a young lady from a noble family could be so cruel. Cruel? Helan Xion laughed loudly. With your status, you probably won't marry a man like this in the future. I'm actually helping you. Live happily before you die, and that won't be a waste. Really? Qin Ran sneered. Then Miss Helan, you can keep such good things for yourself. Helan Xion's eyes turned cold. She said firmly, my status is not something a lowly person like you can compare to. She waved her hand, and a maid named Muden brought a cup. The liquid in the cup smelled strongly of potent aphrodisiac herbs. It seemed Helan Xion had done this kind of thing many times before, which was why she was so familiar with it today. A bloodthirsty smile appeared on Qin Ran's face. Honestly, she despised such low tricks. The love potion in her space was many times stronger than what Helan Xion brought out. She didn't bother with it. She believed in not offending others unless they offended her first. If someone crossed her, she would punish them no matter how far away they were. She wasn't a saint. Since Helan Xion was the one who started this, she wouldn't hold back her ruthlessness. The men with malicious smiles moved toward Qin Ran. It had to be said, Qin Ran's face was very beautiful. Because of this, Helan Xion couldn't bear to let her go. She always thought she was the most beautiful woman in town, but now she was overshadowed by a village girl from somewhere in the countryside. How could she accept that? Don't kill her yet. Leave her a breath. I want to drag her into the mountains and feed her to the wolves. Helan's eyes sparkled with a sneaky smile. She raised her chin, looking like a winner as she stared at Qin Ran, as if Qin Ran was already her prey on the chopping block. I suppose you have parents and relatives. Don't worry, I won't let you be lonely for long. I'll make sure they all come to keep you company. Your parents, brothers, and sisters. I'll settle each of them one by one. She coldly said, take action. Yes, miss. Qin Ran slightly lifted the corner of her mouth and looked at Helan. She softly said, someone once told me that enemies should be resolved, not tied together. Luckily, I believe in revenge, or I wouldn't be able to treat someone as cruel as you. After speaking, she took out a pill and casually threw it away. The pill hit the ground and suddenly cracked open, releasing a faint, pleasant scent into the air. What's that smell? It's so nice. The fragrance quickly spread. They rarely smelled such a lovely scent, and they couldn't help but take a few more deep breaths. Seeing this, Qin Ran smiled and said, Golden acacia. This scent is from golden acacia. Golden acacia? As she finished speaking, everyone's eyes in the courtyard became dazed. Helan shook her head, and her face quickly turned red. As the warmth in her body rose, she sensed something was wrong. Knowing what was about to happen, Qin Ran stood up and calmly said, it's because you wanted to hurt someone you shouldn't have, so you ended up like this. It's all your own doing. She walked to the door of the flower hall, carrying a basket on her back. The murderous look on her face disappeared, replaced with a naive smile, and she turned to leave. Well, you Beauty Eyes said calmly from the high platform. People really are hard to judge by appearances. Using their own methods against them. This counterattack was quite impressive. Junsi's gaze fell on Qin Ran's back. This girl really holds grudges, but her personality strangely suits him. Yu Xuanli smiled and said, "That's just human nature. If someone else treated me like that, I might have fought back even harder." Yu Putii walked over and softly asked, "Since yesterday, I've noticed that whenever you mention that little troublemaker, you always defend her. That's not like you. Usually, whenever a girl gets close, you look uncomfortable. What's going on now?" He smiled mysteriously. "Let me guess. Do you have feelings for her?" Yu Xuanli pushed him away and said, "If you say that, you're insulting the reputation of the girl. Besides, she's still young. What ideas could I have? If I really had such thoughts, I would be worse than a beast." "That's true," Yu Puxin nodded. "You and Qi are both so dull. How could you understand the gentle warmth of a young girl?" Junsi closed the window softly and said, "I remember that the silver inn was missing a priceless jade hairpin near the flower hall. If someone finds it and spreads the word, the silver inn is willing to pay 200 silver coins as a reward." Hearing this, Yu Puxin was stunned. It seems they want to eliminate all competition. Let Master he find a good match for his daughter among those young servants. That would be a good thing. When it comes to killing with words, only the 8th prince can do it best. Does Master he still have the face to stay in Union Town? Qin Ran had been walking for a while before she arrived at a tea house. The owner was an elderly man over 60, with white hair. When he saw her come in, he smiled and asked, "Young lady, would you like to buy some tea?" The aroma in the tea house made Qin Ran feel refreshed. Such a wonderful smell, delicious tea. The old man slightly bowed his back, holding a teapot in his hand, and the fragrant steam wafted from it. "Old sir, how much do you sell this tea for?" "This tea is grown on my mountain behind the town. It's not worth much, 50 coins per jin. More expensive than meat, but not valuable. Moreover, the tea shops in town mostly sell fresh tea leaves. After processing, a jin of tea doesn't yield much." Qin Ran looked at the other teas in the shop. The old man smiled and asked, "Young lady, do you like tea?" "It's okay. My grandfather in the backyard enjoys tea, but he's not able to come here because of his legs. So, I came to buy some for him." Qin Ran replied with a smile. "It seems you don't have many teas here. I'm too old to farm anymore," the old man said, taking out a teacup and pouring some tea from the teapot. "Try it and see if you like it. The dried tea I have is only what I grow myself. Since this is a border area, some traveling merchants from other places sell different teas in the shops. But those merchants don't process the tea themselves, so they mainly sell fresh leaves." Qin Ran took the teacup. The light aroma of tea reached her nose. The tea was clear and bright. She took a small sip, and the flavor lingered on her lips and teeth. "Excelente. Truly excellent tea." Qin Ran smiled and asked, "Old sir, what is the name of this tea?" The old man chuckled and said, "Haha, I am just a simple man. I don't know how to give it a proper name. If you like it, you can take some." Qin Ran replied, "That won't do." He took out 2 taels of silver. "Please sell me some dry tea. I want to send it to my grandfather in the backyard." The old man nodded and soon handed Qin Ran a few packages of tea. A faint tea aroma seeped out from the packages. "Thank you, old sir." Qin Ran was about to leave when he saw the old man take out a small paper bag. "This is for you." Qin Ran raised an eyebrow. The tea was quite valuable. "Now I don't want to grow tea anymore. Since you like it, take these and enjoy them." Qin Ran took the tea and pulled out a porcelain bottle from his pocket. "Old sir, this is my own blend. I hope you won't mind." Inside the bottle was spiritual spring water. "Thank you." After Qin Ran left, he opened the bottle. He didn't smell anything unusual. It looked like water. Without thinking, he drank it directly. His body showed no reaction. He smacked his lips and sighed. What was there to look forward to? It was just a young girl, probably couldn't even read a few characters. She said she made the tea herself, and he believed her. He even felt a little excited. Now, looking back, it was all just wishful thinking. Qin Ran's figure had already disappeared. Just as he was about to turn back, suddenly, a sharp pain came from his dantian. Could it be his old injury acting up again? His face changed instantly. He hurried back into the shop. As soon as he closed the door, he felt his blood surge and a strange, salty sweet sensation in his throat. A mouthful of black blood was spat out. It splattered on the ground, producing white smoke. As the blood was expelled from his body, his previously heavy body suddenly felt much lighter. He touched his chest. For decades, it had felt like being burned by fire every day, tormenting him constantly. He had tried many methods, but nothing worked. Now, that burning sensation was gone. It was not an illusion. It really disappeared. He straightened up and repeatedly checked. This was not his imagination. It was truly gone. He hadn't eaten anything special today. If there was something... His gaze fell on the porcelain bottle in his hand. Could it be because of this? A glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. When Qin Ran delivered the tea to Zhao Yuan's courtyard, he was lying there enjoying the sun. Seeing her come in, he smiled and asked, "Did you bring the tea?" "Grandpa Zhao, this is the tea you wanted." She placed the tea on the table in the yard and looked around. Besides the table, chairs, and a large tree, there was nothing else, just emptiness. "What are you looking at?" Zhao Yuan opened the tea package. The strong aroma of tea suddenly cleared his foggy mind. "This tea," he looked at Qin Ran in surprise. "Where did you buy it from?" "Just in town." Qin Ran handed him the remaining 18 taels of silver. "You gave me too much." "2 taels are enough." "What? 2 taels?" "Yes." Qin Ran saw his surprise and smiled. "That amount of silver can last a regular family for half a year. You, on the other hand, use it for tea. If others find out, they might say you're wasting money, ha ha ha, as the saying goes." Sitting and sipping cool water, watching the dust settle, and enjoying a bowl of tea. Only true tea lovers can understand the joy in it. He looked at Qin Ran and chuckled. "What I told you is a bit complicated. You probably don't understand." "It's not that I don't understand," Qin Ran said with a smile. "A gentleman has 9 elegant qualities, and appreciating good names is one of them. Grandpa Zhao, you seem to have shed some of your worldly worries and gained a noble air." Zhao Yuan paused, his eyes showing shock that he couldn't hide. "What did you just say?" Before Qin Ran could answer, he continued, "Have you read books?" "My grandfather was a scholar, so I know a little about characters," Qin Ran replied with a smile. "Grandpa Zhao, please enjoy your tea. My mother is waiting for me to go back." Zhao Yuan looked at her back, frowning deeply. He had seen the old master of the Qin family before. Although he was a scholar, none of his sons had ever learned to read. How could he not teach his children and grandchildren but instead teach his granddaughter? Since ancient times, except for noble daughters in the capital, few families allowed their daughters to study. Boys studying was more useful, passing exams, gaining official positions, and changing the family's fate. Girls, after growing up, would marry into other families, take their husband's surname, and become less useful to their own family. His gaze fell on the fine tea leaves. Such high-quality tea, if in the capital city, 2 taels of silver might not even buy a few coins worth of tea. As Qin Ran returned home, she heard a somewhat familiar voice coming from the yard. "Big brother, don't worry. If you agree to give me these cloths, I won't tell my sister-in-law and the others." Qin Rua Qiong wiped her tears. "Big brother, you know I'm at the right age to get married, but mother didn't even prepare a silver tael of dowry for me. When suitors come, they hear about our family's situation and turn away. If I delay any longer, I really won't be able to marry." Qin Wenji and Mrs. Wu didn't say anything. Seeing they didn't refuse, Qin Rua Qiong felt secretly happy. It seemed she had a chance today. She quickly walked to Qin Wenji's side, grabbing his sleeve. "Big brother, please just give me a few pieces. I promise I won't tell anyone. You don't want me to end up without a husband in the future, right?" "But..." Qin Wenji hesitated. "These cloths were dyed by Ran Ran. Neither her mother nor I can decide about them." Qin Ran was just a young girl. As her parents, Qin Wenji and Mrs. Wu, how could they not decide? It was just an excuse to stall. Qin Rua Qiong's eyes flickered and she whispered, "Big brother, what Ran Ran got is basically yours and sister-in-law's, isn't it? She's not even married yet. She's already out of your control." When she really gets married, what benefits will you two have? She coldly said, Big brother, I think these cloths are all yours and sister-in-law's. What does Qin Ran have to do with it? Ruo Qiong, you can't say that, Mrs. Wu softly said. Ran is grown up now. In a couple of years, she'll be of marriage age too. Her father, and I don't have much. When we separated from the Qin family, you saw we had no money. Besides Ran, there's Yudi and Junjia. They all need silver for marriage. If we give you the silk, what will happen to the three of them? Hearing this, Qin Ruo Qiong rolled her eyes. What about the three little brats? What does that have to do with her? Whether she can marry or find a husband is their own fate. Wushi heard this and felt a bit upset. He didn't say anything more. Qin Wenji sighed and said, These fabrics are fine for you, but what? Qin Ruo Qiong felt excited. A piece of silk cloth can sell for a good amount of money. If I can get a few more pieces, I can take them to the town and sell them, then hide the money. Later, when I get married, I can use it. I know if I take the fabrics back to the Qin family, my mother will take them away. I won't even get a new dress, and even if I get money, she won't give me a little. It's better if I hide them myself. But giving you the fabrics depends on Deng Deng coming back. As soon as she agrees, I will give them to you. In the end, it still depends on Qin Deng's approval. But knowing her stubborn nature, how could she agree to give me a few pieces of silk? Big brother, Qin Deng will get married someday. When she takes all the fabrics away, what will be left for you and others? You're going to get married too, right? Suddenly, Qin Deng's voice sounded. Qin Ruo Qiong's heart trembled. She quickly turned around. Qin Deng was leaning on the doorframe, calmly watching her.
What?
Are you planning to stay in my house as a servant after I give you the silk? You. Qin Ruo Qiong's face turned red instantly. How can you talk to me like that? I'm like this when I talk. If you don't want to listen, you can leave. Why should I leave? Because this is my home, Qin Deng said clearly. The land you're standing on, the ground beneath your feet, is my home. Do I need to show you the documents? She sneered, and we've already separated our families. It's better if you don't come to my house often. If others find out, they'll say you're just here to mooch. Who is mooching? Oh, so you're not mooching? Qin Deng smiled. Then why are you coming to my house? I just want some silk, she spoke very softly. And I asked my brother for it. It has nothing to do with you. How does it have nothing to do with me? Qin Deng sneered. You're asking for silk, and you won't admit you're mooching? What else would it be? Asking for money directly? Say it out loud. Don't you think that's ridiculous? Besides, what you want is part of the dowry I prepared for Yudi. Yudi is my sister. What are you, anyway? My parents didn't give me a sister as big as you. You, Qin Ruqiong truly saw how sharp Qin Ran's words could be. No wonder her mother was sick from anger. When did this rebellious girl become like this? Just a few days ago, she still let herself be bullied. Ran, I am your aunt.
How can you talk like that? She cried. I
might as well be dead. Hearing this, Qin Wenji frowned. He wanted to say something, but recalling what Qin Ran had said to him a few days ago, he just sighed and kept silent. Qin Ran smiled coldly and said, Aunt? I've never seen an aunt like you. She pulled Qin Junjia and Qin Yudi out from behind Wushi. She rolled up their sleeves, revealing several noticeable scars. You're saying you're an aunt, but this is what an aunt can do. This isn't my fault. If you want people not to find out, you shouldn't have done it. Do you think Junjia and Yudi are still children? Qin Ran sneered. There is a higher power above us. Do you not fear divine punishment for doing such things? Suddenly, lightning flashed in the sky, startling everyone in the yard. Qin Ruqiong's face changed instantly. She looked up at the clear sky, her heart pounding. Could there really be divine punishment in this world? She swallowed hard. I am not doing it on purpose. Yes, you're not doing it on purpose. Someone else was controlling your hand, Qin Ran said coldly. Wushi looked at the scars on the children and tears streamed down her face. The suffering and abuse they endured in the Qin family flooded her mind. Qin Wenji said coldly, Ruqiong, you should go back. Your dowry has nothing to do with me. Qin Ruqiong quickly replied, Big brother, how can you do this?
Our father is not well now. You did this on purpose. Knowing he's dying, you don't care about us anymore. Now, I beg you, but you won't even give me a piece of silk. Father, if he knew how you treat me, he wouldn't rest in peace. Hearing this, Qin Wenji's heart tightened. What's wrong with father? What else can be wrong? Qin Ruqiong whispered. Mother already called the doctor. Father is dying. Qin Wenji suddenly stood up and hurried outside. Qin Ruqiong didn't expect him to react so strongly. Big brother. Big brother. Where are you going? Mrs. Wu tightly held her hand and was about to go over. Qin Ran stepped forward and quietly said, Mother, wait at home. I will go and check. She approached Qin Ruoqiong and kept looking inside the house, trying to see where the silk fabrics were kept. Qin Ran stood in front of her and softly said, You just kept saying that grandfather is about to die and loudly showed your filial piety in front of my father. Now, you're not in a hurry anymore. Hearing this, Qin Ruoqiong glared at her fiercely. You ungrateful girl, just wait and see. Qin Ran followed Qin Wenji back to the Qin family. When she arrived again, she felt nothing in her heart. Mrs. Zhao saw them and shouted sharply, Why are you two back? She crossed her arms at the door, blocking their way. You're alive but unfilial. Now that he's about to pass, why are you back? Do you want to split the inheritance again? I tell you, don't even think about it. I just want to see my father. Mrs. Zhao snorted coldly. You little brat, I knew you had bad intentions. Your father doesn't want to see you. You don't need to go in. She glanced at Qin Wenji. The most useless person in the family is you. You took the money and left. You unfilial thing. Seeing your father will only make him angry. Get out now. Qin Wenji clenched his fists, his face pale. I just want to take a quick look. There's nothing worth seeing. Leave now. Qin stepped forward and coldly said, Your father is sick. If you're not helping him, that's fine. But now, you're talking about splitting the family. If your father is about to pass, you're just pretending to cry for him. You only want to see him for those hidden things he kept. Before he finished, Mrs. Zhao slapped him. What nonsense are you talking? What hidden things? Realizing he had slipped up, Qin's face looked a bit unnatural. Qin Ran listened from behind and sneered inwardly. No wonder. If it weren't for Qin Ruoqiong saying that Qin Chong, her grandfather, was about to pass, they wouldn't have known about this. Not telling them this news was because they were secretly after her grandfather's hidden belongings. The neighbors nearby, hearing that the old master of the Qin family was about to pass, whispered softly. At this critical moment, the head of the Qin family just wants to see his father. What are you doing? Your stepmother is too cold-hearted. Also, the division of the family wasn't entirely your big brother's fault. If he hadn't divided the family, your whole family might have been beaten to death. I think the old master of the Qin family wasn't killed by anger. It seems he was actually upset because of his wife. Get lost. What does it have to do with you? This is our Qin family's business, and we don't need you heartless people meddling. Zhao Shi saw that Qin Wenji wasn't leaving, so she picked up a stick and angrily approached him, raising it to strike. I'll beat you to death. I will. Seeing the stick about to hit his head, Qin Ran frowned and was about to act, but Qin Wenji reached out a hand and calmly caught the stick. Qin Ran paused with her hand raised, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. She had never seen her cheap father show such strength. Seeing this, Zhao Shi's face changed slightly. Qin Wenji forcefully took the stick from her hand and threw it on the ground. With a loud clatter, the stick hit an old basin in the yard, smashing a big hole in it. The loud noise shocked everyone. It was the first time they saw the big brother of the Qin family get so angry. You're rebelling, Zhao Shi said coldly. You disobedient thing. How dare you throw things in front of me? You've gone too far. I just want to see my father one last time. Why are you stopping me? Qin Wenji's face turned red, as if he was holding back great anger. Anyone who tries to stop me, don't blame me for losing my temper. No one had ever seen him like this, and everyone was momentarily stunned. At that moment, faintly from inside the room, Qin Feng's excited voice was heard. Grandfather is awake. Quickly ask him where he hid the treasure. Zhao Shi's face lit up with joy.
She ignored Qin Wenji and Qin ran and hurried into the room. The person who had been unconscious for so long suddenly waking up was probably a sign of a last burst of life. If she didn't find out where that good stuff was hidden now once the old man died, she wouldn't know where to look. If in the end there was nothing, wouldn't she have lived in vain? Seeing her rush so quickly, everyone knew what she was after. They all heard Qin phone clearly, but they really didn't know. This old master of the Qin family had been poor all his life. What kind of treasure could he possibly have? And why would he hide it? Qin Wenji's legs felt as heavy as lead. When he heard his father wake up, he was too scared to look at him. "Father," Qin Ran whispered, "aren't you going to look?" "Why, yes, I will," he said, but as he took a step forward, he fell to the ground. Qin Ran frowned slightly. She took the water bag from her waist and handed it to Qin Wenji. He took a few sips and then felt a little stronger. He staggered into the room and saw the Qin family gathered around the old man. Mrs. Zhao was constantly asking him questions. "Old man, where's the thing you hid?" Qin Chong just looked at the ceiling and said nothing. "I'm asking you, where did you hide that thing? The thing you wanted to leave for that little brat. Where is it?" "Where?" She had been repeating this question many times since she came in, but Qin Chong's expression never changed. "You old fool. If I had known you were like this, I would never have taken care of you until now. I have been feeding you rice soup every day just to keep you from starving. If I had known, I would have let you die." At this moment, Qin Chong's eyes looked dull, a sign that he was near death. "He's no good anymore, no good." Mrs. Zhao sat down heavily next to Qin Chong. Thinking that all her years of effort had been wasted, she couldn't hold back her anger. She raised her fist to hit him. Just then, Qin Wenji stepped forward to protect his father. Mrs. Zhao's fist stopped on his body. Mrs. Zhao was furious, using all her strength to hit Qin Wenji, without regard for her own safety. Qin Ran frowned deeply. She stepped forward and pushed Mrs. Zhao to the ground. Coldly, she said, "Try hitting my father again." Her icy gaze swept over everyone in the room. The Qin family members were a little afraid of her. Mrs. Zhao got up from the ground, but fell once along the way. No one in the family helped her. Qin Wenji's eyes were red. He clenched his fists tightly and whispered, "Father, I'm here." Hearing his voice, Qin Chong's previously unfocused eyes seemed to gather faintly again. His eyes moved slightly, and he looked at Qin Wenji. His mouth moved, but he couldn't speak. Qin Ran moved her fingers slightly. A pill fell into her hand. "Grandfather, what did you say?" "I couldn't hear clearly." Qin Ran pretended to listen carefully and then gently put the pill into her grandfather's mouth. The pill dissolved quickly in her mouth. She had made it in the lab over the past 2 days. Since she checked Qin Chong's pulse that day, she had been trying to find a way to cure him. Coincidentally, the pill was just finished when it was needed. The Qin family members looked nervous, and Mrs. Zhao was full of anger. Sure enough, this old man wanted to leave something for Qin Wenji, that little troublemaker. She had called him for so long, but he looked like a dead person, with no movement in his eyes. Now, just because Qin Wenji called him Dad, he could speak again. The pill went down his throat. Qin Chong, who was already exhausted, suddenly felt a strange power flow into his body. It was as if a light had been turned back on inside him. He sighed deeply. He had been unconscious for so long that he couldn't speak. His dry fingers curled slightly. Qin Chong held his hand tightly. At that moment, his cold hand started to warm up gradually. "Dad, Dad." Qin Chong exhaled heavily. His dry throat made a muffled sound. Seeing this, Qin Ran handed him a water bag. Qin Wenji quickly helped him take a small sip. Not long after drinking the spring water, Qin Chong's voice gained some strength. His voice was still weak, so Qin Wenji hurried to lean closer. Everyone looked up at the ceiling beam when they heard this. Qin Ran's heart moved. No wonder her grandfather's gaze had always been on the ceiling beam earlier. There was something up there. Before Qin Wenji could react, the Qin family members had already set up a ladder and climbed onto the beam. Qinda reached out and felt around for a while. His hand touched a box. His eyes lit up. Found it. Mrs. Zhao was very happy.
Quick. Bring it down. Besides Qin Wenji and Qin Ran, everyone else looked at the box in Qinda's hand. What could be inside? Could it be gold? Qinda picked up the box and weighed it. It didn't seem heavy. He shook it again, listening to the sound. It didn't sound like gold or silver. Fourth brother, why haven't you opened the box yet? Why are you just shaking it here? Qin Riqiang whispered. If there's gold inside, I want to buy some silk and satin to make beautiful dresses. That way, I won't have to lower my head to ask for fabric and get kicked out. Under everyone's urging, Qinda slowly opened the box. In the next moment, the Qin family members were all stunned. Where were the priceless jewels? Inside, besides a yellowed scroll, there was nothing else. Mrs. Zhao quickly grabbed the scroll and opened it. It depicted a beautiful woman who resembled Qin Wenji. Without guessing, everyone knew the woman in the painting was Qin Wenji's biological mother. Mrs. Zhao saw this, and her hands holding the scroll trembled uncontrollably. She had kept her faith all her life, just to find out what his most treasured possession was. To her surprise, it was a portrait of his first wife, an image of a deceased person, hanging on the beam of the Qin house for decades. The children of the Qin family exchanged glances. What treasure? Where did it come from? Mrs. Zhao suddenly threw the scroll to the ground and stomped on it fiercely. She acted like she had gone mad, shouting angrily, "Qin Chong, you old fool, you!" She sank to the ground, crying loudly, loud enough for the villagers outside to hear, and they kept looking into the house. Qin Ran slightly curled her lips, realizing that Mrs. Zhao finally understood what it meant to have gained nothing after all her efforts. After so many years in the Qin family, she just now realized that what she had been guarding was only a portrait of a deceased person. She probably felt like dying. Mrs. Zheng looked at the person in the portrait and said coldly, "What kind of treasure is this?" "No one would want it even if you gave it away." Qin Chong pointed at the portrait. Qin Wenji hurried forward, picked it up, dusted it off, and handed it to Qin Chong. Qin Chong looked at the person in the portrait, his expression very complicated. "Father," Qin Wenji whispered, "is this the lady in the scroll?" Qin Chong thought for a moment and slowly nodded. Mrs. Zhao saw this and became even more furious, wishing she could tear the scroll apart. She was about to reach out, but Qin Ran stopped her. "Get out of the way, you little brat. Old woman. How come you still haven't learned your lesson?" "It seems I wasn't harsh enough before." Hearing this, Mrs. Zhao shivered. Her hand recoiled, and her gaze at Qin Ran was filled with fear. Qin Ran tidied her grandfather's sleeve and took the opportunity to check his pulse. The healing effects of the spiritual spring water combined with the medicine she developed were truly powerful. They had quickly unblocked his blocked meridians, saving his life. However, now they could only ensure his survival. To fully cure him, he would need to take the medicine pills regularly over a long period. Qin Ran felt no strong emotional attachment to her grandfather. Since she could remember, he had been working away from home most of the time and rarely visited. He was not very close to her either. But he treated her the same as his other grandchildren, not favoring her just because she was a girl. The ones who truly mistreated their family were Zhao and her uncles, aunts, and their children. However, it was undeniable that their family's difficult life was largely due to Qin Chong not controlling Zhao properly. Seeing her grandfather look as if he was about to die, Qin Ran felt little sadness inside. At that moment, she sensed a flow of energy moving around in the space, and it seemed like the space had grown a little larger. Qin Ran's mind moved. Every time the space upgraded, it was related to saving someone. Could it be that she could only upgrade the space this way? She stood up quietly and said, "Dad, it's getting late. It's time to go home." Qin Wenji put Qin Chong down and held a scroll. Qin Chong's eyes were closed, but his breathing was steady, showing he was no longer in danger. "Dad, I will come to see you again tomorrow," Qin Wenji said before preparing to leave. Zhao saw this and quickly stepped forward, coldly saying, "You come and go as you please in this house. Do you have no sense of justice?" Qin Ran sneered. "What? You don't want us to leave? Fine, I don't mind staying here under the same roof with you. I just wonder if you're willing." Zhao spat and said, "Bah.
You lowly thing! Who gave you the right to speak here? A cold look flashed in Qin Ran's eyes. Say that again. Zhao saw her fierce gaze and dared not speak. She looked at Qin Wenji, pointing at Qin Chong lying there, and said, You unfilial thing, still want to keep this old man in the Qin family? You can stay out of our way. I tell you, you're dreaming. Qin Wenji frowned and asked, What do you mean, since we've already separated the family? You're the eldest. Naturally, you should take care of him. How can you leave him with me? Qin Ran heard her and couldn't help but laugh mockingly. Old woman, have you forgotten what family name we carry? This is the Qin family. Everyone living here has the surname Qin. What about you? What's your family name? As Qin Ran finished speaking, Mrs. Zhao's face suddenly changed. Grandfather is just sick. Do you want to throw him out? Qin Ran said coldly. Is there such a rule in this world? Hearing this, Mrs. Zhao snorted coldly. He's been a dead man for so many years. I haven't kicked him out, and I've been kind enough. Now you want me to keep taking care of him? Bah! She spat harshly. This old man, if you don't take him away, just wait for him to starve to death. You! Hearing her words, Qin Wenji was furious. How can you be so cruel? Cruel? Mrs. Zhao crossed her arms and said angrily, Why didn't I just kill you back then? It would have been cleaner. Hearing this, Qin Ran sneered. If you had killed my father, you people would probably have frozen or starved to death long ago. Her words were true. If Qin Wenji hadn't been working constantly, the Qin family would have run out of money long ago. Wu also occasionally made handkerchiefs, which Qin Wenji took to town to sell for money to support the family. Although the Qin family members were unhappy, they all knew Qin Ran was fierce. Afraid of provoking her, they didn't dare to speak back. Qin Ran knew they were all cowards who bullied the weak and feared the strong. She didn't want to give them any good looks. Some people are like that. When others back down, they push even harder. When faced with such shamelessness, you can't show kindness. She smiled slightly and softly said, Grandfather, do you really not want them anymore? Don't want. Mrs. Zhao waved her hand as if shooing away a pest. Get out. Get out of this house now. And you? Qin Ran looked at the others in the Qin family. Qin Da and Qin Quan avoided her gaze, and the others didn't even turn their heads. They are truly ungrateful and heartless. At first, they thought her grandfather had treasure, and her parents just wanted to see it. Mrs. Zhao refused. Now they know it wasn't treasure at all, and they wish they could throw him out and be done with it. Qin Gang was half lying down, watching Qin Ran with a poisonous look. Qin Wenji, your daughter is really well educated. She dares to talk to elders like this. Qin Ran sneered coldly. What are you pretending to be noble for here? What a good thing you are. You. Qin Ran was too lazy to bother with him. She looked at the Qin family and said coldly, If you don't want to raise her, that's fine. My parents will take care of her. But I need to make one thing clear to you. She looked at the Qin family and whispered, Since you've said you won't raise her, then be thorough about it. The Qin family has no clan now, so let's have the village chief notarize it. It's not that we forcibly took her. You chose not to raise her. When the Qin family saw that she was willing to take this burden away, they felt a bit more comfortable. Mrs. Zhao sneered inwardly. She thought, what a fool. She's really willing to take this old, useless person away. That's perfect. This year's harvest isn't good, so having one less mouth to feed is best. All right, then it's settled, Qin Da quickly said. I'll ask the village chief to come now. Qin Ran looked at Qin Wenji. She saw his furrowed brow finally relax a little. She couldn't help but think back to when she insisted on splitting the family. Qin Wenji had said that their grandfather was still sick and didn't want to leave the Qin family. He was probably worried about today's situation. He actually knew long ago that Mrs. Zhao was cruel. Her grandfather would eventually be disliked by her. If he was truly thrown out like today, he would have no choice but to die. Thinking this way, she realized her adoptive father, though a bit old-fashioned, was a kind and filial person. Soon, the village chief, Chen Ping, arrived. He was very reluctant to step into the Qin family. Since they moved into Wuyin village, he hadn't had a moment of peace. He wished he could drive the whole family out. What's the matter now? He said irritably.
I think I'm just here to serve as the village chief for you Qin family. Qin Ran stepped forward and smiled. Village chief, today we asked you here to be a witness. She briefly explained what happened today. Chun Ping frowned and looked at the Qin brothers with displeasure. You little brats, you won't even support your own father? Qin De looked uncomfortable. He coughed and said, Village chief, you know, our brothers don't earn much silver. We have several mouths to feed at home. My second and third brothers also have children. In the future, they'll need to go to school and take exams. I heard from the town folks that the school fees are quite high. Our father is with us, so he's probably going hungry. It's better for him to stay with them. Chen Ping sneered when he heard this. Your eldest brother doesn't have many mouths? No children. If you don't want to raise them, just say so. Don't put on airs. You talk about offering sacrifices and scientific expeditions, but look at your own character. If you can't raise someone capable, how can they go on scientific trips?
Inde looked unhappy.
Qin Gang, holding his leg, said in a deep voice, Village chief, our Qin family is now badly affected by Qin Ran, that stubborn girl. We've been hurt, and my son still has a wound on his head. We simply don't have the money to support another idle person. Idle person, Qin Ran sneered. When you were young, your grandfather had to work outside to support the family. Now you look down on him for being idle. Truly, some people have no shame. Qin Gang glared at Qin Ran. Who are you calling shameless? Everyone knows who, Qin Ran replied. I didn't name anyone specifically. Why are you angry? Are you feeling guilty? TSK, some self-awareness would be good. You brat, he turned to Qin Wenji. This is the daughter you raised. 50 steps laugh at 100, Qin Ran said, looking at his leg with a teasing smile. If you want your leg to be useless too, keep talking. Hearing this, Qin Gang almost choked on his words. What's wrong with my daughter? I'm much better than you. At least I look down on you useless fools, heartless and ungrateful. I wouldn't do what you did. If heaven is fair, it would strike you down with lightning. As she finished speaking, a loud thunderclap sounded. Everyone in the room was startled, their eyes showing fear. Could it be that this girl's words really summoned lightning? Qin Ruqiong looked at her with even more fear. Just now, at Qin Wenji's house, after Qin Ran said this, lightning struck the sky. She looked at Qin Ran, her palms sweating slightly. Chun Ping frowned and turned to Zhao. Is that what you think too? Zhao sighed. I'm just an old woman. Now I can only listen to my son. If they say they won't support her, I have no choice, Chen Ping sneered inwardly. This old woman really knows how to make excuses. He looked at Qin Wenji. Are you willing to serve old Qin? Qin Wenji nodded. My father is not in good health. I don't know how much longer he has. As his son, I must show filial piety. Chen Ping sighed softly and said, Old Qin has raised so many children, and only you turned out to be such a good person. Qin Ran smiled and replied, We all have the same father. If our characters are very different, there must be a reason. She looked at Zhao Shi. If the mother is not a good person, how can her children be good? Zhao Shi wanted to argue, but when she saw Qin Ran's slightly intimidating gaze, she had to shut her mouth in frustration. Fine, Chen Ping said coldly. Since you've made your decision, I will act as the witness. He took out some paper and asked again before writing, Once this document is finished and both of you sign, it will be settled. From now on, your two families will have nothing to do with each other. Zhao Shi quickly nodded, and Qin Wenji did not oppose. After finishing the document, both sides held the separation paper, feeling very happy. The Qin family was glad because they could save some food and didn't need to prepare a coffin for Qin Chong. Now, making a coffin in town costs a lot of silver, and they didn't want to waste money on him. Qin Wenji carried Qin Chong back home. Wu Shi sat in the yard, lost in thought, while the two little ones looked a bit sad, quietly sitting beside Wu Shi. When they heard the door, Wu Shi hurried to stand up. Seeing Qin Wenji carrying Qin Chong, she asked, Husband, how did you carry our father here? Mother, please prepare a room for grandfather to stay in. Wu Shi quickly tidied up a room on the east side. Luckily, she had made an extra set of bedding earlier. After settling Qin Chong,
Qin Wenji explained everything that happened today in detail. Wu Shi nodded and softly said, "It's just a matter of adding a pair of bowls and chopsticks. We can save some, and the money for father's part will come out. Also, Ran exchanged mushrooms for silver, and I still have some. Our life this year will be fine." Qin Wenji was very touched. His eyes reddened as he held Wu Shi's hand. "It will be you and the children. I'm feeling much better now. Tomorrow I'll go to the mountain to chop wood and pick mushrooms to sell in town. Things will get better." Hearing their words, Qin Ran's lips curled slightly. Fortunately, her parents are kind-hearted. Looking back now, aside from some hardships in life, she has no other worries. For someone like her, who has traveled through time, it is not difficult to make a name for herself here, especially since she still has her space power. "Older sister, is grandfather asleep?" Qin Yudi whispered. "Grandfather has been sleeping for a long time. Why isn't he waking up?" In her memory, Qin Chong has never woken up. "Grandfather isn't feeling well, but he will wake up soon," she said, placing her hand on Qin Chong's pulse. Her touch was stronger than before. With a few days of care, he would recover. In less than a month, he could live like a normal person. She took out a water bag, poured some spiritual spring water into his mouth, and fed him a pill. The two little ones didn't notice and helped wipe away the spring water that was flowing from his mouth. At night, Wu prepared a pot of plain rice. The fragrant rice made the two little ones drool. They had never eaten rice before, just drinking some rice soup was enough for them. "Mother, can we really eat this rice?" Qin Junjie wiped the saliva from his lips. "Really, can we?" Wu nodded with a smile. Qin Ran looked at the rice and suddenly thought of Zhao Yuan in the backyard. She took a bowl of rice and a few pieces of rabbit meat, planning to deliver it to him. "Where are you going?" "Grandpa Zhao in the backyard seems to live alone. When I delivered things to him the other day, I saw his stove was broken. I don't know how he eats every day, so I thought I'd bring him a bowl." Wu nodded. "That's good. Come back quickly." Qin Ran carried the bowl and ran out quickly. Zhao Yuan's place was not far from her home. When she arrived, she saw black smoke rising from his yard. Cough, cough, cough. He was coughing uncontrollably from the smoke. "Grandpa Zhao." Qin Ran knocked on the door. Soon, an old man with a face as black as a pot opened it. "Grandpa Zhao, what happened to you?" "I'm fine, cough, cough, cough." Every time he coughed, black smoke came out of his mouth. Seeing this, Qin Ran couldn't help but smile. Zhao Yuan also looked a bit embarrassed. When he saw her holding the bowl, he smiled and said, "Is this for me? I noticed your stove was broken when I brought you things, so I was worried you wouldn't be able to eat. I wanted to bring you some food." Zhao Yuan smelled the delicious food and felt very happy. Without hesitation, he carried over a bowl and said, "Come sit in the courtyard." "No, thank you," Qin Ran replied with a smile. "My parents are waiting for me to come home for dinner." She took a few steps forward, then turned around and said, "My mother is a good cook. If you don't mind, you can come to our house to eat." After speaking, she headed back toward her home. Zhao Yuan watched her walk away, his eyes deepening with thought. This girl seemed different from other girls in the village, more interesting. When Qin Ran returned home, she heard her father, Qin Wenji, speaking excitedly. "Father." "Father," his voice was full of excitement, probably because her grandfather had woken up. She hurried to the room. "Father, how do you feel?" Qin Wenji asked softly. "Are you uncomfortable anywhere?" Qin Chong shook his head. Qin Wenji wiped away tears of joy caused by his excitement. "Father, are you thirsty? Are you hungry?" Qin Chong still shook his head. He reached out and pointed at the scroll on the table. Qin Wenji quickly handed the scroll to him. Qin Chong looked at the person in the painting, and his previously furrowed brow relaxed. Qin Ran saw his expression and was surprised. What was that look in his eyes? It didn't seem like he was looking at his late wife in the painting, nor did he show any longing or sadness. Instead, his expression was heavy. However, Qin Wenji and Wu Shi didn't notice this. They were still happy that Qin Chong had woken up. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the old Qin family house was tense. Now that the family was completely divided, no one was doing the chores. In the past, Wuxia handled all the housework. Now that they had to manage the household themselves, conflicts grew.
Why?
Why am I the only one doing all the work? Zhengshi shouted loudly. And what about you? Why are you just sitting there? Hearing this, Zhao Shi sneered coldly. You can't even have a son. What right do you have to sit with us? It's so late. Why haven't you gone to cook? We're waiting here for you. Mrs. Zheng clenched her fists, gritted her teeth, and turned to leave. Now that Mrs. Wu is not here, they naturally need to find someone else to boss around, and that person is her. Mrs. Zhao saw her go out, sneered, and said, If you can't have a son, you're useless. What's the point of having daughters? She rolled her eyes at Qin Ro and said coldly, They're just a drain on the family. Qin Ro lowered her head, afraid to speak. She knew Mrs. Zhao's temper. She was very harsh when she scolded people. Her mother had just been insulted, and she didn't want her to focus her anger on her. Now that Qin Ro is grown, Mrs. Zheng's belly hasn't moved at all. It seems she can't have more children. Luckily, your two brothers have sons, or our Qin family would have no heirs. I think such a useless woman should be divorced. You're still young, and there are plenty of women. Just marry again, have a new family, and have a son. Mrs. Zheng, who was outside cooking, heard these words clearly. She spat secretly and cursed in her heart. How dare that old woman suggest divorcing Qinda? Qin Ro looked at her father and found he didn't oppose. Her heart sank a little. Her mother had been with her father for so many years. Because she couldn't have a son, her grandmother and father wanted to divorce her. What if she faced the same situation in the future? If the woman who married into the family didn't treat her well, what would she do? She had seen clearly how her grandmother treated her eldest uncle's family over the years. Thinking about facing the same situation someday, she couldn't help but shiver. After a long time without eating rice, Qin Ran's family ate very happily tonight. Since crossing over, this was the first time Qin Ran had rice. She patted her full belly and let out a satisfied burp. Qin Wenji came in smiling. I'm almost fully recovered. Tomorrow, I'll go to the mountain to chop firewood and earn some silver. Then I can take your grandfather to town to see the doctor. I think grandfather is already better, Qin Ran said calmly. He was unconscious for so long. Now that he's awake, he must be fine. Just then, Mrs. Wu came in carrying a bowl of porridge. Mother, I'll take this to grandfather, Qin Ran said, taking the bowl and heading straight to Qin Chong's room. Qin Chong was holding a scroll, carefully examining it. Grandfather. Qin Ran placed the porridge on the table and said, Mother made some porridge for you. Qin Chong nodded and smiled. Grandfather has been unconscious for a long time. I didn't expect you to be so grown up now. Is the person in the painting grandmother? Yes, he smiled, put the scroll aside and took the bowl from her hand. As he looked at the porridge, he was surprised. He never thought he would be able to eat rice. Grandfather is old. Just eating some rice soup is enough. No need for such luxury, he sighed. Eat this porridge today. What will you eat tomorrow? Are you going to drink the northwest wind? Please rest assured and eat, Qin Ran said with a smile. Father bought nearly 100 jin of rice and flour today. It will last our family a long time. Qin Chong was stunned and suddenly looked up. What did you say? I said we still have plenty of rice and flour. Just eat peacefully. How is that possible? Qin Ran only smiled silently. Her gaze fell on the scroll. It was getting dark outside, and the patterns on it were blurry. For some reason, the scroll looked strange to her. Unconsciously, she reached out toward the scroll. Just as her hand was about to touch it, Qin Chong suddenly grabbed the scroll in his hand. What are you doing? Nothing, Qin Ran smiled. Just wanted to see what grandmother looked like. Qin Chong seemed to sense his mood was a bit off. His expression softened as he unrolled the scroll. A beautiful woman appeared on the paper, but he still held the scroll in his hand. Grandmother and father really do look somewhat alike, she said, staring at the hairpin on the woman's head in the painting. She paused and then asked softly, Grandfather, is this painting made by you? Qin Chong nodded. Yes, it is. Qin Ran's face remained calm, but she was full of doubts inside. The inscription on the scroll said it was made by the Qin family painter. If it was a couple, Only the names would be written. The woman's hairpin in the painting was clearly a phoenix. For ordinary people, wearing a phoenix-shaped hairpin would be considered very disrespectful, almost a crime, even in a painting. Do you remember this? Qin Ran smiled. I remember. Night fell, and the entire misty hidden village sank into darkness. Everything was silent. A figure moved quietly through the village. At this moment, the Qin family members were already asleep. A black pill was placed into the water tank in the Qin courtyard. Qin Ran listened to the snores coming from the room, a slight smile on her lips. After doing so many wicked things, how could she not teach them a lesson? The hidden guard observing in the dark couldn't help but twitch his lips. That dark, greasy pill was definitely not good stuff. TSK, this girl really is someone who repays grudges. Jun Xiai looked at the note in his hand, his eyes narrowing slightly. Your Highness, I have something to say, but I don't know if I should. Jun Xiai glanced at Ling Tian and said calmly, if you're hesitating, then don't say it. Ling Tian's words almost escaped his mouth, but he quickly retracted them. He stood there for a while, unable to hold back. Your Highness. Jun Xiai shot him a glance. Speak. Your Highness, you've been here for a long time. We should return to the capital. Otherwise, if the Emperor blames us, you might suffer again. Ling Tian whispered, that ghost-faced demon is very cunning. We've searched for years, but still can't find him. We previously thought he appeared here, but after so long, we found no clues. It's likely he's not here, or he might have already received news of your arrival and left. If you stay here, what if the Emperor blames us? Jun Xiai didn't speak, only giving him a faint look. Just one glance, and Ling Tian immediately knelt on the ground. I think I should hand over my position to you in the future. Jun Xiai snorted coldly. Maybe if you become the 8th prince, you'll make that old man happy. Your subordinate knows he was wrong. Ling Tian wished he could slap himself. Why was he doing such a thing for the Emperor? From now on, if you hear words that you're unsure whether to say or not, you'd better keep your mouth shut. Otherwise, I don't mind helping you. Ling Tian felt as if he had been pardoned. He thought that today, His Highness was in a better mood, and he hadn't been kicked out like Lord Xuanli. Just as he stepped out of the study, a light laugh came from behind him. I didn't expect it. The Wheel of Fortune turns, and now you've been driven out too. Interesting, very interesting. Lord Xuanli. Ling Tian forced a smile and brushed the dust off his clothes. Are you here to see the master? Or what? Do you think I came just to laugh at you? Yu Xuanli patted his shoulder and said, Yu Pushin is right. The dark guards around a CI should be replaced soon. Ling Tian winced in pain from the pat, grimacing as he looked at Yu Xuanli walking toward the study. He softly said, Young Master Xuanli, the lady is in a bad mood. If this matter isn't urgent, maybe you should wait a bit before coming. Every time the Emperor was mentioned, the prince's face looked unhappy. Yu Xuanli waved his hand and said, If my position in a C's heart is the same as yours, I might as well not be alive. Can I not go into his study? As he finished speaking, he reached the door of the study. Just as he was about to knock, he felt a strong force hit him. He was pushed away before he could knock and accidentally fell onto Ling Tian. A deep voice with strong internal power made all the birds on the trees in the yard fly away. Ow! Yu Xuanli rubbed his sore shoulder and cursed. You Jun Xiai are so unkind. I was just trying to tell you about my grandfather's whereabouts, and now you won't get the snow, Yao Dan. Suddenly, the door of the study swung open. Seeing this, Yu Xuanli smirked. This guy was really practical. He stood up again, patted Ling Tian's shoulder, making him gasp from the pain. Exactly the same spot as before. See? Our statuses are really different. Ling Tian forced a smile and said, You're right. Yu Xuanli turned to walk toward the study. As he turned, he frowned sharply. Jun Xi's attack was too harsh, and it hurt him badly. Old Yu's whereabouts. Yu Xuanli heard this and said coldly, You're being too rude. You want my grandfather's location without even showing any respect. Today, a secret letter from Beiyan arrived. They need some people there, and I think you're suitable. Hey, Yu Xuanli waved his hand. Why can't you joke around? If you don't like what I say, you'll send me to Beiyan.
I'm not Ling Tian or Ling Chuan, your subordinate. I am the young palace master of the Free Palace. So, when do you plan to go to Beiyan? Jun Ci didn't look up and spoke coldly. Seeing that he was serious, Yu Xuanli hurriedly smiled and said, "Brothers, don't be so harsh. That hurts my feelings." He took out a note from his pocket. "This is a letter from the palace. My grandfather is also here." You raised your eyebrows slightly and asked, "Are you saying the old master is also in Yunin town?" Yu Xuanli nodded and said, "He was supposed to go to Taiyuan County, but somehow he ended up here." He looked at Jun Ci and whispered, "If you want Shuiyao pill, this might be your only chance." Jun Ci remained silent, lowering her head to look at the letter on the table, her eyes deepening. Early the next morning, just as dawn broke, loud wailing came from the Qin family's old house. Oh no, my stomach. It hurts so much. Why haven't they come out of the toilet yet? Oh no, it hurts so badly. A foul smell wafted from the Qin house, and neighbors nearby looked on with disgust.
What's wrong with the Qin family?
Did the latrine explode? It's so stinky. So foul. It's early in the morning. Who are they trying to suffocate? TSK. I think this family must be getting their just desserts. Yesterday, I saw with my own eyes that the old Master Qin was driven out by his family. If Qin De Lang hadn't taken him away, he might have died right there. Hearing this, everyone's gaze on the Qin family grew more disdainful. They are truly worse than animals. Only Zheng Shi from the Qin family didn't or have diarrhea. Zhao Shi was lying there, her stomach cramping painfully. It must be that little brat Zheng's doing. Zhao Shi said coldly. She just cooked a few meals and now she wants to poison us. He sure nodded and said, "It must be her. Otherwise, why is only she fine in the whole family?" Qin Ruqiong supported herself and walked over to Zheng Jin, pointing at her and asking, "Was it you last time? And that poison before?" No. Zheng Shi hurriedly waved her hands. It wasn't me. You're really cruel, not even sparing your own daughter." Just after coming back from the toilet, Qin Ro heard this and looked at her mother in disbelief. How could her mother do such a thing? No, it's not like that. How is it not? Qin Ruqiong's face turned pale. You wicked girl. If this gets out, how can I face anyone? How will I find a good match for you in the future? She looked at Qin Ro. Your daughter probably won't marry into a good family either. Qin Ro's face grew even paler. Mother, how can you? Qin De angrily shouted. You wicked girl. It was just to make you do some chores, yet you actually poisoned me. I will beat you to death. He raised his fist, ready to strike Zheng. Seeing this, Zheng hurriedly ran outside. Qin De's stomach growled loudly, and he stopped after a few steps. Early in the morning, chaos broke out in the Qin family, but this was all expected by Qin Ran. She had put strong laxatives in the water. One sip would cause a person to be unable to stop going to the bathroom for a whole day and night. As she got up, she heard a loud banging on the door outside. Wu thought something serious had happened and quickly went to open the door. Big sister-in-law, Zheng said with red eyes. Big sister-in-law, help. What's going on? Wu was surprised to see her like this. What happened? Qin De tried to hurt me. Qin Ran saw that Zheng's clothes were still neat and her face was red, so she knew Zheng hadn't taken the laxatives. She then understood the reason behind everything. It seemed the Qin family members mistakenly thought she was the one who poisoned Zheng. She sneered inwardly. Evil people will be punished by heaven. When they were still in the Qin family, besides Zhao, Zheng was the one who liked to bully their family, even splashing water on her mother during the cold winter. Now that they had separated, Zheng was in trouble and knew her mother was kind-hearted, so she came to their door. Zheng's gaze fell on Wu, noticing she was wearing a new dress, and a trace of jealousy flickered in her eyes. Zheng's eyes did not escape Qin Ran's notice. Indeed, a person's nature is hard to change. Zheng recounted everything that happened today in detail. Sister-in-law, Qin De tried to hurt me, but I really didn't poison anyone. I don't even know what poison looks like, Zheng cried. I have nowhere to go now. Sister-in-law, what should I do?
Wu was overwhelmed by her crying. She had been in the Qin family for many years and was always at the bottom of their social hierarchy. They never told her anything important. This was the first time she saw Zheng like this. Sister-in-law, I really didn't poison anyone. Do you think they will go to the authorities and accuse me? Zheng asked fearfully. If I get caught by the officials, will I be beheaded? Sister-in-law, I have nowhere to go now.
Can I hide here for a while?
Seeing Zheng crying so sadly, Wu felt pity. She was about to agree, but Qin Ran interrupted. Qin Ran stepped forward and softly asked, You don't have a family to go back to, do you? When Zheng saw the cold look in Qin Ran's eyes, her heart sank. I'm asking you, what do you mean you have nowhere to go? Don't you have a family? Before Zheng could speak, Qin Ran continued, I remember your family lives in the next village, not far from here. Why didn't you go back to your family instead of coming to my house? Zheng stammered. They say a daughter who marries out is like water spilled, so my parents won't care. Sister-in-law, you and my brother are kind-hearted. You can't just ignore me. I was young and naive before. You won't hold past mistakes against me, right? Why wouldn't we hold them against you? Qin Ran said coldly. And why should we care about you? We are family. We are relatives, Zheng exclaimed loudly. You must remember your roots. We all lived under the same roof before. Now that I am in trouble, how can you just sit back and do nothing? Hearing this, Qin Ran couldn't help but laugh. TSK, you really say anything. If you can say that, it shows you're not completely foolish. But the things you've done are things normal people wouldn't do. What do you mean? I thought you had no heart, which is why you threw our seriously ill grandfather out of the house and treated our family like servants, mistreating us and the children. Qin Ran sneered. But now, when it comes to yourself, you talk about relatives and family. Looking back, your actions were only because those problems didn't happen to you. She stepped in front of Zheng and softly said, The way you treated us has nothing to do with your age.
Just look at yourself now.
Hearing you talk like that makes me feel sick. You only did it because you never saw us as family or as people. You child, how can you speak like that? Zheng turned to Wu and said, I really didn't mean it. Sister-in-law, please believe me. She held Wu's hand nervously. Sister-in-law, I really have nowhere to go now. Please, have compassion and let me stay here. Seeing that Wu didn't refuse, Qin Ran's brows furrowed. She wondered if her mother could be easily fooled by such words. She was about to speak when she saw her mother push Zheng's hand aside. Mrs. Wu said coldly, Dandan is right. We are now completely cut off from the family. The official documents are still warm. Why are you trying to make relatives with us? You. Zheng was surprised that Mrs. Wu would say such words. She said incredulously, Older sister-in-law. Qin Dan's lips curled slightly. It seemed her mother was not so bad after all. She stepped forward and said coldly, You have your own family, but you don't go back.
Why?
Are you afraid of causing trouble for them? What are you talking about? I don't understand, Zheng said, stepping back and looking at Qin Dan with fear.
No way.
She was so young. How could she think of so much? You're afraid that the Qin family will report you to the authorities. If you're found guilty of poisoning, you'll be executed or exiled. If you stay at your family home, you'll only bring trouble to your relatives. You came to my house because if this day really comes, you want to blame us saying we ordered you to do it. At most, you'll be whipped, but our whole family might be exiled. Qin Dan said softly, looking at her. Your heart is really cruel. Now that we've separated, you still want our family to risk our lives to clear your name. Aren't you afraid of retribution? Qin Dan moved closer step by step. Zheng's heart pounded with fear, and she kept stepping back until she accidentally fell to the ground. You all. If you want to run, I advise you to do it quickly. The village isn't crowded now, but once more people come, you won't be able to escape. They will catch you and take you to the authorities. No one can save you. Hearing this, Zheng's heart froze. She scrambled to her feet and ran without looking back. Dandan. Mrs. Wu stood there, her hands and feet cold. She almost softened and took Zheng in. If it weren't for Dandan's reminder, she might have brought a troublemaker home. If what Dandan said was true, that they had brought a troublemaker into their home, the lives of their 6 family members would be at risk. Qin Dan saw her fear and smiled. Mother, from now on, try to avoid anything related to the Qin family. If you can't avoid it, just ignore it. Mrs. Wu nodded. From now on, she couldn't have any compassion for these people. Changing a country's ruler is easy, but changing a person's nature is hard. Zheng left the hidden mist village without returning to the Zheng family, and no one knew where she had gone. Qin Ran looked at the sun. It was getting late, and the town's market was almost over. She had promised manager one from Baiwei restaurant to deliver mushrooms today. Qin Wen had gone up the mountain early in the morning to gather firewood and hadn't returned yet. So Qin Ran decided to deliver the mushrooms herself. When Wenzi saw her, she was very happy. You're so timely. I was just thinking of sending a servant to the village to get some mushrooms. Qin Ran smiled. I thought it would be better to bring them myself. Right now, the villagers didn't know that the mushrooms on the mountain could be sold for silver. Usually, few people went up the mountain, so the herbs there remained undisturbed. If Baiwei restaurant made a big show of collecting mushrooms from the village, the mountain might become chaotic. After leaving Baiwei restaurant, she saw a small pharmacy not far away. The sign was old, but many people still bought medicine inside. She pretended to organize her basket and secretly moved some fire tongue flowers from her space. The roots still had some dirt on them. They looked very fresh. Customer, are you here to buy medicine? A young servant asked as he approached. Qin Ran shook her head. Do you buy herbs here? Yes. The servant looked at her basket and brightened. Fresh fire tongue flowers. These are different from other herbs. The fresher they are, the more effective. Fresh fire tongue flowers can be used to make pills, which work very quickly and are more expensive. Please come in, he said, leading Qin Ran into the back of the pharmacy. Inside, an old man with white hair was sorting herbs. Master, Wen Yan said with a smile, a young girl came to sell herbs. The old man turned around and smiled. You little girl know about herbs? It was just a chance discovery on the mountain. The villagers said it might be herbs, so I brought them to sell, Qin Ran said, setting down her basket, which was full of fire tongue flowers. The old man looked at the herbs inside the basket, and his eyes lit up. Such good quality fire tongue flowers. I've never seen such before in my life, Bai Chongqing said with a smile. Where did you find these, little girl? On the mountain next to our village. The old man picked up the fire tongue flower, looked at it for a while, and nodded repeatedly. Not bad, not bad. If I can find more in the future, I will definitely pay more silver. Good, these fire tongue flowers had been kept in the medicinal field of her space for the past few days. They looked very different from the ones she picked earlier. Now, the fire tongue flowers had transformed completely and were no longer comparable to those growing on the mountain. How much silver can I sell these fire tongue flowers for? Ordinary fire tongue flowers aren't worth much, but top-quality ones can sell for 30 taels. With such a price, I wonder if you are willing to sell, young lady. 30 taels was quite a lot. She thought for a moment and took out a small purple petal-black stamen flower from her basket. It was the smallest among the few purple glow flowers she had picked on the mountain. Can I sell this flower for silver? The moment she took out the purple glow flower from her basket, Bai Chongqing's expression suddenly became tense. Where did you get this flower? He hurriedly took the purple glow flower and looked at it with a hint of concern and blame. This flower is very delicate. How could you press it under these fire tongue flowers? Even more fire tongue flowers can't compare to its petals, Bai Chongqing said with a look of pain. Such wastefulness. Such wastefulness. Young lady, luckily this purple glow flower isn't damaged. Otherwise its value would be much lower. Qin Ran smiled and said, I don't know what this is either. I just thought it looked special, and maybe I could sell it for some silver. Bai Chongqing tightly held the purple glow flower in his hand. Do you still have this flower? Qin Ran shook her head. Just this one. If I find more in the future, I will bring them to you. Good, good. The old man smiled warmly. Just this one purple glow flower is worth 100 taels of silver. If you can find more, or ones that are older, you can exchange for even more. He looked at Qin Ran and softly said, Young lady, you are probably around 14 or 15 years old, but you look weak. You might have some minor illness. I will give you a prescription. After taking it for a while, you'll see improvement. Thank you very much. Qin ran followed by Wenyan to the front yard. Your luck is really good, little girl. My master and I often go up the mountain to gather herbs. Fire tongue flowers are common, but we've never seen such a fine specimen, let alone purple glow flowers, Bai Wenyan said with a smile. It seems gathering herbs also requires some luck. I just happened to stumble upon it by chance. Even if it's by accident, you still need to be able to hit the target. He smiled as he saw her and led Qin Ran to the door. Next time you find such good herbs, you must bring them here, okay? Qin Ran waved the herbs in her hand. Thank you for this. If I find good herbs in the future. Before she finished, a middle-aged man suddenly rushed into the medicine fragrance house like he was crazy, roughly brushing past her shoulder and knocking the herbs out of her hands onto the ground, scattering everywhere. The expression in Qin Ran's eyes suddenly turned dangerous. The man shouted loudly, "Where's the shopkeeper? Come out. Immediately come out." Bai Wenyan hurried forward. Sir, what do you need to see the master for? Seeing Bai Wenyan, the man grabbed his collar and said coldly, Is the shopkeeper your master? Where is he?
Call him out.
Otherwise, I will tear down your medicine fragrance house. Bai Wenyan's face remained calm, still smiling. Sir, if you have something to say, just tell me. The master is currently preparing medicine. Hearing this, the man's anger grew worse. This time, he directly grabbed Bai Wenyan's throat with his hand, veins bulging on the back of his hand. Bai Wenyan's face instantly turned purple. Can't you understand what I'm saying? Call out that old man who is your master. After speaking, he threw Bai Wenyan to the ground. Cough, cough, cough. Bai Wenyan coughed softly. People who came to buy medicine saw the man and whispered among themselves. Isn't that the man from Yuan Dedong? Ah, it's over. It looks like this medicine fragrance house won't be spared either. Isn't it because the shopkeeper is the town mayor's brother-in-law? Now, besides Yuan Dedong, there's only this pharmacy left in town. If this one closes, where will we go to buy medicine? Yuan Detang's herbs are too expensive. We can't afford them. Hearing the gossip, the man glared around with fierce eyes. Everyone could only keep quiet. At this moment, the curtain of the shop was lifted, and Bai Chang'eng entered dressed in white. He stroked his beard and said calmly, Sir, what do you want with me? The man quickly stepped in front of Bai Chang'eng and said coldly, Old Bai, just tell me, when will you open this medicine fragrance house? I think this pharmacy has good feng shui. I want to build a toilet here. What do you think? Bai Chang'eng's expression remained unchanged. This place does have good feng shui, but I have no plans to sell it yet. If you want to build a toilet, you should ask other shops. Please go ahead. The man, hearing this, said sharply, Old man, you refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. If I tear down your old bones, I want to see whether your bones are stronger or my fists are stronger. After speaking, he clenched his fists and swung them toward Bai Chang'eng. His fists made a whistling sound, showing they were very powerful. If they hit someone, they would surely break bones and tendons. Everyone gasped in shock. Master, Bai Wenyan was about to rush forward when suddenly a basket flew out from behind him and hit the man's face. Hey, a clear female voice said, You just bumped into me. The man pushed away the basket, frowned, and looked coldly at Qin Ran. What did you say? Qin Ran leaned against the counter with a lazy smile on her face and softly said, You just bumped into me. She slightly raised her chin and pointed to the herbs scattered on the ground. And my medicine, too, has spilled. The herbs were from the old man in the white robe who had prepared them for her. Now, the herbs were all on the ground and unusable. Everyone looked at her in shock. Where did this girl come from? Is she reckless? She even dares to provoke this troublemaker. People in the town were so afraid of the name Yuan Dedong that they avoided it. Yet she went out of her way to provoke him. They looked at Qin Ran, feeling she didn't seem to be from their town. Miss, you should leave quickly. It's just some herbs, not worth much money. If they spill, just make another batch. Yes, yes. Miss, your safety is the most important. The people around Qin Ran quietly advised her to leave. But she only smiled faintly and said, If I damage someone else's things, I should pay for them. These herbs are not expensive, but they were carefully prepared by the shopkeeper. From harvesting, drying, grinding, to now, they went through many steps, all done by hand. It's very hard work. Now that he's spilled them on the ground, shouldn't I ask for an explanation? The man looked at Qin Ran with a cold smile and walked over to the scattered herbs. He stepped heavily on them, crushing them further. So, what if they spilled? So, what if I hit you? To tell the truth, if I wanted, I could take your life easily. These things, your life, all of it. You're just a lowly person, yet you dare to oppose me. He then reached out his hand toward Qin Ran. You used that broken basket to hit me earlier, didn't you? Bai Chang'ing saw this, and his eyes sharpened. The smile on his face disappeared, replaced by a calm but commanding presence. He flipped his palm, and a faint inner strength appeared in his hand. Just as he was about to make a move, Qin Ran's lips curled slightly. She grabbed the man's fist as he swung, pushed down with both hands, then suddenly lifted. There was a loud cracking sound as the bones broke. A pig-like scream filled the air. Qin Ran didn't let go. She kept applying force until the man's arm was completely deformed, then she stopped. From the look of you, you're not a good person. I bet you've hurt many people with these hands, maybe stained them with a lot of blood. Now, since you won't do it yourself, I'll help you by disabling you. You should thank me, she said with a constant smile. Everyone in the herbal shop was stunned, unable to close their mouths. They hadn't expected that such a thin, weak-looking girl could have such powerful and ruthless skills. It really is true that appearances can be deceiving. Bai Chang'eng released his inner strength, and although he looked calm on the outside, he was more shocked than any of the villagers. Looking at the person lying unconscious on the ground, his arm was completely broken, bones and tendons alike. Such an injury was irreversible. He was now permanently disabled. Without a solid foundation in martial arts and knowledge of human acupoints and bones, she couldn't have done this. Could she also know medical skills? But if she knew medicine, why would she sell such rare herbs as xixia flowers? Thinking about her words just now, this young girl might not understand medicine deeply, but she must have some knowledge of herbs. Qin Ran picked up the basket and looked at the herbs scattered on the ground. She sighed regretfully. Such good herbs, what a pity, Bai Chang'eng smiled. Since the herbs are already spilled, forget it. I will prepare more for you. Then I thank you. The two spoke calmly, ignoring the man lying on the ground, as if he didn't exist and nothing had happened earlier. Bai Wenyan stepped forward, his smile gone from his face. He grabbed the man's leg and threw him onto the street. It's over. It seems that the fragrant medicine house has completely offended Yuan Dedong. In the future, the fragrant medicine house won't be peaceful. If Yuan Dedong seeks revenge, these two won't be able to fight back. Bai Chang'eng picked up the herbs again and smiled at Qin Ran. It seems I was mistaken. Although you have some weakness, you are very strong. It's just brute strength, Qin Ran said with a smile. Probably because I've been doing farm work since I was young. Hearing this, Bai Chang'eng only smiled without speaking. Many farmers here, even men, had never seen such strength. When she broke that man's arm, it wasn't just brute force, but skillful effort. This shows she is definitely not an ordinary farm girl. After Qin Ran left, Bai Wenyan went to the backyard and whispered, Master, those troublemakers from Yuan Dedong. Should I go teach them a lesson? Bai Chang'eng held a xixia flower in his hand, his face calm. If they are troublemakers, why keep them around to harm the people here? I understand, Bai Wenyan said, looking at the xixia flower and smiling. Master searched all over the 3 mountains and 5 peaks but couldn't find it. Who would have thought it would appear here? Master, we've been here for months and haven't found the person you mentioned. Could it be that the star chart is wrong? The destiny is set. It shouldn't be wrong, Bai Chang'eng said with narrowed eyes. That phoenix star I've watched over for decades. When it falls, it will be in this direction. It can't be wrong. Master, the phoenix star conflicts with you, and now it's gone. I worry. Hearing this, Bai Chang'eng stroked his beard and smiled. Worried that I, this old man, will die because of that person? Bai Wenyan said nothing, but his eyes showed complex emotions. Life and death are determined by fate. Now that I am this old, living a few more years or fewer doesn't matter. It's just a pity that my poison techniques have no one to inherit, he sighed. That old man from the Carefree Palace is also looking for someone to succeed as Palace Master. We two old men have fought all our lives, but in the end, we can't even find a successor. He looked at Bai Wenyan and said with disappointment, "You might as well become that old Yu's disciple. After so many years with me, you can't even make a simple poison recipe." Bai Wenyan smiled and said, "Master, when you first took me as a disciple, you called yourself the medical sage. Who knew you were actually the poison sage?" "What's the difference?" Bai Chang'an glared at him. "Since ancient times, medicine and poison are closely related. You, a block of wood, are hopeless to teach." Bai Wenyan just smiled silently. "Forget it. Why did I take you in, such a troublemaker?" Bai Chang'an waved his hand. "Go away, don't block my view. Disciples, take my leave." Bai Wenyan cupped his hands and left. He went to the front yard, looked toward the gate, where several men rushed forward and took away a man lying on the ground. A cold glint appeared in his eyes. His master was right. Since he was a troublemaker, there was no need for him to stay. At this moment, a young servant-like person approached him quietly and said, "Young master, the 8th prince has been spotted in town." Bai Wenyan raised his eyebrows.
Yun Xiai.
"Why did he come here?" "Do you know why he's here? Probably related to the ghost-faced demon." Bai Wenyan nodded. "The ghost-faced demon is elusive. No one has known his true identity for many years. Have you heard anything else?" "Not yet. Keep investigating." The young servant disappeared into the street. Bai Wenyan's expression grew serious. It seemed many acquaintances had gathered here. Meanwhile, inside a tea house, several people sat in a private room drinking tea. The faint aroma of tea filled the air, making it hard to leave. "Such good tea," Yu Pu said with a deep smile. "No wonder it's grown on the medicinal mountain of the Carefree Palace. It's even more fragrant than the palace's tea. I must take some home later. The old master doesn't even know I brought you here. Just drink your tea first. It's good enough if he doesn't chase you out. You still want his tea? Do you think you're immortal?" "TSK, at least our family has some connection with the old master. It's just a few packages of tea. If I ask, he wouldn't be stingy. If he refuses to give it, he glanced at Jun Ci by the window and chuckled secretly. It's probably someone else behind it. Yu Xuanli's gaze also fell on him, and the corners of his lips turned bitter. If his grandfather knew he brought this ancestor here, he might be in danger of being beaten to death. But if he knew he had found a true disciple for him, maybe he could avoid the punishment. "Chi, what are you looking at?" Yu Pushin asked curiously. "You've been daydreaming since just now. Is there some amazing beauty on this street?" He looked in the direction of Jun Ci's gaze. "There's no beauty here. Not even the hair of a courtesan compares." Seeing the basket disappear around the corner, Jun Ci withdrew his gaze and looked at the misty tea steam in front of him, his eyes deep and thoughtful. "TSK, always wearing a serious face. I don't understand why women in the capital are so attracted to you, a man who doesn't understand romance. They prefer someone like me, a charming young man." Yu Pushin shook his head. "Most people are blind and foolish." Yu Xuanli sneered. "If any girl liked you, she would be blind and foolish too." Yu Pushin rolled his eyes. "What do you know? Only someone like me can truly win a girl's heart. You two, who have never been with a girl, wouldn't understand." Jun Ci took a sip of tea. The familiar aroma made his eyes narrow. How many years had it been since he last drank this tea? At that moment, a servant entered and respectfully said, "Young master, the palace master requests your presence. His rules are strict, but he won't refuse." Yu Xuanli looked at Jun Ci's face and whispered, "Tell your grandfather that the 8th prince and the heir are just visiting, nothing else. I've already told the palace master, but he still refuses to see us. He only said to go back and not come again." Hearing this, Yu Pushin hurriedly asked, "So, did the old man agree to give me some of that tea?" The heir said there are many tea houses in the capital, and the prince's residence isn't short of good tea. Our Shaorao Palace's tea is just grown on the mountain, and not many people take care of it. It probably wouldn't catch the eye of the heir.
You might as well forget about this tea. This old man is really stingy, Yu Pushin muttered. It's just a few packets of tea, and he's so tight. Yu Xuanli said nothing, and Jun Si stood up and headed for the door. Just then, a familiar voice came from downstairs. Old uncle, do you still have the tea from that day? Yes, 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 young lady, have you finished drinking the tea from a few days ago? Old Yu's voice sounded, and Yu Pushin suddenly jumped up from his chair. This old man actually has such a gentle and kind tone. In his memory, he was always stern and harsh with them. Who is this person that makes him so fond? The voice sounds a bit familiar. He walks to the railing and looks downstairs. That day's tea was sent to a grandfather's house in the backyard. I haven't had a sip yet. Today, I passed by the tea shop and was craving it, so I came here to buy some tea to take home. Buy what? Old Yu smiled and said, as long as you like, the tea on the back mountain is free for you to pick. Yu Pushin upstairs almost choked when he heard this. He had begged and pleaded to get a few bags of tea, but they refused to give him even a little tea leaf residue. Now, this girl casually mentions it, and the old man is willing to give away tea from the back mountain of the Palace of Leisure. Is this treatment a bit too obvious? But who exactly is this girl? How did she catch the old man's eye? Jun Si looked at Qin Ran downstairs, raising an eyebrow. Old Yu packed the tea and handed it to her, smiling. Young lady, where's that thing you gave me last time? Qin Ran hesitated slightly, looked at the blackish color on the old man's forehead that had already faded, and smiled. It's nothing valuable, just something I made myself. Did you try it? Old Yu quickly nodded. I have old health issues. I've taken many medicinal baths, but they didn't help. Even the legendary medical sage couldn't cure me. But after drinking what you gave, my old ailment seems to have improved a lot. He smiled and said, although it's a bit hard to talk about, could you give me some more of that good stuff? Any price is fine. You've given me so much tea. How can I just take your things for free? She took out a porcelain bottle again. Here you go. All right. He hurriedly took the spiritual spring water, carefully holding it as if protecting a treasure. Young lady, I still don't know your name. Qin Ran. Nice name, he said with a smile. My surname is Yu, Grandpa Yu. Qin Ran called softly. Hey! The wrinkles on old Yu's face deepened as he laughed. It really has to be a girl. I have a grandson, but just looking at him annoys me. Sometimes I wish I could kick him out. He leaned closer to Qin Ran and said softly, how about you become my granddaughter instead? I'm quite well off, and I'll leave all my property to you. Yu Xuanli. Yu Pushin looked at him with sympathy. His grandfather had just offered to give away the entire Xiaorao palace in front of him, and even said he wanted to kick him out. That was truly pitiful. Yu Xuanli shook his head speechlessly. He glanced at Qin Ran, surprised that his grandfather had already met her. It seemed this was fate. Among all the people who could catch his grandfather's eye, only this young woman named Qin Ran and a CI had ever done so. He looked at Jun Si. If not for what had happened years ago, perhaps he could have become the next master of Xiaoyao Palace. That would have been far more carefree than being the 8th prince. Yu Pushin's quiet laughter drifted up from downstairs. Old Yu frowned, waved his arm, and the pastries on the table shot through the air, landing straight into Yu Pushin's mouth. Qin Ran raised an eyebrow in surprise. This old man was clearly hiding great skill. So this was the legendary inner strength. She had physical strength but no inner power. In her previous life, she had mastered combat techniques, but not this kind of ancient martial art. If she could learn even a little, it would be wonderful. Seeing the spark in her eyes, Old Yu smiled with satisfaction. Ugh, what kind of pastry is this? It doesn't deserve to be in my mouth, Yu Pushin said bitterly. Old Yu, you're being unfair. I only wanted a few packs of mountain tea, and you're this stingy. Leaning against the railing, he glanced at Qin Ran and muttered, but you treat this girl differently. You brat, what nonsense are you spouting? Old Yu glared at him and said coldly, my place is small, and I can't host such important guests. Please find somewhere else to drink your tea. Jun Si leapt down from the upper floor and bowed respectfully. Junior greets Senior Yu. Old Yu frowned slightly, but didn't turn around. I've already made myself clear. I don't wish to have any further dealings with you.
Jun Si smiled. Of course, senior. I understand your rules. I didn't come here for you. Old Yu's eyebrows twitched slightly, not here to see himself. Could it be someone else? At that moment, Qin Ran, standing opposite him, seemed to think of something. She took a jade pendant from her sleeve and handed it to him. Here, I return this to you. The shopkeeper of the silver and refused to accept it. She was still worried about how to return the jade pendant. Old Yu's eyes fixed on the pendant, his pupils shrinking slightly. This. How could this jade pendant be with Qin Ran? Jun Si didn't reach out but smiled and said, Since I gave you this pendant before, it is yours now. Qin Ran frowned slightly. I only used this pendant to exchange the medical fee you owed me. Now that I have the money, there's no need to keep the pendant. I don't like owing anyone anything. This pendant is clearly valuable. Please take it back, young master. Old Yu looked sharply at Jun Si. What bad idea was this brat up to? Could it be that he had improper thoughts about Qin Ran? He knew this pendant was more than just a simple exchange for money. He snatched the pendant from Qin Ran's hand and pushed it into Jun Si's hand. I told you not to take it. Why are you so shameless? Forcing your broken things on a young girl. Old Yu waved his hand. Get out of here. Hurry up and leave. He looked at the young servants in the shop and said coldly, How are you working? Why are all these ruffians and troublemakers coming into the shop? The young servants were speechless, almost ready to cry. Master. This person was brought by the young master. Even if he wasn't, we wouldn't dare stop him. He's the 8th prince and the heir. Do you think we want to risk our lives? Yu Puzhen stepped forward softly. Old Yu, what is your relationship with this girl? Why are you defending her so much? Could she be your granddaughter outside? I just overheard you say you're giving all your property to this girl. None of your business. Stinky girl, who are you calling stinky girl? Old Yu kicked out directly. Get lost. I can't stand you. Yu Puzhen touched his nose and stepped back to Yu Xuanli. Your grandfather's temper is even worse than before. Before, he just scolded me a few times. Now he even kicks without warning. Qin Ran, who had been watching from the side, was stunned. The person she met that day on the mountain was actually Old Yu's grandson? But these two didn't look alike at all, and their personalities were different. Yu walked up to Qin Ran and handed her a jade pendant. This act of saving my life itself, is worth more than 10,000 silver taels. Old Yu's heart sank. He knew that if Jun Si, this brat, said, saving my life, it must be a serious matter. Yu Puzhen couldn't help but say, What's saving your life? Isn't that poison from her? Isn't your life what she wanted? Poison that brat? Old Yu was surprised. He knew Jun Si's abilities well. Since he was young, he was much better than others. Over the years, he had become even stronger. If she could poison him, that girl was truly extraordinary. He looked at Qin Ran with more approval. Qin Ran smiled slightly. It's just a small favor. Young master, you don't need to worry about it. Besides, you've already paid the consultation fee. We owe each other nothing now. I will never accept this jade pendant. She sensed that the meaning behind the pendant was beyond her reach. If she took it today, her life would surely become unsettled in the future. That brat, she already said she doesn't want her useless gift. Can't you understand her words? Old Yu stepped forward, protecting Qin Ran behind him like a mother hen. Seeing this, Jun Si's lips curled slightly, as if he had confirmed something. He took back the jade pendant and smiled. All right, then I will keep this pendant for you. Tisit, what does it mean to keep it for her? Old Yu glared at him and protected Qin Ran even more tightly.
Jun Si smile deepened.
From now on, stay away from her. She's my disciple. Qin Ran was slightly stunned. When did she become his disciple? Old Yu turned to look at her, smiling. Little Ran, would you like to be my disciple? I can teach you martial arts. Hearing this, Qin Ran was delighted. She had been thinking about how to practice internal energy. Now, someone was offering her a pillow when she wanted to sleep. Just as she was about to agree, Jun Si said with a smile, I can teach you too. Yu Puzhen looked at him, almost glaring. He was going to teach that brat girl martial arts? Was he crazy? No, if the people in the capital found out he had taken a female disciple, they would go crazy. The noble young ladies in the capital wouldn't tear this girl apart? Thinking of this, he was momentarily stunned. Why was he worried about that brat girl? Old Yu was so angry, he stomped his feet and shouted, "Who are you taking as a disciple? Go find someone else. I was the first to notice her." Get lost, get lost. Jun Si smiled and said, "I just want to repay her for saving my life. She already said she doesn't want to." "Why are you like this? She can become your student, but that doesn't stop me from teaching her," Jun Si said with a smile. "She is a bit stronger in martial arts, so she can protect herself better." Old Yu clicked his tongue, feeling his words were turned back on him. "Why are you so bored?" He rolled his eyes at Jun Si, then walked over to Qin Ran and said with a smile, "All right, it's settled. From today, you are my disciple, okay?" Qin Ran nodded. She never expected that today, while out to pick mushrooms, she would find a master. Jun Si lowered his eyes, hiding a quick flash of dark light in them. "What are you three still standing here for?
Go on.
Don't delay me and my new disciple." Old Yu waved his hand, trying to shoo them away. Yu Puzhen quickly said, "Grandfather, I won't leave." "Who are you?" Old Yu said coldly. "Who do you think you are? Before, you called me old man, right? Now you want to call me grandfather? Too late. Hurry up and get lost. From now on, change your surname." After saying that, he used his internal energy to throw Yu Puzhen out. The three of them stood on the street. Yu Puzhen looked at Yu Puzhen and patted his shoulder. "Brother Puzhen, how should I call you in the future?"
Li Puzhen.
"Zhao Puzhen?" "Haha." Yu Puzhen shot him a glance. Seeing his smug face, he moved his hand and shot a silver needle straight at his hand. "Hey, hey, hey." Yu Puzhen's smile froze. His neck involuntarily tilted to one side. "What's happening? What's happening?" "My neck. Serves you right," Yu Puzhen said with a smile.
Laugh.
"Keep laughing." I'm sorry, Yu Puzhen hurriedly said. "Master, I won't dare again. Please fix my neck." Yu Puzhen pulled out the silver needle and pressed a few points on his neck. Only then did Yu Puzhen's neck regain movement.
Ugh.
"That hurts so much." Yu Puzhen wanted to say more, but looking at the silver needle in Yu Puzhen's hand, he closed his mouth in frustration. At the corner, a figure flashed by. He squinted his eyes and whispered, "Let's go." The three of them left. Old Yu turned to Qin Ran and asked, "What exactly is in that bottle?" "I made it myself," she replied. Knowing she didn't want to say more, Old Yu didn't press further. "Have you ever studied under a master before?" Qin Ran shook her head. "No, I haven't had a master." Old Yu looked at her and smiled. "In that case, we should hold a master-apprentice ceremony in the future." He turned around and said calmly, "You may not practice martial arts, but I see you are quite skilled in medicine. You don't want to talk about your past, and I won't force you. However, there are a few things I must tell you clearly first. Do not do anything unkind or unjust. Do not harm others' hearts. If you betray your fellow disciples, I will not forgive you, no matter where you are." His tone was serious. "As for other matters, we can discuss them later." Qin Ran nodded. "What if I am outside and cannot follow the master's orders?" "Girl, I just told you some rules, and now you're starting to make conditions," he said, rubbing his forehead. "You are a poor disciple, a poor disciple." Qin Ran smiled. "Then, when did you start teaching me martial arts, master?" Old Yu looked at her and scowled. "You don't even have a basic foundation now. Small arms and legs. What martial arts can you learn? You probably haven't thrown many punches, and your arms might break first. My foundation in martial arts is still somewhat there," Qin Ran said with a smile. "It's just brute strength." Old Yu looked her up and down, somewhat surprised. You know martial arts?" "Not really," Qin Ran said, stepping forward and forming fists with both hands. Suddenly, she swung her fists toward Old Yu's face. Old Yu raised his eyebrows slightly, tiptoed back, and moved his body away. Just as he stabilized himself, Qin Ran's fist was already close. The fist carried a sharp force, heading straight for his forehead. Old Yu reached out to block, a faint internal energy appearing in his palm. Just when he thought Qin Ran's fist would land in his hand, she curled her lips and suddenly threw out a cloud of white powder. He was about to hold his breath, but it was too late. The powder was inhaled into his nose. However, his body showed no uncomfortable reaction. "What did you just sprinkle?" Qin Ran withdrew her hand and smiled, saying, "If dealing with enemies, I naturally use poison. If dealing with someone I dislike, maybe a softening powder. If it's someone close to me, then just a distraction is enough." Old Yu touched her forehead gently. "Where did you learn all these things? You say you haven't had a teacher?" Qin Ran was momentarily surprised, then smiled. "If I had a teacher, that was in my past life." Old Yu shook his head. "If you don't want to talk about it, that's fine. When you're ready, tell me. Just remember, since you call me Master, you should come to the shop starting tomorrow. Master will teach me. Why else would I be your master?" Old Yu chuckled. "Since you understand some medical skills, I will teach you more." Qin Ran's eyes lit up. "Master also knows medicine." Old Yu smiled mysteriously. "Some things are better to tell you later." Not long after Qin Ran left, Yu Xuanli came to Old Yu's room. "What's the matter?" Old Yu took down a medical book from the shelf and also picked out a few martial arts manuals. "Grandfather, do you really want to take Qin Ran as your disciple?" "Why not? Is there a problem?" Old Yu didn't look up. He seemed a bit dissatisfied with the medical book in his hand and looked through other boxes. Seeing the medical book in his hand, Yu Xuanli noticed it was a book only core disciples of the Xiaorao Palace could read. "Grandfather, you haven't met that girl many times. I asked the people below, and she only bought tea at the shop once." "Why? Do you believe in fate?" Old Yu put down the book and spoke softly. "From the first time I saw this girl, I felt a sense of closeness, like she was family." He squinted and continued, "That's why I gave her our Xiaorao Palace's mountain tea." Old Yu looked at Yu Xuanli and smiled. "Otherwise, do you think anyone can drink our palace's mountain tea? Even the emperor himself would need to see my mood first." Yu Xuanli smiled. "That's why I'm even more curious. Why do you want to take her as your disciple?" "Old man, I've never been mistaken about people. Although the people who returned from the investigation said her background was nothing special, just an ordinary girl from the Hidden Mist village, her ability to create such effective medicine shows she is not an ordinary person." "Do you know her?" Hearing what Jun Si and Yu Pushin said, it seems they have some issues with Qin Ran. Yu Xuanli recounted everything that happened that day in detail. "You say she can fly needles?" Old Yu's face changed and he whispered, "Is that true?" "Absolutely, I saw it with my own eyes." Yu Xuanli squinted, recalling that day. "Her needle skills are very skilled. Even I can't compare." Good. Good. Old Yu laughed loudly. "This girl really hides her talents well." Hearing this, Yu Xuanli hesitated a bit. "Grandfather, do you think such coincidences really happen in this world?" "What do you mean? You're looking for someone to succeed as the palace master. She appeared just at the right time, and she has some connection with Jun Si. I can't help feeling it's all too strange." That day, Jun Si also asked him about Shui Yao Dan, and suddenly she appeared. "It all seems too suspicious." "Are you saying Qin Ran was arranged by that brat Jun Si to be around me?" Old Yu stroked his beard, his eyes shining with sharpness. "I can't say for sure." Old Yu looked at him for a while, then said calmly, "All right, I will find some medical and martial arts books for her. You can go out now." Yu Xuanli lowered his head and left. After the door closed, Old Yu stopped what he was doing. He opened an unnamed book, looked at the contents, and his eyes flickered with thought. Qin Ran returned home. Wu Shi was cooking. As soon as she stepped inside, Qin Yudai rushed over and threw herself into her arms. "Sister, you're back. Are you two being good?" Qin Ran pinched her little nose. "No causing trouble for mother?" "No," Qin Yudai said with a smile. "Sister, today I went to the river with Jun Jie. There are big fish in the river." She stretched out her hand, exaggerating her gesture. "This big?" Qin Ran looked at the size she indicated and couldn't help but laugh. "If those fish are really that big, they might swallow you whole." Qin Yudai blushed a little and smiled shyly. Jun Jie stepped forward and said seriously to Qin Yudai, "How can you call me by my name directly? You should call me Big Brother." Qin Yudi rolled her eyes at him. "What brother? I am clearly the older sister." "I'm the older brother." "I'm the younger sister." The two little ones crossed their arms and argued loudly. At this moment, A gentle laugh was heard. Qin Wenji helped Qin Chong walk out. Grandfather, Qin Ran said with a smile, it seems your health has improved. Qin Wenji nodded. I thought it was just a last gasp, but now it looks like a sign of recovery. Mrs. Wu also looked happy. You've all worked hard. Qin Chong coughed a few times. If it weren't for you, I might have died long ago. Dad, why are you saying these things? Qin Wenji said softly. As your children, we should respect and care for you. Qin Wenji's words made Qin Chong sigh deeply. He looked at Qin Wenji with complicated feelings and patted his hand. Your kindness means a lot to me. Qin Ran looked at Qin Chong with some confusion. She didn't understand why her grandfather's gaze on her father always felt strange. It didn't seem like he was looking at his own son, but she couldn't quite describe what that look meant. Big sister. A small hand held her hand, breaking her cold thoughts. Big sister, I want to eat fish. Hearing this, Qin Ran smiled. She realized that her little sister's mention of seeing big fish was just because she was craving it. Big sister, can we still catch fish at home? Qin Junjie swallowed hard. I really want to eat. The seafood we had last time was so delicious, I can't forget it. I can try, Qin Ran said, carrying a bucket to the backyard. She dropped a few drops of spiritual spring water into it, more than last time. Soon there was movement from the well. Even the bucket she lowered felt like it was being hit by something. She quickly pulled the bucket up. If she wasn't strong, she might have fallen into the well with the bucket. When she finally lifted the bucket, she saw it was full of seafood, and she couldn't help but laugh and cry. What exactly is this spiritual spring water? Why does it attract these animals so much? She kept the big fish, shrimp, and was about to pour the rest back into the well, when suddenly, she had a bright idea. The pond in her space was still empty. Maybe these fish and shrimp could survive in the spiritual spring water. With no one around, she waved her hand, and the remaining fish and shrimp in the bucket disappeared. Feeling the fish, shrimp, and swimming happily in the water pool, she confirmed they could survive in the spiritual spring water. In the distance, Ling Chuan, who was watching over the Qin family, caught the smell of the delicious aroma again. He chewed on a dry steamed bun, wondering when these hard times would end. Is this family not farmers? Why do they eat so well every day? Mrs. Wu brought a full bowl of seafood to the table. Qin Chong was surprised. Dad, this is called seafood. It's very tasty. I know, but it seems like we don't usually have this kind of thing, Qin Chong asked confused. Where did you get it? From Ran Ran, Qin Wenji said with a smile. She caught these from the well behind our house. The well? Qin Chong said in shock. You mean these things came from the well? How is that possible? He had been lucky enough to try it once. He heard that these creatures live in the sea, but there's no sea in Jiaogua, and he had never seen the ocean. I'm not sure about that, Ran Ran said with a smile. When we bought the house, the well was already there. I just wanted to see if I could get some water, but I found fish and shrimp inside. I don't know how that happened. She looked at Qin Chong. But I thought since the village's food supply isn't very good, and Qin's family wouldn't share even a grain with us, if others found out we had such a treasure, it might cause trouble. Talking about the Qin family, Qin Chong and Qin Wenji both fell silent. Ran Ran's eyes flicked across Qin Chong's face. She said this partly to distance herself from the family, and partly to test Qin Chong's attitude toward them. She saved him because of blood ties, but if he still cared about the ungrateful Qin family members, even her grandfather, she wouldn't keep him around. After a moment, Qin Chong quietly said, since we've separated and cut ties, the family's assets should be divided clearly. He looked at Qin Wenji. Including me, there are 5 men in the Qin family. The land should be divided into 5 parts. Your family should get 1, and since I live with you, my share should go to you. Qin Wenji was stunned for a moment, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Father, do you mean I'll be back soon? Since I am awake, those little troublemakers in the Qin family can't do as they please. Hearing this, Qin Ran's lips curl into a slight smile. This grandfather still looks quite respectable. Qin Chong's gaze flicks over Qin Ran's face. My granddaughter is not simple. When I was unconscious in the Qin family, I felt someone put something into my mouth. Though my mind was fuzzy, I saw her figure faintly. Now I think about it, those little troublemakers probably wanted me to die quickly. Mrs. Zhao must have thought the same. When Ji wanted to save me, but he's always been straightforward. He wouldn't secretly feed me medicine. So, the only uncertain factor is my granddaughter. In my memory, Qin Rand is very timid. I rarely stay at home, and even when I do, she keeps her distance from me. When did she become so brave? At first, I only suspected her, but after hearing what she just said, I can almost be sure that she was the one who drugged me. It might seem like just a casual explanation, but she carefully removed all evidence and mentioned dividing the land. Now we live together, and as she said, the whole village's grain is running low. I only woke up because they took care of me. How could I not do what they ask? This little girl is very clever. After dinner, Qin Wenji prepares to help Qin Chong back to their home. Father, let's go. Qin Chong smiles and looks at Qin Ran. Ran, do you want to come with us? Qin Ran raises her eyebrows. Why would this old man want her to go? Have you heard Jade Butterfly and Junjie praising how amazing you are these days? Maybe he wants to see for himself. Your father is timid, so only you can keep them in check. Qin Ran's face flushes. Grandfather, you make me sound like a fierce spirit. Big sister isn't fierce. She's a hero. Qin Junjie laughs. Grandfather, I am a man too. I want to go. Qin Ran can't help but laugh. You're a man, then stay at home and protect Mother and Jade Butterfly. The three of them arrive at the Qin family. On the way, the villagers see Qin Chong, who has recovered completely, and are all surprised. Old Master Qin, are you feeling better? Yes. Qin Chong smiled and said, thanks to my son Delang, or I might have already passed away. The story of Qin Wenji carrying the nearly dying Qin Chong back to his home had long spread throughout the hidden mist village. Heaven truly favors us. It must be because your son Delang's filial piety moved the heavens, so you are safe now. Exactly. Your son Delang is really filial. Along the way, villagers praised Qin Wenji. Soon, they arrived at the Qin family's door. Before entering, they heard loud arguing from inside. You useless good-for-nothing, until you finish washing these clothes, you won't get any food. Zhao spat. You lowly thing, your mother wasn't a good person and you're no better. Listen, if I don't beat you to death, consider yourself lucky. Finish washing these clothes and sweep the yard. Only after all that can you eat. She pointed at the food on the stove, which looked like dog food, and said coldly, if you don't do it well, you'll go hungry, and not even a sip of water will be allowed. After she finished, there were 2 loud knocks, and soon Qin rose, crying could be heard. TSK, Zhao Granny is hitting Qin Ro again. Servants whispered, serves her right. I heard her mother poison the Qin family, causing them to, and have diarrhea. No one can find a culprit, and they probably ran off with the family's valuables. Who would have thought Zheng was such a wicked person? Someone outside sneered. But I think this is just karma. What do you mean? Don't you remember how Qin Xilang's family bullied Qin Wenji and the others? Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. But Zhao Granny didn't seem to suffer any punishment. She's full of strength when hitting and scolding. Listening to their conversation, Qin Rand and the others at the back showed different expressions. Qin Chong's brows furrowed. Usually, he worked outside, and he never knew his wife was so cruel. Qin Wenji seemed to think about how much suffering his wife and children had endured at Zhao's hands. His heart ached. Fortunately, Ran had awakened him, and he turned back in time. He was not too late. Qin Ran looked at Qin Ro, and a cold smile appeared on her lips. As the saying goes, it's not that the punishment hasn't come yet. Qin Ro's actions towards her family were 10 or even 100 times worse than what she is suffering now. It was only some slaps and scoldings and not having enough to eat. Compared to being splashed with hot water or cut by a sharp blade, these are nothing. At this moment, someone saw the 3 of them and shouted in surprise, Master Qin, you're awake. Everyone turned to look and gasped. They all remembered how Qin Chong looked when he left the Qin family that day. It was clear he was barely breathing, and a slight jolt could have been enough to end his life. How could he be okay now? This is impossible. Their voices were loud, and Zhao Shi naturally heard everything clearly from the yard. Her heart pounded quickly. She hurried to the door. Ugh, she almost fainted from lack of breath. How could this old man be here? She must be seeing things. She rubbed her eyes and looked carefully. Qin Chong was still there. Seeing her move, Qin Ran sneered. So, grandfather is awake. Is that a surprise or a shock? Zhao Shi's hand trembled, and her teeth chattered as well. How are you feeling better? Qin Chong didn't bother to look at her. He walked straight ahead. Zhao Shi instinctively tried to step forward to block the door, but Qin Chong's gaze fell on her, and she withdrew her step. Qin Ran saw this, and slightly curved her lips. She didn't expect her grandfather to have such presence. Mother, what happened? Qin Quan came out of the room, just about to ask what was going on outside, when he saw Qin Chong being supported by Qin Wenji walking in. He was so frightened he sat on the ground and shouted, "Ghost!
Ghost!
Help! Help!" She pointed at Qin Wenji and said, "It was him who insisted on taking you away. My sons and I didn't agree, so he made Qin Ran, that little troublemaker, attack us. Look, the second son's leg is already crippled." Qin Gang, leaning on his crutch, stood at the door with a very unhappy look. Hearing this, Qin Ren almost laughed out loud. Everyone in the village probably knew how Qin Gang's leg was hurt. And there's Fonger too. His injury still isn't healed. His head is still swollen, and the third son is the same. All hurt by that little troublemaker. "Shut up," Qin Chong said coldly. "You heartless woman. How dare you talk nonsense here? Distorting the truth and blackening my name. Do you think I've been unconscious all these years and don't know anything? I tell you, I just couldn't open my eyes. I know everything you did and said." Qin Ran's lips curled slightly. Since crossing over, she had secretly observed Qin Chong and knew his senses hadn't shut down. Everyone listened and found it very strange. How could a person hear outside sounds while in a coma? "Impossible. You're lying," Zhao Shi shouted.
They must have told you something.
"Don't believe them," Qin Chong sneered. "Lying? You hid 15 taels of silver in the cabinet. Do you admit that?" Hearing this, Zhao Shi's heart sank. Only she knew about this. When she hid the silver that day, she just casually said the cabinet was safe. She didn't expect this old man to overhear her. Qin Gang and the others stepped forward and said in a deep voice, "Mother, what's going on? Didn't you say there was no silver left?" He pointed at his leg. "I just wanted a few taels to treat my leg. You refused, and now you're just watching me become don't listen to your father's nonsense." "I don't have any silver," she said, nervously rubbing her hands. Her actions made it obvious she was lying. Qin Ran sneered. "If you're not sure, just go check." Hearing this, Zhao Shi quickly walked to her door. "You little troublemaker, you have no right to speak here. Since the family is divided, you're not part of this family. Without my permission, you're not allowed to step inside even a foot. Is this your home?" Qin Ran sneered. "This is my grandfather's house." Zhao was surprised. Qin Chong had been bedridden for many years, and she was used to making decisions at home. She looked at Qin Chong, but kept silent. Today, Qin Chong said he wanted to talk about dividing the family. He sat on a chair in the yard, looking at his useless children, feeling very upset. "Dividing the family?" Qin Quan whispered. "Dad, isn't everything already settled?" "Yes." Qin Ruoqiong glared at Qin Wenji and Qin Ran. On the day of the division, they even took 5 taels of silver. 5 taels of silver. That would be enough for her to get married. Besides silver, what about other things? Qin Chong looked at Zhao and said seriously, "You wife, I told you to treat Wenji well. But you took advantage of my being away working and being unconscious to mistreat them. These useless children haven't even used a. Since they can't farm, I think I will give the land to Wenji to farm." The crops didn't yield much, but they could at least help them get through the winter. If all the land was given to Qin Wenji, what would they do? Would they have to beg for food? "Father, no. If you give it to them, what about our big family?" Zhao pleaded. "You have hands and feet. Why can't you go out and earn some silver? Qin Chong said coldly. Fomer and Qi Shun are not young anymore. They can find work in town. Qin Gang and Qin Quan quickly said, Father, Fomer and Qi Shun still need to go to school. School? Reading, Qin Ran sneered. Look at how old they are. In a few years, they can marry and have children. Now, they don't even know how to read. Do you want them to wait until their sons are 5 and start school together? That's just laughable. Haha. Qin Ran's words made the villagers watching burst into laughter. This girl was really funny. You little brat, shut your mouth. Qin Ran's eyes suddenly turned dangerous. A slight smile appeared on her lips. She flicked a silver needle from her hand, aiming it quickly at the rope tying bamboo poles nearby. The needle shot out swiftly, cutting the rope. The bamboo poles fell with a loud crash, hitting Qin Gang and Qin Quan directly. Qin Gang, who already had weak legs, fell to the ground and couldn't get up. Qin Quan could barely stand up, his body quickly turning purple where he had been hit. Is it you again? He shouted, pointing at Qin Ran. You troublemaker. What tricks are you using now? Qin Ran sneered and said, Are you blind? I'm standing far away from those sticks. What tricks could I have? Honestly, you deserve it. Even heaven couldn't bear to watch, so it let those sticks fall and hit you. The villagers believed strongly in divine punishment. Hearing this, they all shrank back a little. Help me up. Qin Gang reached out his hand. Qin Feng, who was closest, reluctantly helped his father to stand. Qin Chong patted the table and said, The land issue is settled. Their family still hoped that the land would stay alive. Master, this isn't right, Zhao said, stepping forward. If we lose this land, will so many of us starve? Animals are worse than nothing, Qin Chong said coldly. If you don't want to give the land to Wenji, then use money to buy it. Buy? Zhao was surprised. Master, we're a family. How can we buy it? Who told you we're family? Qin Ran sneered. Don't forget, we've already cut ties. The village chief even made it official. Qin Chong looked at Zhao. Even if we hadn't cut ties, I wouldn't keep you here today. Hearing this, Zhao's heart sank. What do you mean? Zhao, the bad things you did, abusing DeLang's family and kicking me out when I was seriously ill, are unforgivable. Since we're married, I won't turn you over to the authorities or get a divorce. Just do what's easier for everyone. A divorce. Zhao fell to the ground. She never thought it would come to this. At her age, if she got a divorce, it was almost the same as being told to die. Master, no, she trembled. I can't do it. I won't do it anymore. Qin Ruo Qiong ran over, knelt in front of Qin Chong, and cried. Father, Mother knows she was wrong. Please don't sign the divorce papers. I'm already this old. If she leaves me, what will I do? Qin Chong's face remained unchanged, showing no emotion. Her actions, not just taking a divorce paper, but if it goes to court, even exile might seem mild, Qin Chong whispered. You all know what you've done. If I reveal this, it won't look good. Qin Ran smiled. If your reputation as a wife and niece gets out, no one in the 10-mile radius will want to marry someone like you. Qin Ruo Qiong's face suddenly changed, and she swallowed her words of apology. The other members of the Qin family had different expressions. The 3 brothers of Qin didn't speak. Their thoughts were on the 15 silver coins hidden by Zhao. They knew their mother's virtue well. Until she died, they couldn't spend a single coin. If their mother was divorced, could they now split the 15 silver coins? The 2 daughters-in-law, Lu and He, didn't even bother to exchange glances. Zhao was known as a wicked mother-in-law, always hitting and scolding, with no good qualities. For a moment, only Zhao's crying could be heard in the yard. Qin Ro clenched her fists, lowering her head with a look of satisfaction in her eyes. Revenge. This is justice. She deserved to be abandoned for mistreating herself. Once she was divorced, she could leave this suffering and never do such hard work again. Soon, the divorce paper was ready. Qin Chong threw it at Zhao and coldly said, Take your divorce paper and get out. Zhao looked at the paper on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. I married you for so many years, bore children for you, and worked hard every day. And you want to divorce me over this little beast? Zhao cried out painfully. I won't accept it.
Why?
I will go to the officials and report you for abandoning your wife. If you're not afraid that your shameful deeds will be exposed, go ahead and cause trouble at the government office, Qin Chong said coldly. When I married you, I made it clear if you can't treat Wenji well, I won't tolerate you. Zhao heard this and suddenly burst into a crazy laugh, her eyes full of mockery. You old thing, you'll get your karma. Zhao stood up and said coldly, you won't die a good death. Qin Chong didn't care about her curse. Zhao returned to her room, packed her belongings, and headed for the door. None of the Qin children stopped her. Qin Ran watched this scene, a slight smile on her lips. She looked at the Zhao family woman, who had been with the Qin family for many years, and realized that no one truly cared for her, or perhaps the Qin family had already bought her out. Before leaving, Zhao glared fiercely at Qin Ran. You little brat, just wait and see. After saying this, she tightened her cloak and was about to leave when Qinda called out, Mother. Zhao paused, her expression a bit excited, and asked, Fourth child, what's wrong? Mother, what about the 15 taels of silver? Hearing this, Qin Ran couldn't help but laugh out loud. Zhao's heart sank completely. She looked at Qinda with hatred but said nothing, walking out. The three brothers of the Qin family looked at each other and hurried toward Zhao's room. Qin Gang and Qin Quan, who had just been injured, were slower than Qinda. By the time they entered, Qinda was already searching under the cabinet. After a while, Qinda stood up. The space under the cabinet was covered in dust, but nothing else was found. TSK, we're too late. The silver must have been taken by Mother. Qin Quan looked at him suspiciously and said coldly, Fourth, did you hide the silver just now when we weren't looking? Third brother, what do you think of me? Qin Quan frowned. Am I that kind of person? The house was not soundproof, and their voices were clearly heard outside. Qin Ran sneered coldly, and Qin Chong said in a deep voice, All three of you, come out now. After a while, the three brothers reluctantly returned to the yard. Qin Chong looked at his children with disappointment and a sad feeling in his heart. He sighed deeply. Regarding dividing the land, do you have any objections? Father, Qin Gang said somewhat unwillingly. That land belongs to our Qin family. Why are you giving it to the eldest brother? What about us brothers? We are also your children. You can't just watch us starve to death. When you were unconscious, we didn't say we wouldn't take care of you or let you starve. Why are you so cruel? Exactly, Mother is right. Father favors the eldest brother, Qinda said, crossing his arms. If others don't know, they'd think we were all adopted. Among all the children in our Qin family, only the eldest brother looks like you. His words made Qin Ran feel a sudden shock. She carefully examined the Qin family members in the yard. It seemed that only her father looked out of place. The others, though not identical, all shared the same eyebrows and eyes as their grandfather. She had seen her biological grandmother's portrait. Her father indeed resembled her grandmother in many ways, but his eyebrows and eyes were different, not like her grandmother or grandfather. A thought flashed through her mind as she looked at the signature on the painting. A ridiculous idea took hold.
Could it be? No, imposible. How could that be?
Then divide the land into 5 parts. Since I live with Wenji, he will get 2 parts, and the other 3 of you will each get 1. Hearing this, Qin Ruoqiong hurriedly asked, Father, what about me? You are almost of marriageable age. Naturally, this land has nothing to do with you. Qin Gang waved his hand. Go away, find a cool place to stay. Qin Ruoqiong's eyes flickered as she softly said, Father, now that Mother is gone and my brothers have all started families, I am alone and lonely with nowhere to go. Why not let me stay with you? Qin Chong frowned slightly, hesitating. The Qin family was now broken into pieces. He only had this daughter left without a place. If he ignored her and left her here, his sons, those brutes, might sell his sister for money. But if he took her to De Wang's house, not to mention Wenji and Wu Shi, his granddaughter definitely wouldn't agree. Qin Chong's gaze was naturally seen by Qin Ran. She looked up, directly meeting his eyes. No matter what, she would never allow someone who threatened her family to come into their home. Seeing her determined look, Qin Chong's wavering heart settled again. For some reason, He instinctively felt that his granddaughter's decision was surely right. Seeing this, Qin Ruoqiang's heart sank. She flicked her eyes and continued softly, "Father, if you can't take me with you, I might as well throw myself into the door and die." She pointed at the gate and cried out, "Father, I am unfilial." Qin Chong said nothing. Qin Ruoqiang's gaze fixed on the doorframe. With a determined heart, she walked straight toward it. She fell to the ground, her forehead already bloody and bruised. Everyone was shocked and frightened. Qin Chong patted Qin Wenji's hand.
Quick.
"Help her up. Find a doctor." "Find a doctor." Qin Wenji hurried forward, his face and head covered in blood, and he had already fainted. Seeing this, Qin Ruoqiang's eyebrows twitched slightly. "I didn't expect Qin Ruoqiang to be so clever and ruthless in attacking herself. Since that's the case, I can't tolerate her anymore. If she can be so cruel to achieve her goals, how would she treat others?" TSK. Old Master Qin, you're too cruel. Ruoqiang is still your daughter. How can you just watch her die? Yes. As a father, you're too harsh. It's a pity about Ruoqiang. Just divorced his wife, and now he's forcing his daughter to death. TSK. In the past, this old man wasn't like this. It's only after moving out with his eldest son that he changed. I really don't know who has been stirring the pot. Aunt Lee pouted and said, "If you ask me, there's that saying."
What is it?
About being close to red and black? It's close to vermilion and you get stained red, close to ink and you turn black. Aunt Lee quickly nodded. Yes. It's about being close to red and black. Old Master Qin must have been influenced by someone. He just woke up and is already divorcing and dividing land. She looked at Qin Wenji with a meaningful expression. If you ask me, people's hearts are hard to see through. Some look honest, but their hearts are dark. Everyone looked at Qin Wenji with suspicion. He usually seemed honest and harmless, always helpful to neighbors. Could it all be an act? The three brothers of the Qin family didn't expect things to turn out like this, or rather, they didn't expect Qin Ruoqiang to go to such lengths. Qin Wenji was naturally not good at arguing and couldn't defend himself. Now he was being criticized by everyone. His face kept changing colors, sometimes pale, sometimes red. Yet he couldn't say a word. Qin Chong's attention was on Qin Ruoqiang. Even if she was unfilial, she was still his flesh and blood. How could he not feel distress seeing her hurt? The other brothers of the Qin family hoped the villagers would scold Qin Wenji's family harshly and wouldn't defend him. People watching from the door rolled their eyes and thought this was truly Qin Wenji's true nature. Their eyes on him subtly changed. A cold laugh sounded, and everyone's gaze shifted to Qin Ran. Aunt Lee disdainfully rolled her eyes. What are you laughing at? Little girl, this isn't a place for you to speak. There's no place here for me to speak. This is my grandfather's yard. You say there is no place for me to speak, but is there a place for you to speak? Qin Ran smiled and said, Do you care why I am laughing? I naturally love to smile. Besides, is it a crime for me to laugh? Just like Aunt Lee, isn't it true that you love to stir up trouble? You don't care if it has anything to do with you or not. If I told you to shut up, you'd probably get so angry you'd get sick. Qin Ran's words made everyone laugh. Aunt Lee is known for having a bad temper. Whenever something happens in any family, she would shout about it to the next village. Because of this, people in Wuyin village don't like her much. But people also like to hear gossip, so whenever Aunt Lee talks about others, everyone listens eagerly. Why are you laughing? Aunt Lee, embarrassed and angry after being publicly exposed, snapped. You little brat, your mind is so mean. You're embarrassing me in front of everyone. I am your elder. Is that how your parents taught you? My parents taught me to be polite and know when to speak or stay silent. I respect my elders, Qin Ran said coldly, but Aunt Lee, who exactly do you think you are to be my elder? Huh, Aunt Lee crossed her arms and said angrily, I am older than you, so I am your elder. I call you auntie, and you really think you can flatter yourself, Qin Ran said coldly. I never knew that any family elder could turn out like you. Luckily, you're not part of my family, or I might have to move away overnight. Aunt Lee never expected Qin Ran to be so sharp-tongued. She realized she was facing a real opponent. All right. Even if I am not your elder, what about your aunt? She counts, right? She pointed at Qin Ruoqiong, who was unconscious, and the brothers of the Qin family. Your grandmother just said that your uncles have been mistreated by you. These are the real elders of the Qin family. What do you have to say about that? As time passes, everyone gets old. Some old people are called elders, but others just become old. People like them, those with bad character, selfishness, greed, no matter how long they live, they only add to people's dislike. Not only are they not elders, but calling them old would insult the word person, she said coldly, lifting her chin. If they are not even worth being called people, how can others respect them? It's just ridiculous. Aunt Lee spread her hands and turned to the others. Listen to that. This girl's mouth is really remarkable. I say one thing, and she has 10 responses ready. TSK, I really didn't see that coming. That's too much praise, Qin Ran smiled. I was just speaking logically. Unlike Aunt Lee, you're here meddling in other people's affairs. You. Aunt Lee gasped for breath. I was just trying to teach you how to behave. Why don't you appreciate it? I have parents and principals. Aunt Lee, you should focus on your own lessons, she pointed at the Qin family members. Or maybe you can teach those people over there. If you talk about respecting elders, kindness, and filial piety, they are the first to ignore all that. I couldn't stop them even if I wanted to. The Qin family members clenched their teeth in frustration, wanting to argue but unable to speak. Now that it's autumn and winter is coming, they plan to throw the sickly grandfather outside. Is that something a person would do? They often hit and scold us. My parents are their siblings-in-law. If they act like this, they even want to sell us 3 siblings to a terrible place. Is that something a person can do? Qin Ran's lips curled into a sneer. Since all these actions are inhumane, how can they still be called human? She looked at Aunt Lee. But I see that Aunt Lee seems to agree with their actions. It looks like you share the same mind. Aunt Lee quickly waved her hands. No, don't say that. Since Aunt Lee thinks what they did is wrong, why are you defending them? If all this happened to you, could you stay calm and live under the same roof with them? Even arrange for a doctor to care for her, Qin Ran said softly, glancing at the villagers. Don't advise others to be kind without understanding their suffering. Aunt Lee, you should take care of yourself. Aunt Lee blushed but couldn't say anything more. Everyone watched Qin Ran and Qin Wenji's expressions change repeatedly. They increasingly felt that Qin Ran's words made sense. Their gazes at the Qin brothers grew more hostile. Yes, why should we feel sorry for this unkind, unfilial bunch? But what about Ruoqiong? Will she die after such a serious injury? He whispered. Dad, you can't just stand by and do nothing. Qin Ran sneered. It's just a bump on the doorframe, a little skin broken on her head. She won't die. Ruoqiong's breathing was uneven. She was probably awake now, pretending to faint to gain sympathy. She smiled, walked over to Qin Ruoqiong and squatted down. She softly said, A few days ago, I went to the town to sell things. When I passed by the clinic, I overheard someone mention that after a person faints, you can use a silver needle to the fingertips. They say that the 10 fingers are connected to the heart, and a few can wake the person up. Wow. Using a silver needle to the fingertips must be very painful. Qin Ruoqiong was indeed already awake. She wasn't really trying to die. She was just pretending. She knew that if she couldn't leave with Qin Chong today, her life in the Qin family wouldn't be much better than Qin Wenji's. Her 3 lazy brothers couldn't protect her and would just boss her around, making her do chores. They might even sell her for money. If she stayed with her father at Qin Wenji's house, she could live a better life, wear nice clothes, and eat well. When she got married, Mrs. Wu would surely help her prepare a dowry. She only needed to ask her father, and Mrs. Wu's silk fabric would be delivered to her. So, when she bumped into the doorframe, she deliberately held back her strength. She only fainted briefly at first. When Qin Ran spoke, she was already awake. Will this method work? Qin Ran smiled and said, It might or might not, but we have to try. The town doctor said so, so it's worth a shot. Hearing this, everyone thought it made sense. But where can we get a silver needle? Qin Ran whispered. We don't have silver needles, but we do have embroidery needles. As long as we wake her up, it doesn't matter what kind of needle we use. I think a thicker needle might work better. Qin Ruoqiang was startled. She thought, what kind of bad idea is this from that little troublemaker Qin Ran? She trembled slightly, barely noticeable. Qin Ran saw this and slightly curled her lips. She was sure Qin Ruoqiang was pretending to faint. Since that was the case, she wouldn't hold back her cruelty. Soon, a neighbor brought over a needle. When Qin Ran saw it, she almost burst out laughing. This person must have a grudge against Qin Ruoqiang. The needle was so thick, probably a shoemaking needle from their home. If we use such a thick needle, her finger might be ruined, Aunt Lee said nervously. Is this method really effective? Don't hurt her badly and make things worse. Even if it gets hurt, it's better than her just dying like this. Qin Ran smiled and said, the doctor doesn't know when he will arrive. They cry all day about not having enough money to live, and they are so poor they are almost out of food. It seems they can't pay the doctor's fee. If we can wake her up, it will save us money. Qin Ran looked at Mrs. He and Mrs. Liu. Neither of her two aunts was much better than Zhao. Both of them cared only about money. If they had to pay for Qin Ruoqiang's treatment, it would be like cutting flesh. As expected, as soon as Qin Ran finished speaking, Mrs. Liu stepped forward. What are we waiting for? Hurry up and do it. If they waited for the doctor to arrive, they would have to pay money. I only heard about it. I didn't stab her and I won't, Qin Ran said, shrugging. Anyway, I don't have to pay for this. Whether you use this method or not, I don't care. Mrs. Liu snatched the needle away. Good for nothing, you don't even know this, she said. Then she took Qin Ruoqiang's finger. Just stab it directly. Qin Ruoqiang was already trembling with fear, sweating coldly. She still wanted to get married someday. If her hand was really ruined, who would want her? Just as the needle was about to her finger, she suddenly opened her eyes and sat up. She looked at the silver needle in Mrs. Liu's hand, her eyes widening. She couldn't believe she was about to be stabbed with such a thick needle. Was she crazy? Second sister-in-law, you are so cruel. You want to ruin my hand. You're really going to stab me with such a thick needle. Her eyes were wide, and her face and head had bloodstains, looking like a zombie coming back to life. Mrs. Liu screamed and instinctively moved her hand forward. The needle directly pierced Qin Ruoqiang's finger. Ah! Qin Ruoqiang screamed. You did this on purpose. My hand. My hand. Ah! The sudden change surprised Qin Ran as well. Indeed, misfortune does not come without warning. Evil people will be punished by heaven. Seeing Qin Ruoqiang full of life, and the moment she woke up, everyone knew she had been pretending to faint. They couldn't help but sneer. This person was not worth anyone's sympathy. Aunt Lee was so angry her chest heaved violently. Just now, she had tried to defend her, but Qin Ran's little brat mocked her. It turned out she was pretending. Ruoqiang, Qin Chong said softly. How do you feel? Qin Ruoqiang pulled out the needle from her finger, and blood spurted out instantly. She cried so hard she couldn't breathe, collapsing to the ground. Father, take me away. Your second sister-in-law behaves this way toward me right in front of you. If you weren't here, what kind of life would I have? Father, please, I beg you. Qin Chong frowned and hesitated. He looked at Qin Wenji. Qin Ruoqiang, following his gaze, grabbed Qin Wenji's collar with her good hand. Big brother, please, I was wrong before. I apologize and admit my mistake. Please be kind and take me in. Qin Wenji looked distressed. He was about to speak when Qin Ran smiled coldly and said, just forget it. Qin Ran's eyes turned cold. She said firmly, honestly, today's plan isn't just a trick. Even if you really died here, I wouldn't allow you to step into my house. No one expected her to say this, and they thought she was cold-hearted. You little girl, why are you so mean at such a young age? I'm already like this, and you have no mercy at all. Are you even human? Qin Ruoqiang's eyes turned red as she shouted. I already said about the past. The past? Do you think a simple apology can just wipe everything away? Qin Ran said coldly. That's impossible. And you all. Her gaze fell on the Qin family members. The pain and suffering you've caused us. Even dying wouldn't forgive you. If she hadn't traveled here, Qin Ran might have disappeared from this world. These murderers have no right to keep taking advantage of their family. Qin Wenji was about to waver, but hearing her words, he swallowed what he was about to say. Qin Chong also lowered his head and said nothing. Father! Qin Ruoqiong shouted loudly. Father, say something. When did a little girl get to decide for us? Qin Chong looked at Qin Ran. Seeing her cold, commanding expression, he was shaken. This child's eyes. He looked at Qin Wenji again. Maybe she could do what he couldn't. Ran's meaning is my meaning, Qin Chong said softly. Since we've cut ties, I won't interfere with your matters. You drove me away back then, showing you didn't care whether I lived or died. If that's the case, whatever happens to you in the future is your own fate. Even if you become successful, I won't take a single cent from you. If you're suffering, that's your own choice and others can't blame you. Hearing this, Qin Ruqiong's hand, which was holding his clothes, slowly fell away. Qin Chong stood up and whispered, From today on, you can plant and harvest your own land. The land that belongs to De Lang and me, don't touch it. Although they were unwilling, the situation had reached this point, and they could no longer argue. Qin Wenji helped Qin Chong leave. Qin Ran noticed the resentful looks behind them. She smiled indifferently, just a few ants. In her past life, she refused to get involved in bloodshed, and in this life, she still does, but that doesn't mean she will let others bully her. If anyone crosses her principles, even the King of Heaven himself, she will leave something behind. At night, outside the town's mansion, Ling Chuan stood in the study. Jun Xiai listened to him and smiled slightly. Your Highness, this girl is always busy with trivial matters at home. The ghost-faced demon should not be her. Jun Xiai softly said, I never said she was the ghost-faced demon. Then, why do you want my subordinate to watch her? Jun Xi's sharp gaze fixed on him. Ling Chuan hurriedly lowered his head. My lord, I overstepped. Please punish me. Ling Tian whispered, Whatever your Highness asks you to do, just do it. Why are you talking so much? A few days ago, he was kicked out of the study by His Highness, and everyone saw it. How forgetful can you be? Are you waiting for His Highness to kick you out too? Yes, I know I was wrong, Ling Chuan said with a bitter smile, already thinking about how he would land when kicked out later. From today, you don't need to go anymore, Jun Xiai said coldly. Leave. Yes. Ling Chuan felt relieved and hurriedly left. Your Highness, Ling Tian stepped forward and took out a bamboo tube from his sleeve. This is a message from the mansion. The prince's residence has been visited several times. Those traitors are still not satisfied, Jun Xiai sneered.
Clowns.
Ignore them. Your Highness, the news about the ghost-faced demon has been completely silenced. This person is unpredictable and we don't know when they will appear again. No problem, Jun Xiai smiled. As long as he's not dead, he will show himself sooner or later. Qin Ran entered the space and looked at the fish and shrimp in the water tank, which had grown noticeably larger. She smiled, thinking that she could catch some to raise here. Whenever she wanted to eat, she could just take them out. Even when she was away, she could enjoy fresh seafood anytime. In Zhao country, there is no sea, so it's not easy to get fresh seafood at any time. She came to an open area where several large pots and water buckets were placed. The buckets were filled with seawater she had drawn from a well. Now, her task was to purify this seawater and extract sea salt. In Zhao country, salt is very expensive. Salt mines are controlled by the government, and they rarely produce fine salt. Most of what they produce is coarse salt with low purity. If she could extract her own sea salt, she could become very rich. After multiple rounds of filtering, the seawater became much clearer. She poured it into a large pot and boiled it, evaporating most of the water. Then she filtered it again and boiled it over high heat. The remaining liquid was poured into cloth bags, squeezed to remove water. Qin Ran carefully collected this brine, which could be used to make tofu. The leftover in the cloth was salt. She repeatedly stir-fried the wet salt in a pot. Soon, the white, crystalline salt was ready. Qin Ran looked at the finished salt happily, filling a porcelain jar. She left the space. The Qin family was already asleep. She went to the kitchen and placed the salt jar on a shelf. Tonight's moon was very bright. She stepped into the yard, where a faint tea aroma reached her nose. It was her master's mountain tea. Her sense of smell was very sharp. She could remember a scent after just one sniff. The smell came from behind Zhao Grandpa's yard. She couldn't help but smile. That old man was still drinking tea so late. He probably wouldn't sleep all night. Just as she was about to turn back to her room, a faint smell of blood made her suddenly alert. Frowning, she opened the yard gate. A figure suddenly collapsed. She was startled. When she looked closely, her brow raised slightly. Who was that? It was the person she had just seen, Jun Si. Why is it him again? She stepped forward and kicked him gently. Hey, wake up. Jun Si was lying on the ground, with a deep wound on his chest. The flesh was exposed, and black blood was flowing out continuously. Qin Ran narrowed her eyes. How many enemies did this person have? Why are so many people trying to hurt him? She took out a pill, intending to put it into his mouth. As her finger touched his lips, the man lying on the ground suddenly opened his eyes. He grabbed her arm firmly and pulled her forward. Qin Ran's body fell directly onto his, with only a small distance between them. Qin Ran was startled. What are you doing? They looked into each other's eyes. Qin Ran felt a heavy weight in her heart. Although his eyes were open, his pupils had no focus. Does this mean he's blind? She struggled to sit up, using all her strength, but couldn't break free from his hold. The more she struggled, the tighter his grip became. If he squeezed any harder, she felt her hand might break. Hey, let go. My hand is about to break, she said loudly. Are you awake or just pretending? Jun Si kept his eyes open but didn't speak. Qin Ran waved her hand in front of his eyes, but his pupils showed no reaction. If he were normal, his pupils would have shrunk when faced with something close. That's a natural response, not something you can fake. Since he showed no change, either he's truly blind or just fainted. This is really bad. Qin Ran frowned deeply. Did she owe him something in her past life? Her wrist pain worsened. She turned her palm and saw a dagger appear in her hand. Maybe she should just cut his hand off. Just as she was about to act, she suddenly remembered the silver coins worth 20,000 taels in her space. She hesitated and put the dagger away. Since you have silver, I'll spare your hand, she said, replacing the dagger with a silver needle. She stabbed it into his wrist. Seeing her loosen her grip, Qin Ran quickly pulled her hand back. Looking at her already bruised wrist, she was tempted to take out the dagger again and just stab him to death. She is a healer. Her hands are like her life. Any mistake could ruin her ability to perform delicate surgeries. She clenched her teeth and sprinkled medicinal powder on the bruise. Qin Ran stood up and said coldly, I give up on you. After speaking, she returned straight home, leaving Jun Si lying on the ground. In a few moments, the door that had been closed reopened. Qin Ran walked over to him and softly said, I really owe you. She used all her strength to help Jun Si get up from the ground. What have you been eating all day? You're so heavy. Qin Ran thought she was already very strong, but she didn't expect that even so, her steps supporting him were unsteady and shaky. They arrived at the West Room, which was very messy. Their family lived in the main room. The East Room was now occupied by her grandfather, and the West Room was left unused. Wuxia hadn't tidied it up, and no one came there regularly. Just stay here for now, Qin Ran said. She took out a bottle of spiritual spring water and poured it all into his mouth. She used the water to clean his wounds. The torn flesh had already started to turn black and rot. This poison is really fierce, Qin Ran muttered to herself. If it weren't for me, you probably wouldn't see tomorrow's sun. She took out a surgical knife and carefully cut away the rotten flesh. She continued rinsing with the spiritual spring water until all the black blood disappeared. Only then was the poison in the wound relieved. She sprinkled some hemostatic powder on the wound. The bleeding stopped quickly, and the wound began to scab. Qin Ran placed her hand on his pulse. Sure enough, his pulse was chaotic, as if his body was fighting itself. She shook her head and whispered, "I'm really curious. How have you managed to survive until now?" So much poison was inside his body, causing him unbearable pain every day. Anyone else might have broken down and taken their own life. As the spiritual spring water entered his body, his pulse gradually calmed down, but the toxins inside him hadn't been fully removed. To detoxify him was not an easy task. His body was full of poison. Removing one toxin might cause others to attack him, which could be worse. Qin Ran took out a silver needle, carefully protected his heart meridian, and then took out a detox pill to suppress the toxins inside him. She looked into Junxi's eyes. His pupils still showed no change. Her heart sank. She took the silver needle and stabbed it into his forehead. She gently twisted and lifted it. Suddenly, a faint red bloodline appeared in his eyes. This was where the poison's root was. Qin Ran took out a pill, crushed it, and poured it into the spiritual spring water. The pill dissolved into the water and disappeared. Then she dropped some of the medicine into his eyes. After a while, the red bloodline slowly vanished, and Junxi's eyes finally closed. "Phew," she sighed, wiping the sweat from her forehead. "Your body really is fragile." If she kept messing with him, it would be almost dawn. She whispered in his ear, "Remember, even if you wake up, you're not allowed to leave this room." Returning to the main room, she lay on the bed, unable to stop thinking about Junxi's face. This man looked good, but unfortunately, he was destined to die young. Even if he was cured of the poison, he wouldn't live long unless he kept using spiritual spring water to stay healthy. Early the next morning, before dawn, Qin Ran got up. She tiptoed quietly toward the west room. Ran, where are you going?" Mrs. Wu came out of the kitchen, wiping her hands with an apron. "Your father is going to town today to deliver firewood. Is there anything you want him to bring back?" Qin Ran was startled by Mrs. Wu's voice and smiled. I don't need anything from Dad. All right, what are you going to the West Room for?" "It's messy and dirty, and I haven't tidied it up yet. I'm just going to take a look," she said, her eyes flickering. "Mom, I'm grown up now, and it's not suitable for me to sleep in the same room as you anymore. I want to move to the West Room." Mrs. Wu suddenly realized, that's right, girls should stay away from their fathers. "Silly me, I forgot such an important thing." She patted her head and said, "I made some thin porridge this morning. Go eat first, and I'll help you tidy up the West Room." "No need." Qin Ran quickly blocked the door of the West Room and said loudly, "I can clean it up myself." "That won't do, Mrs. Wu hurried over. "The room is so messy. How can you clean it alone? I'm used to doing these things." "Just wait a moment, Mom. No need. I can do it myself." Before Qin Ran finished speaking, Mrs. Wu stepped forward and pushed the door of the West Room open. Qin Ran's heart sank. She was thinking about how to smooth things over when she heard Mrs. Wu loudly say, "Why is this room so messy?" Ran, I guess it will take all day to clean it." She looked inside and saw the bed was empty. Where was that man? Mrs. Wu wanted to go inside, but Qin Ran hurried over. "Mom, there are so many things to do at home. You go ahead. I'll start tidying up here." "All right," Mrs. Wu nodded. "Just throw out the things inside, and I will help clean the rest." After pushing Mrs. Wu out, Qin Ran closed the door of the West Room. "Hey, little unlucky one, where are you?" Qin Ran softly said, "This person really is something. He saved his life and didn't even say thank you, then just ran off." Qin Ran pouted and was about to leave. As she turned around, she bumped into a wall of people. "Ouch," she rubbed her nose. Who are you calling unlucky?" Junxi said in a deep voice. "You really have some nerve." Qin Ran felt her eyes water from the pain. Was this man made of iron? Why was he so tough? "Who else? You're always hurt or poisoned. You're the unlucky one, not me." She stopped rubbing her nose and suddenly sneered. "I guess I'm unlucky too. I always have to work hard to save you." Not only do you care about my tiger, but you also hurt my nose. She rolled her eyes at Jun Si and said coldly, as for your courage, well, now that you're at my mercy, I can be a little braver. Jun Si looked at Qin Ran, who was almost at his chest. A small smile appeared on his lips, and a happy feeling flickered in his eyes, something even he didn't notice. Fine, you're young. I won't argue with you. Ha, Qin Ran thought coldly, then held out her hand. Jun Si was surprised to see this. Seeing he didn't respond, she frowned and beckoned with her hand. What are you trying to do? Hearing this, Qin Ran said coldly, What, you want to dodge paying? The consultation fee. My fee. She crossed her arms and said fiercely, Yesterday, I used a lot of effort and herbs to save you. The fee is 3,000 taels. And I mean it, no bargaining. Seeing her like this, Jun Si smiled and took out the jade pendant again, placing it in her palm. I told you, since this jade pendant is with you, whatever silver you want, just go to the silver shop and get it. No need to tell me. Qin Ran looked at the jade pendant, recalling how shocked the two people were when he gave it to her. She whispered, Forget about this jade pendant. Just give me a silver note directly. I don't have a silver note, he whispered. But this jade pendant is worth some silver. Qin Ran, a bit annoyed, glared at him and reached out to take the jade pendant. When you go back and get the silver note, you can buy back this jade pendant. Okay, Jun Si said, a triumphant smile flashing in his eyes as she took the pendant. Qin Ran looked at the wound on his chest. Last night was too late, and it was dark, so she couldn't see clearly by moonlight. Today, she saw that if the wound had shifted a few more degrees, it could have pierced directly into his heart. Even a great immortal might not be able to save him. Who was the person trying to kill you yesterday? Jun Si's eyes flashed with a dangerous look, and a cold, killing intent surrounded him. Qin Ran raised her eyebrows slightly. Although she had no internal power, she was very sensitive to killing intent. She knew that without medicine, she might not be his match in a fight. She also didn't want to cause trouble. Forget it, I'm not curious. You don't have to tell me, she said softly, waving her hand. I'm really not interested and I don't want to know. The ghost-faced demon, such a strange name? It's probably to make sure everyone knows he's a bad guy who does terrible things. She looked at Jun Si and saw him calm his breath. So, do you have a grudge, or is it just black against black? Jun Si looked at her, feeling a strange urge to tease her. So, what if I have a grudge? So what if it's black against black? Jun Si squinted his eyes. If it's black against black, what would you do? Hearing this, Qin Ran suddenly smiled. If you're also a bad guy like that ghost, I'll just take your life. As she finished speaking, Jun Si felt something sharp pressed against his waist. Since you know I'm a healer, you should understand what it means that medicine and poison are not separate. I am a healer, but also a poison doctor. That's what a deadly invisible weapon is, she said coldly. Don't provoke me and don't target my family. Otherwise, I'll show you what true is. Jun Si raised his eyebrows slightly, sensing the cold, killing intent radiating from her. He smiled faintly. Got it. What's your name? She asked. She couldn't really call him the little unlucky guy. I am Jun Si. Qin Ran nodded. My name is Qin Ran, Jun Si said softly. It's not that I was eavesdropping. I heard it at Lao's tea shop the other day. Gurgle, gurgle. Qin Ran shot him a glance and whispered, Just wait. After speaking, she went straight out the door. She must have owed him in her past life, treating his wounds, detoxing him, and now cooking for him. Suddenly, I felt like I was about to lose 30,000 taels. I should have had 5 times that amount. After all, not everyone can enjoy the meals she makes. Just as Qin Ran entered the kitchen, Mrs. Wu came out. Ran, how is the West Room coming along? The West Room is full of clutter. It might take a few days to tidy up. It's okay. Later, I'll help you clean it. You should eat something first. Mrs. Wu took down the spider web above her head. Look at this mess. It's so dirty. Change your clothes later, and I'll wash them for you, okay? Qin Ran looked at the almost empty porridge and smiled resignedly. It seems going to the kitchen to get breakfast is not going to work. Ran, what's this? Mrs. Wu pointed at a jar. I've never seen this before. Qin Ran whispered. Mom, speak softly. Inside is salt. So much, Mrs. Wu said with concern. How much silver did this cost? As the saying goes, 1 bushel of salt is worth 3 carts of grain. Salt is as valuable as gold. Ran, you didn't exchange all the money from selling mushrooms for salt, did you? That wouldn't be good. She looked worried. It's autumn now, and we can still gather some mushrooms to sell. Once winter comes, it gets very cold here, and there's no grass on mountain. Besides buying some dry firewood, we have nothing else to sell. We should save the money from selling mushrooms. Mom, I know. Don't worry. This salt wasn't bought with silver. Not with silver? Then what? You'll find out later. Qin Ran smiled. And I don't only make money from selling mushrooms. Recently, I met a master in town who is willing to take me as an apprentice and teach me some medicine skills. Although she was learning martial arts from Olju, he was also skilled in medicine. So, she told others she was studying medicine, which makes it easier to explain if others find out she can treat illnesses in the future. Really? Mrs. Wu was a bit excited. Will you become a female doctor someday? Mom, not everyone can become a female doctor, Qin Ran said with a smile. I just want to be a healer, helping people and saving lives. Yes, Mrs. Wu rubbed her hands. Then you should prepare some gifts for your master when you meet him. No need. You don't have to worry about these things. I'll handle them myself. Wu nodded and said, all right. Dandan has grown up now. You're clever, so I won't interfere with these things. Mother, what about Yuri and Junji? They went to town with your father. These 2 little ones have never been there before. It's quite exciting. For some reason, Qin Dandan felt a strange unease in her heart. Dandan, Mother is going to wash the clothes. You stay and watch the house. After Wu left, Qin Dandan waved her hand, and a fish appeared on the table. She skillfully prepared the fish. Just then, a strange presence approached. Qin Dandan frowned, and her knife suddenly extended, stopping just an inch from Junxi's throat. What are you doing here? Qin Dandan pulled him inside and looked outside. What if someone sees us? Junxi looked at her grip on his arm and hesitated. I'm asking you, what are you doing here? Wait a moment, Qin Dandan said irritably. Hurry and go hide. If my parents find out I'm hiding a man at home, I don't know what I'll do.
Junxi smiled.
No problem, I'll just marry you then. Marry me?
Dream on.
She sharply cut the fish with her knife, separating the head from the body. And stop talking nonsense. I'll give you a poison to make you mute, so you can't talk anymore. Seeing her like this, Junxi couldn't help but laugh. Olju would be surprised to know his disciple is like a fierce girl bandit. Get out, Qin Dandan said coldly. If you say one more word, I won't save you. Watching him leave, Qin Dandan continued to focus on preparing the fish. You shameless scoundrel. Since there was nothing else in the house except salt, Qin Dandan made a simple steamed fish. The fish was raised in the spiritual spring, and its flavor was incredibly fresh. When it was done, even Qin Dandan was momentarily stunned. She pinched a small piece of fish and put it in her mouth. The delicious aroma made her eyes widen in surprise. This fish was so tasty. Junxi had never eaten such delicious fish before. He was very picky about food, having grown up in the palace, where he rarely ate from the imperial kitchen. But today, he finished the whole fish. Qin Dandan handed him a porcelain bottle. Drink this. Junxi took it and drank the spiritual spring water inside in one gulp. You're not afraid I might have poisoned it? You smiled and said, if you want to poison me, why go through so much trouble? He stood up, walked to her, and whispered, no need to thank me for the great kindness. Keep it in your heart. Keeping it in your heart isn't necessary. Just remember to return the silver to me. Got it? Realizing he was saying goodbye, Qin Ran thought for a moment and took out a porcelain bottle, tossing it to him. It was filled with antidote powder and spiritual spring water, capable of curing all poisons. There are 5 antidote pills inside. If you get poisoned again, they can save your life. But don't let anyone kill you. You still owe me 30,000 taels of silver. Junxi took the pills and whispered, thank you. After a long while, it was already noon, but Qin Wenji and the others hadn't returned. Mrs. Wu frowned and whispered, "It's this time. Even if they walk slowly, they should be back by now." Qin Ran stepped forward. "Mother, I'll go ahead and meet them." "That's good," Mrs. Wu sighed. "Since yesterday, your grandfather might be feeling unwell. I need to stay and take care of him. I think it's because he's upset about losing contact with those people. It's normal for him to be a bit angry. He'll feel better after resting for a while." Qin Chong's health was no longer a big problem. Now, everyone's water had been mixed with spiritual spring water, making their bodies much stronger than before. Qin Ran followed her usual path to the town but couldn't see Qin Chong and the others anywhere. She frowned. The market had already cleared out. After thinking for a moment, she went to the tea shop. Old Yu saw her and smiled. "You're here." Seeing her serious expression, Old Yu asked softly, "Did something happen? My father and my 2 younger siblings are missing." Qin Ran explained that they had come to town to sell firewood. Old Yu said solemnly, "You suspect something has happened. If nothing had happened, they wouldn't be this late and not return. Don't worry first." Old Yu waved his hand. 2 young servants from the shop stepped forward. "Master, go find them." "Did you see a middle-aged man with 2 3-year-old children in town today?" "Yes." The 2 nodded and left. "Don't worry. This town isn't big. We will find them." Qin Ran's heart was pounding with anxiety. Soon after, the 2 people who had gone out hurried back in. "Master, something's happened. Someone saw the 3 of them being taken away by the He family." The He family? Such small-time thugs. Old Yu wouldn't know them. But what about Helan Qin? Qin Ran suddenly stood up and quickly headed outside. "Master, what should we do?" Old Yu stroked his beard, his eyes full of coldness. "Anyone who dares to hurt my disciple's family, I will stand up for her. The He family is just a bunch of troublemakers. We will clear them out." Hearing this, the 2 men exchanged glances and reevaluated Qin Ran's importance in the palace master's heart. Since she was personally recognized as the palace master's disciple, her status was equal to that of the young palace master, or maybe even higher. Qin Ran arrived at the He family. The gatekeeper was the same person who had been beaten up harshly that day. When they saw Qin Ran, they couldn't help but avoid her gaze. "Where are they?" Qin Ran suppressed her anger and asked coldly. "Are my father and the 2 children inside?" The 2 men looked at each other. One young servant stepped forward. "I don't know." Before he finished, she suddenly reached out and grabbed his throat, her voice icy. "I don't want to kill you, but if you don't tell the truth, I will send you to meet your ancestors." "Yes. Yes, I will tell." As soon as she said that, Qin Ran's lips curled into a cold smile. She forcefully tightened her grip, and with a cracking sound, his neck broke. His body went limp and fell to the ground, silent. "You shouldn't lie to me." Qin Ran's gaze shifted to the other servant. He never expected she would really dare to kill. He sat down on the ground, trembling as he spoke. I know. After they were taken to the backyard, the young lady brought some wolves. When she first came in, she said she was going to feed them to the dogs. Hearing this, Qin Ran's pupils shrank, and a cold smile appeared on her lips. "Show me the way." The servant scrambled into the yard. He shouted loudly, "Someone's been killed! Someone's been killed!" Although the He family was outside the main house, the yard wasn't big. It didn't take long from the gate to the backyard. His shout quickly reached inside. The household guards of the He family, holding knives, surrounded her. The sharp blades reflected cold light under the sun. Qin Ran's lips curved slightly. "You think you can stop me?" As soon as she spoke, her hands moved swiftly, sending dozens of silver needles flying. Each one pierced the hands of those holding knives. Cries of pain filled the air. The needles were coated with a strong corrosive medicine that reacted with blood, causing the wounds to fester. Those struck could no longer use their hands. Qin Ran continued walking forward. As soon as she stepped into the backyard, a strong metallic smell filled the air. She saw Qin Wenqiang and 2 small figures lying on the ground, covered in cuts clearly made by sharp blades. Helan Xian sat in the pavilion, a few plates of pastries before her. Several large dogs crouched behind her, their eyes fixed fiercely on the 3 people on the ground. The smell of blood made the dogs restless, their tails twitching as if ready to pounce. "What's the rush?" Helan Xian said coldly, picking up a piece of pastry. "When that troublesome girl arrives, I'll make sure she pays dearly. Then you can have your fill." She sneered. "The older one can wait till later. The two younger ones can be your first taste. When she's brought here, I'll make her watch." Just then, a figure in pale yellow appeared at the corner. When Helan Xian saw Qin Ran, she froze. Looking behind her, she realized none of her people had returned. That meant they had all been defeated. How could this girl be so strong? Her heart sank as she stood abruptly. "How did you get in here?" Qin Ran gave a cold smile. "I walked in, of course." Her gaze fell on the three injured people, and a fierce anger rose within her. She hurried to their side. Seeing their chests still moving with shallow breaths, she felt a bit of relief. As long as they were still breathing, there was hope. Quickly, she took out some medicine and placed a pill in each of their mouths. When their breathing began to steady, she finally relaxed. Removing her outer robe, she covered Qin Yudi and Qin Junjia, then slowly stood up. Her eyes, filled with cold fury, locked onto Helan Xian in the pavilion. Helan Xian stepped back and hid behind the few guard dogs. She shouted loudly, "You little girl, don't think that knowing a little bit of fighting makes you brave enough to boss me around. I tell you, today is your day to die. Big tiger, second tiger, third tiger, bite her to death. I will reward you handsomely." As she finished speaking, the three guard dogs started digging at the ground with their front paws, glaring fiercely at her, as if they wanted to bite her and eat her. "If you can't beat a person, then you send dogs. Only someone like you would do such a thing," Qin Ran said with a slight smile. "Since your dogs are called Big Tiger, Second Tiger, and Third Tiger, I will show you what a real tiger looks like." She snapped her fingers, and in the next moment, a tiger slowly walked out from around the corner. A loud roar of the tiger suddenly echoed through the air. The entire He house instantly fell silent. The servants rushing over from other courtyards stopped in their tracks. "Is that a tiger? A tiger?" The three guard dogs, called Big Tiger, Second Tiger, and Third Tiger, immediately lost their momentum. They all backed away, tails between their legs. The mountain spirit lowered his tiger eyes, full of a commanding presence. He slowly approached Qin Ran. Helan Xian couldn't believe there was a tiger here. How could her family's yard possibly have a tiger? She kept retreating, swallowing hard. "Help! Someone help!" she shouted loudly, but none of the servants dared to step forward. Everyone knew that moving closer at this moment would be risking their lives. "Are you trying to kill them?" Qin Ran's voice was cold and sharp, like it came from. Helan Xian's body trembled uncontrollably. "No, I didn't." Qin Ran's lips curled into a slight smile. She reached into her ear and said with a smile, "But I heard clearly when I came in. You want to kill them and you want to kill me too. You've misunderstood," she stammered, trembling. "I was just angry. I didn't mean to kill you. I was joking earlier." "Really?" Qin Ran smiled. "But now I want to kill you, and I'm not joking. I am the only daughter of the He family. My father is a rich merchant. If you kill me, my father won't let you go." Helan Xian looked around at the guards and shouted loudly, "Are you all dead? Come and protect me." She kicked the guard dog at her feet. "You useless things, why are you hiding behind me?" "Huh." Qin Ran couldn't help but sneer. "A few wolfhounds, that's all." The mountain lord didn't even bother to look at them. Qin Ran waved his hand, and the mountain lord's expression suddenly turned fierce. He shot forward like an arrow. In the blink of an eye, the mountain lord reached Han Xian's side. His huge tiger paw struck directly at the wolfhounds' heads. The wolfhounds had no time to react. In just a few moments they were gone. "Ah!" Han Xian screamed in fear and fell to the ground, shouting, "Don't eat me! Don't eat me!" She waved her hands frantically. The mountain lord looked at her with disdain in his eyes. He raised his thick tail and swung it hard, hitting Han Xian in the face. A red bloodstain spread across her face, and blood gushed from her nose. Han Xian fainted, her eyes rolling back. Seeing this, Qin Ran sneered coldly. He flicked his finger, and a silver needle shot out, piercing her fingertip. The sharp pain made Han Xian wake up instantly. As she opened her eyes, she heard a low growl nearby. She turned her head and saw the Mountain Lord opening his bloody mouth. His sharp fangs could easily bite through her throat. She was utterly terrified, unable to breathe, and fainted again. Judging by her state, when she woke up later, she would either be crazy or foolish. The Mountain Lord heard Qin Ran's voice. He used his paw to push Han Xian aside and slowly walked back. Qin Ran approached Qin Wenji and the others, looking at their injuries with concern, especially Qin Yudi. Her small arm was covered with cuts from sharp blades. She couldn't imagine how badly they had cried just moments ago. Thinking of this, she clenched her teeth. Her desire to kill had reached its peak. At this moment, a group of soldiers burst in and surrounded Qin Ran and the others. A man with a mustache and a big belly stepped forward. When his gaze fell on the tiger, he gasped in shock. The soldiers raised their bows and aimed at them. Bringing a tiger into the city, "You're really bold," he waved his hand, eyes shining. "Take them all." Roar. The Mountain Lord let out a low growl. His eyes widened, and his front paws scratched the ground. His body tensed, ready to bite their throats. Just then, a group of people arrived from outside. The two leading figures quickly walked to the pavilion and helped Helanxin, who was lying on the ground, to her feet. At this moment, Helanxin had completely fainted. No matter how they pressed her acupuncture points, she did not wake up.
Xenia.
"Xian, madam," he cried, tears in her eyes.
My dear Xenia.
"What has happened to you?" Mr. He clenched his fists tightly, looking in Qin Ran's direction, and shouted angrily, You let the tiger bite my daughter. Lord Zhao, you can't let her go easily. I want her life. And that tiger," his voice was cold, "it bit my daughter. You must kill that beast. Only then can I ease my hatred." Zhao Quan looked at the Mountain Lord, pinched his beard, and said, "Mr. He, don't worry. Not only will this beast die, but I also want to skin it and pull out its tendons. The governor's birthday is coming soon, and its fur will make a fine gift for him." He turned to the people behind him and said, "Make sure not to damage its fur. Shoot an arrow into its eyes." Hearing their conversation, Qin Ran stood up and asked, "Why don't you ask me why I am here?" Mr. He sneered coldly. "What else could it be? You must have wanted our He family's money. You and your family came to steal, and my daughter caught you." He looked at Qin Yudi and Qin Junjie lying on the ground and sneered disdainfully. "Indeed, lowly people, learning to steal from a young age. Disgusting scoundrels," Zhao Quan said coldly. "Capture them all and lock them in the prison for strict questioning. Let's see if they have been stealing from others." From their conversation, Qin Ran and her companions felt like fish on a chopping block, ready to be slaughtered. "Heh." She stood straight, her gaze fixed on Zhao Quan, and said coldly, "You dog official, how dare you insult me?" Zhao Quan shouted angrily, "Guards, arrest this criminal and give her 50 heavy blows. And slap her mouth hard." As soon as he finished speaking, the Mountain Lord standing beside Qin Ran suddenly lunged forward. With a sharp claw, he pushed Zhao Quan to the ground, piercing his body with his claws. Bright red blood flowed from the wound. Zhao Quan shouted loudly, "Kill it! Kill it!" The archers drew their bows to full tension. Qin Ran narrowed her eyes and waved her hand, ready to send them all into her space. Even if others saw her as a monster, she would not let them be in any danger. Just at this critical moment, several men dressed in black suddenly appeared from the sky. They shot out hidden weapons that knocked the bows and arrows to the ground. "Who are you?" Ling Tian stepped forward, coldly showing a token. "Open your eyes and see clearly, young Master Zhao." Zhao Quan knelt on the ground, ignoring his bleeding wound, trembling as he spoke. "The young master of the Jin King, are these people hurt by you?" The Qin family members on the ground frowned. "You really don't know when to stop." No. Zhao Quan hurriedly waved his hands. "It's not me. It's the people from Lord He's house." Ling Tian looked at Lord He. "Is it you?" Lord He had never seen such a scene before. The person who made Zhao Quan so afraid, and who Zhao Quan just called the young master of the Jin King, was shocking. Lord, he wondered, isn't the young master supposed to be in the capital? Why is he here in this small border town? And why is he involved in their family affairs? He quickly cupped his hands and said, "Young master, these commoners came to my house to steal. I only caught them. Moreover, they even released a tiger that bit my daughter." He pointed to Helanxin. "Look, my daughter is still unconscious. I am not the young master, just a guard beside him." "Yes, yes, Lord," he said respectfully. "Please tell the young master to help us. These troublemakers must be punished severely." "Troublemakers?" Ling Tian sneered. "The person who personally sought out the Palace of Leisure is a troublemaker? The one who poisoned our young master. Then what are they?" Zhun Ran recognized Ling Tian as the person who had been hit with her soft tendons powder on the mountain. "Is that man called Jun Ci the young master?"
Yes.
"But we absolutely cannot let them leave. Such commoners are all bad. Indeed, they must not escape," Ling Tian said with a smile. Before Lord he could speak again, a short sword suddenly swung out. With a scream, the dagger cut through Lord He's arm and stuck into the wall. Bright red blood flowed out, and Lord He was so frightened he fell to the ground. You. Anyone who dares to move is asking for trouble," Ling Tian said coldly.
Sir.
"They came to my house to steal." "Stealing?" Qin Ran sneered. "Do you know what property we stole from your house? Clearly, your daughter is trying to get revenge on me by kidnapping my family and using private punishment." She pointed to the wounds on the 3 people. "Every injury is caused by her. I have been kind enough not to take her life." "You're lying. My daughter is so timid and kind-hearted. She wouldn't even dare to step on an ant, let alone hurt anyone." "Mrs. He shouted angrily. "Miss, are you not ashamed to accuse her like this? Timid? Kind-hearted?" Qin Ran sneered. "You say that, but don't you feel embarrassed?" She smiled slightly. "The incident in the flower hall has probably spread all over town. I wonder if Helanxin has promised someone." Hearing this, Mrs. He was shocked. She looked at Qin Ran with anger in her eyes. It's you. You hurt my daughter." "Hurt her? She doesn't deserve it." Qin Ran glanced at her. "I usually don't like to cause trouble, but if trouble comes to me first, I won't be a coward. If I had not been prepared that day, the incident in the flower hall would have fallen on me. We just argued a little, and she had such dirty thoughts, trying to ruin my life. Why can't I fight back in the same way? How is that possible?" Mrs. He shouted loudly. "Our Lanxin is so gentle. How could she do what you say, whether it's true or not? Justice lies in people's hearts. I've explained clearly. If you don't believe me, I won't waste words with you." Qin Ran sneered. "You can't wake someone pretending to sleep, and you're the same." Mrs. He clenched her fists, her eyes full of rage, as if she wanted to tear her apart. That day in the flower hall, the young master saw everything. "He will decide who is right and who is wrong," Ling Tian said coldly. "Mr. He, your He family is really bold to even plot against the young master's guest." "The young master's guest?" Mr. He was shocked. How could an unknown village woman be the young master's guest? "Sir, it's a misunderstanding of misunderstanding," he stammered. My daughter. Ling Tian said disdainfully. "You better make sure that the 3 people from the Qin family have no accidents. Otherwise, not only her, but your lives might also be at risk." Master He and Lady He fell to the ground, trembling like leaves, their vision turning black. "It's over. It's really over. The He family is finished." Ling Tian turned to Qin Ran with a rare smile. "Miss Qin, the young master said that since old Yu is involved, he won't let you suffer any injustice." His gaze fell on the mountain lord beside Qin Ran, and he couldn't help but admire how Miss Qin managed to tame such a fierce tiger into a loyal dog. "Then thank you, young master," Qin Ran said after some thought. She took out the jade pendant given to her by Jun Ci. "Since today your young master helped me out, I will return this jade pendant to him. We owe nothing to each other." Seeing the jade pendant, Ling Tian's heart tightened. He quickly stepped back and bowed respectfully, softly saying, This was given to you by the master."
I must not take it back, or the master will break my legs. Master, young master. Aren't they the same person? Qin Ran keenly noticed that his tone was different when talking about these two people. He was especially respectful when mentioning master. Qin Ran put the jade pendant away and whispered, "In that case, I won't insist. Next time I see him, I will return to myself." Ling Tian nodded eagerly. Yes, yes. He carefully asked, "Miss Qin, what do you want to do with the He family?" Everyone around was surprised to hear this. A master from this town was considered a prominent figure, and now it seemed that the fate of his entire family depended on this village woman's decision. From the look of things, just one word from her could decide their lives and deaths. Master He and Lady He felt their hearts pounding with fear, worried she might demand their lives. I originally wanted to take He Lanxin's life today, Qin Ran said. Hearing this, the He couple's hearts sank. Miss, her heart has already been punished, and she must have learned her lesson. Please show mercy. She's young and naive. Don't hold it against her, they begged. Qin Ran sneered coldly. She doesn't know, and you don't know either. I heard everything clearly, Lord He. Once you entered this garden, you wanted to harm us. You even conspired with that Zhao official to skin and draw the blood from my tiger. I used to think that Helan Xian was just spoiled, which made her act this way today. Now I see her true nature is like this. With parents like you, it's no wonder she has such a cruel heart. The He couple dared not speak a word. They could only keep begging for mercy. The Zhao official, who was pointed out by Qin Ran, ignored his pain and hurriedly said, "It was him." It was the He family who reported to the authorities, claiming someone in the He family had been attacked by a tiger. That's why the officials came. If I knew that the real culprit was Helan Xian, I would never have said those words. His excuse sounded weak and powerless. Ling Tian waved his hand. Several guards stepped forward, grabbed Zhao Quan, and took him away. Sir, I am innocent. I am innocent. Boo-hoo. One guard took out a rag and covered his mouth, coldly saying, "If you shout again, I will cut out your tongue." Lordy trembled and said, "Sir, I know I was wrong. Please have mercy." Miss Qin, according to the young master's wishes, such a wicked person must not be spared. The He couple's hearts sank. They kept kowtowing to Ling Tian and Qin Ran, their heads bleeding as they bowed so hard their heads were injured, blood continuously flowing down. Parents' love is truly heartbreaking. If you knew this, why did you raise her to be like this? Qin Ran said coldly. She can do such things without blinking. I believe she has caused many lives. Killing and paying debts are natural laws. Hearing this, Lord He paused his kowtowing, his eyes turning red as he looked at Qin Ran. Blood slowly dripped from his head, and the blood beads fell into his eyes, looking very frightening. So, you're not planning to let Lan Xian go, are you? If you were me, would you let her go? Lord He slowly stood up, looking coldly at Qin Ran. Suddenly, he lunged forward, drew a short sword from his sleeve, its silver light flashing, and aimed it straight at Qin Ran. Then, let's send your Lan Xian to the afterlife with me. The sudden turn of events shocked everyone. Qin Ran frowned. Just as she was about to stab with the silver needle, suddenly a strong force hit her from behind. In the next moment, the man rushing toward her, Lord He, was knocked away and slammed into the wall behind him. Ugh, he spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed onto the ground, barely alive. A man, wearing a plain black mask, slowly appeared in front of Qin Ran. "You're reckless," he said softly, his voice cold like ice, and his powerful presence made everyone present feel intimidated. It was him, Jun Ci. No one else could have that voice. Qin Ran looked at his back, her brow slightly furrowed. Ling Tian stepped forward and respectfully said, "Master, I didn't do well. Please forgive me." Jun Ci ignored Ling Tian. He turned his head to look at Qin Ran, and seeing she was unharmed, he withdrew his gaze. Ling Tian saw his movement and felt a shock. Was he just imagining things? Was the master looking at Miss Qin to see if she was hurt? Jun Ci looked at Lord He
and slightly smiled. Lord He, I hear your family owns many businesses here, especially the Ju Xian Tower. Lord He was already half dead and couldn't answer. Madam, he quickly said, no, it's not. Don't interrupt me. Jun Ci said coldly, his eyes fixed on Madam He. Your He family forcibly took women from good families, sending them into Ju Xian Tower to be forced into prostitution. Isn't that true? If there's nothing more to say, just admit it. Jun Ci looked at Ling Tian. What are you standing here for? Do I need to teach you? Ling Tian finally snapped out of his shock and told the guards behind him, what are you waiting for? Tie them up and take them away. The He family members were bound and taken out of the house. Jun Ci coughed softly, a trace of blood appearing at the corner of his mouth. His chest also felt sticky, and the smell of blood reached Qin Ran's nose. She frowned slightly and whispered, are you crazy? Ling Tian, who had been standing respectfully, suddenly looked at Qin Ran. She was talking about the master? She must be crazy. It's over. How could a young lady be so foolish? Anyone daring to speak like that about their master probably hasn't been born yet. No one else would dare say this, not even the current emperor, that the master is crazy. He sighed with a bitter smile, thinking about whether he should speak up to help, but then he heard his master chuckle softly. Yes, she just laughed. Ling Tian's heart sank. It's over. Even if a god came to save her, it wouldn't help now. In the past, whenever the master showed a smile, it was either to punish someone or to threaten death. He thought today wouldn't be any different. He considered risking his life to plead for the girl, but then Jun Ci softly said, this is urgent. Without internal energy, you probably can't save her. Ling Tian's words caught in his throat, stuck between yes and no. What did he hear? His master was actually explaining. He had never seen her explain herself to anyone before. And Miss Qin looked at him with disdain. Could he be dreaming? Your wounds are not healed, and the poison is not removed. Using internal energy recklessly might cause the wound to burst. If that leads to the toxin exploding and poisoning you to death, then all my previous efforts would be wasted. If you die, what about my silver? Who will pay it back? Qin pointed at Ling Tian. Can he do it? It's all for the silver. What else could it be? Qin rolled her eyes. You still owe me several thousand taels of silver. She took out a jade pendant. If you die, I'll take this to the bank. What if they refuse to pay? Hearing her words, Jun Ci couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at? Don't worry, Jun Ci whispered. This jade pendant is always useful. Qin raised an eyebrow and looked at the pendant. But that's not a reason to let your wound burst open. She put the pendant away and said calmly, I dislike disobedient patients the most. If you burst that wound again, even if you die beside me in the future, I won't look at you. Ling Tian listened to Qin's words, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. What kind of disrespectful words are those? Miss Qin is cursing our Lord. If the Lord can tolerate this, then he must have been possessed by some evil spirit. Ling Tian almost kneeled. But he also understood that Qin was now the Lord's doctor, helping him detox and heal. A bit of a bad temper is normal, especially since she was asked to do so. This was the first time he saw the Lord bow to someone. If I told others about this scene, no one would believe it. Jun Ci looked at Shanjun and whispered, the He family situation is very serious. Now, the people in town are gathered outside. This tiger shouldn't be seen in town. It's better to wait until nightfall before you leave. Mrs. Wu would definitely be worried. Or, if you trust me, you can leave it here. After dark, I will take it to the mist-hidden village. Hearing this, Qin Ran frowned. You previously attacked it. How can I trust you now? I just want the little tiger beside it. It's not useful to me, Jun Ci said calmly. And with its ability, if there's danger, it should be able to escape. Jun Ci had long noticed that this tiger was different. While other tigers are just fierce animals, this one seemed to have gained wisdom.
It could understand human speech.
All right, if it makes any mistake, I won't forgive you, no matter where you are, Qin Ran said, patting Shanjun's head. Wait here for me. I'll be back soon. Shanjun nodded his large head. After Qin Ran left, Jun looked at Jun Si with a cautious gaze, his tiger eyes full of warning. Seeing this, Ling Tian stepped over to Jun Si and whispered, "Your Highness, I followed your orders and reported the name of the Prince Jin's son. Those people probably won't suspect anything." Jun Si coughed softly. "Suspect? I think they've known since the day I entered Yunin town. Otherwise, how could I have been hurt yesterday?" Hearing this, Ling Tian frowned. "Your Highness, if they find out where you are, it could be very dangerous. We should leave as soon as possible. Just a bunch of insignificant pests," he sneered. "The more they want me to leave, the more I want to know what they're secretly planning." His gaze fell on Jun, and besides, the poison on me hasn't been fully cured yet. A faint smile appeared on his lips, and his eyes showed a rare, unfamiliar expression. Jun Si's guards took Qin Wenji and the others back home. Mrs. Wu was shocked. "What's going on? How did they get hurt? How could this happen?" "Mother, don't worry," Qin Ran said softly. "Father and Jade Butterfly Junjia are not badly hurt. They just need to rest properly." Mrs. Wu covered her mouth, crying out, "Oh my heavens! What kind of trouble did they get into? How did they end up like this?" Qin Ran recounted what happened today, but she did not mention the part about Crown Prince Jin's son and Jun Si, fearing Wu's family might worry. She only said that officials had taken care of the He family. Wu was surprised to hear this. Ran, we should not go to the town anymore. It's too dangerous. If something happens to you, how can I live?" Qin smiled and said, "Even though I'm afraid of being bitten once and avoiding the well rope forever, I can't give up everything. We should just be more careful when we go to the town. Also, the He family has been dealt with, so there won't be any big problems in the future." Wu still felt uneasy. When she heard Qin plan to go to the town again, she grabbed her arm.
No.
"Absolutely not. Then I won't go to learn medicine in the town anymore?" Wu hesitated and looked worried. "But what if you get hurt? What should we do then?" "Mom, don't worry. No one will hurt me," Qin said with a smile. "Even my master says I have strong hands, so even a man might not be my match," she joked. "With such strong hands, I wonder if I take after you or Dad." Hearing this, Wu's face changed slightly, almost unnoticeably. Wu smiled and said softly, "Who knows who you take after?" She warned gently, "Be careful when you go out in the future." Qin Chong said calmly, "Luckily, the town's officer helped us today. Otherwise, things could have gotten out of control, and our family would have been in trouble." He sighed and whispered, "We're so lucky." Qin Ran said she was going to the back mountain to pick mushrooms, but she actually went to the town. At this moment, the villagers outside the He family had already left. The door was sealed, and the household servants had been taken away. She arrived at the backyard, where Jun Si was sitting and drinking tea. Mountain Lord was lying on the ground pretending to nap, and Ling Tian and others stood respectfully behind Jun Si. A faint tea aroma drifted through the air. Qin recognized it as her master's mountain tea. She smiled and said, "Thank you, it's just a small favor." Mountain Lord slowly walked over to her. Qin patted its head and said, "I'll take Mountain Lord with me now. I'll remember this kindness. You little girl always loves to take advantage." A voice came from behind. Yu Pu Shun was fanning himself, pouting as he walked over. "You saved Ah Chi, and all you talk about is a few 10,000 silver coins. Now he has saved your whole family, and you only say you'll remember this kindness. What about the money?" When she didn't understand where his hostility came from and sneered, "Do you think my kindness is worth how much silver? How much silver is it worth?" Before Yu Pu Shun finished speaking, he was slapped the back of his head. "You brat, how dare you say that about my disciple?" Old Yu said coldly. "Get out of here. If it weren't for your father's position, I would have kicked you out long ago." Yu Pu Shun closed his mouth in frustration after hearing this. Old Yu quickly walked over to Qin Ran and looked him over carefully.
"As long as you're not hurt," he said.
Then he looked at Jun Si with a very cold voice. "And what about the He family?" "Don't worry, I will handle it myself. I won't let them cause trouble," Qin Ran replied. Old Yu rolled his eyes at him and whispered, "I really don't know how many such local bullies there are in this country. The court allows them to oppress the people, and they don't bother to control them. And they dare to scheme against my disciple. How reckless. Yu Pushin smiled and was about to speak, but he was scared off by a look from old Yu. He muttered softly. This old man only said a few words to that girl, and he almost ate him up. Today, I clearly used my identity to save someone, but I didn't even hear a thank you from him. His voice was soft, but Qin Ran heard every word. Thinking about what his master just said, since his father was a prince, then the person the other man called the Prince of Jin must be him. But from the few times they had met, he only followed Junxi's lead, which meant Junxi's status was probably higher than his. So, who exactly was he? Someone who could make the crown prince bow his head. His surname was Jun. Qin Ran's heart tightened. This Junxi was definitely a prince. Old Yu turned to Qin Ran and said, "Let's go, follow me back." He looked at the mountain tiger. "If it's inconvenient to bring this tiger with you, you can send it to me." As soon as he finished speaking, the mountain tiger let out a low growl, shook its big head, and looked very displeased. Old Yu raised his eyebrows. This tiger was so intelligent. "Shanjun is used to staying with me. It usually stays on the back mountain of my home and can help guard the house," Old Yu said. He nodded and replied, "All right, then continue to stay with you." Qin Ran followed Old Yu as they left. Yu Pushin walked over to Junxi and whispered, "Look at him. Isn't he unkind? He took your jade pendant and is still thinking about your silver. I told you, poor mountains and bad waters produce bad people. Why are you with someone like that?" He shrugged. "Maybe you have a special hobby, liking this poor girl who is nothing." Junxi glanced at him with a frown. "If you don't speak, no one will think you're mute. I've never seen you be so patient with anyone." "Ci, could it be? Ling Tian." Junxi turned to leave quietly. "Send the Prince Jin's son to Beiyan. We leave immediately." Ci. Ci. Junxi looked back at him. "If you don't shut up, you'll go to the western desert and not come back for 3 or 5 years. Yu Pushin froze in place, looking pale. Ling Tian smiled. "Young master, are you leaving now or having dinner first?" Yu Pushin took a deep breath, feeling frustrated. After a moment, he said reluctantly, "You all wait and see. Tell Junxi that I won't help him anymore." Ling Tian smiled. "Young master, you said that last time too." "This time I mean it." He waved his sleeve and turned away. Qin Ran and the others arrived at the tea shop along a small path. Since they didn't meet anyone on the way, the mountain lord didn't cause any trouble. When they reached the tea shop, Old Yu immediately closed the door and stopped business. Ran, did you get scared today?" "It's still unknown who was actually frightened." Qin Ran smiled. "It's just a small matter. What's there to be afraid of?" "Ha ha ha, I was overthinking." Old Yu handed her a prepared medical and martial arts book. "Take a look." Qin Ran hurriedly took it. "See if you can understand it. If you have questions, just ask me anytime." Old Yu stroked his beard and smiled. "This book has many difficult parts. Some are so complicated even I haven't fully figured them out." Qin Ran nodded and quickly flipped through the pages. The mountain lord sat quietly at her feet. Watching her read so fast, Old Yu's brow furrowed slightly. Most people can't read even a few lines, but she's already turning to the next page. Before long, she finished the entire book. She put down the medical book and picked up another one. "Wait." Old Yu hesitated for a moment and whispered, "Did you remember everything?" Qin Ran nodded. "Of course." Old Yu raised his eyebrows slightly. "Then let me test you. How do you solve the mystery of the cinnabar tears? How is it explained? 1 qian of gold and silver branches, half a liang of cold sand, 2 plants of earth jade, ground into powder. Then, boil with water without roots, add in radix remanii, and take it as medicine." Old Yu asked a few more questions, and Qin Ran answered smoothly. He couldn't help feeling surprised. This girl had an incredible memory. "Very good. Very good." Old Yu laughed loudly. "No wonder she is my disciple." Qin Ran looked at the second book, feeling a bit puzzled. "Master, this prescription seems a little strange. How could that be?" "Luohui is a slow-acting poison. After taking it, people become confused and weak all over. If taken in large amounts, they will faint. The antidote is just like the one for hypnotic drugs." Old Yu nodded. Yes, originally, Luohui had no cure. But I accidentally discovered that the antidote for hypnotic drugs works well against Luohui. Qin Ran hesitated for a moment, then whispered, Master, when you use this method to cure Luohui poisoning, have you ever encountered someone suddenly fainting and convulsing from the poison? Yes, Oldju thought for a moment, then suddenly asked, How do you know that? Luohui poison contains a toxic plant called mandrake. If it encounters the golden leaf chrysanthemum, it causes weakness all over the body, but it doesn't cause sudden fainting and convulsing. However, when they meet, they produce a smell. When this smell mixes with other herbs, it can easily cause fainting and convulsing. So, the antidote for Luohui poison is definitely not this. After a while, Oldju's voice was silent. Qin Ran looked over and saw that Oldju was stunned in place. Master. Oldju suddenly came back to his senses. What's wrong, Master? It's nothing. Oldju stood up, pacing back and forth. He took a few steps, looked at Qin Ran, hesitated, then continued pacing. Master, what's wrong with you? It's nothing. Oldju shook his head, hands behind his back, softly saying, How can I boast about having a genius as my disciple? Unexpectedly, this old man had such a cute side. Qin Ran couldn't help but smile. At that moment, a guard's voice came from outside the door. Young lady, the young master has arrived. I'm still busy. As soon as the words fell, the door was pushed open. Yu Xuanli entered with a smile and said, Grandfather, now you have a disciple, and you don't even want your grandson anymore. Oldju glared at him. If you know that, why are you still bothering me? Yu Xuanli sighed, unsure how to answer. Why are you just standing there? Come and meet your little uncle. Grandfather, her. Little uncle, how? She's my direct disciple, and she's in the same generation as your father. If not your little uncle, what else could she be? But she's younger than me. So what? Even if she's a baby in swaddling clothes, as long as she's my disciple, she's your little uncle. The words, little uncle, stuck on Yu Xuanli's tongue, twisting around, but he couldn't say them. Enough. Go away. Seeing you makes me tired, Oldju said, glancing at him. Fortunately, I found a disciple, or else if I left everything to you, I don't know what kind of mess you'd make. As Oldju finished speaking, Yu Xuanli's gaze shifted when he looked at Qin Ran. Grandfather was really considering giving the Xiaorao Palace to her. The sky was gradually darkening. Qin Ran packed her books. Master, it's getting late. I need to go home, she said. If she stayed longer, Wu's family might worry. Oldju looked at her with some reluctance. Come to town tomorrow, when you're free. I will teach you martial arts. Qin Ran left with the Mountain Lord. Yu Xuanli quietly asked, Grandfather, do you really want to give the Xiaorao Palace to her? She has extraordinary talent. She has great potential. That's exactly why you should be more careful, Yu Xuanli frowned. You poured your life into the Xiaorao Palace, which is powerful and above the 4 kingdoms. If someone with bad intentions controls it, chaos could happen. Oldju looked at him and chuckled softly. So, you think Qin Ran is that person with bad intentions? Or is she a bait set by someone with bad intentions? Yu Xuanli said nothing. In truth, he found it hard to tell. But Qin Ran's appearance was too coincidental, and she was involved with many people. Not only his grandfather, but even Jun Ci, who was usually cold and distant, treated her differently. He even risked exposing his identity to save her. Today, he didn't show himself, but everything that happened was clear to him. He saw the real murderous intent in Jun Ci's eyes. He rarely saw him so anxious. At this moment, Qin Ran's figure had already disappeared. Yu Xuanli looked in the direction she left, his eyes slightly squinting. They arrived at a deserted place. Qin Ran, with the Mountain Lord, slipped into an empty alley. She waved her hand, and the Mountain Lord and several books were stored into her space. Just as she was about to leave the alley, she heard voices coming from the other side of the tall wall. Are you crazy? How could you have such an idea about that woman from Baiwei Pavilion? That woman is truly beautiful. Her figure, tch, thinking about it makes my mouth water. But she's a bit fiery. She's just a woman. So, what if she's fiery? A few slaps will teach her to behave. A rough voice responded, I don't believe a woman can be that capable. I'll go meet her at Byway Pavilion soon. Brother Lei is right. Who in town doesn't know Brother Lei's name? Maybe we won't even need to do anything. That woman might come to us herself. Filthy words entered Qin Ran's ears, causing her brow to furrow. The woman at Byway Pavilion. Wasn't she the shopkeeper one? Just then, several men passed by outside the alley. It was still daylight, and their clothes were embroidered with the large characters, Yuan Dadong. Qin Ran's lips curled slightly. So, they were old acquaintances. Yuan Dadong again. It seemed that person had beaten one of Yuan Datang's men, yet they hadn't learned their lesson. Since that's the case, she didn't mind showing them some blood again. After all, one had taken her mushrooms, and she had to remember her kindness. When she was in trouble, Qin Ran would naturally help. Not just her, even a woman she didn't know. If someone had such dirty intentions toward her, she wouldn't just stand by and watch. Following the men to Byway Pavilion, Qin Ran disguised herself so thoroughly that no one could tell her original appearance. The men sat in the main hall, while Qin Ran sat alone nearby. Dear guests, would you like to order something? The young waiter came to the table, wiping it diligently and acting very politely. Where is your shopkeeper? The men from Yuan Dadong looked around. Where did she go? There's a distinguished guest upstairs in a private room. The shopkeeper is there entertaining them. If you'd like to order, just tell me. As soon as the waiter finished speaking, one of the men, broad and muscular, reached out his large hand and slapped his face. You clueless thing, what are you? Who are we? We are from Yuan Dadong. Do you think you can serve us? You're not qualified. Send your shopkeeper down. The young waiter was stunned. He never expected these people to be so unreasonable. Without warning, they started fighting. What are you standing here for? Did you not hear what I just said? One man raised his hand again. The young waiter hurriedly stepped back. Sir, our shopkeeper is busy attending to important guests upstairs, so... Important guests? How important? A man asked. Are they more important than Brother Lei? The young waiter forced a smile, but didn't dare speak. People from Yuan Dadong were not someone he could mess with. At that moment, one of the men looked at Qin Ran. He chuckled lewdly and said to the others, This young lady is quite pretty. Qin Ran didn't look up. The men's eyes were all on her. There were many diners in Buwayan now. The men didn't lower their voices, so everyone could hear. People looked at Qin Ran with pity. TSK, this young girl is really unlucky. Being targeted by Yuan Datang's people means she probably won't have a good outcome. Many honest women in town had been harmed by Yuan Datang's men. But Yuan Datang's backing was strong, and the town was far from the government. Some tried to report to the officials, but no one ever returned. Everyone could guess what happened to those who tried. So, whenever Yuan Datang's people appeared, everyone avoided them. Offending Yuan Dadong, it seems only Yao Xiangju remains untouched. This young girl might be. As they spoke, the men approached Qin Ran and looked at her table. Young lady, are you alone? Qin Ran didn't answer. She kept eating her noodles quietly. Seeing she didn't respond, the men frowned. Hey, are you deaf? I'm asking you. Qin Ran's brow furrowed slightly. She coldly said, Go away. These 3 words echoed clearly in everyone's ears. Is this girl crazy? She dares to provoke Yuan Datang's men. The temper is fierce. Very spicy. The most intimidating man smirked coldly. But being so bold can get you into trouble. That's none of your business, Qin Ran said coldly. Don't bother me while I eat. Hey, you little girl, do you know who our boss is? He leaned on the table with both hands. Seeing Qin Ran's lack of response, he suddenly threw her face to the ground. Qin Ran's eyes flashed with a hint of deadly intent. She looked at her face on the ground, slowly raised her eyes, and her cold gaze fixed on the man's face. Huh. Qin Ran suddenly laughed, her smile full of contempt, almost spoken aloud. You little girl. The man swung his hand, aiming a slap at Qin Ran's face. You're asking for trouble. Qin Ran flipped her wrist, and a silver needle shot out swiftly. Ah! A scream echoed as the man covered his eyes. Bright red blood flowed from between his fingers. The silver needle blinded him. Everyone was shocked. No one expected she had such skill. I don't like your eyes. She turned around and looked at him with disdain. Because she didn't like his eyes, she shot to blind him? This girl's temper really isn't ordinary. Yuan Tang's other men looked at each other with surprised eyes. Boss, what should we do? This girl seems to know some martial arts. What's the use of martial arts? Offending Yuan Dadong is more important. Even if she's skilled, it won't help, Zhao Lei whispered. Besides, I can handle a woman myself. He pushed away the man beside him and walked coldly toward Qin Ran. At that moment, Wen Zi's voice came from upstairs. Oh, isn't this Yuan Tang's people? Why are you causing trouble at my byway restaurant? Wen Zi looked at Qin Ran with a hint of suspicion. She felt this girl seemed a bit familiar. Manager Wen, Zhao Lei said in a deep voice. We're not the ones causing trouble. She was the first to hurt my brother. I just wanted to talk to her. How did it become us causing trouble in your restaurant? Wen Zi came down from upstairs, standing beside Qin Ran and smiled. No matter the reason, if you cause trouble at Byway Restaurant, you won't be welcome here. Zhao Lei frowned and said coldly, Manager Wen, do you know what happens when you oppose us, Yuan Dadong? I don't know what happens when you oppose us, she replied with a light laugh, but last time someone caused trouble here, they left in a hurry. She waved her fan and said softly, big men bullying a weak girl. Aren't you ashamed? A needle was jabbed into that man's eye. Is this woman called a weak girl? She really is such a fragile woman. Qin Ran looked at Wen Zi and slightly smiled. Zhao Lei's gaze shifted between Qin Ran and Wen Zi's faces, and he squinted his eyes. Offending our Yuan Tang. You Bui's High. How about Bui's High? A voice came from the doorway. Everyone looked over and saw a young man in white supporting an elderly man walking in. It was the two from Yaxiangju. Bai Wenyan helped Bai Chongqing inside. Really didn't think there would be consequences for offending Yuan Tang. Seeing this, Qin Ran put away the silver needle in her hand. Zhao Lei looked at Bai Wenyan, his pupils shrinking. Last time, the steward offended a man named Bai. When he was carried back, he was nearly dead, and the next day, the shopkeeper gave him a harsh beating. After that, the steward was never seen again. The shopkeeper once said that the only place in town you must not offend is Yaxiangju. He truly didn't understand why the two from Yaxiangju, one old and one weak, made their shopkeepers so afraid. Zhao Lei stepped forward, glaring at Bai Wenyan with wide eyes, and said coldly, You hurt our Yuan Tang steward, and you still dare to show off in the street. You really don't know your limits. Bai Wenyan sat down without even glancing at him. Zhao Lei felt like hitting cotton. His punch was soft and ineffective. Seeing Bai Wenyan ignore him, everyone in the shop looked at him with some mockery. How could he, so proud, accept this? He threw a punch toward Bai Wenyan's face. Quick dodge. Most of the onlookers knew Bai Wenyan and Bai Chongqing. Yaxiangju was the only pharmacy still open in town besides Yuan Tang. Bai Wenyan didn't dodge or block. He directly grabbed Zhao Lei's fist. Feeling the strength in Zhao Lei's punch, Bai Wenyan slightly raised his eyebrows. Bai Chongqing, sitting nearby, suddenly stood up, looking around in shock. How could there be a Huagong San here? Wenyan doesn't usually use poison. Could it be that someone from Bui's High uses it for self-defense? Qin Ran touched her nose, feeling a bit guilty, and lowered her head. It seemed this old man had discovered the Huagong San. Coincidentally, in my previous life, I accidentally obtained an ancient book filled with long-lost poison formulas. I found it very interesting and tried to make some of the poisons. However, many of the ingredients listed were already extinct, so only a few formulas could be successfully prepared. One of these was the Huagong San. In that life, no one practiced internal energy techniques, so the effects of Huagong San couldn't be tested. Now, looking back, the formulas in that ancient book are truly impressive. I simply sprinkled the powder on him, and Huagong San slowly seeped in. In such a short time, his internal energy was almost depleted. Bai Chongqing's gaze fell on Qin Ran. His eyes narrowed slightly, and it seemed the scent of Huagong San was coming from her. Was it her, or Wen Zi standing nearby?